This guy wasn't lucky enough to be chosen by the tower and granted a skill, and of course he had no chance of joining the monster-slaying level-up missions inside. So the only thing Kim Gong-ja could do was sit in front of the TV screen, with envy watching the glorious Flame Emperor boast. The more he stared at the posters, plastered all over his wall, the more envious he became until he finally screamed, "I want to be someone like the Flame Emperor. I'm so damn jealous, I want to succeed with my own power, or at the very least, if only the Flame Emperor's skill were mine." Well, what do you know? Looks like someone up there was listening. No, wait. It was the tower. And poof, a skill card appeared along with a glowing blue notification. The tower is impressed by your jealousy and has granted you a skill. I guess it's true, you really can get rewarded without doing any work. Even though he had seen this happen countless times on TV, Kim Gong-ja still couldn't believe it was real. This was the moment he had been dreaming of for so long. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he hurriedly reached for it. It was an S-rank skill. He had to open it right away. But what the hell is this? I want to be just like you. S+, rank. Effect automatically activates when killed by an enemy. You copy one skill from the enemy that killed you and make it your own. You cannot copy a skill from an opponent you've already copied from before. The copied skill is chosen at random. However, you have to die. Just like that, Kim Gong-ja's world came crashing down from Cloud 9 straight to the depths of hell. He screamed in despair. Damn it, what's the point of copying a skill if I'm already dead? Dejected and depressed, the young man dragged his weary body, feeling like a complete loser, to a bar to drown his sorrows. After chugging down drink after drink, his head pounding like a drum, Kim Gong-ja staggered his way home. But of all the damn things to see, he stumbled upon a scene of his idol and the Saintess arguing in an alley. Believing the Saintess had poisoned him and was about to assassinate him, the Flame Emperor didn't hesitate to choke her to death in a sea of flames. The Saintess pleaded desperately, begging him that they could sort out this misunderstanding. But he showed her no mercy. Kim Gong-ja, who was witnessing the whole thing from the side, turned pale as a ghost, clamping a hand over his mouth in sheer terror. Some negotiation between a killer and his victim. A hero. This guy. He's nothing but a murderer, a psycho. The young man quickly tried to bolt out of there, but somehow his legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed at the worst possible moment. The Flame Emperor then appeared looming over him from behind. I thought I'd cleared out all the rats around here. Guess there's still one left, huh? In the face of death, even the most eloquent pleas turn into pathetic whimpers. Kim Gong-ja frantically begged for his life, screaming that he didn't see anything and wouldn't tell a soul. But really, what are the odds of such a coincidence? Showing up at the exact right place at the exact right time, then running off while shouting the Flame Emperor's name. Sounds believable, right? If he were an idiot, he might have actually bought it. However, this was the Flame Emperor, a man who had won billions of battles against demons. Of course, he wasn't buying it. In desperation, Kim Gong-ja told him to use a lie detection skill to check. But as luck would have it, the Flame Emperor had no clue what that was. He had just killed the Saintess simply because he had a slight suspicion. And of course, for him, it was better to be safe than sorry. A moment later, Kim Gong-ja was vaporized by the Flame Emperor. The very last thing he heard was his killer's name. Yu Suha. He thought he was dead and gone for good, but to his surprise, a glowing blue notification popped up. Ding, you have died. The skill's conditions have been met. Randomly copying a skill from Yu Suha. Please select a skill card. Kim Gong-ja was in a daze, unable to believe he was dead. His body felt cold as he reached a hand forward, grabbing a golden card. And then he opened his eyes and found himself back in his room. He frantically looked around. It was a familiar sight. The TV was broadcasting the interview with the Flame Emperor from the day before. The messages in his group chat. Everything was exactly the same down to the last detail. Kim Gong-ja hurriedly opened his skill card to check. Ta-da! One was his original trash tier skill, and the other was the one he'd copied from the Flame Emperor the Regressor's wind-up watch. Effect. Automatically activates when you die. You will return to 24 hours before the moment of your death. Your memories and experience points are retained. However, the higher your level, the greater the penalty. Now Kim Gong-ja finally understood. He knew the secret to how the Flame Emperor became a legendary hunter, and he knew why he had killed the Saintess. It was because he really was going to be poisoned by the Saintess the following day. Still furious about being murdered by that bastard, and now having to listen to the Flame Emperor's overconfident crap on TV. Only made our protagonist hate the bastard even more. Just then, a huge explosion erupted outside. People scrambled out, grabbing buckets and whatever they could to fight the fire. It turned out this was the moment right before our main character was about to be killed by the Flame Emperor. This city was a place entirely separate from the outside world. It was built by the people who entered the tower to become hunters. This city went by many names, like Babylon, the city of the first floor, or the city of death. But ultimately they all meant the same thing. Once you entered, you could never leave. The residents had grown used to situations like this, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary for them. However, the flames continued to spread, and the very person who had started the fire was just casually strolling about as if nothing was wrong. He made a grand entrance, spouting some nonchalant nonsense. He tried to act like some eccentric hero, but no one except Kim Gong-ja knew what he was truly like on the inside. The Flame Emperor. He was a cold-blooded murderer. At that moment, only one thought crossed our hero's mind. He had to deal with him for the sake of humanity and for the honor of all hunters. And so, Kim Gong-ja threw himself into the sea of flames, dying an agonizing death. To him, this was the only way to rid the world of that monster. The status notification appeared. You have died. You will return to 24 hours prior. No penalty incurred for skill usage. Oh, so it turns out being an F-rank hunter, a complete nobody has its perks. Thanks to his low level, he didn't get any penalty. Kim Gong-ja sat there thinking for a while. Right now, killing the Flame Emperor was impossible. Even if he somehow managed to kill him, the Flame Emperor would just go back 24 hours because he had the same revival ability, and the only way for a low-level hunter like him to take him down was to go back 11 years to June 7th, the day he first awakened his bow. From today, that was 4,050 days ago. So, a crazy idea sparked in his head. All he had to do was die 4,050 more times, and he could return to the time before the Flame Emperor awakened, and being the impulsive guy he was, he decided to do it right then and there. Kim Gong-ja immediately took a knife and stabbed himself straight through the heart, a surprisingly painless death. And just like that, the notifications began to flood in one after another. You have died. He grew more and more excited. The sensation of dying was actually exhilarating, so much so that the mad lad ended up dying an extra 30 times on top of his original plan. Kim Gong-ja had finally done it. He had returned to the time before the Flame Emperor's saga began. He had suffered through all that time just to prove that the epic of a demon like him wasn't eternal. 11 years ago, right after May, he followed the trail to track down the Flame Emperor. To build a perfect plan, he had repeated it 10 times without a single failure. Every morning at 9:00 a.m., the man would wake up in the E-rank dormitory. At 3 o'clock, he would go hunt slimes on the second floor of the hunting zone. When the Flame Emperor was 21, he was just an E-rank hunter desperate for a better life. Gradually, he realized that just hunting slimes would never get him anywhere, so he took a risk and went to a hunting zone that new hunters rarely visited. Kim Gong-ja had been waiting there for a long time. The moment he saw his prey, the young man appeared instantly. Covered in blood, he pretended he was attacked by a pack of wolves, stumbling towards the man and begging for a potion. The Flame Emperor was furious that someone had interrupted his hunt. He scowled, pointed his sword at Gong-ja, and yelled, "How much are you going to pay me for the potion? My hunt for today is ruined, and now I have to give away an expensive potion for free to a complete stranger I just met. Have you no shame?" "Well, I guess shame doesn't matter at a time like this." Gong-ja reached out and grabbed it, saying he'd pay 20 gold, the same as the market price. But this greedy bastard wasn't satisfied. He demanded a whopping 40 gold, claiming the other guy's life was in danger. Oh wait, he didn't even stop there. The Flame Emperor grabbed Gong-ja by the collar and threatened him. "Give me everything you have." "Oh, that's right. You want to give it to me, but you can't use your hands. Don't worry, I'll help you." After getting a measly 60 gold from the poor sap in front of him, he still wasn't satisfied. Projecting his own paranoia, he feared the guy would come back for revenge, so he decided to just stab him and get it over with. Thinking it would be an easy kill, the Flame Emperor charged with his weapon, but too bad for him. Gong-ja immediately pulled out the sword he had hidden and slit his throat. The Flame Emperor had no idea what was happening. He was suddenly stabbed and kicked the bucket without even getting to say any last words besides "huh." To prevent the 1 in a million chance that his target could get back up at that critical moment, Gong-ja rushed forward and stabbed him a few more times to make sure nothing was left. Kim Gong-ja was still fuming. He silently cursed the man as a cold-blooded murderer who pretended to be a knight in a sacred duel, acting all righteous after killing so many innocent people. To get rid of the evidence, Gong-ja then fed the Flame Emperor's corpse to the wolves, changed into the clean set of clothes he had prepared, and walked out of the tower, fooling the guards as if nothing had happened. It seemed like it was all over, and no one knew what had just occurred. Kim Gong-ja happily returned to a bar to celebrate his achievement. He opened his status window to check his skills, and realized he didn't have a single combat skill. As he was wondering how he could get rich with his current set of skills, a strange old man came in from outside. He was a tall, imposing figure in a suit and a mismatched pair of red sneakers. He bizarrely ordered a drink with a little vodka, sugar, and hot milk. The people around them began to gossip about his appearance because he was the Sword King and was currently involved in a scandal for refusing to hunt on the 10th floor as requested by the Hunter Association. Kim Gong-ja tried to search through his jumbled memories. The Sword King's real name was Marcus Callenberry. He had disappeared, and by Gong-ja's time had been completely forgotten. It was only when the Flame Emperor Yu Su-ha appeared that he made a name for himself and became a legend. Looking at the old man, Gong-ja felt sorry for himself. A legend like this must possess some amazing S-rank skill, not a terrible one like his. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gong-ja's mind. With his useless skill, all he needed was for some hunter to stab him, and he could copy their skill even if it was the #1 hunter in Korea. Kim Gong-ja went online trying to find some useful information to piss off the Sword King, but most of it was just trash news. While he was absorbed in his search, the old man suddenly started talking to himself, making the kid jump in surprise. He thought to himself, surely he's not actually crazy. But then again, maybe being too strong affects your personality. After some more digging, Gong-ja's attention was caught by a post warning about things you should never say in front of the Sword King. And that was asking about his descendants. It sounded ridiculous, but also plausible. It was worth a shot. After all, Gong-ja could die countless times, so what was there to worry about? No sooner said than done. As soon as the Sword King left, Kim Gong-ja tailed him, almost losing him in the process. Luckily, his eyes were as sharp as an owl's, and he managed to spot the man again. Gong-ja excitedly followed him, feeling like he was about to become #1 in the world, muttering to himself. That Flame Emperor had an S-rank skill. What do you have, old man, O leader of the previous generation? But his joy was cut short. Just as he was playing spy, he was discovered. Kim Gong-ja was flabbergasted, completely stunned, not knowing what to do next. The Sword King approached with his weapon at the ready and questioned him. What do you want from this old man, friend? Your technique is quite good, but I would have thought a top-tier assassin like you would be better than this. The more he heard, the more confused Kim Gong-ja became. Hold on, for like 2 seconds. What do you mean, assassin? Congratulations to me. I guess I don't have to provoke you about your family to get you to kill me. The young man trembled and backed away, trying to explain that it was all a misunderstanding and he was just going the same way. But come on. The old man wasn't stupid. Did he really think he could fool the once famous Sword King? To save his own sorry hide, Kim Gong-ja tried to explain that he wasn't an assassin, just a normal person who got lost. However, the more he talked, the angrier the old man became. The Sword King said he had a few skills to determine the truth, including one that allowed him to see the number of people a person had killed. It was then Gong-ja realized that even though he had a good reason, a murderer was still a murderer, and there was no excuse for it. The old man must have seen the #1 above his head. Kim Gong-ja once again tried to salvage the situation, yelling with feigned sincerity. I understand, Sword King, but please let me explain. I truly have a good reason for this number. I swear on my life, there are no buts. The old man took off his hat, his expression serious, as he advanced, ready to strike. Disgusting. A demon like you who has murdered countless people dares to swear on your life. I may not be a saint, but at least I'm not a cold-blooded monster who treats human lives like dirt like you. Now question marks were floating all around Gong-ja's head. What the hell is going on? I only killed one person, is this old geezer crazy or something? To clear up the kid's confusion, the Sword King then told him the truth. He glared menacingly at Kim Gong-ja. Do you feel no shame for these lies? The number of people you've killed isn't just one, but 4,091. It finally dawned on Kim Gong-ja. Oh crap. I stabbed that bastard and then myself 4,090 times. From his perspective, I'm a cold-blooded murderer who's taken 4,091 lives. This isn't about copying skills anymore. That Sword King is going to kill me. The moment he sees me, he'll kill me. Terrified, Kim Gong-ja fled in vain, feeling a dreadful fear with every step. However, his legs were a bit short. He didn't get far before his opponent's sword was at his neck, and he fell flat on his face. Terrified, he cowered in a corner, listening to the old man talking to himself and guessing he was using telepathy to share information with others. Kim Gong-ja grew even more terrified, imagining he'd become a wanted man by the Hunter Association, hunted down by bounty hunters and high-ranking guilds, until he was executed on the first floor of the tower. He couldn't let that happen. Kim Gong-ja decided he needed to die right now. And so good at nothing but making dumb moves, the young man opened his mouth and asked about the old man's grandchildren and family. And that was it. Before the kid could even finish his sentence, he felt a cold sensation on his neck, and it was goodbye head. Seeing the inverted moon in the distance once more, his greed resurfaced. He wanted to be like him, to stand at the pinnacle of fame and possess the swordsmanship of a master. Finally, he died and obtained the skills of 2 rank 1 hunters. After choosing carefully, Kim Gong-ja prayed as he reached for a skill card, hoping for another chance to change his fate. But there were no gold cards, just 3 crappy ones and 4 silver ones. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. He just hoped he wouldn't get some useless life-counting skill, but the skill that made the old man successful. Kim Gong-ja returned to 24 hours prior. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately checked his hunter status window. Luckily, it was an A+ rank skill, but it was another passive one. Utterly disappointed, the kid flopped onto his bed and whined about his life, wishing he'd gotten a martial arts skill or an awakening or something like that. As he was lost in thought, he heard something muttering in his ear. He quickly turned and politely asked the old man next to him who he was. Spoken like a true single guy seeing a stranger in his house and not freaking out, but instead getting closer to eavesdrop. The red-haired man saw him and turned around, looking surprised and bewildered. Huh, you can see me? And you can hear me speak. He looked at the man boldly, though confused, and replied, I guess so, since you and I are talking right now. The other man finally realized something was strange. He looked around the small room in disbelief, wondering to himself, where the hell am I, and where in the world is Marcus Callenberry? Kim Gong-ja suddenly realized something and quickly checked the skill he had just acquired. Oh, so he's a ghost. The one who cleared that world's tower all the way to the 99th floor, but failed on the 100th. Unable to let go of his worldly desires, he became a spirit. He can't physically interact with anything in this world, but he can communicate with the holder of this skill. Feeling guilty, he gently explained the details to the stranger. I'm sorry, but I accidentally copied you. The red-haired man was completely flabbergasted when he heard that. His jaw dropped and he screamed, send me back to the Sword King right now. You can copy me with your skill, can't you? Then you can probably cancel it, right? You don't know how to undo it. It should have been undone immediately. Two strangers suddenly thrown together, both panicked, screaming the house down, but still couldn't find a solution. The man cried his eyes out like a little crybaby so loudly that anyone who heard would have yelled at him to shut up. Damn that stupid disciple of mine. Your master is being kidnapped by some no-name punk. This is all happening because my foolish disciple didn't respect his master's words. I told him not to follow in my footsteps, he chattered. On relentlessly, until he had to ask him to please live in our silence. But the moment the kid said that, the man retorted, live my ass, I'm already dead as hell. In that case, could you please just die? Quietly for once. So it turns out the reason the Sword King was talking to thin air was because of this noisy guy. Not only did Kim Gong-ja have to hide from the Sword King, but he also got this ridiculously stupid skill. What rotten luck. The bored young man told the ghost about how he was murdered by his disciple, and the reason why he had 4,091 deaths on his head, along with the crappy skill he possessed. After learning that he had killed himself repeatedly and returned 11 years to get revenge on someone, the old man found this kid quite interesting and told him to stand up so he could check him out. He said that he would get better with some practice because at least he had enough persistence and ambition, at least not too bad. And so to test his combat abilities, he told him to go slay some monsters for him to see. To build trust, he explained that he was born in another world where there was a rose tower. He had quickly climbed to the top, and when you reach his level, you can assess someone's potential in an instant, their potential to become a hunter. And that's why I want to see you hunt. After watching the young man handle a bunch of slimes, the man declared that he had infinite potential. Kim Gong-ja awkwardly scratched his head, telling the man not to praise him so much. He knew his own place. But no, the man said, sincerely, you have absolutely no talent for martial arts. Your movements are clumsy, your body is untrained, and you can't even sense your own aura. But you have one talent that no one else has, you're not afraid of death. Normally, people instinctively protect themselves when they fight. But this kid doesn't have that instinct. It probably disappeared after he died over 4,000 times. Talent isn't something you're born with. Anyone can acquire talent throughout their life. And one of the hardest things to overcome is the fear of death. Man, this is some crazy surreal stuff. He asked himself, is not being afraid of death really a talent? It was so hard to believe. No one had ever said anything like that to Kim Gong-ja before. To the question of what he thought about when he died, he answered honestly, I thought that it was beautiful. Finding the kid rather interesting, the old man laughed with excitement and confirmed one more time that he still had another version of himself as a guardian spirit, right? Then he confidently said that he wanted to see how he becomes a great hunter and that he will help you up to the point where you can stand your ground against Marcus Callenberry. Not to the point where you can stand above him. Let's clear this tower together. The next day, before the rooster even crowed or the dogs woke up, the old spirit was already making a huge racket, trying every way he could to wake our main character up. He chattered away non-stop without pausing for even a minute, causing the kid to clamp his hands over his ears and clutch his head. And completely exhausted by this overly energetic old man, Kim Gong-ja finally had to give in, picking up his phone to check the time only to scream his head off. Holy crap, it's only 4 a.m. You're completely insane. I was wondering how the Sword Saint could wake up at 4 a.m. every day. Turns out it wasn't because he was diligent, but because you kept bothering him while he was trying to sleep. Hitting a sore spot, the spirit was furious enough to spit blood, firing back. A sharp retort, a classic comeback. I woke you up because I was bored happy now. Not only that, he even laughed mockingly when our MC said he wanted to kill him. I'm already dead, so you can't kill me. If you've got a problem with that, why don't you kill yourself? Oh, that's right, you can't die either. Aha, I've got it. From now on, I'll call you Zombie Kim. They say you tell someone something once they get it. This old spirit says one thing and gets 100 arguments back. Seriously, that mouth of yours is never silent. Even while our MC was training until he was dead, tired and out of breath, the old man just kept nagging and nagging by his side. It had been 4 days since Kim Gong-ja copied the Sword King's aura skill from the Sword Saint. He had killed Yu Suha once again since then and had been avoiding the Sword Saint as much as possible. Now, he was following a strict training regimen set by the old spirit to gain enough strength to conquer the challenges ahead. In a world where the material determines consciousness, in terms of potential, our MC was in the red, so for crying out loud, whatever the old spirit suggested, making money was the top priority. He needed a bit of starting capital, so they played the lottery. And of course, with our MC's skills, hitting the jackpot was a sure thing. The master and disciple duo quickly hauled themselves over to a place called Sang Run to collect their prize money. Their official name was the Merchants Union, owned by a rank C hunter named Cortez, the only person who possessed a skill that allowed people to trade with the outside world. And Songrun was also the only place in Babylon that sold lottery tickets. To keep himself out of danger, Kim Gong-ja confidently announced his winnings in front of everyone, because if the winner were to be attacked, the party that would suffer the most would be Songrun. As the jackpot winner, our MC was greeted with great enthusiasm by the manager Arthur Tyler himself. Normally, someone with an F rank like him wouldn't even dream of getting the chance to speak with a business tycoon. But today was different. Staring at the 50,000 gold in front of him, our MC couldn't believe his eyes. With this money, he could live a comfortable and peaceful life forever. If that had been his goal, he would have definitely achieved it by now. But since he had decided to clear this tower as a hunter, money was just paper that could blow away in the wind. It was just a small stepping stone on the path to becoming great. Our MC had also seen a shade of gold more beautiful than this pile before. Following the manager's guidance, our MC asked Songrun to hold this money for him and bought an honorary membership to the union. A guild isn't just a group of friends who go hunting together. The biggest reason to join a guild is for protection. This was a rather shrewd and intelligent decision. There are protectors and there are hunters, but life is too wild if you only have those two types of people. In addition, our MC asked the old manager to arrange a better place for him to rest than that tiny rented room. Along with that, he instructed that if any news agencies asked about the person who won the prize, they could tell them it was an honorary member of Songrun. 4,000 deaths and returning 400 days into the past. Our MC hadn't been able to enjoy himself because he was so focused on revenge, and now was the time for him to enjoy it. After sorting out his money, Kim Gong-ja returned to prepare for his training as usual. According to the old spirit, there are two ways to increase one's strength. One is to use scrolls to learn martial arts skills, and the second is to use potions to increase physical abilities. But at our MC's level, even reading dozens of scrolls wouldn't make a dent, so the kid had no choice but to use potions. As per the old spirit's guidance, they were heading to a pharmacy that was said to be the best around here. With the price of each potion being ridiculously high, the kid's entire fortune was only enough to buy 4 potions. As they were casually strolling down the street, the old man suddenly screeched to a halt, yelling for our MC to run before things got worse. It turned out this was the shop the Sword Saint frequently visited, and he was also on his way there. Seeing the figure of the old man who had once stabbed him, our MC was still terrified, cowering and hiding behind a trash can. Luckily he wasn't spotted, or else he would have been stabbed by the old man again. The old spirit fretted and moaned. "This is bad. If he's coming here, does that mean he's planning to buy all those potions? Kim Gong-ja, hurry, follow me." Watching the Sword Saint's figure step inside, the master and disciple felt their hearts sink as tears streamed down their faces. But it would be very bad if our MC used the same shop as the Sword Saint, and there were no other shops in the top 20 nearby. Not even in the top 100 or even 300. After thinking for a moment, Kim Gong-ja suddenly got an idea. He confidently said they wouldn't have to spend as much money as the old spirit said, and could still get quality potions from a pretty good alchemist. And to get what he needed, the kid led his master deep into the slums to search. The old spirit didn't seem to believe the kid's words. What great alchemist, what once-in-a-lifetime genius. Cut the crap. No genius would live in a place like this. Ignoring him, our MC just pressed deeper inside. The thugs on the side of the road were trying to see if he had anything worth robbing. But they gave up when they saw the kid talking to himself like a lunatic. Too bad for them. If they knew our MC was carrying a huge sum in his pocket, they'd be kicking themselves. After wandering around for a bit, our MC finally found the place he was looking for. But right in front of them was a brawl. Because the female alchemist couldn't pay back a debt from half a year ago, all of her things were being confiscated. She begged, but their answer was, no, never. Witnessing this scene, the people around seemed to be so used to it that not a single person stepped in to stop them. They just whispered and gossiped, saying that the shop was small, but its prices were high. The girl tried to defend herself, saying she didn't sell at high prices. "I sell the best quality potions at the best prices in this entire Tower of Babylon. They should be grateful that my shop is located in a place like this." The old spirit looked at the girl in front of him suspiciously. Waiting for everyone to disperse, our MC walked over to the other person to ask a few questions. "Excuse me, are you still open? If so, I'd like to place an order. Something a little expensive, perhaps around 20,000 N. This girl in front of me isn't crazy, nor is she a failure. In the future, she'll be a 5th rank alchemist and become the leader of the alchemist's tower. If I can connect with a couple of people like her, I'll definitely have an advantage. she's going to be a golden goose down the line. With that ulterior motive, Kim Gong-ja makes himself her #1 customer by placing an order for a whopping 20,000 N. Staring at a massive order, the likes of which she's never seen, the alchemist girl couldn't quite believe what was happening right before her eyes, that a VIP customer would come looking for her. The girl shyly led Kim Gong-ja inside the shop to discuss the details. The place was a complete mess though, since a group of thugs had just finished trashing it. She confirmed one more time that Kim Gong-ja agreed to pay her 20,000 gold before getting down to business. To make her believe him, Kim Gong-ja offered to pay in advance from his savings account as long as the cost was kept around 20,000 since his money wasn't infinite. With the biggest issue settled, they quickly got to the main topic. But before that, the pharmacist reminded him that she would refuse to make any illegal potions no matter what price he offered. Even though her shop was in trouble, she still had the courage to turn down 10,000 gold coins. She might look like a mess, but she's definitely got what it takes to become a master alchemist. Of course, Kim Gong-ja wasn't about to ask for a forbidden potion. Based on what the elf spirit had whispered to him, the young man began to state his request. I'm only going to explain this to you once. The liver of a pig rabbit, the eye of a shadow cat, the skin of a giant desert worm, blah blah, and finally the tail of an earth newt. In total, there were 23 ingredients. Based on this recipe, she quickly stated the effect they would have when combined, which was to create a potion that accelerates the user's reaction speed. It was an extremely advanced formula, created by mixing all the ingredients together at once, instead of refining them one by one. Her expertise began to shine through. She rattled off a long list of uses, side effects, and all sorts of other details that made the old elf spirit's jaw drop in amazement. Before she could even finish, Kim Gong-ja jumped in to ask when he could get the product. After learning it would be 4 days, Kim Gong-ja was even more thrilled. Remembering the past when he sometimes had to wait for years to get potions from top-tier alchemists, 4 days was nothing to him. A few days later, while he was spacing out and admiring the house the guild had provided, she surprised him by delivering the potions earlier than expected. They came in 3 boxes, each with 30 vials good, for about 30 days of use, and worth 15 times more than the shop the guardian elf had recommended. Seeing Kim Gong-ja so happily accept the goods, she couldn't help but ask him why he would give such an expensive order to an unknown pharmacist like her. The reason, because the pharmacist standing before Kim Gong-ja was one of a generation of geniuses, but he couldn't tell her that. And that wasn't the only reason. She was also the one who rushed to the scene of the Flame King's arson attack earlier faster than anyone else, while the city was burning to save the people inside. Moreover, she was someone who wasn't intimidated by the Flame King when she realized he was anything but normal. Her skills are good, she's kind, and she even has a good personality. Wouldn't it be a huge loss not to get close with someone like that? In response to her question, Kim Gong-ja just calmly said it was because she looked like a very kind person. The young man even spun a lie, saying that good hunters like them needed to succeed. It's frustrating to see crazy psychopaths get ahead, and he wanted both of them to have the best. Strangely enough, Kim Gong-ja's bullshit actually made her trust him. She told the kid that they had to succeed to change the world, and that whenever he wanted to order more, he should just call, and she would always prioritize his request. Listening to these two talk made the elf want to puke. This whole good hunters like us thing was such a load of crap. The next day for practice, the master and student duo went to the 3rd hunting floor to skewer some orcs. At his master's request, Kim Gong-ja chugged a vial of the potion. Before he could even taste the sweetness on his lips, his head felt like it was being split by a hammer on the verge of exploding. It felt like he could count every single hair on his head, and even the sensation of sweat dripping down was incredibly vivid. That was the effect of the potion. It increases the rate at which the user perceives reality. The elf began to explain. That thing swirling around your heart is aura. It exists inside every hunter when they enter the tower. Most of them aren't aware of it. How freely you can control this, aura will be the deciding factor. Normally you would feel this flow in this state, but that takes a very long time. If you lack talent, you at least need to practice diligently. In the middle of his smooth explanation, the elf suddenly let out a sinister laugh and shouted, "Run, zombie Kim, unless you want to get completely wrecked." By a shocking coincidence, Kim Gong-ja quickly spun around, and holy crap, a giant orc had appeared out of nowhere. The elf floated nonchalantly beside him, telling Kim Gong-ja to release his aura to attack. He said that orcs are pack creatures low level, and their attacks are very easy to read from their movements. Just concentrate aura in your calves. But what the hell did a failure like him know about doing something like that? Spurred on by his master's taunts, the kid ran with all his might. Even though he could see the attack coming, his body couldn't react to it. Thanks to the potion's effect, Kim Gong-ja managed to dodge a few basic strikes. He calmed himself, tried his best to regulate his aura, and then pulled out the dagger he carried to counterattack the enemy. Kim Gong-ja leaped up and stabbed directly into the orc's skin. But the thing was quite thick and hard, so the attack didn't do a thing. Kim Gong-ja continued to focus his remaining aura into the dagger, concentrating it all at the tip of the blade, then plunged the knife deeper into the monster. Finally, Kim Gong-ja's persistence and effort paid off a little. The monster dropped dead, but Kim Gong-ja also suffered a painful backlash because he didn't channel the aura flow correctly. But it was much better than before. At least he had activated his aura. Kim Gong-ja was in agony. He collapsed, unable to bear it, feeling as if something was about to explode from within him. Ignoring his writhing student, the master at his side continued his lecture. You're in so much pain you want to die, right? Well then, you just have to die. If you didn't have this skill, I wouldn't have suggested this training method. That old geezer Marcus Callenberry always just meditates after taking the potion. He wouldn't dare use his body as recklessly as you, but all you have to do is die to go back. So easy, isn't it, man? I'm so jealous. Because your score goes up if you kill yourself. So, just let the monster behind you finish the job. You were able to use your aura on the very first try. At this rate, I think about another 100 times should do it. Every step will be a journey. So this will be the first time. Let the first time begin. And then, bam. He had no idea what the hell just happened. Before Kim Gong-ja could even get his bearings, the goblin behind him smashed him dead in one hit. Before returning to 24 hours ago, he would have to wait in the void for a few minutes to complete the skill transaction. But strangely enough, the spirit ghost tagged along with him into this place. Just as they were both wondering what was going on, a blue notification window appeared. Skill activation conditions have been met. The goblin skill will be randomly copied. Please select a skill card. What the hell is this? After reading it, the master and student's eyes went wide as they yelled in shock. Monsters have skills too. What the heck? This is a blatant hack. I want this skill too. What kind of psycho is overseeing this tower? Why would you give such a god-tier skill to a failure like this, and not a great hunter like me? Already used to the master's loudness, he didn't bother explaining and reached out for a skill card, but the old ghost immediately stopped. To him. It turns out because he could float in space, he could see the back of the cards and read which one was the best. Kim Gong-ja shouted in joy, demanding the ghost tell him what they were so he could hack the best skill. According to the old ghost's eyes, which he claimed were super sharp when he was a kid and still retained their keen sight, even as he got older. The first card was the Blessing of Reproduction, which lets you pop out 9 kids at once without getting tired. However you'll be, in the mood, all year round. The second one is Wick. They always add Wick at the end of their sentences. I don't know why they do that, Wick. But you should also start talking. It's so much fun, Wick. You'll never escape the joy of talking, Wick. Immortal Wick. Both of these cards are trash, but at least getting Wick is better than the Blessing of Reproduction Wick. Not letting the master stop him or ramble on any longer, Kim Gong-ja quickly grabbed it and returned to 24 hours prior. After returning from the void with Kim Gong-ja, the old spirit felt exhausted. He pleaded with him, begging him to practice by meditating instead of farming monsters. It hurts like hell. He swore, promised, and guaranteed that he'd help him control his aura within half a year. But it's too late for that old man. Once this kid makes up his mind, he sees it through. He took a swig of a potion and confidently strode forward. Hey Sword Emperor, do you know something? You call me a zombie when you have the upper hand, and you call me Kim Gong-ja when you don't. And soon you'll have to call me Kim Gong-ja. I'm really going to make you realize you can break that habit. Facing the monster before him, Kim Gong-ja had pretty much gotten used to its attack patterns. It wasn't long before he easily closed the distance, and yelled out Wick, like it was a species instinct, and sent it to meet its maker in an instant. The old spirit, witnessing all of this from the side, felt it was an injustice to the goblin, and angrily let out a tirade to try and change Kim Gong-ja's mind. Damn it, you're a cheater. You knew this was going to happen. Are you happy tricking an innocent goblin like that? Why don't you put yourself in the goblin's shoes and see how it felt? All the innocent goblins in this world will be tormented by a fraud like you. I'm going crazy. Oh Tower, why would you give a cheating skill to this bastard? In response to the long-winded master, Kim Gong-ja just gave a baity-ate, confident smile. No need to complain, Wick. Just follow me. We need to clear this 4th floor. A week later, with his game hacking skill, Kim Gong-ja easily cleared the 5th floor in just 6 lives. What's more, thanks to his relentless suicide efforts, the young man's existence was acknowledged, and he finally leveled up from F class to E class. Kim Gong-ja savored this happy moment, as it was the first time he'd ever experienced it as a hunter. The old spirit looked at the kid completely baffled. Was that fire or blood just now? I'm so confused. You might think he's just spouting nonsense, but based on his experience clearing 99 floors, he said it wasn't just to make the level up look cool, but that it was an omen. When you level up, there are effects that foreshadow the future shape of your aura. For example, the Flame Emperor's aura is fire. The shape of an aura usually manifests during a life or death moment, and it's not exactly a pleasant memory. It exists in a sort of subconscious state. Looking at what just happened, he could guess it was either fire or something like blood. That sounded reasonable, so he curiously asked him what the Sword Emperor's aura shape was. Let's see. Let me think back a bit. It's moonlight. When that old man was young, he got lost in the mountains. Not wanting to die, he climbed to the summit. He said the moonlight cleared the sky beautifully. I want to shine by reflecting the sunlight just like the moon. He thought that when he was only 12 years old, and he's treasured that moment ever since. After hearing the touching story, Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but exclaim, the Sword Emperor really is something else, not an ordinary person. After the chat, the spirit ghost urged the kid to go up to the 6th floor to keep fighting. But to everyone's surprise, Kim Gong-ja said they should raid the 10th floor right away. For a newbie, it was an insane idea, and of course the master didn't agree. However, Kim Gong-ja was quite confident. The young man proposed a bet if he couldn't clear the 10th floor in 2 lives, that is, he promised to call the Ghost Master. But if he succeeded, the ghost would have to call him Gong-ja Nim like a superior, on the condition that the old ghost would have to reveal all the skills the 10th floor boss possessed. Sounds like a sweet deal. But can I trust this hacker? The spirit ghost thought in silence for a moment, feeling that something was fishy, but with his competitive nature, he had to agree right away when the kid provoked him, saying he was scared and could back out. I'll take that bet, Kim Zombie. Get ready to serve your master for the rest of your life. There's no way you can clear the new floor. That's right, you can't die, so you'll be calling me master forever. Kim Gong-ja wasn't one to back down either. He laughed smugly and told the ghost to get ready to call him Kim Gong-ja Nim. However, people who couldn't see the spirit ghost just thought the kid was crazy talking nonsense to himself. To settle the bet, the master and student quickly hauled themselves to the 10th floor to start the mission. But since he was going alone, Kim Gong-ja was stopped by the gatekeeper, who said that hunting alone was a pointless death. How could he be so heartless as to let an idiot go to his death? He told him to reconsider. Faced with this absurd situation, the old spirit urged the kid to just punch the guy in the face and charge straight into the 10th floor. But who would be that stupid? You have to at least use your head. Thinking faster than the speed of light, he pulled out a wad of cash, shoved it into the man's hand, and began his psychological manipulation fueled by bribery. Manager, I know you're looking out for me. Everything you said is right. Actually, I really do want to commit suicide. A year ago, my wife passed away. Not long ago, doctors diagnosed me with terminal cancer. I only have 6 months to live, but I really can't live without my partner by my side. But after all, no matter how weak I am, I'm still a hunter. Instead of wasting the rest of my life in a hospital bed, I truly want to dedicate my final ounces of strength to our country. This is the money I saved up for my treatment. Please take it. People come and go like dust in the wind, and I don't want to leave anything behind in this mortal world. So please, manager, don't record my name as ever having been here. This is my final wish as a hunter. Hilarious. What a terribly cringy story. Thanks to the cash and his silver tongue, Kim Gong-ja finally made it to the 10th floor smoothly. This place was originally supposed to be cleared by that Yu Suha guy. But that's old news now. M is about to write a legend even greater than the Flame Emperors. Kim Gong-ja had always wondered, among all the different types of hunters, why was the Flame Emperor the only one who could clear the 10th floor so easily? To answer that question, our boy decided to verify it himself. Ta-da! The gate to the 10th floor, the Black Plum Hell, opens, and inside is a whole mess of dolls filling the hellish landscape. They constantly ask the player to play with them, to make them happy. The mission on this floor is to find out who the real one is in this mansion, pick out the true puppet, and destroy it, no matter how much mana you use as a shield. You can only survive in this fire for 10 minutes. But for a hunter who uses fire-based mana, it wouldn't be too difficult. And that's also why Yu Suha passed this round so easily, clearing it without a trace. Even though that guy's been dead for ages, M is still pretty salty, repeatedly mentioning the arrogance of that bastard for being the first to clear the 10th floor. The old master suggested there are 2 ways to complete this floor. Either try your luck by finding the real puppet to get her, or use your mana effectively to survive long enough to find it. Talk about stating the obvious, completely useless. After arguing for a while, M's mana finally ran out. In the last 10 seconds, he just picked one at random, but of course, a blind guess was never going to work. The puppet kept saying, "It wasn't her, it's not me," as it slowly vanished. And with that, M was also burned to a crisp, and kicked the bucket, falling into the outer world. A random notification to copy a monster's skill from the Black Plum Hellfire appeared just as M had predicted. The old elf didn't even glance at the other trash tier cards, and pointed right at the Golden Hellfire Shield card, telling M to choose it right away. It can create a fiery domain with a 2-kilometer radius. No one can leave the domain without the owner's permission. However, you have to stay inside the shield. Seeing the kid was still just standing there, the old man hurriedly urged him, "That's definitely it. Hurry up and pick it. Even though it's a boss, it still has an S-rank skill." Imagine Hellfire appearing with just a snap of your fingers, but M didn't see it that way. He felt something was wrong, something was bothering him. His heart felt heavy thinking about the doll that just melted away. He asked the old man to read out the other skills for him. One by one, the cards were read aloud. M's attention was caught by the last one. It allows the user to designate living things within the mana field to be immune to the fire. Kim Gong-ja had felt something was strange from the start. One puppet among thousands of others. The one with the fire aura couldn't be burned, but neither could the others. So this was the answer. Ignoring the old man's advice to take the golden card to create instant hellfire, so everyone would be in awe of his godlike power. M stubbornly chose the other skill card instead. Now the kid could go back and find the real puppet without any fear. The game is easy, but it wasn't clear just how easy. Before he could even go back, the kid had to face a penalty for reaching rank E. A blue notification window appeared. Recreating the scene of the Black Plum Hell. Recreating the scene of the friend you killed. It was the memory of the 10th floor boss. In a world ravaged by famine, a cute white-haired kid knocked on every door begging for a small piece of bread or anything he could eat. However, because there had been so many cases like this, the residents felt no sympathy and even showed their annoyance before shooing him away. While walking down the street, the kid suddenly ran into a well-dressed young man. He approached, feigning pity, and began to coax him. "You look very hungry and your body is covered in wounds, isn't it? Come with me. I'm a doctor and I have many children like you at my mansion. You can all be treated together and play together too." Following his sweet-talking words, the little boy followed him without any suspicion. But contrary to what the man said, there was no place for playing or treatment here. The kid was thrown into an iron cage and treated like an animal. The man was the leader of a cult and used homeless children as a tool to make money. This bastard used the children as sacrifices, claiming they were the children of witches, the poison of Jaker, and a virus plaguing the nation. Then one day, someone carelessly knocked over a candle, and the entire building was engulfed in flames. The people inside quickly fled the mansion, not forgetting to grab their wealth, taking anything of value, but they completely forgot about the children locked in the basement. The fire quickly spread downstairs. The little white-haired boy screamed for help, but it was all in vain. They hadn't done anything wrong. They didn't want to be burned. They had hoped to play with friends just to play for a little while. At that moment, Kim Gong-ja's penalty ended. Witnessing and experiencing the children's trauma made him feel utterly helpless. Rage, hostility, revenge, and unbearable fury. Voices that no one heard, dreams left unfinished, all turned to ash. Not wanting to become like that bastard, the Flame Emperor Kim Gong-ja tried to find a different solution. Even though the old elf was still rambling on, saying, "Just find the boss and kill it, then hurry up and climb to the next floor, you tofu-brained zombie." But M was adamant. He realized that the golden card said no one could leave the domain without the owner's permission. The members of the Black Dragon Guild at that time were able to return alive without having to defeat the boss. There was only one answer to this problem. The boss had let them escape, a place that no human had ever managed to clear. Kim Gong-ja figured out how it worked. The boss only wanted one thing from the adventurers. It just wanted to play with them. He opened the door to the 10th floor, rushed inside, and just as requested, started playing with the children trapped there. Using the skill he'd just hacked, he walked confidently through a sea of fire, completely unafraid of being burned to a crisp. One by one, he chose each child. Memories of the children appeared right after. Each time the answer was, "Not you." After searching for a while, his efforts finally paid off. He found the boss and gently placed a hand on its head. The child had finally found someone to play with. A human-like smile spread across its lips, along with the most sincere thank you. The boss was found and the mission was complete. Looking at the mansion before him, an indescribable feeling surfaced. Whether in this world or the outside world, terrible things like this always happen. To calm his disciple down, the old man started spouting a bunch of life lessons. Everyone's the same, blah blah blah. But after a moment, he started muttering to himself and then shouted, "Heck, what the hell? I can't just keep preaching like this. More importantly, you were amazing. You beat the boss your own way. Amazing. Good job." Just then, fireworks filled the sky of the floor. An announcement declared the 10th floor had been cleared. The 11th floor will open in 24 hours. The message was broadcast to every nook and cranny of the tower. People in the group chats went wild trying to figure out the identity of the person who cleared it. Some thought it was the Black Dragon Guild, others said it was the Sword Saint, but they were all wrong. The proof was that all the major guilds were working outside and weren't even in the tower. The question, "Who was?" it kept popping up in the chat, making everyone curious. This was the second time the old ghost had experienced something like this. What a nostalgic feeling. He approached our guy and asked, "How does it feel to go from a side character to the main protagonist? Doesn't it feel electrifying?" Thrilling Kim Gong-ja happily replied that he felt amazing, as if he had the whole world in the palm of his hand. Just then, the gatekeeper from outside came rushing over. "Sir Hunter, is it you? The one who cleared the 10th floor? You're the only one who cleared the 10th floor today. This is a message from my superior asking me what's going on." Faced with the guy's accusatory question, our hero just quietly asked back, "And what if I did?" "His name, but you already gave him 100 gold, didn't you?" The gatekeeper had no choice but to shut up, only daring to call after him and ask for his party's name. But the kid doesn't even have a party. The old ghost beside him praised his disciple, saying it was the right decision. "Your name is valuable. You must keep your identity a secret and make them seek you out. But But despite the praise, Kim Gong-ja looked at him suspiciously and yelled, "I've realized a few things the reason you're praising me so much. You said you'd call me Kim Gong-ja Nim, the Gong-ja overlord. If I cleared the boss floor with 2 X's right, well, what do you know? I actually cleared the 10th floor with 2 X's. The old ghost's attitude changed in a flash. Quicker than you can flip a pancake. He came over massaging the kid's shoulders and neck, trying to suck up to him. Think about it, you and I are comrades. You and I, we're equals. The one who cleared 99 floors and the one who will clear 100 floors, best buddies comrades. But our hero wasn't buying any of that nonsense. Just call me Gong-ja overlord for the rest of your life. Having cleared the 10th floor, our guy returned to the cafe on the 1st floor, casually listening to chill music while waiting for the headhunters to arrive. Being constantly forced to call him Gong-ja overlord made the old ghost extremely bitter. He looked more dazed and foolish than ever and screamed, "I want to go back to that old geezer Marcus Callenberry." But it's too late. Honey, didn't you say we're comrades for life? We'll be together forever. Half an hour passed as he watched the numbers in the sky count down each second, hoping for good things to come. Just then, a cat appeared from nowhere. It padded over to him and meowed, making Kim Gong-ja find it so adorable that he scooped it up into his arms. Meanwhile, the old ghost was acting like a madman. What brilliant acting. Well, after a long wait, the uninvited guests finally arrived. They were the heads of the recruitment departments for the 5 major guilds in the tower. Before the negotiations began, he proposed 2 conditions. First, don't leak his name to the press until the clock hits 0, because he didn't want to be swarmed by reporters before entering the 11th floor. And second, be mindful of the other customers, since this is a public place. The conditions were incredibly simple. So they quickly agreed, rented out the entire cafe for an hour, and kicked all the other customers out immediately. With everything settled, it was time to negotiate. The guilds took turns making their offers to recruit the new talent. 10,000, 15,000, then 25,000 gold. No side was willing to back down. But surprisingly, the cat in his arms suddenly spoke. It offered a price of 500,000 gold and the position of vice commander of the guild, leaving everyone stunned. Ah, so the cat was Ryandu, the Duchess of the Merchant Guild. No wonder she's so loaded. Now Kim Gong-ja was interested. She was quite curious and asked him why he wasn't surprised when she transformed into a human. Wasn't he scared Kim Gong-ja had seen far stranger things, a prime example being the flickering ghost-like spirit behind her. So this was nothing to get worked up about. Looking at her, no one would believe she was 40 years old. As the richest person among the top rankers in the tower, she had probably taken a rejuvenation potion. Putting beauty aside, Ryandu quickly got straight to the point and kicked out the other recruiters. If any of you can offer more than 500,000 gold, we can continue this conversation. But as soon as the employees left, their bosses suddenly showed up. The moment he appeared, the rank 5 hunter Chen Mu-mun, leader of the Viper Guild, started shouting, "You damn witch." Next was the rank 10, heretic interrogator leader of the Crusaders, and the rank 8, vice guild master of the Crusaders, and finally the rank 2, Black Dragon Master, the Black Dragon Master. All these high-ranking hunters were gathered here just for some F-rank kid who only reached E-rank yesterday. They were like a rowdy mob, constantly arguing and making a racket in the small cafe. The first question they asked Kim Gong-ja after sitting down was, "What are you going to do next?" Facing these incredibly powerful people, our guy felt a little intimidated. He realized they were trying to test him. It was definitely not a coincidence that they were all here. It was probably their strategy to intimidate him. The old ghost quickly realized this and warned the kid, "Don't be scared. If you show fear, they'll eat you alive. That's the difference between the strong and the weak." However, none of that compares to being burned alive. Right now, all he needed to show them was how completely at ease he was. There was no reason to be afraid of them. Kim Gong-ja cheerfully called over a waiter to order, as if it were just another day in the neighborhood. The only one scared here was the poor waiter who was trembling like a leaf. They couldn't wait any longer. They demanded that he choose a guild, and if he wasn't planning on joining one like the Sword Saint, he needed to let them know so they could inform the media. The Black Dragon Guild leader coldly explained that if he did intend to join the war to recruit him would begin. They had been stuck on the 9th floor for far too long. With him clearing the 10th floor, this was their chance to promote the tower's value to the outside world once again. It would bring war refugees from the outside into the tower and most of the hunters. Living on the 1st floor would be inspired to conquer the higher floors. The world wouldn't stop at the 11th floor. Curiosity was the only thing sustaining this tower. Most importantly, food supplies would increase and could be stockpiled. It was becoming difficult to feed everyone with only 9 floors. Although Countess Ryandu of the Merchant Guild was managing food connections with the outside world, it definitely wasn't enough. It was time to secure more food. They needed to get hunters past the 10th floor and find resources exclusive to it. Furthermore, this message needed to be spread to the outside world. A symbol was needed for this new era. After hearing what they had to say, our MC felt rather curious. This was exactly what the Flame Emperor had done, but the Black Dragon Guild had tried to kill that symbol. Though he didn't know why, the enemy of his enemy was his friend. To resolve this issue without any disputes, Kim Gong-ja suggested they all play a game of cards. He would join the guild of whoever came out on top, with no need for money or a high position. However, if he won, he would make a demand of everyone. On the surface, I'll still become a member of a guild, but in reality, you all must treat me as your equal. A guy who had only cleared a single floor of the tower wanted to be on the same level as the high rankers. How interesting. In any case, they had nothing to lose. They all agreed to the MC's demand as long as there was no cheating or use of similar skills. Anyone caught cheating would have to automatically withdraw from the competition. Kim Gong-ja was quite confident in this game of chance. He had his own way of winning without anyone being able to detect it. Of course, everything comes at a price. To hack this game, our MC had to swallow his pride and negotiate with the spirit. If he didn't want to be called Lord Gong-ja anymore, all he had to do was help him. Oh my god, the old master who was sulking from being ignored felt like he'd just been thrown a lifeline. He asked again in disbelief, "Is this for real? This is a piece of cake for Gong-ja Nim. I accept this offer. And as a bonus, Gong-ja Nim, I'll even let you know if they're cheating." Kim Gong-ja Nim is truly great. The old spirit was like a goldfish in a bowl, bouncing around like a child, reporting all the opponent's cards to the kid without a moment's hesitation. This little Kim Gong-ja Nim is out of good cards you should fold. Is this guy trying to bluff with a pair? How embarrassing. Go all in. Is that guy trying for 3 of a kind? Don't worry, I've seen his hand, he can't complete it. Trust me and bet everything. And so with the old master's help, our MC played a full 30 rounds without losing a single one, causing the rank 5 Hunter Chen Mumun, leader of the Viper Guild, to roar in furious anger, claiming that he was definitely cheating. But how the hell could he prove it against our MC? The kid put on an innocent face and told him to show some proof, otherwise his feelings would be terribly hurt. The guy didn't stop there. Being taunted by his opponent only made him angrier as he clutched his head helplessly. Look at how smug he is. There's no way he's some F-rank scrub. Oh, so this old man has eyes in the back of his head, our MC nonchalantly retorted. Wow, how did you know I'm not an F-rank? I haven't reported it yet, but I just ranked up to E-rank yesterday. Taunted to the point of wanting to cough up blood, the man couldn't say a single word back. He could only fall silent and retreat to the sidelines to await the final result. They played on and on, losing again, and one by one, the guild leaders gave up. Only the woman from the Black Dragon Guild refused to quit. They had all realized that the MC must have been using some kind of skill, but there was jack squat they could do about the kid. The final hand was dealt. The Black Dragon leader tried her best to persuade him, but our MC wasn't the least bit moved. He said that he likes being the center of attention, wants to be praised by them, and wants them to dream of becoming someone like him. Just that was enough. The leader of the Black Dragon Guild was a tough nut to crack. Even though he didn't have a skill that could beat her, he still bet everything on it. Kim Gong-ja coolly told all of them, "I'm very confident. Let me tell you, my achievements won't stop at just the 10th floor. I will clear the 20th, 30th, 50th, and 100th floors. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. I will climb to the top of this tower. I respect that you all see this tower as a treasure. I don't necessarily have to fight you, but I will see you as rivals. I would rather explore the world outside this tower than know what secrets are hidden inside. To be honest, I don't know much about the hunger and poverty here. But if you want to use my name to solve those problems, feel free. But help me climb this tower. I want to know what it feels like to stand at the very top." Finally, the game ended with a perfect victory for our MC. The spirit was so overjoyed that he did dozens of somersaults, feeling as if he'd been reborn. He kept repeating Kim Gong-ja as if he'd never get another chance to say it. For the man known as the Sword Emperor to be so childish, it was truly embarrassing. Before leaving the cafe, our MC revealed a hint for floors 11 through 20 role-playing. As for what else was there, he said he had no idea. The next day, to prepare for entering the 11th floor, everyone gathered in the central plaza, waiting for the gate to open. They were all still wondering who had cleared the 10th floor. The Sword Saint had to put on a serious face and firmly state that he was not the one who did it. As the clock was about to strike 0, everyone counted down the final 11 seconds together, as if they were welcoming the new year. At that very moment, fireworks exploded across the sky, and a beautiful woman appeared faintly above. Everyone, as of today, the tutorial is over. I repeat, as of today, the tutorial is over. Oh heroes, you who climb this tower, congratulations on clearing the hellish 10th floor. Oh mighty heroes, the world needs your help. In this world, humanity is being invaded by the Demon King. You will now be summoned to that place as heroes to protect mankind. If you wish to accept this mission, say teleport. Everyone thought it was an angel, but the elf cut in saying it was just a scam. It was just an automated answering system. No matter how much it looked like a goddess, it was just a pre-recorded video, because he'd seen it once before. Right at that moment, the Sword King, who was on a rooftop, flew down and sliced through the video in the sky, shattering the goddess fantasy for all the young guys on the ground. The high-ranking hunters quickly accepted the quest and were instantly teleported to the 11th floor. Only our boy was still stuck with a mob of reporters because that crusader girl had leaked his information. Facing the relentless questions from the reporters, the kid answered succinctly, "I'll be the one to clear the 20th floor. Now teleport me to the 11th floor." Before them lay a scene of utter ruin and devastation. Soldiers of the AEM Empire were fighting monsters to protect something. The tower then sent out a quest to rescue the food supply line, with a difficulty ranging from F to A. Disaster had struck the AIM Empire. The Demon King has created an army to destroy the Empire's food supply line, in order to cut off resources to the capital. Save the Empire's supply line. This will be the first step in saving the Empire. If you fail, the 12th floor will not be opened. Everything descended into chaos. Everyone quickly charged into the attack. Even though they didn't know what the situation was, the first priority was to defeat these things. As the number 1 ranker, the Sword King led the charge flying like the wind. The other hunters just followed him. Amidst the chaos, our boy remained calm, not even bothering to draw his sword. The kid coolly opened the hidden gifts he received from clearing the 10th floor. A map that could show the locations and abilities of all NPCs from the 11th to the 10th floor, and an item to claim. Man, hacking the game felt good. From this he realized there were 2 ways to defeat the Demon King. One was to be strong enough to defeat the Demon King's entire army by himself. The second was to lead an army to fight fire with fire. Naturally, the kid chose the second option. While he didn't have the talent to lead an army, he did have a talent for hacking the game, by dying to create something that could lead an entire army. They say victory and defeat are decided by skill. This wasn't just about luck. You had to use your head. Gong-ja pulled out the map, found an NPC with leadership skills, and displayed its location relative to his own. And then, ta-da, he just headed straight there. The old elf was so mad he could puke. "Hey Kim Zombie, you can't do this. You have to walk on your own 2 feet. Don't you feel any shame hacking the game like this?" Our boy approached the NPC, who had a killer mustache and amazing skills, and began his psychological manipulation explaining on and on. "Sabat of AEM. Since you've placed your trust in me, I have a favor to ask of you. Please, kill me. The truth is, I have a secret skill. If I bite the dust, the Lord's blessing will spread across this battlefield. It's like a suicide skill. If I die, this empire will receive a blessing and achieve victory." Blah, blah, blah. Basically, he was convincing the guy to skewer him so he could hack his army leadership skill. The old master beside him kept screaming, telling the NPC to run. "This guy's lying. There's no damn skill like that." However, it was all hopeless. No one was listening to him. In the end, with a tongue more persuasive than a firecracker, our boy succeeded in getting the general to run him through. He kicked the bucket, his feet turning cold. A notification immediately appeared. "You have died. You have copied NPC Sabat's skill." Just as the kid expected. Among hunters, there's a saying that goes something like, "No matter how high the mountain, there's always a higher one. No matter how good you are with a sword, you can't fight someone who can command an entire army." A proverb created by Gong-ja. And of course that someone here was our boy. Flashing back 24 hours, the scrubs were, as usual, burying themselves in whacking goblins, hoping to leech off something by following the Sword King. Seeing the kid on horseback leading an entire army, they had to pause for a good 5 seconds and wonder, who is that hunter? Why is he over there? With the commander's eye skill he had just copied, he could get a comprehensive view of the battlefield. Are the allies in an advantageous or disadvantageous position? Where are the enemy's weaknesses? Thanks to that and the map, he could now see through everything, commanding an entire army from behind Sabat's saddle. Over there, you'll find the Demon King's general. There will be a few monsters around, but it's no problem. Just ram him from behind and we're good. The skill turned him into a military expert and earned him the commander's trust. Everyone looked at the legendary sword, considered the protector of Lafanta Ijim. A gift from the goddess to the founder of the AIM Empire, now in his hands as they chanted continuously. "The goddess's hero will protect us. The empire is eternal. The hero is eternal." The other hunters looked at our boy with extreme jealousy. How is he the only one allowed to ride with the commander? Ever since he showed up, he's been acting like some big-shot hunter, blah blah blah. Seeing his disciple get excited over the envy of others only made the old master even angrier. He had taught him aura to practice swordsmanship, yet the kid was using it to eavesdrop on other people's nonsense. How frustrating. The tide of the battle was gradually turning. Thanks to the NPC tools, they were gaining control of the situation. The left wing of the demon army had been annihilated. The army continued to press the attack on their main force. The other hunters, along with the Sword King, followed the hero, taking down one group of goblins after another. Before long, the boss of the 11th floor, the Goblin Emperor, was struck down by our boy. Cheers, praises, joy, and happiness erupted across the entire battlefield. "We've defeated these evil monsters. The goddess's hero has defeated the enemy leader. The AIM Empire is eternal." At last, the stage was cleared. They had captured the 11th floor in just one day. The tower began to evaluate the participants of the raid. The list of the top 10 contributors to the mission was quickly announced. What a coincidence, and what a surprise. First place was none other than Kim Gong-ja. Second was the Sword King, followed by the masters of other major guilds. Everyone looked at the name quite puzzled, asking each other why the #1 spot didn't have a nickname. Kim Gong-ja, the one who cleared the 10th floor. Is he a hidden master? The elf saw them singing his praises. The disciple muttered under his breath, "Master, my ass. He's just a damn smart-aleck." He still refused to admit that this was a game of holy skills, truly valuing a person's abilities more than their skills. To please the old master, our boy promised he would practice some swordsmanship after passing the 20th floor, so he should stop pouting. Hearing his disciple say that the old guy was over the moon, he immediately brightened up, his eyes shining like two headlights as he laughed heartily. "That's right, kid. Zombie, you finally realized my true worth. You know, the tower you're climbing might be different from what I've experienced in my world. Blah blah blah." Before he could even finish his cool speech, an NPC general from the AEM nation suddenly appeared to thank Kim Gong-ja for bringing them victory. He trustingly said that he would place the fate of this empire in the boy's hands. Right at that moment, the tower sent a notification that the reward assessment for the highest contribution to the raid was complete. The top contributors would receive early access to the 12th floor. Until the top contributors claimed their rewards, everyone else would be blocked from accessing the 12th floor. And just like that, the top 10 members were immediately teleported to the palace of the empire. Worried for his buddy, the elf warned him about Marcus Callenberry's presence. If that man noticed him, he would strike him down right then and there. But Kim Gong-ja wasn't the least bit scared. It seemed he already had a plan, so he confidently told the old man not to worry. "The worst that can happen is, I die, that's all. Everything will be fine because I have a plan." And just as he predicted the moment they landed in the castle before they could even greet each other, the Sword King launched an attack that nearly scared the soul out of Kim Gong-ja. Luckily, the heretic interrogator Rud was quick enough to block the attack, successfully saving his life. Marcus didn't explain much, just pointed his sword at them and threatened them. "Get out of the way. I have to kill that guy. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for taking one of your arms during the fight." The Crusader didn't understand a thing. He still spoke in a soft, de-escalating tone. "That's a terrifying threat. I still need my arm for a lot of things. And if we let Hunter Kim Gong-ja go, the reputation of the great Namjoon will collapse instantly. If you could just tell me the reason. Why do you want to take down Hunter Kim Gong-ja?" It was a long-winded question. The Sword King just snapped back that he had no obligation to tell them, so they should stop bothering him. "But old man, you were so wrong. Why go against the younger generation when you're already old?" Right after that, the Crusader used a skill. A teleportation skill, and two other guild masters appeared right above him, ready to strike. Fortunately, thanks to his superior skills, the Sword King easily dodged them. These piddly tricks couldn't do a thing to him. But it wasn't over yet. The Crusader made his next move. He playfully asked the Countess to lend him 10,000 gold, and then used a holy skill buffing his body by coating it entirely in gold for 300 seconds, and also buffing his two comrades who were waiting nearby. To try and shake the Sword King's resolve, the Crusader issued another warning. For the next 300 seconds, the Paladin and the Chen Mu Mun will be on a completely different level. Even for you, you'll have to face me, the Countess Blandon and Viper. Although the Countess is out a bit of money if you want, we can see what happens first. You kicking the bucket, or the Countess running out of money? Right then, the Black Dragon also appeared. She said that she would also join the fight, because as of yesterday, she and Kim Gong-ja had an official contract with Namjoon. Therefore, pointing a sword at him was the same as pointing it at them, and this was the very plan that M had come up with. He had once said that there are two ways to fight a powerful opponent. One is to be strong enough to fight them head-on by yourself. The other is to build an army for yourself. A solo player is helpless against a hunter from a powerful alliance. To make the plan perfect, Kim Gong-ja himself stepped forward and asked the Sword King for a few minutes to talk and find some common ground. He acted completely innocent, as if he had no idea why he was being attacked. This was their first time meeting and he hadn't done anything wrong. With a clear conscience, he had nothing to fear. But throwing an egg against a rock, 1 against 5, still required a second thought. The Sword King felt deeply wronged. He began to rant about his time since joining the tower. How they pressured him to join a guild every day, and why he refused. He said he wanted to show everyone that a single person could also stand at the top of the tower. Bloodline, nationality connections, blah blah blah. None of that lowly stuff exists here. A person can become great with just a single sword. They can succeed with just talent and effort. He wanted to bring hope to all players, and guilds were just a bunch of scummy trash like buzzing mosquitoes. It was as if he'd hit a nerve with the guild masters. They roared back, criticizing him for not helping to clear the other floors, which would have reduced the losses in money and manpower, and for not using his influence to help alleviate the food shortage. Blah blah blah. They bluntly said that if they were scummy mosquitoes, then he was nothing but a child shirking his responsibilities. If you're rank 1, then show the responsibility that comes with being rank 1. But no matter what was said, the Sword King stubbornly kept his sword pointed at Kim Gong-ja. He would still fight even if 10 people like them surrounded him. Kim Gong-ja then stepped up to mediate, saying that instead of arguing endlessly, it would be better for them to unite and solve the problem of the 12th floor. Even if they're just NPCs, they say their country is on the brink of collapse. Do the summoned heroes really want to let the empire fall to ruin? The paladin standing beside him also stepped forward to voice her support. Although she didn't understand why the Sword King was doing this, she would make a small sacrifice and use her lie detection skill to help them reconcile. Doubt is a poison that kills people, and truth is the antidote. Of course, Kim Gong-ja immediately agreed to the paladin's request. He wanted to seize this opportunity to clear up any suspicion by using another skill. The Sword King also relented because of this. Lady Paladin, you are the only one here I can trust. Very well, I will place my faith in you. And so the exchange began with the old man Marcus Callenberry asking if the kid had killed over 4,000 people. Kim Gong-ja gave a sinister smile and a sharp nod, which made the old Sword King roar in fury. I knew it. He is scum. This guy is an assassin they sent. Who knows what he'll... But before he could finish his sentence, the paladin cut in, stating with absolute certainty that the answer was false. Kim Gong-ja's true answer is a lie, which means he did not kill 4,000 people. Who could possibly kill that many people anyway? The Sword King was furious and refused to believe it, insisting that the kid was a veteran assassin. Kim Gong-ja laughed like a madman, claiming he was exactly what the old man said he was. Over here, the paladin once again confirmed that it was a lie. Marcus Callenberry was becoming more and more baffled and dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? No matter what the hell I say, it's not right. He grew bitter and shouted at the paladin, accusing her of lying, but the paladin shot back with a sentence that made him fall completely silent. I asked you from the very beginning, we clearly said we'd trust each other. Are you going back on your word now? Seizing the moment, Kim Gong-ja made his move. He put on an innocent act and admitted, it's true, I killed someone. But to be precise, it was only one person. Of course, a killer is a killer, but that bastard really deserved to die. Not only that, he tried to kill me first. In reality, it was just justifiable self-defense. Everything Kim Gong-ja said was confirmed by the paladin. It was all true, which took Marcus Callenberry by surprise. He couldn't believe his own BS skill could be wrong. Kim Gong-ja then walked up to the Sword Saint and told him to apologize for what had just happened. If the guild masters hadn't protected me, I would have been a goner. To smooth things over, the paladin reiterated that Kim Gong-ja's words were completely true without a single lie, so he should hurry up and apologize to him. Faced with this, you'd think the Sword Saint would refuse to believe it and challenge him again, but surprisingly, he bowed his head and spoke with the utmost sincerity. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. I was thinking too simplistically and misunderstood you. Because of that, I almost killed an innocent person. Please forgive me for trying to kill you. You need this old man to reach the top of the tower, so please have some mercy and forgive me. Marcus Callenberry realized that his skill was meaningless. He promised himself that from now on he would never kill someone based on it again. His long-held pride and beliefs had been shaken. The Sword Saint had lost too much face and had no choice but to bow and apologize to stay alive. In response to his sincere words, Kim Gong-ja blushed shyly and asked the old man to teach him how to use a sword. With a swordmaster like him, as a teacher who could possibly be a worthy opponent anymore, everyone witnessed the confession of this new young and old friendship and felt deeply moved, telling the Sword Saint not to just stand there. Marcus had been frozen for a good few seconds. Now he finally regained his composure and agreed with the kid. Not only that, Marcus Callenberry also got very excited, insisting on introducing his granddaughter to him and then telling the kid to change his fashion style. And countless other things, blah blah blah, making Kim Gong-ja wish for another escape, helplessly thinking about killing himself just to restart the day. While the old man was grabbing him by the collar, lecturing him about love, the tower conveniently sent the rewards for completing the mission. And of course, the first slot was for Kim Gong-ja, the top ranker of the 11th floor. There were two rewards to choose from. First was the Guardian Goddess. The patron deity of the Akim Empire was moved by your contributions. Therefore, the goddess has bestowed upon you a crucial responsibility for the nation. You can become the Prime Minister, the Great General, or the Captain of the Knights, and so on. Whichever position you choose, you will inherit its abilities and reputation. Join forces with your fellow heroes, and bring down the Demon King's lair on the 20th floor. But if you choose the Demon King's reward, you cannot choose the goddess's reward. Second was the Demon King's reward. The Demon King's Autumn Rain. The Demon King is very impressed with your performance. Therefore, the Demon King has secretly offered you a partnership. He promises to grant you a reward similar to the goddesses along with another bonus. With the exception of you, all other heroes in the top 10 will be killed. Then the Demon King will unleash his power and send you straight to the 99th floor. However, only one person in the top 10 can receive the Demon King's reward. If no one chooses it, the reward will disappear. Reading the notification left him stunned. If everyone else dies, can I really clear the mission all the way to the 99th floor? Not wanting his disciple to make a mistake, the old master immediately appeared, saying it was definitely a trap. Don't fall for a trap like that. You know that, right? He realized it was a trap because there was no way that bastard the Flame Emperor wouldn't have chosen the Demon King's reward in the past. That scumbag would have definitely chosen the Demon King's reward. And yet he's still on the 40th floor, not the 99th. Therefore, the Demon King's reward must be a trap. But honestly, it does seem very tempting. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get skewered by the 99th floor's boss. Seeing the kid's twisted thoughts, the master immediately spoke up to stop him. Kim Gong-ja, don't do it. Look at me. I am the Sword Saint. I climbed to the 99th floor alone, and I failed. I'm trying to show you that this is a trap. There is only something terrible and frightening there. With your current skills, not only could you not handle anyone in the top 10, but even if you could find a way to do it, you'd be nothing but an ant when you reach the 99th floor. There's no boss on the 99th floor, not a single monster, but instead there's something far more terrifying. Whatever, it's a trap. Don't blame me for not warning you. Thinking back on his own experience, the old man still felt how terrifying and surreal it all was. He turned his back to the kid in a pouting manner and said he'd done a great job. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you'll slowly conquer the 99th floor. Not understanding why the old man was suddenly acting like that, but weighing his options for safety, Kim Gong-ja decided to pass on both choices to see what would happen next. Kim Gong-ja explained the rewards he received to the others, telling them he didn't choose either one, so they should all consider what was best for themselves. The guardian goddess was puzzled by Kim Gong-ja's decision, while the Demon King let out a menacing laugh. Next up was the second-ranked player, the Sword Saint. After reading the options, he understood why Kim Gong-ja did what he did. It was the safest choice, but it wasn't really necessary. This is a good reward, it would be hard for me to pass up. So the Sword Saint chose the Guardian Goddess's reward, taking the position of Commander-in-Chief of the AIM Empire, which suited his abilities. Next was the third-ranked player, the Crusader. To clear up any confusion, she explained all the rewards, and compared the situation to a game of Mafia. Consider those who choose the goddess's reward as knights, and those who choose the Demon King's reward as traitors. Now, there are 9 knights not counting myself. To find out who the traitor is, we'll use the Paladin's lie detection skill to verify. It's as easy as pie. She immediately chose the position of Supreme General of the Empire to get into character. The people after her also trusted this plan, seeing it as the best option, and they all chose the reward from the goddess, with no one picking the Demon King's reward. However, when the notification appeared, saying the reward distribution was complete, everyone started to panic. Rewards have been claimed. 1 person has received the Guardian Goddess's reward. 8 people have received the Demon King's reward. 1 person abstained. All top players have made their choices. The situation started to get tense. The guildmasters couldn't keep their cool anymore. They demanded the paladin use his lie detection skill to check everyone right then and there. But after asking around, it was all true. Everyone kept asking each other, if it's not one of the 10 people here, then who on earth is the traitor? Seeing the chaotic situation, even the guardian goddess had to lament their foolishness, while the bloodthirsty Demon King chuckled to himself. Everyone began to suspect one another. The Sword King thought that maybe the paladin herself was the liar covering for the guildmasters. She tried to calm everyone down, telling them they needed to trust each other and sit down to analyze the situation clearly. But who the hell could be calm at a time like this? The Crusader started to lose it. He argued that the 5 great guilds had spent 10 years working together like this, so it was hard to trust anyone besides the 5 great guilds, and it would be a waste to have spent 10 years building trust with everyone. The Crusader immediately used a combined skill with Viper to take out players from guilds 8, 9, and 10. The Paladin screamed repeatedly for him to stop, but it was too late. A horrific scene unfolded before their eyes, making everyone cover their mouths in terror. 3 lives were snuffed out in an instant. They were minor characters who hadn't even had a chance to shine, and now they were already sent to the graveyard. However, after he impaled them, the tower announced that none of them were servants of the Demon King. The Crusader still wouldn't stop. He was acting more and more unhinged. He wiped the blood from his hand and looked towards the Paladin with an excited expression before lunging. This is tough. I really thought the traitor would be one of those 3. Haha, so is the traitor among us. Looks like all that trust is about to evaporate, huh? The Sword King could no longer stand by and watch. He furiously charged toward Viper and attacked. The Crusader's arm was chopped off, but it didn't matter, since he could reattach it in a moment. Everything descended into madness. Viper couldn't fight back anymore. He screamed for someone, anyone, to help him. He was about to get run through by this old Sword King. The Paladin helplessly begged Kim Gong-ja for help, because he was the only one who hadn't accepted a reward. The others could be servants of the Demon King, but he couldn't be. Everyone started to jump into the fray. It was 4 against 1, but the Sword King didn't back down an inch. Nothing could stop him now. Everyone also said they would put their faith in him, respecting any decision he made, because they no longer trusted their own judgment until the traitor was caught. Believing a fight would break out and a traitor would be revealed, our protagonist had given up the reward, but he never thought things would get this bad. Looking at the mess before him, our protagonist tried every way he could to persuade the Sword King to stop. He yelled out in desperation, "Sword King, if you once bowed your head and apologized to me, that means you respect me. So listen to me. Stop. Let's talk this over. I'll date your granddaughter. Of course I'll date her if she can make it to the tower. So please support me. I could become your grandson-in-law in the future." You wouldn't think it'd work, but it worked unbelievably well. Messing with his family is a different story, I guess. The Sword King stopped immediately, telling him he'd better find the traitor and kill them afterwards. Phew, only then could our guy let out a sigh of relief. Lucky for him, the old man finally agreed to stop. Kim Gong-ja told everyone to calm down and explained that they didn't know who the traitor was, and they might not even be able to find them. But that was a different problem. They could defeat the traitor even without finding out who it is. The focus isn't on finding the traitor or killing the traitor. It's a trap. The traitor could be causing internal strife right now, or the system could choose a traitor of its own. First, let's just get rid of the Demon King. If he's gone, the reward disappears and the problem becomes simple. No matter how the tower tests us, the solution is always simple. Just keep climbing the tower and destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor together. Just then, the quest for the 12th floor opened up. Outside, a terrifying red rain began to pour down. The NPCs clutched their heads in agony, crying out, "It's the nightmare. The nightmare rain is falling again. All of us. Demon King. Goddess, please don't abandon us." The Demon King then appeared with a ridiculously huge knife on his shoulder. What a pathetic bunch of humans. You summon people from another world, give them high-ranking positions, and think they can become your shields. Summon as many as you want. Hundreds, thousands, it doesn't matter. In the end, they're just humans like you. So pathetic. To the very end, you'll never realize your own foolishness. These trashy humans are consumed by their own evil thoughts. According to the message from the tower, the objective of this quest was to stop the Demon King. His power was weakened by appearing here. If they failed, the 12th floor would not open. Everyone started arguing their heads off again, claiming this was something they couldn't handle on their own. Our guy tried to calm them down, reassuring them that the tower wouldn't give them an impossible quest. They couldn't clear this stage with their own strength alone. They needed to persuade the NPCs, boost their combat power, command them, and lead them into battle as if they were real people. The heroes had received their roles, and now it was time to play their parts and complete the mission. Kim Gong-ja began to assign tasks based on the titles everyone had received. First up was the Crusader Saintess. This is the reception hall, but there's no emperor. He's probably somewhere with the other NPCs, and it'll be hard to control them without their king. So, the paladin's job will be to find the king. Next, the Crusader is the commander-in-chief, so he'll need to secure the castle walls and calm the soldiers protecting the walls at all costs. If the walls fall, this stage is over. As for the others, everyone received jobs suited to their positions. The people from the 11th floor had also been moved here to carry out the mission. While everyone had dispersed to do their work, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Dragon Master, came back looking for our protagonist. Using teleportation magic, she could go anywhere within her line of sight. Quite interesting. A spirit immediately told our hero to let him kill her. That teleportation is a powerful skill. It turned out the Black Dragon Master came to get our protagonist because when she was on the 11th floor, she had seen that he had some kind of sword that raised the soldiers' morale. She felt that the person they needed right now wasn't her but him. The Black Dragon Master needed Kim Gong-ja's consent to teleport him, as that was the limit of her skill. If the person accompanying her didn't agree, she couldn't do anything at all. The young man was quite bewildered and asked her, "This has to be at least an S-rank skill. Are you sure it's okay to reveal its limitation? Isn't that her trump card?" In a dire situation like this, there's nothing left to hide. It's perfectly normal for the Prime Minister to use his trump card to protect the country. With no time left, the Black Dragon Master urged the kid to quickly agree and go with her to the castle right then and there. The rain continued to pour down, and the tears of the NPCs flowed along with it. She couldn't just leave now that she had let M see such a pathetic side of her. The Black Dragon Master stood before the soldiers and began to speak, calling on them to rise up and fight. With all their strength to protect the AIM Empire, the goddess would fight alongside them. The sword was raised, and the goddess of protection expressed her gratitude for their choice, gathering her final strength to illuminate the entire sky. Although it was a small light, the rain in the places it touched began to stop. For those who had nothing left, this was incredibly special. The initial reason why there were no NPCs in the castle was because all the rulers had abandoned the empire. Perhaps that's why the tower chose the Empire as a stage, just like the abandoned child in the 10th floor castle. The Black Dragon's rallying cry, along with the goddess's light, had an effect. It caused the fallen NPCs to start rising up to fight and protect the Empire. To complete the mission, the next step M proposed was for her to help him. First, create a situation where he could face the Demon King one-on-one. Then, while the NPCs are outside, try to gather the hunters. With their help, it would at least not be overwhelming. And if the Demon King wanted to bring in more monsters to break through the castle walls, she should immediately teleport him to his location. The Black Dragon Master was extremely puzzled and turned to ask the kid, "Are you trying to play some kind of special character? Do you want to kill yourself?" It was right for her to be suspicious. But Kim Gong-ja showed not the slightest bit of fear, saying confidently that what he wanted was victory. "Death isn't the end. I have a plan, so just trust me." Every hunter has at least one secret of their own, so the Black Dragon Master didn't ask any more questions. She hoped that his sword would be sharp enough to take down the boss. Speak of the devil, the boss appeared. It lumbered forward, swung its sword, and smashed it straight towards the castle. Quite a few NPCs were wiped out. A scene of devastation and ruin, and a notification a hero has fallen. This person was not a subordinate of the Demon King. The message appeared grimly before them. The Black Dragon froze for 5 seconds, looking in that direction, and uttered, "The Sword Saint." The heretic interrogator and Vier were probably with the army. The paladin was likely searching for the king, so the only one who could have been there was the countess. That bitch. She really died before me. She was deeply saddened but couldn't cry. They had fought side by side for 10 years to get to this day. And it didn't stop there. If the countess died, the tower's connection to the outside world would collapse. For now, putting aside the grief and future consequences, the Black Dragon suppressed her feelings and told Kim Gong-ja, "Let's focus on what's in front of us right now. Even the Demon King can't attack continuously. So, protect the castle walls with me." Looking at the map, Kim Gong-ja realized the Demon King had changed its formation. They were planning to attack here. So, right after he and the Black Dragon teleported to the front lines, the elf then began to advise him seriously. "Hey zombie, 1 minute should do it. No, just 30 seconds is enough. Fight back. To win this battle, you must become everyone's hope. It doesn't matter how long you last, you just need to show everyone you're resisting the monsters. No one becomes a hero just for surviving for 30 years. When people only have 30 seconds of despair left, the one who can give them 30 seconds of hope can become a hero. I promised to teach you swordsmanship before the 20th floor, didn't I? It's a bit early, but now's the time for practice. In a battle, what's important is not an absolute second, but a relative second. Use your sword to blind them and steal their 1 second. Let's go. It's time for my companion to become a hero." Kim Gong-ja chugged the entire potion and transformed into a different person. His 1 second became faster, and with all his heart, his sword would become faster than his own 1 second. Thanks to the enthusiastic guidance of his master and the perfect coordination with his disciple, Kim Gong-ja gradually began to adapt. One after another, he destroyed one monster before the next appeared like a swordsman's symphony. 10 seconds passed, and countless monsters were sent to meet their ancestors by the kid. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Why would the tower grant a rare grade skill to someone like him? It doesn't have to be someone as great as a saint. What's wrong with giving it to an ordinary person? So, why in a world of 8 billion people was the skill given to a psycho like him? Does the tower think no one can conquer it except Yu Suha? So to conquer the tower, do I have to become a psycho like him? Ridiculous. I will be the one to conquer the 20th floor in place of that flame emperor, and the 30th, the 50th, even the 100th floor. I'll prove it to you. 30 seconds of slaughter passed, and Kim Gong-ja was promoted from rank E to rank D. Everyone in the top 10 had also gathered here. They had completed their assigned tasks and joined the battle. No matter how terrifying the Demon King was, everything seemed to stand still for him. There was only one thought in his mind: move forward. With everyone's help, a path was cleared quickly and efficiently. As planned, the Black Dragon Master swiftly teleported the generals to the Demon King's location. However, in contrast to them, Kim Gong-ja charged forward alone. This scene would soon disappear, the unity of everyone, the sacrifices made to cooperate. Maybe people won't remember, but that doesn't mean everything will vanish, just as the souls of the dead on the 99th floor are now with the dead on this first floor. When he returned, although nothing would be resolved, he would be stronger and everything would be better. To the question, "Did you come to kill me?" the Demon King's hero, Kim Gong-ja, confidently raised his index finger and replied, "No, I came for you to kill me. You fool." The notification "You have died" appeared instantly. The skill's conditions were met, and it began randomly copying the Demon King's ability just as planned. And now it's time for round 2. 3 of the cards glowed, having been chosen. One more question remained. Why did the tower give this power to exceptional people like Yu Suha, yet still grant this opportunity to a mediocre person like him? The system announced, "You have randomly copied the skill of the monster Autumn Rain Demon King." The old elf stood with his back turned and said, "I've seen every skill there is. Shall I read it for you?" In any case, the tower seems disappointed with the hunter's attitude. Kim Gong-ja nodded and replied, "Okay, please do." He smiled and replied, "Okay, listen closely. The first skill is called Torrent of Resentment, S-rank, with an effect that no one can see. It's invisible. Humans consider something non-existent if it's something they can't see. Are you all blind? That's right, you foolish humans. Expose it all, so they know how many people have died because of their ignorance." The crimson sky then began to drizzle. However, only the rain of blood you witness with your own eyes can become rain and fall. For some reason, he had a feeling that the Flame Emperor would definitely clear the 10th floor. Doesn't the tower feel guilty about that? The old spirit's voice rang out. This is the next skill. The heart pounds wildly, A+ rank. Effect strengthens your aura, using your own emotions. The stronger your emotions, the more powerfully your aura will react. The determination for revenge hatred. Suffering joy, sorrow, anger, any feeling will do. Any kind of wood will catch fire. However, you might become addicted to that feeling. Kim Gong-ja stroked his chin, thinking, all floors have hidden quests. He pondered, and the 12th floor is certainly no exception. The old spirit's voice rang out again. The next skill is this one. Summon White Ghost SS-Rank. Effect. Summons a dead friend back as a ghost. The dead do not inherit the skills or memories of their past lives. You can only summon monsters like goblins, orcs, zombies, and skeletons. However, you can only summon once per week. Kim Gong-ja crossed his arms, looking at the 3 glowing cards floating in front of him. These are the 3 skills I like the most. He raised his hand. I'll choose this one. The old man frowned slightly and said, really, don't blame me if something happens. But at the very least, it will be the most useful skill for you to conquer up to the 20th floor. The old spirit mumbled, is that so? Do as you wish. Although I don't know what you're planning. I'm looking forward to it. As Gong-ja touched the card, he exclaimed, oh, Sir Sword Emperor. He asked, have you gotten used to your daily sword training at the Sword Emperor's place yet? He answered, how could I not be? Mr. Marcus is a true old-timer. He plans everything meticulously from the moment he wakes up until he goes to sleep. Gong-ja glanced to the side. That's why I asked about his evening plans. I'm sure it'll come in handy at some point. The old spirit nodded. That's true. The system lit up with a notification. Selection complete. Skill, returned to 24 hours ago. Even though I'll see the Demon King's karma, you are currently a D-rank hunter, so you will receive a penalty for this skill. We will now display the karma of the enemy who killed you. The difficulty of the penalty is normal. It is the hungry ghost. We'll talk more about this nightmare later. The scene changes to another location, where the Black Dragon Master was sitting with her elbows on the table. She asked, are you leaving already? Kim Gong-ja nodded in response. Yes, the 11th floor will open soon. I have to start preparing now so I don't fall behind. The Black Dragon Master asked again, how can you prepare when you don't even know what the 11th floor is like? There won't be any problems up to the 11th floor, but on the 12th floor, when the Demon King appears. Seeing he didn't answer, she called his name more loudly. Kim Gong-ja, are you okay? You don't look so good. Does it hurt somewhere? He held his forehead, looking a bit tired. I'm fine. It's just, everyone here is so talented, yet we're in this situation. It's really frustrating. Aren't you all overwhelmed? Then Gong-ja removed his hand, his expression looking quite optimistic. Anyway, yeah, that's right. I know what the 11th floor is like. I don't need that person to know what will be on the 11th floor. The group was stunned when they heard him speak. Because it's my reward for conquering the 10th floor. I'm telling you this. Because it's better to analyze the shared information together, right? Kim Gong-ja asked and answered himself. That's right. But I have one condition. His image was reflected in the Black Dragon Master's eyes. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. When I make a request, you all must listen. Kim Gong-ja said seriously. Although I can't tell you what my request is, yet I won't threaten anyone's life or demand money. If you all think my request is not feasible, you can refuse then. The heretic interrogator rubbed his chin and said, I find this condition very interesting. With information we can handle almost any problem in advance. I agree. The Crusader closed her eyes and smiled faintly. We also have the right to refuse, so I agree as well. The others also agreed, one after another. Well, let's hear him out first. This deal doesn't hurt me. I agree. Okay, all right. Phase 1 is complete, he said with a smile. Then I'll tell you. From the 11th to the 20th floor, it's the Empire. Everyone started murmuring when they heard that. So the first 10 floors were just for practice. From the 11th floor onwards, it will be large-scale battles. Kim Gong-ja looked around at everyone and continued. I will reveal some information to the people in the guild. Oh, they're fighting. This way we can clear the 11th floor more easily. Before leaving, he turned his head and said to the paladin, then I'll be on my way. Ah, paladin. Hearing her title, she responded with a question. Kim Gong-ja proposed. You're the captain of the guard, right? Would you like to go for a short walk? I have some advice for you. The paladin agreed. I was just about to get up anyway. As long as it's not for too long. He smiled. Yes, 30 minutes will be enough. She replied with a smile, adding a bit of humor. That's fine. I'll gladly accept this date invitation. As the two walked down the street, there were hushed conversations nearby. Is he not saying anything yet because someone new showed up? Could it be true? Are the major guilds making some kind of move? I want to clear the floor too. The old spirit followed closely behind him. Someone's voice echoed in his ear. Why aren't there any clues about the 10th floor? Suddenly, Gong-ja's voice echoed in his mind. Hey zombie. Noticing the strange change around him, his expression turned serious as he discreetly instructed the old spirit. Follow me. Kim Gong-ja asked again. Are you sure? He nodded to himself. Right. So don't look back. You wouldn't know even if you looked. That old man has a barrier concealment skill too. He felt lucky. Perfect timing. I understand. Just check for me if he's following me. He thought to himself. I had this bone-chilling feeling at the front gate. Kim Gong-ja fell into deep thought. If I wait until the 12th floor to resolve the misunderstanding with the Sword Saint, it will be too late. I have to solve it before entering the tower. The Sword Saint's relationship with the guild masters is terrible. Once he places a sword in my hand, he'll treat me like a guild master and attack, and then a bomb called the Traitor will be dropped on me. This is the direct path to destruction. The paladin noticed he had been silent for a long time. She looked around and asked, Kim Gong-ja, where are we going? At that moment he turned his head, smiled and said, it's a bit of a dark area this way, but I want to introduce you to a shop. Kim Gong-ja had a plan. He wanted to lure a Sword Saint. He tried to get his attention by doing things that matched the Sword Saint's daily routine according to what Baehu Ryung had told him. Once the man spotted him, he would immediately start following him. Of course, the paladin beside him had no idea about this. The paladin asked blankly, a shop. Kim Gong-ja explained, it's a shop run by a nameless alchemist, but he's very skilled. Once he gets a reputation, this place will become incredibly famous. Paladin, please go and help his business out. She scoffed. Are you being serious right now? He realized it just now. So she had activated it. Lie detection. Kim Gong-ja calmly replied, of course. Why would I lie to you? He gave a harmless smile. I'm only saying this because I care about that person. I don't want to make up some suspicious story. I just want the paladin's help. No matter what happens to put me in danger, you'll be fine. Trust me. The paladin became flustered. So it was all true, she thought. She gave a forced smile. Sorry, people often tell me I'm too suspicious. Let's keep going. The two continued towards the place Kim Gong-ja had mentioned. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the smiling alchemist. Welcome. He asked, are you still open for business? She smiled brightly. My hours are over, but for you, I'm always ready and waiting. You're our very first regular customer after all. Then the alchemist looked at the person next to him and asked, by the way, is this person with you? When Kim Gong-ja introduced her as the guild master of the vigilante squad, the paladin, her eyes widened in shock. The alchemist repeated in surprise, the guild master of the vigilante squad. Isn't that a very noble position? How could someone like that be here? Oh, he smiled, and thought to himself, for a normal hunter, this reaction isn't unusual, right? Suddenly, the alchemist dropped to her knees on the ground and shouted, are you here for a drug bust? Even though I do business in this alley, I haven't concocted any harmful drugs. I've lived an honest life, and I'll continue to live honestly, so please just focus on your investigation. Kim Gong-ja was speechless, thinking I take back my comment about her being normal. Paladin nodded and replied, all right. And he knew she was using lie detection again. The results are all true. She must be thinking she's probably surprised. Kim Gong-ja sat down across from the alchemist to reassure her. Don't worry, she's not here for that. The owner is a very kind and talented person. She looked up at him and asked timidly, is that so? He explained why he had brought the paladin there. Compared to your talent, this shop's business is just too poor. I felt it was a waste, so I recommended this shop to the paladin. The alchemist was so surprised, she stuttered. Recommended Kim Gong-ja brought something up. She wants to see some samples of your magic potions. Did you know, if the potions are good, she'll sign a contract. If you can supply potions to the vigilante squad, it'll be great for you. The alchemist's eyes welled with tears as she grabbed his hand filled with gratitude and said, that would be wonderful. You helped me when I almost had to sell the shop. You helped me with a large order, and now you're even introducing me to your acquaintances. Her voice choked with emotion. How can I ever repay you? Just then, someone opened the door and entered. This was the moment Kim Gong-ja had been waiting for. Without turning his head, he glanced behind him. Marcus stood at the door and said, can everyone else leave? Just have that kid stay. He said coldly, this old man has a private matter to discuss with him. The paladin, extremely surprised by Marcus's appearance, spoke up. Sword Saint, what are you doing here? He looked at her thoughtfully, then replied with a hint of mockery. So this little lady is already deaf at such a young age. On the side, Kim Gong-ja just listened silently, taking in every emphasized word. I told you to get out of the way. The men here have something to settle. She responded coolly. You have a harsh way of speaking. You and the hunter Kim Gong-ja have a private matter to discuss. Is that right? Marcus repeated his request one more time. Get out. I've said it for the third time now. Suddenly, the paladin cut in sharply. If it doesn't work the first time, it won't work the third or fourth time either. You're an old man, Sword Saint. Have you forgotten even such a basic principle? Marcus gritted his teeth at her blunt exposure. Kim Gong-ja has officially joined one of the 5 great guilds. Attacking him is the same as declaring war on us. I don't know what you're plotting, but don't expect the vigilante squad to stand by and let you do as you please. In the end, he just let out a single sound. Imph. A practiced hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it from its sheath. As expected, every guild says, they're all in the same boat. I'm well aware. Hearing this, the other side asked, confused, I have less and less of an idea what you're trying to say. Paladin mirrored his action. Her expression remained strangely calm. Sword Saint, I've received quite a few reports that you occasionally go out to hunt people. Of course, we're not so free as to interfere in your personal affairs. But if it happens right in front of me, it's a completely different story. I will bet my life to stop you. Marcus glared at her provocatively. Are you confident you can stop me? Paladin was well aware of the power gap between them, so she didn't dare to claim anything. No, I will fight you with all my might, and I will die. Instead, she declared loud and clear, but when I die, your reputation will be forever tied to the name of a disgusting murderer who kills the innocent. Sword Saint. If you want to live the rest of your life with that title, then go ahead and attack me. This was the Sword Saint's weakness that he had learned from a previous playthrough. Kim Gong-ja's memory flashed back to a time in the past. Marcus Callenberry had once asked, probing the Paladin, Lady Paladin, you're the only one here who would never hurt anyone, right? Good. Then I'll try trusting you. Now thinking back on it, the Sword Saint was very weak against innocent people. From that, a conclusion could be drawn. So the person he brought with him was probably the only innocent person among the guild leaders here. From the Sword Saint's violent perspective, the one who had never killed anyone was the Paladin. She was a good person, and besides her there was one more. Right at that moment, the alchemist frantically rushed out to stand in front of Kim Gong-ja, her words filled with a threatening undertone. Sir, I'm not sure what's happening, but this customer is my benefactor. Even though Babylon doesn't have the same laws as the real world, if you touch my benefactor, even if you are the Sword Saint, I will not forgive you. Marcus was silent for a moment as the other's earnest voice continued steadily. A few days ago, some thugs caused a disturbance here. I'm very sorry, sir, but please leave my shop. I am officially asking you to leave. Paladin was certain this was a kind of trauma, a weakness for those who lacked the power to fight the Sword Saint. But the only one who could stop him was this kind woman. Marcus looked completely torn. What was he supposed to do? If he was going to get his hands dirty, he'd have to play along with that person. His hand quietly slipped from the hilt of his sword as he turned his back to leave, not forgetting to make an excuse. Today just isn't my day. Kim Gong-ja let out a silent sigh of relief. Good, the second condition is met. Before the Sword Saint tries to kill me, I'll at least get a chance to speak my mind. A strong voice suddenly shouted out to him. Sir Sword Saint, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at noon in the clearing to the north. Kim Gong-ja announced, his face full of determination. It's fine if you come, and it's fine if you don't. I'll wait by myself. If you want to know what kind of person I am, then be there tomorrow. He didn't respond with so much as a word, merely casting a sharp glance over his shoulder. Watching Marcus's back as he walked away, someone else remarked sarcastically, that probably took 10 years off my life. But does he really want to meet the murder demon at night? Huh, the other person asked, confused. Is the Sword Saint really known by the nickname Murder Demon? Paladin quickly denied it. He's not famous for it, but at least everyone in the 5 great families knows. She calmly recalled the image of Marcus Callenberry standing silently before a pure white flower in the pouring rain. His daughter and son-in-law were killed by murderers. He doesn't like to talk about himself, so I can't be certain. Kim Gong-ja could only listen in silence, so that was why the Sword Saint felt nothing for murderers. Well, there was never any evidence to begin with, so we were just outsiders. Of course, it's all a secret. After hearing the full story, the old elf quickly confirmed the information. That's right. He spoke to me about it once. Only his granddaughter and grandson survived. He immediately turned and questioned him. Why are you only telling me now? The sly old man shot back. You never asked. Paladin continued, sharing her own perspective. Well, it's not that I can't understand the Sword Saint. But being on the guard squad, you have to deal with all sorts of criminals. There are times I talk to them and wonder, is it really okay to let people like that live? Those who deserve to die have been killed. Sometimes even I am tempted by that logic. She turned her head slightly to the side. Everyone in the big guilds has their own story. You're on our side now, so you'll learn about them eventually. But the rotten stuff is endless. We'll see how you react. Realizing she was steering the conversation off course, Paladin silently shook her head. The conversation had taken a different turn. The corners of her lips curled into a smile, not a bright one, but a rare one nonetheless. So, what's the price for poison around here? The guard squad's budget is always in the red, so anything too expensive is a problem. Time passed and the next day arrived. The timer in the central plaza was counting down every second. Everyone there was chattering excitedly. Kim Gong-ja emerged from the woods, staring at his phone. The atmosphere felt just like the last time, he thought to himself, but there are a few differences. He glanced at the breaking news on his screen. Masked individual conquers the 10th floor. Who could that be? Don Gong-ja quickly slipped the phone into his pocket. Nothing else had changed. He was the only difference. Just then, Marcus suddenly appeared on the other side. So you really did wait alone. A cruel image from the past flashed through Kim Gong-ja's mind as the man spoke, his voice a challenge. You came alone. Are you that confident you can escape, I suppose? A man who has committed mass murder as many times as you would be confident in his abilities. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja was rendered speechless, unable to offer any rebuttal. The old elf asked kindly, Hey, are you all right? He clenched a fistful of his own shirt, trying to steady himself. I'm fine. It's just, my heart hurts a little. After composing himself, Kim Gong-ja began his long speech. Sword Saint, I have a very long story I need to tell you. I know why you want to kill me. Marcus accused him smugly. A guilty conscience needs no accuser, so you finally realize your own crime. However, his next words were something the man never expected. It's because of your skill, the all-seeing eye, isn't it? This left Marcus utterly astonished. How did you know? Suddenly Gong-ja clasped his hands together with a look of pure sincerity. Please, I need you to believe the words I'm about to tell you. He knew full well how difficult it was to earn someone's trust. Kim Gong-ja analyzed the situation internally. Everyone has their own obsession, and for the Sword Saint, it was his skills. The old man before him had lived his entire life with that obsession, to the point that the obsession had become his life. Convincing the Sword Saint would be like asking him to deny everything he'd lived for. No matter how absurd or difficult it is, it's worth betting my life on. Then came another shocking declaration from Kim Gong-ja. Sword Saint, I have the power of prophecy. This left Marcus completely stunned. And you're telling me this willingly, Gong-ja clarified. To be precise, I have a skill that lets me see the future. It's because of this skill that I know you possess the all-seeing eye, and I know that if things continue like this, you're going to want to kill me. So I asked why you had to kill me. The man listened silently to every word. And that's when you told me, didn't you? Based on your skill, the number above my head is 4093. Marcus didn't answer right away. Instead, his voice grew stern as he challenged him. Why don't you try and guess? His hand behind his back tightened on his sword, ready for anything. Guess how many fingers I'm holding up with my left hand. If you're really a prophet, that shouldn't be too hard, right? Marcus thought to himself, so this is how it has to be. All he had to do was wait for the right moment to strike. He was already certain of the outcome. If you can't guess, then I'll kill you for your lies. Just as he predicted, Marcus was about to lunge forward with incredible speed when he suddenly froze. He watched as his opponent took his own life. Marcus's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What? A notification immediately appeared. You have died. You will return to 24 hours prior. Time rewound to that exact moment, with the two of them standing face to face. Marcus posed his riddle again. Guess. This time Kim Gong-ja spoke first. You're planning on putting your hand behind your back, right? You're going to tell me to guess how many fingers you're holding up, and you'll think that if I'm truly a prophet, something like that shouldn't be hard at all. Right, he tried his best to persuade him. Sword Saint, please believe me. I really do have this skill. It would be as easy as flipping your hand for you to kill me right now, but if you do, you won't be able to clear the 12th floor safely. Suddenly, Marcus cut him off. Hold on. I will wait. Even so, Marcus remained staunchly unconvinced. That alone isn't enough. How do I know you don't have clairvoyance or mind reading instead of the gift of prophecy? What proof do you have that you're a prophet? Kim Gong-ja silently agreed with those words. Right, he had also thought that once wasn't enough. The notification kept popping up. You have died. You will return to 24 hours prior. At another point, before he had been revived, Marcus Callenberry pointed his sword right at his face. No, that's not enough. Prove to me that you don't have some other skill. He already understood all too well that persuading someone was no easy feat. The familiar text appeared again. You have died. You will return to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja still tried his best to get his point across. Sword Saint, you can't kill me here. If you do, many people on the 12th floor will be injured. I'm serious. It's even harder when that person is an old master at the top of their field. His expression grew increasingly desperate. Please believe me. It doesn't matter, we can test this as many times as you like. Even if it takes a week or half a month, I am confident that I can convince you. Over and over, the same lines of text repeated. You will return to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja had spent more time dying than living. After so many attempts, he now spoke calmly and concisely. I'm not saying I'm innocent, nor am I asking you to spare my life forever. The other man hesitated before asking back. Then what is it? His hand suddenly shot out, fingers spread wide. 5 days. For the next 5 days, please don't kill me. Just follow me, see for yourself, and then judge whether or not I truly deserve to die. Seeing the other man hesitate for a long time, Gong-ja started to grow impatient. It seems you still don't believe me. Now he would play his final card. He began to issue his prophecy. In the near future, you are going to say something specific to me. If I tell you what it is, you'll have to believe I'm a prophet. What is it that I will say? The system suddenly appeared and chimed, O angels, O conquerors of the tower. To Marcus Callenberry's astonishment, the unexpected truth was revealed, the Sword Emperor. The old elf was just as shocked. Kim Gong-ja was extremely confident in his assertion. Although I don't know whose title that is. All I needed to do was say it, and that's enough, right? The system reminded them. You will have to undergo a trial of trust. The answer you are looking for will help you know who you are. Marcus asked again to confirm. Did you say 5 days? The clear melodious voice continued to chime steadily. Therefore, you will come to understand your own selves. The other man's reflection was mirrored deep in his clear blue eyes. Fine. For the next 5 days, I will follow you. I will watch your every action, word, attitude, and posture. After I've formed my opinion, I will decide whether or not you deserve to die. Is that acceptable? Of course, Kim Gong-ja wasn't going to refuse. Yes, that's fine. He then bowed his head deeply, sincerely thanking him. The bloody scene flashed through his mind. Alright, with the promise from the guildmaster, the Sword Saint wouldn't kill Gong-ja on sight. At that moment, bad news appeared. A hero had fallen. Next were the crumbling structures, creating a scene of utter desolation. For now, the Sword Saint would trust him, but he had to meet all the conditions to prevent any needless sacrifices on the 12th floor. A rare, radiant smile appeared on the corners of Kim Gong-ja's lips. Well then, Sword Saint, I'll see you on the next floor. The system's voice rang out again. O conquerors of the tower. He issued the command to send, and it replied enthusiastically, may luck always be on your side. Kim Gong-ja stood before a scene of chaotic battle. People were screaming all over the place. Watch out for the arrows. What in the world is going on? Oh, it's the heroes who will save the Empire. That hero made a firm request. You must help us save the Empire. A notification board appeared. Supply line deathmatch. Mission objective disaster has befallen the Empire. The Demon King. The legendary being had finally awakened. The Demon King's army was incredibly strong, cruel, and cunning. First, that fiend intended to cut off the Empire's supplies. Please protect the harbor. This battle will be the first step in rescuing the Empire. However, if you fail, the 12th floor will not open. So far, it's the same as last time, huh? But then the Black Dragon Master shouted loud and clear, Black Dragon assemble. Immediately after came her powerful declaration. From now on, Black Dragon will take command of this battle. Behind her stood her battle-hungry guildmates. She began assigning tasks. The Chenmumun Vigilante Squad take the left flank and break through the Mononon. Song Countess Ryandu take the right flank. We of the Black Dragon will smash through the center. If anyone has a problem with my command, you can tell me. After the battle is over. Under the Black Dragon. Master's rallying cry, she added. If you've got time to stand around complaining, go kill another orc. Everyone charged into battle at once. Excited voices overlapped one another. Mumun roared with excitement. All right, kids, stay close to me. If any of you brats die before I do, I'll send you straight to hell myself. The paladin reminded them endlessly while cutting down a goblin. What was that about? All troops support Mumun so those arrogant wild boars don't get isolated. The heretic interrogator laughed heartily while stomping on another creature. Aha, acting alone is a death sentence on the spot. Stick to your groups, no exceptions, Countess Ryandu remarked in a gentle voice. Everyone's so full of passion, aren't they? Let's take our time, don't overdo it, and let's help each other out. The battlefield was desolate with smoke and dust rising everywhere. A series of clashing skills created incredibly piercing sounds. Oh, Sabat immediately turned to call out to his subordinates. Look, the heroes who came to this world are pushing back the monsters without hesitation. Warriors of the Empire, we will join them. All troops follow me. His words further strengthened everyone's conviction. The gods are still protecting our empire. In the rear, the old elf asked Kim Gong-ja, are you all right? He said it as a reminder to the other man. This way you'll attract less attention, you know. But Gong-ja just smiled to himself, satisfied. Then came the sharp observation from the one who was watching him the closest. Is there anyone who loves the spotlight more than you? Won't you get less attention this way than last time? He just replied indifferently. It's going to happen one way or another. It was as if he had accepted his fate. But being in this mood isn't so bad. The old elf was very surprised. His tone was somewhat teasing. Ho, you brat. Even so, you've matured a little, haven't you, Kim Gong-ja? Just laughed it off. Matured? What are you talking about? Anyway, I think I should get something ready, he said, not noticing the figure lurking behind the line of soldiers. As if sensing a strange presence, he suddenly whipped his head around in absolute terror. Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but ask, what are you doing over there? Marcus Callenberry simply reminded him of their earlier agreement. I told you I'd be watching you. He repeated himself. Didn't I already tell you I will watch you for 5 days and then decide whether or not to kill you? You never would have dreamed that the man was the type to do exactly what he said. Are you really going to follow me? 24/7, he thought, only to receive a firm confirmation. Of course I am. The Sword King casually swung his sword at a group of goblins in the distance. His nonchalance only amplified the others' sheer terror. Even old men have to hunt monsters right. After all, the rewards are given out based on contribution to the battle, he explained calmly. I also use a sword in my spare time, so don't worry. The truth was laid bare before him. Kim Gong-ja was utterly helpless. This whole situation was just. Suddenly, 2 people rushed out to block him as he approached the Black Dragon Master's location. Stop. What business do you have with the Guild Master? She asked with extreme suspicion. Hunter Young, Master Kim, Sword Saint. I don't have a single moment to spare right now, so make it quick. I'm busy commanding the guilds. If you can wrap this up in 30 seconds. Over there, Team 4, don't just stupidly run away. Hold your position. Kim Gong-ja seized the opportunity to interject. Black Dragon Master, I have the reward for clearing the 10th floor. The Black Dragon Master asked, you're supposed to have that, aren't you? So he immediately pulled it out to prove it. This is the mini-map reward. It can show enemy troops, allied troops, and the entire battlefield. This successfully captured her attention. Is that for real? He gave his guarantee? What would I gain from lying? It's real. She quickly grabbed Kim Gong-ja's hand. Then what took you so long to get here? Tell me where's the boss monster, he answered, flustered. I can't see it clearly because it's surrounded by monsters, but on the map it's over there. The Black Dragon Master repeatedly urged him, just agree to use the skill, hurry up, the situation is critical. Kim Gong-ja could only agree. I agree to use the Black Dragon Master's skill. He thought to himself, so this is her true personality when she gets flustered, huh? A whirlwind erupted around them as the skill activated. Teleport. They were now in mid-air, with a view of the entire situation. The Black Dragon Master asked urgently, where? He quickly pointed. Over there. The two of them used the space jump again, hurtling down towards the target they'd just found. Teleport. At the decisive moment, she hurriedly asked about Kim Gong-ja's weapon proficiency. You can use a sword, right? He answered honestly. Enough to take that guy down. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dragon Master threw Gong-ja downwards with all her might. Then go. The sword slash seemed to tear through space, leaving an endless streak of red light. It was followed by the green liquid of a goblin splattering everywhere. The nearby monsters saw this and began to chatter amongst themselves in their own language, kekeke. With his face covered in the enemy's blood, he turned his head at a 45-degree angle. What you want to be sliced in half too? Absolutely terrified, they all turned tail and fled. The others still hadn't processed what had just happened. Hey, those guys are running away. They immediately pressed their advantage, charging forward to slaughter every last one of them, leaving none behind. Over there, you demon bastards. At the same time, the Black Dragon Master braced herself and roared. Her face couldn't hide her joy. Well done. Oh my god, young Master Kim, did we just finish the quest in less than an hour? We probably lost fewer than 50 hunters, maybe not even 30. Faced with her endless praise, what could be better than this? Kim Gong-ja was stunned. He thought, this woman, maybe the reason she was so expressionless before. An image from her past flashed through his mind. Was it because so many hunters died needlessly in the beginning? That face, which was always so stern and tense, is now so happy because the losses were so small. He was only just now understanding. Turns out she's a surprisingly simple person, huh? Her happiness or sadness just depends on how few casualties there are. He raised both hands to try and calm the overly excited atmosphere. Whoa, you're a little too excited. Calm down a bit. However, the Black Dragon Master couldn't contain her feelings at all. When a person's excited, they should just be excited. Once again, she praised him. You really did a great job, young Master Kim. A rare radiant smile appeared on her lips. No floor has ever been cleared with so few sacrifices as today. You should be proud. Kim Gong-ja listened silently to every single word. Even if I wanted to monopolize the reward for myself, we're truly fortunate to have a new hero like you. She had now completely opened up to him. From today on, every media outlet in the tower is going to be all over you, so get ready. A new truth seemed to dawn on him. That's right. This is it. Kim Gong-ja didn't hesitate to accept her handshake, to receive attention from so many people, to be hailed as a hero. That feeling of being envied and resented. Let's bring it all to a happy ending. However, it wasn't about receiving recognition from just anyone. Everyone was cheerfully talking with each other after the fierce battle. These were people who lived passionately, and though you couldn't say they all gave it their absolute all, the celebration was more lively than ever. You could say these were people who worked and lived with all their might. Everyone wanted to shake his hand. Only Marcus the Sword Saint still stood quietly alone, the Black Dragon Master, and so many others who truly lived with passion. I want to live a life that's acknowledged by people like them. And so everything ended well. Kim Gong-ja and the Black Dragon Master had also formed a friendly relationship. I want to protect these people. The system display appeared at the perfect moment, calculating the contribution levels. I won't let the Demon King mock them. I won't let these passionate people be humiliated or ridiculed, or have their time wasted by despicable acts or constant mockery. I simply want to be acknowledged and recognized by them. Another sound rang out. Calculation complete. The old elf suddenly called out, "Hey kid." Kim Gong-ja's wish was a simple one. I want to earn their respect. Even if it's an impossible dream, that's how I want to live, the old man remarked with a sigh. He's certainly a kid worth watching. Next, the contribution ranking board appeared. It listed first place as expected, young Master Kim. Second place, the Black Dragon Master. Third place, the Heretic Interrogator. Fourth place, the Venomous Viper. Fifth place, the Crusader. Sixth place, the Count. And seventh place, the Sword Saint. He seemed to have made up his mind. In this changed world, I want to change a little too. His eyes turned to the screen again. The order was different from last time. The system immediately announced, hunters with high contribution rankings may enter the 12th floor first. The Black Dragon Master declared with confidence. With this momentum, we might even make it to the 20th floor. The system quickly added another message. Before the high-ranking attackers could receive their rewards, no other attackers could enter the 12th floor. She continued, at the very least, I predicted we would lose 5,000 people. This is an incredibly good start. But Kim Gong-ja had a different thought. If we just left things as they were, wouldn't we have had to sacrifice a lot on the 12th floor? Looking over at Ryandu, who was beginning to teleport, he considered that they would have lost the only talented person capable of communicating with the outside world. In that case, it wouldn't have been 5,000 people, but maybe 50,000 or even 500,000 who would have been sacrificed. In an instant, it was his turn to be enveloped by the energy pulling him upward. His eyes slowly opened when he arrived. So the final decision is that I'll carry the team. The people around him also began stepping into the different space one by one. Mun let out a cry. Huo. The Black Dragon Master also looked very surprised. I never expected to arrive in a place like this. The heretic interrogator trotted over to Hunter Kim Gong-ja. That was amazing, he pestered him continuously. I never imagined you'd join forces with the Black Dragon Master like that. Was figuring out the boss monster's location, part of the reward from the previous stage. Kim Gong-ja quickly raised a hand to cut him off. Wait. Then he turned to the others and declared, I have something to say to everyone. This caught the attention of Marcus Callenberry in the distance. Kim Gong-ja couldn't hide his triumphant look. All right, the Sword Saint won't attack me either, he thought, then spoke in a clear voice. Yesterday I told you all something. He reminded them I said that if one day I asked for a favor, you must accept it. The heretic interrogator replied cheerfully, Ah yes, of course I remember. The others also listened intently to hear what this favor was. Now please accept it. Kim Gong-ja raised his hand high. For the next 5 days, I need everyone to stay here and do absolutely nothing. He delivered the final line with incredible audacity. If you do that, I will clear up to the 20th floor within 5 days. The goddess who was actually the system announced in a gentle voice. O brave warriors who have chosen to climb the tower from the 11th to the 20th floor, your faith. Mixed in with that were a few shouts. From the 11th to the 20th floor, your faith. Suddenly, countless rude voices cut in. The 11th floor. Open the 11th floor. An image of the magical battle from the previous timeline flashed in his mind. Will be tested, it continued. Back in the present, a question was posed to the bewildered crowd. Remember what I said yesterday, the system pleaded softly. You will find an answer, and the answer you find will be a reminder of who you are. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja began to speak calmly. I asked you all to listen to me when the time came. Please listen now. This was the answer he had found. Warm sunlight shone into the castle along with his serious instructions. Just stay here and do nothing for 5 days. If you can do that, I promise I will conquer up to the 20th floor in 5 days. Hearing this, the Black Dragon Master couldn't help but be confused. Wait 5 days, she asked again to confirm. Did I hear you wrong? You've got to be kidding me. This isn't funny at all. Kim Gong-ja simply reaffirmed it with composure. You all heard me. I'm not kidding. His words directly silenced everyone. The Black Dragon Master bluntly retorted, That's impossible. She relentlessly questioned him without holding back. Do you have any idea how many years it took us to conquer the 10th floor? Yes, we just cleared the 11th floor in under an hour, but you're being far too confident. Who do you think you are? Unexpectedly, the man simply bowed his head with sincerity. Please, Kim Gong-ja stated his case carefully. I conquered the 10th floor. Of course I did it for my own sake. But I also shared the rewards and benefits I received from the 10th floor. Over to the side, Ryandu thoughtfully placed his paper fan under his chin. From the information about the 11th floor to the boss's location, it benefited everyone. Mun also listened intently to every word. I have earned the right to ask for your help. Kim Gong-ja tried to persuade them until the very end. Whether I conquer the 20th floor or not, please just wait for these 5 days. The system suddenly announced, Congratulations, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. You have ranked first in conquering the 11th floor. Just a moment later, he had completely regained his confident demeanor. I'm begging you. The system continued its dispatch. Now, receiving the 11th floor reward. Then 2 screens with different color schemes appeared simultaneously. The Guardian Goddess offers you a reward. The Demon King of Autumn Rain offers you a reward. Kim Gong-ja tilted his head back slightly, revealing a smug smile. A provocative thought surfaced clearly in his mind. Oh, Demon King, are you disappointed we haven't fought yet? Next, the Demon King of Autumn Rain asks you to choose a reward. Kim Gong-ja suddenly turned to study Mun in the distance, then observed the Paladins group. The Demon King of Autumn Rain suggests that you can also refuse the reward. The message board kept updating. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is curious about your choice and wants to tempt you into choosing. However, in the end, he still didn't get an answer. The Demon King of Autumn Rain does not understand your intentions. The heretic was the first to speak. This matter is quite simple. He analyzed the situation as he casually walked on the stone floor. Hunter Kim Gong-ja shared information on how to conquer the 11th floor with us. In return, he asked us to listen to him, and we agreed that unless it was something impossible, we would do as he asked. The heretic interrogator calmly repeated all of Kim Gong-ja's requests. All of us are to stay put and do nothing for 5 days. It's not that simple either, because the media will definitely be in an uproar during these few days. However, according to his own beliefs, he's incredibly composed, he accepted. But it's not impossible either. Therefore, I agree. The Black Dragon Master was caught in a difficult position. Well, it's not impossible. But before she could finish, the heretic interrogator cut her off. A promise is a promise, Dragon Master. She put a hand to her forehead in exasperation, finally having no choice but to concede. You're right. We made a promise. Hearing this, Mun had no intention of objecting further. Fine, even though I have no idea what you're thinking. Rian asked to confirm. You're saying this because you have a plan. Right, I'm in. The paladin silently agreed with the decision. Understood. I promise to remain silent for 5 days. The others also seemed to be gradually persuaded. If everyone else is doing it, then I think I can wait for 5 days. At this point, Marcus Callenberry, who had been standing in the shadows, spoke up nonchalantly. As for me, his voice was as cold as ice laced with steel. I never made such a promise. The Sword King declared bluntly. The only promise I made was to watch this man for 5 days. There's no reason for me to follow his request. He adamantly refused to stay there like the others. If you go to the 20th floor, I will follow as promised. Kim Gong-ja could only agree. Yes, that's fine. He knew deep down that there was no way to change the man's mind. I was planning to defeat the Demon King alone, but having the Sword Saint with me is fine too. I have no reason to refuse him. After getting everything in order, the Black Dragon Master and Chen Mumun listened silently as Gong-ja spoke calmly. Now everyone watched them with confident eyes and sincerely expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your help. Each person wore an unreadable expression. After speaking, he turned and left decisively. See you in 5 days. When he opened the massive door, a brilliant light immediately flooded in. In that moment, Kim Gong-ja and the old elf were without planning it, both stunned by the strange sight. Looking around at the scene, the old man said in confusion, all the NPCs are frozen. He quickly realized the problem was that the quest hadn't started yet. The old elf dazedly wondered about the quest. In the distance, Marcus was following them while keeping a minimum distance. Gong-ja calmly explained, I haven't chosen a position yet. Right now, the Empire has neither a Grand Justicar nor a Knight Commander. Normally, for quests from the 12th to the 20th floor, there are hunters who take on those professions. He made a guess based on the clues he had. On the 11th floor, the quest started the moment he entered. That must be the normal procedure. The majestic image of Sabbat wielding his sword came to mind. Please help us protect the Empire. At that point, the system notification for the 12th floor's quest was issued. Next was the scene of Kim Gong-ja and Marcus simultaneously looking towards the same spot. But things are pretty ambiguous on the 12th floor, right? So why not just let the quest never be assigned? The quest only starts when everyone has chosen their class. This means that under the gloomy sky, they quickly approach the city gate. If we don't choose a class, the quest won't start. Stepping outside, his voice filled with careful analysis continued steadily. The invasion of the Demon King's army will not happen, and the Empire's army won't have to fight against them. So then, Sword King, here's the problem. Notifications from the Demon King kept popping up. The Demon King of Autumn Rain instructs you to choose a reward and forces you to make a choice. Kim Gong-ja slowly gathered magic in his palm while turning to casually ask the old elf. Suppose the Demon King dies in this state. What would happen? The old elf replied in surprise. What? A virtual map opened up with a large red dot appearing in the middle. He explained in more detail so the other could understand clearly. I'm asking what would happen if I kill the boss before the quest begins. Facing the vast dark space, Kim Gong-ja came up with the final answer himself. It's quite simple. No one will receive the Demon King's reward, so we won't have any traitors. The Demon King will be thwarted before he can even do anything. Lines of text appeared one by one on the pitch-black screen. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is enraged. And right after that, an entity of unknown form suddenly tore through the sky and plummeted down. The enraged Demon King roared questioningly. How dare you? It arrogantly yelled at Gong-ja non-stop. Follow the path. The goddess's hero is so impudent, daring to come here without making a choice. And yet his attitude remained completely unfazed. What the hell are you rambling about? I've obviously already made my choice. The Demon King asked in surprise. What? But before it could finish its sentence, the sharp tip of a sword was already at its neck. Kim Gong-ja retorted without any hesitation. See, this is the optimal choice. The corners of his lips curved into a cunning smile. I kill the Demon King before the quest starts. That way no hunters or citizens of the Empire have to die. And of course, we won't have any traitors either. Do you get it now? This is the perfect ending with no sacrifices. Finally, his expression was filled with peace, as if a great burden had just been lifted from his shoulders. Because I'm still a kid. I hate bad endings. I guess that's just the kind of person I am, huh? If it's possible, I prefer a perfect ending. To achieve that, he wouldn't hesitate to destroy anything that stood in his way. So unfortunately, you have to die, because if you keep getting in the way, I won't get to see that ending. The Demon King roared in fury. How dare you? Provoked by Kim Gong-ja, it charged forward manically to attack, its face twisted and terrifying. To stop me without the Empire's help. Just then, the gold-plated clock struck 6. He arrogantly raised his sword to the sky as a brilliant aura radiated in all directions. I don't need anyone's help. Kim Gong-ja leaped into the air with an expression of utmost confidence, his conviction surging within a world that was frozen in time. I will survive by grasping my sword like the hand of a clock. A hero is destined to be lonely after all. The 5 days of immortality had begun. A sentence as light as a butterfly's flight drifted by. That thing awakens on a rainy day. It looked like a pile of black ooze with a pair of ugly red eyes. The cry of some animal echoed continuously. On top of a rock, a green frog was sitting and croaking, completely unaware of the black thing slowly approaching from behind. Its body gradually elongated and then swallowed the green frog whole. The entire process was completely silent. The sky let fall. Heavy raindrops. The mysterious creature was slowly digesting. Then, a green frog slowly emerged from the black ooze, its form becoming clearer and clearer. It tilted its head to the sky, watching the raindrops fall. A thought unconsciously formed in its mind. It's raining. Just like any other frog, it let out a familiar sound. Ribbit, ribbit. Its figure looked incredibly lonely. That thing wanted to live just a little longer. The Demon King slashed down with a powerful claw, causing the ground to crack open and dust to billow up. A notification appeared right at that moment. You have died. Suddenly a hand holding a pen appeared and wrote the first stroke. The old elf calmly remarked while crossing his arms. Zombie, your swordsmanship stance is no good at all. You're just using all your strength to swing the sword. Of course, that alone is scary enough. Kim Gong-ja replied while cautiously watching the black shadow darting above his head. But as long as the opponent can predict the direction of my sword, they can dodge it. Isn't that right? The elf agreed. That's right. Another familiar notification appeared. You have died. A second ink stroke was drawn on his hand. This was the prison of time. In between, Gong-ja took a sip of water to rest and regain his strength. He then continued to raise his sword to face the Demon King's shadow. Some sort of black ooze suddenly rushed at him while Gong-ja was unprepared. And again the familiar words, "You have died." Another brushstroke was darkened on his pale skin, indicating the number of times he had rewinded time. What would happen if I just did the quest the normal way? He recalled the tragic images from the war, the bodies of soldiers lying scattered everywhere amidst the endless chaos. An endless war would break out, causing countless soldiers to sacrifice their lives. Every time a soldier fell, at least 20 years would be lost from the remainder of their life. Throughout that long and arduous process, Kim Gong-ja could only move forward alone. 10 people would mean 200 years. 100 people, 2,000 years. To save all that time, I couldn't afford to choose any other role. The loop repeated itself as usual. You have died. The notification appeared. You will return to 24 hours prior. The tangled train of thought continued. If that's the case, then I have to be prepared to be trapped in this body forever. The old elf standing to the side kept reminding him, but the problem was, even if you could predict the sword's direction, you still had to see if your opponent could dodge it. Got it, you weak zombie. Kim Gong-ja was struggling mightily, and having someone constantly nagging in his ear was making him extremely annoyed. You talk too much. Once again, you have died. The old man's voice was as loud as ever. The problem is, I still haven't mastered aura. Aura must flow and move in balance throughout the body. He tried with all his might to use his sword to block the falling earth and rocks fighting for his life. Easier said than done. The result was the same as always. You have died. The Demon King's movements suddenly stopped. On the surface, his advice seemed well-intentioned, but his tone couldn't hide his contempt. You should do things in the proper order, hero of the goddess. It continued, adding that only those who inherited the titles of the kingdom. However, before it could finish, Kim Gong-ja, filled with a burning will, charged forward like a storm. Come on, today I'm taking you on one-on-one. The Demon King was utterly shocked as he suddenly swung his sword. What Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. The hero had struck the Demon King and the loop had repeated once more. You have died. The declaration was as clear as ever. The Demon King had struck the hero. Now, there was nothing left to do but despair. The result was the same. You have died. Kim Gong-ja raised the first sword to his face, his expression unable to hide his satisfaction. Come at me, Demon King. I am the sword of the Empire. The Demon King immediately took a stance, preparing to swing its massive weapon with a ferocious aura, as if wanting to crush everything. Very well, then prove it to me. Standing right at the Demon King's feet, he showed no weakness, retorting against the overwhelming majesty that enveloped him. Fine, I'll show you. Even so, the process was anything but simple. You have died. The long and short hands of the gold-plated clock both pointed to the Roman numeral 6. An immense source of power spread around Kim Gong-ja's body. My sword is the only clock hand. Just a second later, the long hand shifted slightly. He was constantly thinking, so in this world for 1 second, to pass his sword had to move 1 second beforehand. Kim Gong-ja raised his weapon to block the enemy's fierce attack. I am just a sword that lives for 1 second. The long hand quickly moved to 7, but this world continued to exist because of that brief second. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film. There was Kim Gong-ja sitting leisurely playing cards while the water rose to the horizon. Then came the moment he tried to persuade Marcus Callenberry, which also had to start from a single drop of rain. He remembered the time he fought alongside the Black Dragon Master and the soldiers of the Empire. Even if I wanted to live forever, I could only live for 1 second. When did my hand get covered in these black ink marks? I've lived my own life. At one of the stops throughout his journey back in time, the Black Dragon Master greeted him with a radiant smile. Kim Gong-ja, you did well. My goodness, you cleared this stage in less than an hour. There must have been at least 40 hunters who didn't die. Another stroke was written on his wrist as the upper part was already full. She praised Gong-ja once again. You did well. Oh my, you cleared this stage in less than 50 minutes. Your advice to join forces with the soldiers of the Sumun defense line was brilliant. There must be at least 30 hunters who didn't have to die. The black ink marks stretched further down his arm. The Black Dragon Master placed a hand on her chest, her face showing relief from the bottom of her heart. Less than 40 minutes left. I'm sure 20 hunters won't die. Another tally mark was added. The Black Dragon Master's eyes were filled with unspeakable happiness. I can't believe it. You did so well. Kim Gong-ja replied. We treated Knight Jua and fought the golem with him. Anyway, it seems like about 10 people won't die. So it is possible on this battlefield. The Demon King's voice rang out, filled with anger and suspicion. You there, why are you smiling? Kim Gong-ja answered honestly without a hint of deception. Because I'm happy. It asked again contemptuously. You're about to die, and you're happy. His eyes gleaming, a blood red shone with satisfaction. You wouldn't understand, and you probably never will. Hearing this, the Demon King roared in anger. How arrogant, it raised its great sword. Before the impending storm, Kim Gong-ja's attitude was strangely nonchalant. I'm just telling the truth. It couldn't help but let out a sneer. You pitiful thing. The notification appeared once more. You have died. Under the vast, clear blue sky, he let his thoughts drift aimlessly. But I didn't give up because there was no reason to give up. My sword strikes are much faster than they were yesterday. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. Just now, Kim Gong-ja had silently and firmly affirmed, tomorrow they'll be even faster. The Black Dragon Master bowed her head, her expression unreadable. I just confirmed it, Kim Gong-ja. Your reason is very simple, because I am alive. She took his hand and announced in a voice as light as a feather, no one died. She tightly gripped his hand, which was covered in a web of ink marks. Of course, that's just a figure of speech. I've already checked in, Pat, but no one died. There are some idiots who still got hurt, but... The Black Dragon Master rested her head on his chest, tears streaming down her face as she was overcome with emotion. But no one died. Thank you. I'm truly grateful to you. Despite this, Kim Gong-ja couldn't stop telling himself, I want to live a little longer. The Demon King's rage had reached its peak. You dare to stand against me alone. Kim Gong-ja pointed his sword straight at his opponent. Because a hero always fights alone. His opponent spat out 2 words with contempt. How foolish. He skillfully leaped up, dodging a wide-area sweeping attack, his every move, not daring to be delayed even for a second. The Demon King raised its sword high, a dark aura swirling with immense arrogance. My shadow is your malice. Kim Gong-ja gripped the first sword with both hands, energy gradually gathering in one spot through his call. Come to me. The Demon King's symbol suddenly cracked, and a burst of red light exploded right in front of Gong-ja. At the same time, a figure appeared from behind him. Sorry, Kim Gong-ja. The Black Dragon Master made an entrance that couldn't have been more spectacular. I was going to wait quietly in the throne room like you said, but I couldn't be patient, so I followed you to see what you were up to. We were in a life-or-death situation, yet she calmly asked a question, as if nothing was wrong. Are you playing some kind of fun game? Kim Gong-ja casually pointed a thumb toward the mighty Demon King in the distance. It's a super fun hero game. She seemed to understand immediately. Right. You do look like an animal worth hunting. The two quickly fell into a perfectly synchronized formation, chatting cheerfully while standing shoulder to shoulder. But how is this fun? Let me help you. Oh, you caught them all. Are you a thief? Is spoiling someone's hunt the best feeling in the world? Yup. The Demon King seethed, spitting out each word. You people. Kim Gong-ja peeked from behind a pillar and gave a playful wink. Sorry about that. I was planning on fighting you all by myself. But then I remembered, heroes always fight in parties. You understand, don't you? The black slime on its body bubbled continuously. Trying to blot out the sun with one hand, the Demon King's incorporeal body started melting into a pile of sludge. You won't be able to use that sword anymore. It brandished its sharp claws, a show of power. In a hoarse voice, it summoned them. From beneath the Demon King's feet, the 100 ghosts, thousands of goblins with razor-sharp teeth emerged one after another, their screams threatening to rip space apart. Answer me. The Black Dragon Master stared in astonishment at the horde of monsters that suddenly appeared. This was Marcus Callenberry, who had appeared out of thin air, causing widespread confusion. "This is out of our hands now. Sword Saint, what are you doing, just standing there frozen? Get over here and help us." The Sword Saint's hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his hip. "I have to watch a little longer. He's been fighting that pile of filth for less than 30 minutes. Kim Gong-ja smiled serenely. Few could truly understand what the young man had been through. "That's right. I'll hold on for one more minute, then I'll ask for your help," he said in an enigmatic tone. "Oh," the Black Dragon Master suddenly extended her hand. "All right, both of you grab my hand. We're leaving." A corner of Kim Gong-ja's mouth curled up into a slight smirk. "No, it's okay." He decisively pointed a finger to the sky, summoning the 100 ghosts, which made the Demon King roar in shock. "What?" The system immediately made an announcement. "You have activated a skill." Simultaneously, black smoke billowed at Gong-ja's feet, preparing for the fierce battle ahead. A large leopard suddenly leaped past, its muzzle dripping with fresh blood. A terrified voice screamed, "Is anyone here?" "Ah!" The beast chewed greedily as it took in the scent. "So fragrant. What is that?" This smell, shaggy fur looking very much like human hair, suddenly sprouted from its back. It swallowed its prey whole, as if it were just a tiny morsel. With each victim devoured, it gained the memories from its previous hunts. After it finished swallowing, its entire body slowly transformed into the form of a little girl, clumsily pushing herself up. Then a panicked cry rang out. "My child, Preta," her father emerged from behind a bush with a worried expression. "How many times have I told you not to go out by yourself? Didn't you listen to the doctor? Your body is still weak." He suddenly stopped short when he saw his daughter's messy state and asked suspiciously, "What's with your clothes?" She turned her head, staring intently in one direction, and let out a short cry, "Father," then slowly turned back, a bright smile on her lips, though they were still eerily stained with red. "Actually, Father, I feel much healthier now." And that was the Demon King's first name. The flashback ends, returning to the present, where a notification window appeared above Kim Gong-ja's head, initiating the skill. From the ground, plumes of black smoke billowed violently, forming a skeleton. One after another, they appeared as if summoned from hell itself. He spoke in a contemptuous voice. "Hey, are you curious why I chose summon 100 ghosts?" The old elf immediately confirmed it. Yeah, I am." He then willingly revealed, "At first I was tempted by other skills too." He recalled the Demon King's ferocious lightning attack from before. For example, the aura enhancement skill would be pretty cool if I could use light beams like the Demon King. Golden light began to gather in Kim Gong-ja's palm, but if you think about it carefully, there's a difference. The system window opened to the skills page. Then a detailed information panel updated. Summon 100 ghosts, SS rank. Function summons monsters that you have personally killed. The dead cannot inherit the abilities or memories they had in life. They can only be summoned in the form of monsters like goblins, orcs, zombies, or ghost soldiers. He read attentively, repeating the highlighted text. The function that summons monsters you have personally killed. Kim Gong-ja turned back to the old elf. "Here's the problem. How many people do you think I've killed?" The elf tilted his head, pondering, then held up 2 fingers as if counting. "That so-called Flame King, and you. Isn't that only 2 people?" He immediately agreed. "Exactly." Surrounded by a forest of ghost soldiers, Kim Gong-ja smiled, amused. "But why is it that when the Sword King checked it, said I had killed over 4,000 people? That means this tower has its own unique way of calculating deaths. Now, let me ask you another question." Strangely, the army of tens of thousands of skeletons ignored him completely. Along with this came a baffling riddle. "How many deaths do you think I've caused?" The old elf's jaw dropped in utter shock as he finally realized something. In the hands of one ghost soldier, a steel blade glinted, a worn old strip of blue fabric wrapped around its hilt. The soldiers were shrouded in black smoke, constantly letting out bizarre noises from their mouths. Kim Gong-ja beamed, answering his own question, as if he'd known the answer all along. "Ah, it's a lot, isn't it?" The Black Dragon Master's eyes went wide in shock at the incredible number. "I can't believe this is really your skill," she said. He confirmed it with a firm, "Yep." Kim Gong-ja scratched his cheek, embarrassed by her ceaseless praise. "Oh my gosh, a skill that summons thousands of monsters. This is how you cleared the 10th floor on your own right." This made him stammer for a moment. Well. Meanwhile, a murderous aura erupted from the Demon King like a violent wave carrying an undisguised torrent of fury and suspicion. "How can you use the same skill as me?" Kim Gong-ja casually rested his sword on his shoulder, his voice dripping with mockery, as if he saw his opponent as a joke. "Curious. What should I do? I don't plan on telling you." Provoked by the taunt, it started to lose control. "I will not forgive you. This is forbidden. Just how long do you plan to mock me, human?" The Demon King's enraged voice echoed steadily. "My grudge. My rage. I thought I'd already absorbed all this hatred." Kim Gong-ja immediately turned around to call for backup. "Sword King," he pleaded. "Please fight alongside these demonic soldiers. If you join us, there's no way we can lose." The Sword King looked at the surrounding skeletons and nodded. "I understand. It's a bit unsettling to fight with these monsters, but at least they're better than you. Kim Gong-ja looked to the other side. Black Dragon Master, lend me your strength as well. The two of us can take down the Demon King. The Black Dragon Master answered without hesitation. Got it. Just don't get in my way. After securing his allies, he raised his sword high and shouted. The legion of 100 demons and demonic soldiers immediately responded to Kim Gong-ja's powerful cry. Show us what you do best. He pointed the first sword at the enemy and commanded, attack, kill them all. The giant goblin on the other side was immediately swarmed by the skeletons. It tried to smash the weak skeletons, taking full advantage of its massive size, which was many times larger than theirs. The demonic soldiers were smashed to the ground by the goblin. However, one of them, despite having lost its head, struggled back to its feet, still holding its greatsword. The monster was surrounded once again, roaring in a rage as if it were about to explode. The old elf watched the scene, letting out a soft exclamation as if enjoying a good play. Whoa, now this is something. Then, he looked at the headless demonic soldiers, still swinging their weapons in a chaotic frenzy. Hey, who do those demonic soldiers remind you of? The old elf chuckled in amusement. An army of monsters that doesn't fear death. It turned out those words were aimed directly at the Demon King. What is this? Isn't this just terrifying? Provoked, it flew into a rage. How dare you? Its fists clenched in fury. Just a human from another world. It stepped forward, the dark smoke around it growing thicker. Someone who holds no malice, hatred, or resentment in this world. How dare you stand in my way? Kim Gong-ja pointed his sword directly at the enemy, his gaze unwavering as he replied loud and clear. It doesn't matter where I come from. His aura surged like a great wave, filled with the immense confidence he had gained over a long and arduous journey. But I am standing here now. And if you still think that's not enough to qualify me. Just then, an announcement rang out. The tower has bestowed upon you a new name. As Gong-ja made his clear demand, then stop interfering, a brand new notification was updated instantly. Your name is now the King of Death. Kim Gong-ja leaped, charging straight for the Demon King with the brilliant first sword in his hand. The tower will prove my worth. This was an ode to the King of Death. The image of a little girl holding something in her hands. Looking closer, one could see a small frog. Time did not make it grow old, but only more beautiful. The scent emanating from its body intoxicated everyone. Countless hands and eyes turned towards a single person, the little girl from that day now grown into Lady Esther. She was the saintess of healing. Inside a church, a tiny living being, tightly wrapped in a blanket, was offered to the Demon King. She can cure any illness. A strange woman pleaded desperately. Please grant your blessing to this poor child. Sob, sob. She spoke softly. You know the rules, don't you? Leave the child here and go. Return tomorrow morning at the break of dawn. The woman immediately bowed, respectfully thanking the saintess, then placed the baby on the cold floor. She slowly approached and observed it then, as if compelled by something, gently took the baby into her arms. The Demon King endlessly inhaled the scent from its body. So fragrant. So this is how much humans crave love. Her finger gently poked its small mouth. Your mother chose the most beautiful roots to keep you warm, didn't she? Seeing her, the baby, far from being afraid, began to babble as if trying to talk. The Demon King could see this child's future destiny. Though you are wrapped in roots, your path in life is very bright. From now on, you will no longer feel pain. Yet the reflection on the wall was utterly monstrous, as if the person standing there was not human. The shadow gradually transformed its mouth, opening wide, about to devour the child whole. A miracle for one person is happiness for the world. The Demon King simply uttered a cold phrase, how pitiful. After devouring it, flesh and bone, all the baby's memories were absorbed into Esther's body. It had cried so much in its mother's arms. The woman was incredibly emotional upon receiving the child back. The Demon King continued to whisper prayers of blessing. Yes, I know you have suffered greatly. I know. But from now on you will no longer be in pain. She commanded the thing before her, her tone both cruel and merciful. Live a long life. Following the direction of her hand, one could see a slimy black mass, a formless creature pulsating like a pool of breathing darkness. Suddenly, a tiny hand reached out, trying to escape, like a faint ray of hope trying to break free from the abyss. The sound of digestion continued, a steady gurgle. Gurgle. Meanwhile, the Demon King just wore a cold smile throughout the process. Poor little thing. After receiving her child back, the miserable woman couldn't hide her joy as she held the baby in her arms. The Demon King gave careful instructions in a deep, warm, and solemn voice. From now on you will be healthier, and will no longer get sick. Please continue to love it just as you do now. She was so happy she was speechless. The poor mother gave the other a deep bow to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. Next was an image of everyone performing the same reverent act in unison. Thank you, Saintess. The rumors spread far and wide in all directions. She was the one who performed miracles, saving the sick. The people praised her endlessly. Thank you for helping me walk on my own 2 feet again. Thanks to you, my sight has returned. To some extent, the Demon King of that era was seen as a divine being. She is our savior. However, there were certain powers who were not pleased with this. They buzzed with discussion. More peasants have deserted. It seems they've joined the army of the savior saintess. The dark patch on the map spread ever wider, showing that the Demon King's influence had expanded considerably. She is the savior of all the sick. Suddenly, a group of armored soldiers carrying torches appeared. Under the strict command of their captain, the authority of the goddess has been buried, so are we just going to let this heretical army run rampant, show no mercy to anyone who sides with that witch? Countless bright torches were raised high in the night, showing their unyielding fighting spirit. We must burn the witch's den to the ground at all costs. Amidst that sea of flames where billowing smoke and raging fire were devouring everything, it felt as if time had stopped. The Demon King slowly approached, a look of bewilderment on his face. The soldiers were hunting everywhere, leaving no one behind. No matter how much the people cried and wailed, the soldiers firmly believed that all those afflicted by the curse were monsters. Her eyes widened, unable to hide her indignation. Finally, when her pent-up resentment reached its limit, the Demon King roared in despair. Those who do not see humans as human. This space is now nothing but suffocating darkness. I shall devour all of your hatred. Back on the chaotic battlefield between Kim Gong-ja and the current Demon King, someone suddenly called out. Kim Gong-ja. He slid a long way across the ground while offering reassurance. I'm fine. Kim Gong-ja faced two choices, left or right, but his decision led to a mistake. The result was a system notification. You have died. It was the left path. Time rewound once again, the clock turning back 24 hours. The Summon 100 Ghosts skill can be used again in 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds. The Time Rewinder's system clearly displays the memories and stats of the user when they go back in time. The Demon King rampaged wildly, with no sign of stopping, and there was that familiar message again. You have died. Returning to 24 hours prior, Kim Gong-ja was fighting fiercely while the old ghost observed silently. Those maintained stats are actually detrimental to the skill. Just like how Beihu Ryong and I share memories when we rewind time, the skill's effects also persist even after death. A notification appeared. The Summon 100 Ghost skill can be used again in 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds. The cooldown time is the same. The Black Dragon Master shouted in alarm as she dodged an attack. Kim Gong-ja. The duration kept shortening. You have died. The Summon 100 Ghosts skill can be used again in 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 33 seconds. A day passed, a day in which so many events had occurred it felt like today was an incredibly long day. From Kim Gong-ja befriending the Black Dragon Master, to him fighting bravely against the Demon King continued to summon ferocious monsters, leaving Gong-ja no choice but to swing his sword relentlessly. The countdown continued. You have died. You can use the Summon 100 Ghosts skill again in 3 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds. Before him now was an unidentified blazing red orb. You can use the Summon 100 Ghosts skill again in 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. You can use the Summon 100 Ghosts skill again in 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. The monsters charged forward one after another, determined not to give their opponent a moment's rest. The Summon 100 Ghost skill can be used again in 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds. The battle was still raging fiercely. Again, a voice screamed his name, Kim Gong-ja. His reply was as calm as before. I'm fine. At the same time, his feet kept moving tirelessly, dodging the intense attacks. The Demon King asked in a low growl, You, a being destined to die. Do you possess clairvoyance? Just then, a notification appeared. You are now permitted to use Summon 100 Ghosts. Kim Gong-ja gave a vague answer, something like that. The Demon King was utterly stunned when he began to activate the skill. What ghost soldiers swarmed out, attacking the enemy's goblins. Kim Gong-ja used the momentum to leap high into the air, pouring all his strength into his arm to bring his sword down on the Demon King. Someone's voice exclaimed in awe, truly a venomous fellow. The old ghost was endlessly impressed. This skill is top tier. Zombie, let's see if you can summon them overlappingly next time. Just go somewhere and summon them again after a week. Kim Gong-ja just gave a perfunctory reply. Later, please. But the old man kept rambling on. I don't think the next summon will work, but the one after that should be fine. Don't you know, if you can do repeated summons, you'll get promoted to Zombie King. Another dark energy attack shot towards him. He snapped irritably. Stop talking, I can't concentrate. The result was predictable. You have died. It was all because the old ghost was running his mouth, causing both of them to return to 24 hours prior. Kim Gong-ja held his head in utter helplessness. It's your fault. I have to wait another week. The old ghost vehemently denied it. Isn't it because you're not strong enough? It's not my fault, I'm sure of it. The system added more time. The Summon 100 Ghost skill can be used again in 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second. He furiously threatened, I swear you'll get what's coming to you someday. The ghost retorted smugly, I've been dead for ages. How are you planning to hit a ghost? You'll only tire yourself out. Seriously. The old ghost then urged him on. If you're so angry, then hurry up and defeat the Demon King. I made it to the 20th floor with no skills at all, you know. Kim Gong-ja immediately issued a command. Black Dragon Master, next time it's the left side. The Black Dragon Master decided to trust his words. I understand. She quickly stretched out her hand and began to channel her power. A vortex of magical energy swirled in the air, its brilliant light forming a 5-pointed star floating in front of her. Then she slowly moved the magic circle above her head. The Demon King, hit by the spell, could only curse. You dare. Suddenly, a voice praised her. Ha ha ha, great shot, madam. Even in such a life-or-death situation, a completely pointless side conversation was taking place right under the powerful Demon King's nose. Who are you calling, madam? I'm still young. You know I know all about the elixirs you use. I'll start by killing the Demon King. Wait for me. Seeing the enemy begin to counterattack, Gong-ja warned. After this, to the left, Black Dragon Master, while also signaling to Marcus Callenberry. Sword Saint, get out of the way. He repeatedly instructed the Black Dragon Master. Next, dodge to the left. When no one is beside me, I will launch the main attack. She obediently followed. I understand. Quick as a flash, the Black Dragon Master summoned sparkling mirrors. Under her control, they rapidly formed a perimeter surrounding the Demon King. A massive explosion occurred. Its body instantly blew up into a mass of grotesque black sludge. Its cracked face unexpectedly revealed the flesh beneath. You dare to do this, to my hatred and resentment. Witnessing this scene left Kim Gong-ja completely stunned. Flesh. Finally, the Autumn Rain Demon King decided to retreat, leaving both him and the Black Dragon Master thoroughly confused. A notification stated, the Autumn Rain Demon King has retreated to the 13th floor. Kim Gong-ja shouted in protest. Wait, I had him. How did he get away? Hearing this, the Demon King rationalized. Don't get your hopes up. I'll be back, which made him so angry he couldn't help but curse. That damn Demon King. Everything fell silent, leaving only a pile of black sludge on the ground. This was not a worthy reward for what Gong-ja had gone through. The proof was in his arm, covered in tally marks representing the number of times he had teetered on the edge of life and death. What do you mean by that? The tower has accepted your choice. His hand came up to cup the side of his face, his expression unable to hide his disappointment. Just then, the system announced the creation of a hidden quest. What was even more confusing was that the 12th floor quest would be revised, and the 13th floor quest would be revised. And just like that, the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th floors all experienced the same thing. He kept wondering to himself, can quests really be revised? A brand new information panel was updated. Hero of the World of Stop Time difficulty undetermined. The quest objective included the fact that you have made your resolve. You refuse to let anyone be sacrificed and do not require repayment from those you save. Not expecting recognition from those you've saved is the definition of self-sacrifice. By definition, one who sacrifices themselves for others is a hero. O hero, the people of the continent do not yet know this definition. They have yet to recognize your noble act of self-sacrifice. But if a definition remains merely a definition, then self-sacrifice is nothing more than self-sacrifice. So will you still become the hero in the world of stopped time? The Demon King has been wounded and has fled. He hasn't gotten far. If you wish, you can hunt him down for as long as you want. Then an option was presented to Kim Gong-ja. Do you accept this quest? Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately agreed. Yes. The hidden quest has been activated. His body slowly faded into a soft glow as the teleportation magic began to activate, initiated by the hero of the world of stopped time, along with a wish for good luck. The system appeared searching for the Demon King's presence on the 12th floor, did not detect the Demon King, and then announced that the Demon King had retreated. The sky gradually returned to its original clear blue state. The three of them, Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Master, and Marcus Callenberry, all looked up at the words floating in midair. History has been altered. She looked at the tiny specks of light drifting around her, completely surprised. She immediately turned to ask Kim Gong-ja, "What is all this?" He was just as surprised. "This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this." The old elf agreed. "It's a first for me too." What in the world is this? Kim Gong-ja's gaze shifted elsewhere for a moment, filled with bewilderment. They both simultaneously looked towards the massive city gate. He spoke up. "Master of the Black Dragon, look at this." The ancient city walls were once adorned with bright red flags. They were the symbol of a nation, the city walls. Where did all the flags go? Now they stood bare and desolate under the peaceful deep blue sky. "You're right, the flags are all gone." She firmly suggested they had to go check what was happening, and he immediately supported the idea. Agreed. Clasping their hands together tightly, they shouted, "Teleport." A second later, both of them appeared on top of the city wall. The gloomy image of the town from that day returned to his mind, with only a few people passing by, carrying an indescribable sadness. Now it was completely different. The houses had been renovated to be much grander, as if they had put on a whole new face. Kim Gong-ja gasped in astonishment. History has been altered. The soldiers who once sat slumped on the ground had now turned into leisurely young men in armor. Guarding was secondary. Eating and sleeping were their main priorities. They were shocked. History has really changed. The Black Dragon Master analyzed the situation thoroughly. The I Kim Empire, which was supposed to have been invaded by the Demon King, was not. Whether he had won or lost, the invasion of this place had become history. He asked himself a question. A satisfied smile he couldn't hide playing on his lips. So, this time, the world wasn't invaded by the Demon King. The system continuously sent notifications. The quests for the 11th and 12th floors have been revised. He thought to himself no one could know when everything changed. But Kim Gong-ja could confidently say history had changed all thanks to me. Back when history hadn't changed, people even sought solace in toxic liquids. What is this rain? Acid rain. Wow, it's so sparkly. A beautiful shame compared to this rundown city. The current scene had been completely transformed into a bright and vibrant one. A man was selling apples. Get your apples. Get your apples. Early brand apples. Every historical milestone was being changed. 3 branches of the K Hospital in Kwansu Tam Heap and Tan Triu were locked down after 10 suspected cases of COVID. 19 were recorded. What was alarming was that the new positive cases were from only a small group of patient samples. Witnessing such overwhelming changes, he smiled faintly. The voice from the news broadcast continued to drone on. However, Vietnam still shows its determination to defeat COVID. 19, affirming its indisputable sovereignty over the Paracel and Spratly archipelagos, as well as the just cause of the war that helped the Cambodian people escape the Khmer Rouge genocide. Suddenly there was a loud shout. Over there, Sabat was relentlessly questioning the two of them. Who are you? Behind him, 2 soldiers followed as his escort. He shouted in a reprimanding tone, "How rude! How dare you set foot on the ramparts of the Empire? Get down here now!" An image from the previous timeline suddenly flashed in his mind. The man in a dignified sword-drawn pose had once prayed with all his heart, "Please save our empire." He quickly recognized the man. Sabat asked again, his voice laced with confusion. "Huh," he then growled out each word angrily. "You thief, how do you know my name?" Ignoring the man's harsh words, he was lost in his own thoughts. So that's how it is. The man continued to scream himself hoarse, even though he received no reply. "You bastards, didn't you hear what I said? Get down here now." It was only then that Gong-ja understood. The man who was once a friendly citizen of the Empire on the 11th floor had now become a man who liked to scream at others. "Looking back at your old self, you once earnestly begged me, 'Please save our empire.'" A demonic smile involuntarily spread across his lips, and then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, which left the man below utterly bewildered. Kim Gong-ja's sky-shaking laughter even startled the Black Dragon Master standing next to him. Ha ha ha. The old elf also shot him a judgmental look. The sound grew more and more intense. Aha. He bent over, his expression becoming unclear. The sound started to get quieter. Ha ha ha. Then he suddenly threw his head back and declared loudly and clearly, "Ah, Sabat." The man below listened to every word. "I protected your empire." The other soldiers also watched. A refreshing smile that came from the bottom of his heart curved Kim Gong-ja's lips. "I kept my promise." The citizens of the empire were also unconsciously drawn in. With a clear conscience, he was proud of himself. For hundreds of days, even the great ministers discussing matters inside the church pricked up their ears to listen, with not a single regret. With the desire for no one to be sacrificed, I endured for hundreds of days, and finally I pushed back the Demon King. His ink-stained hand gripped the railing tightly. Was clear proof of all my unseen efforts. I'm so proud I actually did it. Kim Gong-ja remembered his past self, how I used to live like a piece of trash, only knowing how to be sarcastic and envious of others. Day after day it was just booze and more booze with the newsboard on the screen. I want to become the Flame Emperor. Thinking about that pathetic state back then made my heart grow cold. I had already given up on this life. That fateful moment came when I least expected it. The system announced that the quest had been completed. His heart was now filled with satisfaction, but today I can finally hold my head high. It continued, and as I glanced at my companions, the Black Dragon Master and the Sword Saint, I thought I saved this world. The official status was updated. Floor 12 quest has been completed. He was confident that today he could hold his head high. Following that, countless different screens popped up. Contribution rankings ranking complete, announcing the top 3 contributors. First place is the Death King, second is the Black Dragon Master, and third is the Sword Saint. The result they achieved was the peaceful life of the urban area here. Sabat furrowed his brow in confusion. What in the world are you talking about? Suddenly, the other person shouted Lord Sabat's name, making him jump. Kim Gong-ja waved cheerfully. "I'm leaving the empire in your hands," he continued, speaking much to the disbelief of both Sabat and the soldiers. "I'm sorry, but my role as a hero ends here. I'll still be somewhere in your empire." The more Gong-ja spoke, the more excited he became. "But from now on, you all have to take care of things yourselves. Good luck, good luck." The old elf standing beside him laughed loudly. Aha, he did a few somersaults in midair. "Ha ha ha, you crazy bastard. I thought you had matured, but who knew you'd start stroking your own ego like this?" He just covered his face and chuckled, then turned to look at the old man with confidence, even making a suave gesture of brushing back his hair. What can I say? It's because I'm just feeling so good about life today. The old elf seized the opportunity to burst out laughing until he nearly passed out. That Kim zombie is crazy, I get it, but it doesn't affect me anyway. Aha, ignoring the crazy man, Kim Gong-ja turned his attention elsewhere, holding out his hand hoping his companion would continue with him. Come on, Black Dragon Master, let's go to the 13th floor. But unexpectedly, that whole scene made the Black Dragon Master reconsider him. Then again, none of the high-ranking hunters are ever normal. I can understand that, he asked, confused. What? The system announced. You are moving to the 13th floor. The Death King welcomes you to the 13th floor. The three of them, Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Master, and Marcus, teleported to the required location right on time. As soon as he saw them, the Demon King immediately roared in fury. Unforgivable. How dare you touch my children? You insolent humans, are you mocking me? Do you want to steal my life, my blood, and my soul? The pressure he emitted was immense, his voice filled with a deep resentment for the mortal world. I curse you all. Marcus was wary. His screams are terrifying. This is the first time I've ever heard a sound like that. The Black Dragon Master agreed. That's right, what could make him sound so miserable? Kim Gong-ja's expression was a little tense when someone's voice rang out. Hey, the old elf tilted his head curiously. What's wrong with that guy? It seemed only he could sense the difference. He's even weaker than before. This brand new information couldn't help but surprise Gong-ja. What? The old man placed a hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. He took a heavy hit from the Black Dragon Master earlier, but it shouldn't have been to this extent. What followed was a sharp analysis. It's like he's been downgraded. On the 12th floor, his level was a SSS-Rank Goblin King, that muddy black entity that was taking over the roof of a building, emitting such a terrifying aura. And yet the reality was completely different. But he's not like that anymore. Right now, he's only at the level of the Goblin King you met on the 5th floor, the old man kept asking himself. This is really strange. Normally, the higher you go in the tower, the stronger the bosses are supposed to get right. Could it be that the Black Dragon Master's attack earlier had some kind of special effect? As he listened, Kim Gong-ja pondered silently. An unforeseen change has occurred. The system announced again, now awarding the completion reward for the 12th floor. Unable to proceed. All rewards will be granted upon completion of the 19th floor. He stared in amazement at the brightly glowing object in his hand. For now, you can only receive the elixir reward. A series of new statuses were updated. You have received a blessing and the protection of the temple god. The map from the 11th to the 20th floor has been unlocked, leaving Gong-ja completely overwhelmed. The world map Marcus Callenberry and the Black Dragon Master were drawn by his sudden shout. I get it, Kim Gong-ja declared confidently. I know why the Demon King is like this. Black Dragon Master, try to remember what happened on the previous floors. He recalled the view of the town after the alteration they had witnessed from above. The history of the Demon King's invasion had vanished without a trace, and the refugee village was also gone. On the map, red dots spread across the continent, while green dots also appeared in large numbers, but fewer of them. Think about it. Where did the refugees come from? Weren't they the people of the entire empire, the entire continent? He immediately pointed this out. But in reality, that refugee village has vanished into thin air. She nodded in agreement. That's right. From that, we can deduce one thing. Not just the empire, but the history of the entire continent has been changed. Kim Gong-ja concluded. Exactly. You could also say we've returned to the era before the Demon King invaded the continent. And right now is the moment the temple god is under attack. The Demon King was still screaming in agony. Hurrah! The old elf, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, was surprised to hear he just got de-leveled and let out a sound. Huh. Gong-ja's face suddenly turned ice cold. Hunters like us hear that sound every time we level up. Your existence has become one step clearer. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. We can understand that very sentence as increasing a hunter's level. What exactly does the existence the tower mentions even mean? Is it just said to sound cool? The only clue is the Demon King entity they once faced. A boss monster grows stronger by killing countless citizens of the empire and refugees. And yet, all that slaughter and hunting has now been rendered as if it never happened. The system warned the Autumn Rain Demon King is enraged. The Demon King's existence has become vague. He concluded his reasoning. Which also means his growth has been erased, meaning his existence has become more vague. It clutched its head and screamed tragically. Humph. Arga, the Demon King enraged, growled out each word. You, people. After finishing their discussion, everyone shouted in unison, let's fight, the time for a counterattack has come. The Demon King continuously summoned his monsters. Oh, hundreds of ghosts, oh, thousands of demons. Most of them wore clothes like living people, only their skin had been transformed. My children, a clear voice commanded. Kill them. The Black Dragon Master snarled as she formed her dark power. I've hated zombie movies since I was a kid. Marcus also raised his sword high. In the middle of a fierce battle, someone suddenly spoke up. Sword Emperor, how about a bet? This was directed at the old elf floating in the air. How many more times will I have to die to clear the 19th floor? The man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he gave an estimate. Okay, I bet it'll be under 100 times. The young man gave a smug smile. Oh, then I'll bet under 99 times. The old man retorted indignantly. Damn it, that's a dirty trick. The old elf didn't hesitate to challenge the young man. Tisk, tisk, let's see how a zombie like you cuts down your own kind. Since we made a bet, I won't be helping you this time. Okay. A horde of monsters was slowly creeping toward him. Kim Gong-ja agreed to the deal without a second thought. Okay. The familiar words appeared again. You have died. You will return to 24 hours prior. This time, he and the Black Dragon Master took the lead to clear a path. There are too many of them, the Black Dragon Master cried out. She was just as exhausted. I'm giving it my all too. I'm the only one here with a light-based skill. You know Death King can't your skill shoot fire, Kim Gong-ja vaguely explained. It's on cooldown right now. We can only use it about 3 more times. This made the other person wonder. 3 times, he immediately confirmed. That's right. The Sword Saint then turned to Marcus Callenberry with a request. Could you help me open that large rock-like lid over there? I have a few things I need to check. The man asked, confused. What are you planning to check? Kim Gong-ja gestured with 2 curved fingers. I'll explain later. For now, just help me. I'm a prophet, remember, okay? Marcus just stared at him, his action of lifting the rock lid serving as his answer. While he was being fatally bitten by a monster, the result was, you have died. After reviving, Kim Gong-ja continued to give directions. Okay, Sword Saint, that rock is actually a secret passage. There's an extremely useful hammer down there. You and the Black Dragon Master should go down and get it. Hearing this, Marcus snarked. You seem to have lived a very lonely life, haven't you? The young man ignored the taunt and launched into a long explanation. That thing, combined with the energy beam, will be incredibly effective. Combining the skill and striking the hammer hard on the ground will create a shockwave that can knock out these zombies. Okay. The other man was completely surprised. How did you know that? He shouted in frustration. I'm a prophet. Okay, I'll without noticing a monster bearing its fangs at his neck. The result was that before he could finish his sentence, he was chomped again. You have died. The Sword King looked at the pile of tangled corpses lying at his feet. The zombies have mostly been wiped out by this. Kim Gong-ja was about to advance on the final enemy, so only the Demon King is left. But unexpectedly, what appeared before him was a strange, one-eyed cyclops. Good heavens, what is that thing? Its brightly glowing eyeball looked even more bizarre. Everyone calmly analyzed it. At a glance, it looks like a giant, but it's also a zombie. Could it be a giant zombie? Maybe this was the gatekeeper, but now it has become a subordinate of the Demon King. We still need to learn more about this kind of heretical demon. Before it could swing its weapon, they had just finished their discussion. Anyway, leave this giant thing to me. Yes, we're counting on you. And with that, he lost another life. You have died. Learning from the previous run, when he heard Marcus declare, anyway, leave this giant thing to me, Kim Gong-ja immediately stopped him. No, Sword Saint, you continue creating shockwaves to hold back the other zombies for me. The man argued back indignantly. Hey, I want to test my blade, the young man kept reminding him, trying to persuade him. I'm a prophet, okay. Then he turned to give an order to the Black Dragon Master. Black Dragon Master, please use your energy beams to attack its face. Her expression clearly showed her excitement. I was just about to do that. Kim Gong-ja sealed the deal right there. Perfect. Let's do this. A blinding beam of light shot from the giant Cyclops' eye toward them, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. Kim Gong-ja shouted, 100 ghosts summon. The Black Dragon Master couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, Death King, doesn't that skill of yours have a cooldown? He just gave a brief explanation, something like that. She listened intently to his proposal. Right now, there are 2 of us who can deal with that giant thing, but I want to ask you for a favor. Kim Gong-ja's next sentence made the Black Dragon Master unable to sit still. Don't attack its eye. Her eyes widened in utter shock. What he warned her, if you do that, something terrible will happen, which was met with fierce opposition. But Death King, don't you see that giant eye? Next was a back-and-forth argument about the Cyclops' incredibly oblivious eyeball. Yes, I see it. And I also know you have a passion for hitting that eye, don't you, Death King? If you could also shoot energy beams like me, if you also saw that brightly shining eye, you would too. I know it. But you really can't do that. I don't have time to explain right now, so please. Okay, the Black Dragon Master was a little reluctant. Marcus beside her tried to console her. You should listen to him. He said he's a prophet. This only made her more choked up. Even the Sword Saint's hands quietly clenched into fists as if he had made a final resolve. The Black Dragon Master solemnly swore, I know. I will do my best to restrain myself from attacking that eye. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja was greatly relieved. Thank you. With the strategy decided, they fought together to defeat the giant Cyclops. The Demon King roared in anguish. My General A notification appeared. The Autumn Rain Demon King has retreated to the 14th floor. The gloomy gray sky completely vanished without a trace, returning the scene to peace. The people happily returned to their normal lives. You kids, how many times have I told you not to run around in the temple? The sound of children's laughter rang out. Congratulations on receiving the goddess's protection. Kim Gong-ja looked with satisfaction at the Cyclops relaxing on a distant cliff. Now, it was just a gentle guardian. The three of them contentedly clasped hands. Their journey was still very long. Let's go. Transitioning to another location in the middle of a vast forest in the desolate afternoon, the three of them stood back to back, silently waiting for whatever might come. The result was the same as the previous battle. The Demon King once again decided to retreat, this time to the 15th floor. They followed to eliminate him. This time, the battlefield was deep under the ocean with countless mermaid monsters. The Demon King decided to retreat to the 16th floor. Next was the lava volcano, a place where red dragons rampaged everywhere. The Demon King decided to retreat to the 17th floor. History had changed, and this continued from the 18th all the way to the 19th floor. The Demon King's very existence was gradually fading. Its bloodshot eyes stood out against its ink-black face, its tone filled with resentment. You people. It huddled in a corner, lamenting its fate. If it weren't for you. The sounds of anguish continued as its body shriveled into a tiny pile of mud. I wouldn't have ended up in a situation like this. How dare you bring swords into this world? Kim Gong-ja just chuckled mockingly. Oh ho, his hand was already resting on the hilt of his sword, only now do I get to see those eyes of yours. The Demon King's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He calmly repeated his words. Like I said, this is the first time I've gotten close enough to see those eyeballs. The Demon King and the hero had never once made eye contact. What an absurd tragedy. His cold blade pointed straight at the enemy, ready to end it with all his might. The Demon King gnashed its teeth, about to curse him again. But was cut off. If not, then, just run away again. I'm honestly curious. If you run away again this time, just how much weaker will you become? It could only endure the opponent's taunting words in silence. After all, if you don't go all out now, you won't have a chance to win. The anger piled up higher and higher. You people. Your words. How dare you strip the very flesh from my bones? What do you people know? He soberly called out, a nostalgic name. Esther then delivered a final warning. I'm warning you. Give it your all. With the first sword in hand, Kim Gong-ja's expression was utterly serious. If you don't, my lifetime will be longer than your entire history of existence. Kim Gong-ja died yet again. You have died. The system then announced that a penalty would be incurred from using the skill. Recreating the painful moment of the one who killed you. He mused to himself, time to talk about a certain nightmare. Penalty level, medium. Penalty starving ghost. The painful moment of the Demon King Chu Yu will be recreated. A fierce fire surrounded them, along with an authoritative voice giving a command. Burn it all for me. Burn that witch's den to the ground. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened in disbelief. The figure of a young girl flickered in and out of view amidst the devastating fire. No need for mercy. They're all just monsters under a spell. Don't let a single one escape. That was the Demon King when she was still human. His expression couldn't hide his shock. She kept asking herself why. A scene of villagers living peacefully together, flashed by now, replaced only by corpses littering the ground. Why would humans burn other humans alive like this? A chaotic scene appeared with soldiers reciting their oaths one by one. This is the Lord's command. In the name of His Majesty the King, in the name of His Highness, in the name of the Pope, they used every excuse to justify their brutal murders. In the name of the forest god, they even dragged beastmen and elves to recite the declaration. By this holy cross and the jewel that the Dragon King bestowed upon our empire, and by the honorable promise of the hero, the soldiers spared no one. The Demon King questioned them relentlessly. Who in the world are you, people? Who are you to dare burn others alive like this? One by one, people fell right before her eyes. The deadly flames claimed so many innocent lives. A mother held her child tightly in her arms. It cried constantly. Wah, wah. She soothed it with a gentle voice. It's uncomfortable, isn't it? Just a little longer. Hang in there. Elsewhere, people comforted one another, trying to reassure themselves. Gams, that's right. It'll be okay. Everything will be okay. The fire was finally extinguished, leaving the Demon King all alone amidst the ashes. Her feet stepped slowly across the ground, her mind recalling the image of a cheerful young man from long ago, offering her his harvest. Saintess, this is the first apple from my family's orchard. Please try it, Saintess. Now only a scorched arm remained. Next was a girl happily showing off her strong legs. I thought I'd never be able to run again for the rest of my life. It's all thanks to you, Saintess. Those same legs were now part of a cold corpse. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore. Her whole body collapsed in grief. Her hands clutched at the thick earth. The torment in her heart grew and grew. People who had been so full of life were now all just charred corpses. The ashen remains mixed with dust, blackening both of the Demon King's hands. But that didn't matter anymore. She just brought them to her mouth. Under the gray sky, the Demon King gnawed on everything that remained, including an indescribable sorrow. Her eyes grew wild as she endlessly pitied the poor children. Thick, jet-black tears streamed down her cheeks. My poor children. Agony mixed with sorrow enveloped her heavy body. My children. You were all once human too. The dark energy expanded further. You were born human and were living good lives. You knew sadness and pain. Swiftly it spread to other inhabited places, like a silent plague creeping over every rooftop, and yet others called you monsters. A child saw this and innocently asked their mother, "What is that?" She had officially transformed into the cruel demon king of the present. You people get to be called human while my children are branded as monsters. Does this world belong only to you? Her resentful words continued to echo under the bloody rain. In this world only you are human. Prove it. Prove that you are human. As the rain fell, she continuously gave a command in her extreme hatred. From this moment on, prove that you are human. Pushed by the currents of fate, a kind saintess had now become a demon king. Like words of resentment, I curse you. Like the pain in my heart. Everything you have done is a sin, which has formed this obsession that has lasted for so long. From now on, no more villages will be burned alive. So from now on, you will live and pay the price for those sins. What Kim Gong-ja was seeing now was the corpses of soldiers instead of villagers, unlike in the Demon King's painful memory. The old elf softly called his name Kim Gong-ja, snap out of it. Looking at Kim Gong-ja's stunned face, he could guess what was going through his mind. This isn't a hell meant for you. Just then, the system announced. Pain recreation complete. Confirmed that the penalized subject has maintained a normal state. The penalty has ended. Kim Gong-ja continued to fight fiercely. You swung your sword again and again, leaving the Demon King completely defenseless. Ugh, the old elf shouted. Now's your chance. He was acting as Kim Gong-ja's prompter. His head was completely empty, and every one of your slashes landed true. The Demon King's groans and piercing screams echoed across the sky. Arg, his feet scraped across the ground for a long distance after being knocked back. The black sludge dripped more and more heavily to the ground, revealing a human-like figure. Ugh. The system window appeared again. The Demon King's existence had become faint. His body was shrinking, and most of the filth covering him had been washed away. The Demon King fell into absolute panic. No. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, just like a human's. My children, my grudges. Ugh. A stern voice commanded. Retreat. A detailed map appeared behind Gong-ja. Blue dots representing his forces were spread densely across the continents. Go to the 20th floor. You can't beat me no matter what. Go back to your sanctuary. Meanwhile, the red dots were being pushed into a small corner. Return to your original nature. Step by step, you psychologically manipulated your opponent. Go back to where you started, and that is where you will end. Demon King. Marcus Callenberry tilted his head slightly to glance at Gong-ja, his hand ready on his sword, wanting to finish the enemy with a single decisive blow. But the Black Dragon Master spoke calmly. I will leave the final blow to the Death King. The Demon King's mouth couldn't stop spitting out fresh blood. He screamed in fury. Damn it, you bastard! The Demon King. Thu Vu has retreated to the 20th floor. A notification appeared instantly. The Demon King's retreat is confirmed. History has been altered once again. The 19th floor quest has been cleared. Kim Gong-ja softly called out to his two companions. Sword Saint Black Dragon Master, I'm sorry, but I want to clear the 20th floor alone. He bowed deeply, his sincerity evident in his posture. Thank you all for your help during this time. But I truly want to handle that Demon King by myself. Please let me go alone. This left the two of them a bit flustered. The Black Dragon Master was the first to support Kim Gong-ja. I have no objections. The fact that we've made it this far is largely thanks to your efforts. Although you broke your promise not to move for 5 days, I will silently wait for you this time. The saint quickly agreed as well. Today marks exactly 5 days. After you clear the 20th floor, should we meet privately? I really have a lot I need to talk to you about. The corners of Kim Gong-ja's lips curled into a faint smile. Yes. He bowed deeply once more before beginning to teleport. Thank you. System transfer notification. Welcome, Death King. The boss and quest are in position. You are currently in the middle of a flower bed. There is only one participant in this trial, the Death King. May fortune smile upon you. The Demon King, in his small form, had been waiting for a long time. As his feet slowly stepped forward, the tower began to calculate your rewards from the 11th to the 19th floor. Calculation starting. Calculation complete. Achievement results. The tower recognizes your great deeds. Countless cards floated around him. The Death King's authority has been adjusted. His expression couldn't hide his surprise. You have been granted the Apostle's authority. Except for S-rank skills, you have the right to change any skill you currently possess. He silently wondered, is the tower giving me a choice? Kim Gong-ja didn't know why this tower existed or who created it, but one thing was certain, the tower held countless lives. His hand prepared to draw his sword, ready for the decisive battle ahead. The powerful first sword of the earth began to accumulate pure golden energy, and he could finally feel the existence it had always spoken of. The sharp point of his sword aimed straight at the Demon King. He had to protect the choices he made and remember the path he had chosen. Kim Gong-ja finally spoke, threatening his opponent. This is where you meet your end, Demon King. The face covered in mud showed extreme terror. Do it. A voice filled with rage and resentment echoed through the space. My villages. How dare you destroy my paradise? System notification. The boss is right in front of you. Gong-ja controlled the cards flying around him. The Demon King remained defiant. I can never forgive you people. Her life had been completely frozen in that fateful moment. My eyes, my mind, they have always remained with the Empire. I will never forget the cruel flames you people started. The Demon King, as if driven mad, summoned a greatsword. And now you intend to burn down my paradise once again. Observing the map led to one conclusion: on the most confined piece of land, there was a single weak floor boss. The Demon King rushed towards him, his face contorted with absolute rage. He swung his sword with all his might, but to his surprise, Gong-ja parried it with ease. He spoke softly. Our positions have been reversed, haven't they? Then he slowly brought up the past while launching a powerful counterattack. Do you remember? On the 12th floor, you are the Demon King, and I am the hero. You are the invader, and I am the defender. Push back, the Demon King let out a cry. Kim Gong-ja started to mentally manipulate her. This world is a wondrous place. Now you find yourself desperately protecting the very thing you cherish. The Demon King growled. Die. Just die. He sneered, and delivered another powerful slash. I'm sorry, but your words aren't the least bit frightening. A sound of pain rang out. This time it was a sweeping slash across the Demon King's body. A blood-curdling scream tore through the space. Arg. The system window appeared again. The existence of the Demon King Thuvu is fading. The black filth dripped endlessly, pooling on the ground. Kim Gong-ja swung his sword without rest. You will become weaker and weaker still, the Demon King screamed pitifully. The familiar text appeared again. The existence of the Demon King Thuvu is fading. Gong-ja fought with increasing fervor. Just a little more. The familiar notification appeared along with a wretched scream that echoed to the heavens. The Demon King's movements froze for a moment. The layers of mud clinging to him began to fall away, revealing a pristine white robe underneath. System warning: class adjustment has begun. The title Demon King Thuvu has been stripped. Now even the darkness was abandoning her, causing her to panic. She tried to cling to her last bit of strength, but it was useless. The Demon King begged relentlessly in despair. Tower, you can't do this. Gong-ja just stood there, watching her desperately cling to her final embers. He was extremely pleased with this result. Everything's going according to plan. You're far too weak now. She felt terrified, and quickly tried to keep her distance. Don't come near me, don't. However, Kim Gong-ja completely ignored her words, his feet stepping slowly over the white flower petals. Is that so? Then try and stop me. Use reason or use force, I don't care. Give it your best shot, in the face of his threats. Otherwise, I will simply appear before you again. The Demon King began to retreat toward the black substance behind her. You. All of you. You've done terrible things to my children, she demanded. You have no right to say that to me, but he cut her off. You're wrong. The first sword behind Kim Gong-ja's head shone with a brilliant diamond-like light. His expression was dead serious. Just as you say, I am merely someone from another world. It's true that kings, emperors, and even the Pope joined forces to burn your villages. But you can't blame the innocent people of this continent for that. The Demon King listened silently, hanging on his every word. And of course it wasn't my fault either. I'm just someone from another world. We hunters have only one duty: to bring freedom to this place. Still, that wasn't enough to persuade her. She even tried to justify her actions. You have no right to question me about responsibility, and you certainly don't have the power to stop me. Kim Gong-ja nonchalantly cut her off right there. Are you saying you've done nothing wrong? Ether was just as terrified as you are right now. He began to recount the heartbreaking story from the past. The little girl tried to scream for help, running to find her father. But then, what did you do to her? He condemned the Demon King to her face without a hint of hesitation. Not only that, you swallowed the child alive, the one that woman entrusted to you. You call that vile act salvation. You betrayed the very people who trusted you with all their hearts, she screamed, in anguish, desperately trying to justify herself. That's not what I am. Kim Gong-ja continued to expose her crimes. You hid the truth, the fact that you became Esther, and that you devoured that child. Everyone knows the truth, but they stay silent because they fear you. The Demon King vehemently denied it all. I truly didn't know anything. Her hands flew to her face, her expression one of absolute horror. It's just, I had no consciousness or memory back then. She remembered that moment, the little girl Preta struggling to escape the clutches of the monster. Daddy, save me. Somebody please help me. She was still trying to defend herself. I truly didn't understand what any of it meant. He then asked sarcastically, so, you only made a mistake because you didn't know. The Demon King was determined to clear her name. Yes, if I had known. I never would have done it. Kim Gong-ja immediately latched onto that point. That's what humans are like too. He then analyzed her words thoroughly. You're just making excuses. Exactly like the emperors who committed those atrocities against you. They all band together to justify their own filthy actions. We thought they were just evil sorceresses and monsters we didn't know. The two went back and forth trading shameless lies. Of course, there are people who lie for their own selfish gain. But are you certain every single one of them is like that? An image appeared of citizens being forced to move because of a poisonous rain of blood. What about the heroes who were just following their emperor's orders? What about the citizens forced to flee the lands they'd lived on their whole lives? Among all of them, how many do you think were just like you? The ones who didn't know anything. After that long speech, Kim Gong-ja softened his tone a little. Forgive me. I'm not well educated, so this is the best I can explain it. There's only one thing I truly understand in this world. Karma. Under a lush green canopy, he declared with conviction, fine, if you believe that what you vomit up after consuming a human is still human, then it's only fair that you experience the exact same thing. She still couldn't quite process his words. What are you talking about? A mysterious light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand at Kim Gong-ja's summons. Tower, I wish to use my floor-clearing reward, he specified, the reward that allows me to alter one of my skills. An information window popped up instantly. The 100 Ghosts summoning skill had reached SS rank. Along with it came a notification. The tower has accepted your request. However, everything comes with a price. The change you desire has its limits. To help you achieve this change, the tower will offer a proposal. You may upgrade the skill from SS rank to SSS rank. Kim Gong-ja made his decision instantly. Then I request an upgrade for the 100 Ghosts summoning skill. Leave the other skills as they are. Next came another series of requests. I want to change the part of this skill that prevents the inheritance of memories. When I command it, the summoned undead should be able to inherit memories from their past lives. Hearing this, the Demon King couldn't hide her alarm and fear. What are you planning to do to me? Kim Gong-ja barraged her with questions. Well, is this reasonable enough? I'm not asking to preserve the abilities of those I kill, or to reduce the cooldown. It's just memories. The notification sound chimed again, measuring the value of your request. Soon after, the tower has deemed your request reasonable. Transmitting your request to the constellations. Approved. The card in his hand shone with a brilliant golden light. Your request has been approved. A detailed status window updated immediately. 100 Ghosts summoning. SSS rank. Effects include, you can summon the souls of those you have killed as monsters. The summoned undead will not inherit the skills they possessed in life. However, upon your command, the summoned can inherit their living appearance and memories. If you do not command it, they will only be summoned as monsters. Note, this skill can only be used once per week. Kim Gong-ja was extremely satisfied. This is the first SSS rank skill I've ever acquired. He raised his hand preparing to unleash its power. All right, it's time to send you off. The Demon King clenched her jaw, awaiting his verdict. If you don't like this method, I can do it the way you did. He raised the first sword high. I'll swallow you whole and crush you. He reminded her of her past crimes once more, just like you did to Preta and the other heroes. But the Demon King was no pushover. Her hand grasped the hilt of a sword on the ground. He watched her taunting with a smile. I'm actually thrilled to be turning you back into a human. Dying as a monster would be so unsightly. Unable to endure it any longer, she charged straight at him. Drah. She swung clumsily, but Gong-ja easily dodged it. A scornful voice suddenly rang out. Wrong. The old elf assessed her, criticizing non-stop. Everything was wrong, from her stance to the way her feet touched the ground. If you keep spinning your sword in front of your face like that, how are you supposed to see anything? Looking at the Demon King's exhausted state, he couldn't help but click his tongue in contempt. Tisk. You're a classic example of a sword user, relying too much on skills. How can you call yourself a swordsman like that? She was panting from exhaustion. Gasp, gasp. The old man didn't forget to lecture Gong-ja as well. Zombie, look here. This is why I always say, you need to master the basics before you can master techniques. In the final moments, the only thing you can trust are your own two hands. Looking back at the Demon King, who was struggling to lift her greatsword, he furrowed his brow and delivered a chilling verdict. Your final moment has come. She tried to resist until the end, but her blade had unexpectedly shattered at some point. The remaining piece of her weapon flew far into the distance. She felt as if she had fallen into an abyss and could only sob helplessly. Kim Gong-ja could only stare silently at her slender, powerless back. Do you remember what the Demon King said? Because now her regret was far too late. Ah ha ha. His hand tightened around the first sword, his partner through so many life-or-death battles. I am the one who reaps death. That statement wasn't wrong at all. Just as Gong-ja raised his sword to strike, a voice suddenly stopped him. Wait. The old elf rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Sorry for interrupting, but to be honest, I don't feel that sorry. In any case, don't kill her just yet. Hearing this, Gong-ja couldn't help but question him. What? But why? The old man only gave a vague answer. I understand this is the natural course of action. This only made Kim Gong-ja angrier. Then why did you stop me? The old man calmly pointed below his lip. She's not a monster anymore, is she? So she's human, Gong-ja then conveniently added. It's also possible she's become a regular NPC. Then, can the 100 Ghosts reincarnation be used on her? Gong-ja hesitated awkwardly. I think so. Suddenly, the old elf turned and berated him. What do you mean, you think so? Snap out of it, you need a clear head for this. What are you going to do if after everything the tower says, sorry, this skill doesn't apply to NPCs? Kim Gong-ja was officially at a complete loss for words. The Demon King just sat there listlessly while the other two bickered back and forth. Check your skill card again. It says it applies to people you kill directly. It doesn't mention NPCs. NPCs are people too. That they are people. That's just your own opinion. He didn't know how to respond, managing only a single sound. He turned to ask the tower system for its opinion, and it replied. The tower is listening. Kim Gong-ja didn't beat around the bush. I want to ask something. Based on my conversation with the old elf just now, can the 100 Ghosts reincarnation skill be used on NPCs, or does it only apply to hunters like me? The text on the screen showed a request for Zucker to check. After a long wait, the result was unexpectedly unbelievable. Unable to check, the system notified him. Your question exceeds the tower's authority. His face froze on the spot. What next? A series of updates appeared. Checking the tower advisor's authority. Maintaining the Death King's current advisor status. The tower will resolve the Death King's issue through a formal discussion. Kim Gong-ja now found himself standing in an illusory space where figures of brilliant golden butterflies fluttered through the air. His eyes followed them, a thoughtful look on his face. He remembered the moment the system first announced, please select a skill card. Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but wonder, why am I here? The information updated quickly. Confirming participants, the 6th pillar, the ancient scepter. The 5th pillar, the Princess of Delusion. The 4th pillar, the blindly pondering moonlight. The 3rd pillar, the primordial lawmaker. And the 2nd pillar, the void god of war, have all confirmed their attendance. Kim Gong-ja showed his bewilderment at everything. Even though I can't see anything, I can feel their overwhelming presence. The system sent a notification, confirming attendance of the 6 pillars of all creation. The tower is now proposing the Death King's issue. Suddenly, several figures appeared high above him. Gong-ja felt lost in his own bizarre mindscape. Can the 100 Ghosts reincarnation skill be used on NPCs? If yes, please vote, agree. If not, please vote, disagree. Another figure continuously spoke in a strange language. That language echoed in his head gradually, making Gong-ja's mind go blank. Finally, the sound became clearer, followed by a deathly silence. He broke out in a cold sweat, his hands instinctively touching the back of his neck. Normally, when inside the tower, no matter what language someone speaks, the tower translates it for others to understand. But why isn't it happening this time? Gong-ja fell into deep thought, now realizing a disconcerting truth. They don't exist inside the tower. They are beings on a level that even the Demon King couldn't compare to. He came to a conclusion they were most likely the ones who created this tower. Right on cue, the system sent a notification. Voting on your issue is now in progress. In the tense atmosphere of the verdict, the pillars cast their votes one by one. The 6th pillar, disagree. The 5th and 4th pillars, agree. Conflicting opinions piled up. Gong-ja sweated bullets, waiting for whatever would happen to him. The 3rd pillar then voted disagree. Mixed between disagree and agree. Only the 2nd pillar abstained. The final tally was 2 agree, 2 disagree, and 1 abstention. These great beings who have the power to decide the fate of my 100 Ghosts reincarnation skill, do they want to nullify it? But why? Kim Gong-ja suddenly remembered something. There's still one person who hasn't voted. His thoughts drifted. Someone who never needed to stay in this place to begin with. Someone who understands everything here better than anyone else. From that he drew his conclusion. The master of the tower. Kim Gong-ja finally spoke up. I think agree is the correct choice. The image of the all-powerful Demon King was deeply ingrained in his mind. If this skill can't be used on NPCs, then how could the Demon King of Autumn Rain summon so many monsters? The ones who died at the hands of the Demon King of Autumn Rain were almost all NPCs from various empires and kingdoms. 3 different colored lights shone down on where Kim Gong-ja was standing. It was as if he was the star of the stage. Allow me to state my guess as to what you are all worried about. Are you all afraid that because of the number of summons I have, I'll go on a rampage and slaughter all the NPCs? But I believe that over this time I've shown you all enough to see what kind of person I am. He then finished with a clear, firm statement. I am absolutely not that kind of evil person. Kim Gong-ja affirmed it with absolute certainty, then and now, and even more so in the future. The Tower Master's response was not bad. They appeared as a hazy figure with a wide, satisfied grin. The shadow of their flowing hair stretched all the way to where he stood, though it was a bit messy. Death King, answer me truthfully, with all your heart. Kim Gong-ja bowed his head low, as if preparing for his fateful moment. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he answered confidently, The Demon King is my prey. Don't you dare lay a hand on her. The identity of the remaining pillar was then revealed. The 1st pillar, the master of all life, has cast a vote of approval. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the floor beneath his feet. They spread wider and wider as notifications immediately flooded in. The vote has concluded. 3 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. The 100 Ghosts summoning skill can now be applied to NPCs. You have been temporarily stripped of your authority as the Apostle of the Death King. Everything began to crack and shatter like broken glass. The discussion was over, and at that moment a brilliant light expanded violently, as if to wash everything away into the void. Good luck to you. Suddenly a voice repeatedly tried to wake him. Hey zombie. Kim zombie. Kim Gong-ja's dazed eyes slowly fluttered open. The old elf frowned and asked, Why'd you suddenly space out like that? I told you to ask the tower. The Demon King lay collapsed on the ground, not uttering a single word in response. He called out again louder, Kim zombie. Hey, are you listening to me? He stared blankly at the palm of his hand. What just happened occurred in the blink of an eye, yet it felt as if 100 years had passed. Was it a while later, Kim Gong-ja finally decided to speak up. Hey Sword Emperor, the old elf scolded him. So you finally decide to react now? Have I been calling you zombie so much that your brain has turned to mush, like one Kim Gong-ja didn't bother explaining and got straight to the point? Did you not hear or see anything? He continued, causing the other to fall silent and listen. The tower summoned me somewhere. I met some pillar, the master of all life or something. Then the tower master showed up and even smiled. You don't know anything about it. Yet from the old elf's perspective, Kim Gong-ja was just spouting nonsense. Zombie, I'm truly sorry for calling you that so much. From now on, I'll only call you zombie in moderation, okay? Please just snap out of it for me. This made him ponder even more deeply. He doesn't know anything. Even a legend who conquered the 99th floor of the tower is clueless. His hand tightened around his sword and he couldn't help but wonder, who were those people I just met? His expression fell into deep, silent thought. Okay, calm down. Although there were many mysteries, some things were already crystal clear. The sharp point of his sword once again aimed at the Demon King crawling on the ground. She pleaded desperately, please spare my life. Kim Gong-ja made a quick decision. The most important thing to do right now was to finish off the person before him. The rest would probably become clear after he reached the 100th floor of the tower. Suddenly, the old elf spoke up. You're just gonna kill her like that. Aren't you going to ask the tower? His heart seemed to have been set on this for a long time. It's fine. The sword was raised high, poised to strike. The canopy of leaves rustled with Kim Gong-ja's powerful movements. I've already gotten my answer. After everything was done, he slowly chanted the incantation, Oh, 100 Ghosts Rebirth. The dark liquid on the ground suddenly began to move strangely. It gradually merged, reforming into the Demon King's previous appearance. A ceaseless moaning could be heard. Kim Gong-ja issued his first command. Rise. Although her appearance was exactly the same as before, from this moment on she was reborn with a completely different identity. The final judgment he passed on her was that she was now responsible for serving the one who had granted her that new identity. He calmly explained, the name you stole from others, you should no longer bear it. He quickly made a decision. I will give you a new name, Preta. From now on, your name is Preta, which means hungry ghost in Sanskrit. Kim Gong-ja declared with a final resonant statement, and I am your master, Preta, the saintess of the faraway lands, the autumn rain demon king. The one who was once unworthy of any name had now been granted one. Preta bowed her head respectfully. Yes, I will obey your every command. You are my monarch. On the final day of the promised 5, one of the 2 kings fell amidst a shower of withering cherry blossoms. After so many things had happened, the old elf could only remark, this is just impossible to understand. I can't explain it at all. After what you did to her, it would only be logical for her to be filled with rage and resentment toward you, right? But instead, she just bows her head to you without a second word, and it was true. Preta's face was now drenched in a flood of tears. Hick. Kim Gong-ja asked the old man in return. You want to know why Preta doesn't hesitate to submit to me, right? Her choked sobs continued steadily. Hick. He didn't give a specific answer, leaving it up to the imagination. But Preta knew. This time, these were tears of fulfillment. Hick, hick. The sound of hooves mingled with a calm voice. And you, Sword Emperor, will also realize it soon enough. A system notification appeared, searching for the existence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. Demon King not detected. Confirmed. The 20th floor has no Demon King. Preta covered her face and walked silently through the desolate village. The scenery began to change, result of the historical modification. Preta covered her face overwhelmed with emotion as she saw the people here living prosperous and peaceful lives. She faced the people choked up and unable to speak. No, it seemed she still wasn't mentally prepared to accept this new reality. Please no. The horses stopped nearby. Her voice was broken and halting, full of anguish. This village is. Please. The person who had just appeared was none other than Sabat. He gave a clear command. All troops halt. Preta fell to her knees, her voice trembling. You are my monarch. She thought of the children, their innocent smiles. I will no longer hold on to resentment, nor will I seek revenge. I will do whatever you wish. She couldn't stop crying. It doesn't matter what becomes of me, but please. Preta begged Kim Gong-ja, please. Protect my paradise. The old elf observed this scene from above, and he wondered, do you really have to do that? He answered nonchalantly. Of course. The elf remarked, a monarch truly is responsible for their subjects. He felt a sense of self-reproach. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that sooner. He turned his back to Preta and said to the elf, you lost the bet. Get ready for your punishment. You stood alone, arms outstretched, and shouted. The entire army halted. Sabat roared in fury, I am Sabat. Who are you to dare block my path? Kim Gong-ja gave a cryptic smirk. I wonder what business brings you all to a place like this with such a large army. The general announced in a booming voice, this is a direct order from His Majesty, the Emperor. As the sun began to set and birds took flight, his voice echoed. A witch exists in this place, bewitching the people of the continent. They've even turned into monsters after falling into the pit of temptation she created. How can I possibly let that continue? As he shouted that, they must purify this place with holy firepower began to gather in your hand. Do I know who they are? A virtual screen with pink squares appeared. Kim Gong-ja silently took roll call. They were the temple knights from the 13th floor. He declared before the Pope, how dare you call yourself a saintess? A heretic like you must be punished. Elves from the 14th floor were there too. One held his sword with pride. In the name of the sacred forest god and the waterfall mages of the 15th floor, he continued, by the power of the jewel, gifted by the merfolk, you saw familiar faces warriors from the volcanic mount of the 16th floor, the armed merchant guild from the 17th, the nomadic tribe of the 18th, the small kingdoms of the 19th, and even soldiers from the Holy Land. They all roared with fighting spirit. We are the vanguards of the Freedom Alliance, the soldiers of the empires. Accept your punishment from us. Painfully you realized they were all people you had saved. Sabat, losing patience, screamed. I'll ask you one more time. You who obstructs us, who in the world are you? The system window displayed a quest hero of the stagnant world, difficulty unknown. Oh brave hero, no one on this continent will remember your justice or your contributions. But justice will always be justice, and your noble deeds will endure forever. Kim Gong-ja closed his eyes. Will you still choose the path of the hero in this stagnant world? He then turned to the general. Sabat, you said you came here under the king's orders, correct? Seeing his disrespectful attitude, the general grew furious. You insolent whelp, how dare you speak to me like that? Are those the orders you received from the emperor? You remarked mockingly. How ridiculous. How could His Majesty the Emperor possibly know the personal affairs of others so well? This made the general flinch. Sabat, putting on an arrogant air, commanded, I don't care what your intentions are, but those words were clearly treasonous. Hand over the witch now, you scoffed in reply. Treason. Are you talking about the plot to depose the crown prince and install the third prince in his place, while thinking to yourself, even though I had no prior knowledge, I can guess what's happening just by looking at his face? You walked up to the horse he was sitting on and said indignantly, you can't do this. His Majesty has bestowed so much grace upon you. From a man who made a living mending nets at the seaport, your life was changed when you became the emperor's uncle-in-law and now a general of the court. All of that is thanks to His Majesty's favor. Caught off guard, the general gritted his teeth in anger. I see. You're from the Amber Palace, aren't you? The whole world has gathered here. Do you really think you can change our minds so easily? Kim Gong-ja's face darkened with contempt. Childish. Do I really look like a lackey for a deposed queen to you? You truly are just an old net mender who's blind to what's right in front of him. Sabat, frightened, asked with a trembling voice, Who sent you? At this, Kim Gong-ja roared in anger. You should be asking who I am. He raised his sword high, and a blinding light gathered at the tip of the blade. Look closely. I am the descendant of the former emperor, the great Lafanta Ijim. The light from the sword and your words stunned everyone. You lectured Sabat. You are a man who has witnessed the chaos in the royal family and knows full well the evil impulsive actions of the crown prince. Although you sided with the third prince, your loyalty to the empire has always been true. I was afraid that you would be blinded by power, so I deliberately used insulting words to test your loyalty. Are you not ashamed of your treasonous thoughts? The general stammered in fear, cold sweat pouring down. Ashamed my loyalty? How dare a mere boy question my loyalty? This accusation is too much. Kim Gong-ja pressed him logically. If you're not ashamed, then why can't you even speak the words? The general dismounted and knelt on one knee, making an excuse. It's only because I was a bit startled. Sabat gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word to show his sincere, unwavering loyalty. May the Akim Empire last forever. We humble servants pay our respects to the descendant of the former emperor. Long live the former emperor. Seeing their general suddenly kneel, the other soldiers had no choice but to dismount and kneel as, well, despite their confusion, they all chanted in unison, May the Akim Empire last forever. The old elf could only watch in admiration. He praised Kim Gong-ja. You're really good at spouting nonsense. When it comes to bluffing, no one can beat you. Kim Gong-ja's expression was icy, but inside he was displeased. You're only just realizing that now. The elf closed his eyes. All right, then I'll teach you one more thing. When the sun sword is raised, the important thing to display isn't power but faith, confidence. Belief in yourself is the most important thing of all. The old elf explained seriously. It's the same with bluffing. If you want to deceive others, you must first deceive yourself. Write this down. A good bluff requires confidence. Kim Gong-ja watched the soldiers kneeling in unison, then lowered his sword. The other men began to whisper amongst themselves, each voicing their own doubts. A descendant of the former emperor, one hesitated. I don't know, but that sword. Still, why would a descendant of the former emperor be in a place like this? You knew it. The holy sword was the key. Sabat finally raised his head to speak to you. Are you truly a descendant of the former emperor? Then allow me to ask you one question. Kim Gong-ja permitted him. Go ahead. The general then expressed his concern. We came here today to eliminate that witch, and we don't know what your purpose is in being here. You thought to yourself, remember, a good bluff requires confidence. Your eyes turned red as you announced to everyone, listen up, I have already subdued the witch. The general couldn't believe his ears. What? You pointed behind you. Everyone look. As soon as they saw Preta still kneeling on the ground, someone shouted, Esther, the witch of the west, I've seen her before. That's her. Then they roared in fury, burn her, kill her. Amidst the chaotic shouts, Gong-ja commanded her, Preta, come here and kneel before them. She obeyed, walking forward and kneeling much to Sabat's astonishment. He coldly ordered, bow your head. Lower. She bit her lip and trembled as she complied. He continued, now prostrate yourself on the ground. Seeing Preta actually prostrate herself, the knight watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. But it wasn't over. Gong said, hold that position and do a forward roll. She was baffled, not understanding why he was rushing her. Didn't you hear me? He urged. She could only reply, yes, yes, and did as he said. He then gave his next command, now do a handstand. Brett looked at him helplessly. She didn't know how to do a handstand, so Gong-ja changed the order. Fine, then quickly raise your hands. Then lower them 20 times, do 10 squats, 10 push-ups, and hold a plank for 20 seconds. She obediently followed his orders. After finishing all the exercises, she collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even speak. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I can't move my body anymore. He stood to one side and asked the soldiers, do you all understand now? Kim Gong-ja pointed again to emphasize his words. I have subjugated the witch. From now on, she must obey my commands and can no longer bring any harm to the continent. You can all rest easy now. This left the general and his soldiers completely stunned. Sabat gritted his teeth and replied, if the successor says so then, but before he could finish the knight from the 13th floor, cut him off. Hold on, what the hell do you think you're doing? We came here to subjugate the witch, Sabat tried to explain calmly. Just as this young man said, the witch has already been subjugated. The knight shot back, disgruntled. And how are we supposed to believe that? Just because of a single sword, he can prove he's the successor of the late emperor. Just one sword. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja tightened his grip on his sword. Sabat angrily shot back. Are you questioning the authority of our empire? That is the very sword blessed by the goddess herself, the defiant knight retorted. I don't care. I am only following the Pope's orders. Sabat challenged him. So you value the Pope's orders more than the late emperor's? Standing in the eye of the storm, Gong-ja closed his eyes to compose himself. The knight's voice rang out. What, you dare question the authority of the holy temple? Sabat, displeased, retorted. You're the one who questioned the authority of the holy sword first. Gong-ja recalled the scene of Mun and the Sword King fighting. The knight still refused to back down. I see. It seems the third prince no longer needs the Pope's support. Is that it? Sabat retorted. What does that have to do with anything? The successor of the late emperor has already proven himself to us. The knight shot back. He also said you're part of the third prince's faction. Kim Gong-ja simply smiled as he looked at her lying sprawled out on the ground. Now I understand why Preta used a scheme to divide the hunters, he thought. Someone intervened in frustration. This is not the time for us to be arguing like this. This young man's words still need to be verified. This is exactly why people call you Lot dim-witted. The argument seemed as if it would go on forever. What is that how you elves see us humans? What are the Holy Temple and the Empire even doing, arguing in a place like this? And screaming like, you're in a marketplace, have you no dignity? Enough talk, let's settle this with a fight. At that moment, the waterfall magician from the 15th floor shouted, everyone make way. He calmly analyzed the situation in detail. The issue everyone is arguing about can actually be resolved very simply. Is this young man truly the successor of the late emperor? Is that girl really the witch? And has the late emperor's successor truly managed to subjugate her? We just need to confirm these points, and the matter will be resolved. Someone asked, so how do we confirm it? Kim Gong-ja stood silently watching the discussion unfold. This is a sacred jewel containing the soul of a merman, the magician said, revealing a blue orb resting in his palm. If we drop a bit of blood onto this jewel, we can tell if the soul of its owner is good or evil. He proposed this as the most effective solution. If that girl is truly the Witch of the West, and you are the successor of the late emperor, then prove it by submitting to this jewel's judgment. This great crimson orb was brought from the ocean, the magician explained. This is the soul sphere gifted to me by the merman emperor. When the blood of someone with a virtuous soul touches it, it will glow with a white light. On the other hand, if the blood belongs to someone with a wicked soul, the sphere will turn jet black. The magician held the orb out in front of the pair and called out loudly, "Step forward. If she is truly the Witch of the West, and you are the true emissary of the founder, then accept the judgment of this sphere." He allowed the orb to surge with immense power. "The evil deeds you have committed, and the good deeds you have amassed. Let this sphere reveal everything," Kim Gong-ja whispered to the old elf. "Is this similar to the Sword Saint's detective eye, that female knight's lie detection skill?" The old elf replied, "Yes, the merman race is very skilled at creating items like this." Gong-ja immediately drew his sword and answered, "Fine, test away." The magician stepped forward threateningly. "I hope you don't regret this, because no matter how good your act is, it's meaningless in the face of this sphere." He then immediately grabbed Preta's hand and yanked it upwards. "First, let's test the soul of this witch." The magician sliced a cut into her palm, making her scream in pain. He let a drop of her blood fall onto the sphere. It immediately transformed, with wisps of gray and black smoke swirling within. The magician exclaimed with morbid fascination, "How can such a wicked soul even exist?" The onlookers were utterly astonished. The magician broke out in a cold sweat from shock. Just how many people has she slaughtered to accumulate such heavy karma, a completely cursed existence? She's not just a witch, she must be a demon king. Finished, he shoved Preta aside and called out arrogantly, "Now it's your turn," the magician asked haughtily. "You who calls himself the emissary of the founder. Are you ready?" Kim Gong-ja calmly extended his hand. "Always ready." The magician made a cut on his hand and took a drop of blood. "Your little act is useless now." He then let the blood drop onto the tainted sphere. The moment the blood touched it, a light burst forth from the sphere. Instantly, a brilliant white light filled the entire orb. Seeing this, the magician cried out in alarm. "This is..." The light erupted brilliantly, illuminating a corner of the forest. Sabat, dazzled by the light, quickly shielded his eyes. "What in the world is this?" An elf cried out in astonishment. "That's the sphere from the Merman Emperor. How can it be emitting such a dazzling aura?" The magician, completely flabbergasted, stammered, How can a soul like this possibly exist in this world so pure? Just how many lives has this man saved?" He saw Gong-ja as an angel, a being of light, a hero radiating a divine aura. His face filled with admiration as he declared, "He is truly the light." The people around them were stunned into disbelief. The light. Hearing that the magician fervently asked the knight, "Can you not see that shimmering soul?" Gong-ja's face filled the knight's mind, and he stammered, "No, not really." The magician immediately challenged the knight. Why can't you recognize it?" "Wah," the knight commander began. He answered in confusion, "Light, what are you talking about?" The other man beat his chest, tears welling in his eyes as he choked out his analysis. "See, this is exactly why I can't communicate with crude humans. There's no way someone with such a pure soul could be deceiving us. Even if he was, it would only be for our benefit. This young man is truly the founder's messenger. No, he is definitely the apostle of the goddess." Under the sunset sky, Gong declared confidently, "That's right, I am the apostle of the goddess." The baffled knights began to whisper amongst themselves. She said, "He was the light." What light? That thing was glowing, and his sword was pretty bright too. Two soldiers exchanged doubtful glances. It must be the sword used by the Emperor of A, or something of that sort. So maybe he really does come from some noble family. The knight, still unconvinced, angrily refuted, "No, I'm still not buying it." "Fine, let's just say he really is the founder's messenger and the light. But then why did he stand in our way at the beginning? Have you all forgotten?" The knight's words made Preta uneasy. He pointed directly at the stately home. "We must burn that place down." The knight insisted that the High Pontiff was concerned not only with the witch, but also with the heretics following her. They could not be allowed to escape divine punishment. Just then, Kim Gong-ja felt a hand tugging at his sleeve and looked over. It was Preta, her head bowed sadly as the knight's ironclad words echoed. If he were the apostle of the goddess, he should be the one leading the divine execution. At that moment, the old elf sent him a telepathic message. "All right then," he announced seriously. "The most convincing nonsense is made of 90% truth and 10% lies." Gong calmly addressed the knight. "Knight of the temple, listen to yourself. How exactly the execution is carried out is for me to decide. I have already destroyed all evil, and the divine judgment has been carried out." With that, he snapped his fingers. Two demonic soldiers rose from the dusty ground. Gong said flatly, "Let me show you." Then, a legion of demonic soldiers appeared before the knights. They screamed in terror. "Demons, demons." The knight commander heard the desperate cries of his subordinates. "My God, how are these disgusting creatures?" He patted Preta's head reassuringly and spoke with gravity. "That is my job." Kim Gong-ja was direct and fearless. "Look and see how the witch could possibly be the only evil being in this world. All of these are villains I have personally destroyed. In terms of wickedness, not a single one of them is less evil than the witch you speak of." The knight stammered frantically, "All of these monsters are." Before leading her away, Gong tossed back a cold remark. The goddess has commanded me to act in her stead and eradicate all evil that consumes the land. It is my mission to conquer all evil in the world, and it is also my job to imprison these monsters in hell. You are now witnessing the hell that I have created." The sorcerer, astonished, and with tears in his eyes, asked, "So you mean to say, the apostle has been doing all this single-handedly, and we had no idea?" Kim Gong-ja answered decisively. "That's right." Hearing this, he gasped in amazement. "Oh my heavens, no one realized your efforts, that an ordinary human like you could single-handedly create a hell of this magnitude." He replied coolly. "Yes," Gong stated proudly and bluntly, "that is my job." The man sobbed, choked with emotion. "Oh almighty light." The emotional sorcerer listened to Kim Gong-ja's every word through his tears. "You don't need to purge the witch, because the wicked have already been dealt with. They will suffer for eternity in my shadow, and I am their hell." He was beginning to understand the truth of the matter. So the revered apostle has saved us countless times without us even knowing. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja accepted it without flinching. "Exactly," the old elf said helplessly. "I have nothing left to teach you. Go on, your master me is as pure as a child. I really can't control a son of a wind god like you." Gong nonchalantly relayed the message back. "So humble. I still have much to learn from your wicked personality." Master Gong used dark energy to control the demonic soldiers. "I'm sure you see it now. This is the will of the goddess. The divine purge." He asked coldly. "Surely you don't intend to challenge the will of the goddess, do you?" The knight, terrified, stammered with a trembling voice. "Forgive me, but revered apostle, are these violent demons truly locked away safely?" The horrified knight speculated. I mean, if those demons were to escape, the damage this world would suffer would be immeasurable." Gong casually snapped his fingers. "So, you want to confirm with your own eyes whether I can completely imprison these creatures?" Seeing a demonic soldier step forward, the knight fearfully took a defensive stance. "Revered apostle, what do you intend to do with this skeleton soldier?" He replied indifferently. "Allow me to satisfy all your doubts." Kim Gong-ja unleashed his magical power on the demonic soldier. "O ghoul, restore your memories." The soldier quickly returned to its original form. Upon returning to his human form, the Fire King roared in anger. "What the hell?" He grabbed Gong by the collar and screamed furiously. "You goddamn bastard. What kind of grudge do you have against me to do this? Even if I carve you up, peel your skin, devour your liver, and drink your blood, it won't be enough to quench my rage. I'll kill you, you filthy animal. How dare you do this to me? No matter what, I swear I will kill you," Kim Gong-ja explained, completely unfazed. "You see, this villain shares the same desires as the witch. No, he's an even more cruel and vicious demon than she is. That witch was born a monster, but this one committed heinous crimes as a human being." The Fire King roared in fury. "And who the hell are you people? Hey Snake, you long-eared bastard, what the hell are you looking at, huh? You stupid weaklings probably drop items when you're killed." His words sent a shock through the crowd. Gong, annoyed, snapped his fingers and commanded dance. His legs began to move uncontrollably. The Fire King bent over and struck a pose. Hey, wait a minute." He continued to kneel and change positions. I'll kill you," he screamed in rage while dancing non-stop. "I'll definitely kill you." After watching this magnificent spectacle, the knight was frozen in shock. Seeing the knight fall to his knees, Gong said gravely, "The demons can never defy my command. Do you have any further doubts?" He bowed his head and asked cautiously, "Revered apostle, might we have the honor of knowing your name?" He looked down with a cold gaze and replied, "My name is Kim Gong-ja." The knights immediately knelt in allegiance. "We will do as you command, Sir Gong-ja." At that moment, the system's voice rang out in his head. "Congratulations, you have completed a normal stage. You have completed the hidden quest, Hero of the Frozen World. You have conquered the boss stage." A system notification popped up, "Conquered by a one-man party. The Death King is evaluating your reward. Evaluation complete." Gong-ja comfortably enjoyed the refreshing sensation the system provided. The system sent another message. "Your reward will be given to you within 24 hours after you enter the 21st floor. The old elf shouted in amazement. Who would have thought someone could conquer a boss stage like this? "Not bad, you blockhead, Kim." He laughed heartily. Beside him, Gong-ja mused, "Tsk, it doesn't matter if I'm a blockhead or not." He recalled the glorious battle before thinking, "Because I conquered this 20th floor the way I wanted to." Back then, the knights were overwhelmed by the magic, unable to fight back, yet not a single hunter died, and there weren't any casualties to the Empire or the continent's residents. Then he patted Bretta's head to comfort her. "And I even managed to save this girl. The 20th floor probably would have been conquered even if I did nothing." Hearing this, she was soothed, letting Gong-ja pat her head. The village was once harmonious and filled with laughter, because the fire and the disappearance of the village could also be considered a kind of ending, as long as it was a plausible one. The tower doesn't care if it's a happy ending or a tragic one. Otherwise, Yusuha wouldn't have been able to conquer all the way to the 40th floor. Here the people live happily together. That's why this world isn't what the tower predicted, and it's not a forced ending, is it? To this day, the people still enjoy this peace. Looking towards the village, Kim Gong-ja knew that rain wouldn't fall from a clear sky, and no fire or storm would engulf this place. He confidently declared that this was simply the ending he had chosen. The old elf was skeptical. Is that really true? The ending you chose? Kim Gong-ja didn't answer him. Behind them, the exhausted Fire King kept dancing furiously while shouting, "You bastard! Aren't you going to stop? Damn it! Why don't you stop this stupid, ridiculous charade?" He grinned and said teasingly, "But you dance so beautifully, don't you?" Hearing this, the man shouted in fury, "You goddamn bastard." The system displayed a notification from the tower. Today, the 20th floor has been conquered. I repeat, today, the 20th floor has been conquered. Gong-ja opened his phone, and after looking at it, he was displeased. "Tss, this is so annoying. There's no internet here." The old elf came over confused. "Didn't you decide not to pay attention to other people's reactions?" He immediately put his phone away with an innocent look on his face. "Huh, did I say that?" The elf sighed helplessly. "Sigh, didn't you say you wanted recognition from the witch? And the old sword saint more than from commoners?" The system added another reminder. The 21st floor will open in 24 hours from now. Fireworks exploded in the sky. The countdown began. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 53 seconds remaining. Kim Gong-ja replied, "The more the better. I'll get recognition from all of them." The elf put his hands on his hips and scolded irritably. "Geez, this greedy bastard. I don't get how someone can be so greedy." The two were so busy arguing they didn't notice someone rushing towards them. The Black Dragon Master dove in and hugged him tightly. "Death King," she gushed excitedly. "You just did something insane, you know that. It was amazing and absolutely crazy, for a rookie who isn't even 20 years old. You're really—" Gong-ja cried out in pain, cutting her off. "Ow, Black Dragon Master, that hurts." Not far away, the Sword King silently stood under a tree, watching everything. The Black Dragon Master slung an arm around his neck and showed him the information on her phone. "Who would have thought you'd actually conquer the 20th floor in just 5 days? Are you insane? You have no idea how crazy everyone is about the tower right now. Look," she boasted gleefully. "I rushed straight down to the first floor to take screenshots and bring them back." On the phone, a series of article images appeared. Breaking news, floor 14. Successfully conquered. Death King, the alias of today's Star Hunter. Who will take the lead, the Sword, Saint the Black Sorcerer, or the Death King? She continued. There were too many articles, so I couldn't screenshot them all. Sorry, but you get the picture. Right, Death King. It's not just this tower. The whole world out there is going crazy, the Black Dragon Master explained excitedly. The headlines might be a little different, but they're all about you, your background, your quality of life, or how you instantly became a ranker. Kim Gong-ja, bewildered, quickly interrupted. Wait a minute. He was a bit curious. You took all these screenshots yourself, she replied cheerfully. Of course. Suddenly, he imagined the system displaying the words teleport to the city on the first floor, and then it would take her there. Gong-ja deduced. So, you're saying just to show me these articles, you teleported back to the first floor. And then you looked up each article one by one and then took each picture. An image of the Black Dragon Master endlessly tapping on her phone appeared in his mind. She faced him and replied, "Yep, that's right. The second-ranked hunter and a top figure of power in the tower." Remembering something, she advised him, "Just a heads up, but don't read the comment sections. All the jealous haters must be going wild down there. Having 0 casualties is an incredible feat, so don't pay any mind to all that noise." Kim Gong-ja looked at her with an affectionate gaze, thinking to himself, "Is she an angel?" The old elf sneered disdainfully. "You really think she's an angel just because she was a little nice to you?" His eyes sparkled with gratitude. If not an angel, then maybe a goddess. Seeing Gong-ja's hopeless infatuation, the elf sent him a message, scolding, "You foolish blockhead." The Black Dragon Master quickly pulled her hand back and took out an article. Take a look at this one too." She excitedly showed him, pointing to the key part on the third line. "Look, you even made the front page," she said continuously. "In the tower's history, this is the first time something like this has ever happened. I can't believe that in just a few short days, you could skyrocket from unranked all the way to 3rd place on the leaderboard." Kim Gong-ja was stunned, not expecting to be ranked 3rd. Seeing his happy face, the Black Dragon Master said cheerfully, "Congratulations, Death King. You're now a representative for all the hunters." She rolled up the newspaper and reminded him, "From now on, you'll have to be more mindful of your attitude and behavior." Kim Gong-ja was a bit skeptical. Attitude. She tapped the newspaper against his arm as she instructed him. "Right now, you're a member of all 5 top guilds, but you're actually still completely free. For a hunter ranked 3rd, you should have a title of some stature. Guild Master. It's true that you've joined all 5 guilds at the same time, but for now, there were still a few members who wouldn't accept him." He lowered his head, choosing his words carefully. Noticing the Black Dragon Master looked displeased, she added, However, if you want to keep going it alone, destroying everything in your path like that old geezer, I won't force you." The Sword King impatiently cut in. "What are you two whispering about behind my back?" He looked over at the crowd of people setting up tents and asked, "And another thing, who are they?" Kim Gong-ja calmly replied, "They're soldiers who have gathered here from all across the continent." Seeing Preda's dazed expression, he hesitated. It's a long story. But after I defeated the Demon King, I guess there was supposed to be an event where NPCs invade the 20th floor, but by using a skill and some item effects. I tricked them into thinking I was some kind of messenger from the Empire's founder. And then they stopped. As soon as Kim Gong-ja finished speaking, the Black Dragon Master and the Sword King were left speechless. She shot back in disbelief. It seems you have a knack for spouting nonsense, don't you? He confessed, frankly. Well, thanks to that, I successfully conquered the 20th floor without shedding a single drop of blood. She cheerfully changed the subject. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. I'm honestly very glad. Thanks to you, we can finally trade with this continent. Watching everyone move their belongings, the Black Dragon Master felt a sense of relief. This also means we no longer have to bow and scrape while haggling with those old merchants from the outside. Those sly old foxes are always using food to lowball us on our items. We'll see how much longer they can pull that stunt. The Sword King calmly interjected, trade between the inside and outside of the tower has always been unbalanced. Their capital resources and technology are all far more plentiful than ours inside the tower. She rested a newspaper on her shoulder, stressing her point about food. The problem here has always been food. When Kim Gong-ja first met her, he'd thought she was difficult to approach. He wasn't entirely sure, but he thought, I guess we've gotten closer now, haven't we? At this point, he spoke up and asked the Black Dragon Master, you're talking about having the hunters trade with this continent, right? She replied coolly. Of course. Kim Gong-ja cheerfully made an offer. I'll lend you my title. In this world, I'm the messenger of the founder, and also an apostle of the goddess. He pointed out the benefits. With my title, trade will be much easier. The Black Dragon Master looked at him cautiously. It's not a bad offer, but I'm guessing you're not lending us that title for free. What do you want? He replied, nonchalantly. The 20th floor. Hearing those words, Preta was stunned and couldn't believe it. According to the map, the 20th floor was a huge area. She was skeptical. You don't mean the entire 20th floor, do you? He confirmed it bluntly. Yes. To be precise, I want ownership of all the land on the 20th floor. In return for the conquest of floors 11 through 19, I won't take a single thing. You can also share the profits from trading with the continent with the other hunters. She thought it over for a long moment, then carefully analyzed the offer. That's a rather strange proposal. This isn't something I can decide on my own. I'll need to discuss it with the other guild masters. The Black Dragon Master voiced her suspicion. You really only want this place. It's obviously not that valuable. It's just a small piece of land, and it doesn't even look suitable for farming. From where I'm standing, sharing the loot from clearing floors 11 through 20 would be far more profitable. Kim Gong-ja grinned from ear to ear. I like real estate more than money. Land is the best. Behind him, Preta was completely silent. She stepped forward. I'll gather the other guild masters. You need to meet them one way or another, so let's go down to the first floor. He easily agreed. Sounds good to me. Suddenly, she stopped. By the way, can I ask something? Looking at the Flame Emperor who was dancing desperately with tears streaming down his face, the Black Dragon Master asked in confusion, what in the world is going on over there? Kim Gong-ja replied, playfully, you've never seen anything like it before. Not. Long after the system teleported them all to the city on the first floor. As the three of them arrived, the Black Dragon Master asked him, should we meet at the same cafe as last time? He immediately agreed. Sure, anywhere works for me. And just like that, Kim Gong-ja and she departed. He knew that for others it had only been 5 days, but for him this was the first time in hundreds of grueling days. His pace suddenly slowed. Well, hearing him, she asked with concern, what is it? Kim Gong-ja answered calmly, I just realized, I've finally conquered the 20th floor. Pushing open a large door, the Black Dragon Master looked back over her shoulder and remarked, you'll probably be realizing a lot more than just that very soon. Like I told you, everyone outside the tower is going crazy because of you. Seeing the spectacle before him, he was utterly shocked. She added, you should brace yourself. At the foot of the tower, hordes of reporters were shouting, their cameras flashing non-stop. There he is, it's the Death King. Gong-ja froze in his tracks, stunned by the crowd. The reporters scrambled to film and photograph the moment. The Black Dragon Master and the Sword Saint are here. If that's them, then that other person must be. They seemed to recognize Gong-ja. The Death King. The reporters mobbed him, shouting over each other for an interview. Is it true you cleared the 20th floor's mission on your own? Please look this way, just for a second. What's your relationship with the Black Dragon Master? He was flustered and didn't know how to respond. The Black Dragon Master calmly guided him. Don't say a word. She asked him, you don't have any experience dealing with public opinion, right? So what's it going to be? The mystic type or the idol star? Kim Gong-ja asked back confused. Come again, she elaborated. I'm talking about your image. Do you want to go for the mysterious vibe? Or do you want to be an idol star? Once an image is established, it's very hard to change. Afraid Gong-ja didn't get it, the Black Dragon Master explained in detail. An idol star is like a famous singer or actor. You'd create a Lotus account and even get a personal manager. My Black Dragon Guild will help you with the personnel and expenses. Marcus cut in irritably. I can't stand all that nonsense. That's why I operate alone. Kim Gong-ja then asked, so, what does the mystic image entail? Simple, she answered. The Black Dragon Master looked dead serious. You just need to get very good at controlling your expression. She added a few more conditions. You can't use Lotus, and you can never appear in magazines or on television shows. No personal live streams either. Giving an interview maybe once every 2 years would be okay, and I'll thoroughly vet any reporters who attend beforehand for you. Gong-ja was skeptical. That's it. The Black Dragon Master gave a small teasing smile. You really have no idea how hard that is, do you? Public attention is the most addictive poison there is. She elaborated, saying that a normal person only needs about 10 people to care about them, to feel happy. But in your current position, every word you say will be scrutinized and judged by hundreds of people. There aren't many who can handle this kind of drug. Marcus dismissed it as all just vanity. She replied gently, that's right, it may be vanity, but it's very useful. Death King, what is your choice then? Kim Gong-ja pondered. What I want is everyone's recognition. I'm not sure myself. But I think it's a little different from receiving public attention. On the other side, the Fire King was busy striking poses for the camera, a stark contrast to him. I only need the people around me to care about me. What I want from hundreds or thousands of people isn't attention. It's more accurate to say I want to be acknowledged by them. The Black Dragon Master was pleased. I don't see any difference between the two, but I respect your answer. I'm glad you're that kind of person. Kim Gong-ja had a few more questions. So how can I manage my own facial expressions well? She lowered her voice and replied, I will pass on my secret to you. She began to recount her past. This brings back some unpleasant memories. My father died in a civil war in the world outside the tower. As my father and I were fleeing, the army caught up. My father fell behind. He shouted at me not to look back and just run. Every word the Black Dragon Master spoke was heart-wrenching. I really didn't look back and just kept trying to run. Even though I heard the gunshots, it's not that I hate myself for running away. I was just too young at the time. But why didn't I turn my head to look back? It wouldn't have been that difficult. She sincerely expressed her feelings. Every time I need to control my expression, I remember that. The memory of that escape makes my heart stop, helping me put on the most genuinely cold face. The Black Dragon Master guided him. You must have 1 or 2 memories like that, don't you? She suddenly glanced at him. You learn fast. Afterwards, Zhou Dao reminded him, you'll get used to this soon. Elsewhere, when the 3 of them entered, they were welcomed. Welcome everyone, come on in. The heretic interrogator excitedly praised Gong-ja. You really cleared the 20th floor in just 5 days. No one has ever achieved such a feat before. I truly admire you. Hunter Kim Gong-ja. Oh no, I should be calling you the Death King now, shouldn't I? Baden added. Honestly, I thought the 3 of you. That the Sword, Saint, and the Dragon Lord had died heroically. I never expected you could clear the 20th floor all by yourself. Do you have any secrets? Come on, share them with us. Kim Gong-ja sat down across from her and replied gently, it's simple. We just need to live a good life. Badin exclaimed, that's actually very practical advice. He smiled caringly. Anyway, it's been a while since I've seen you all. Are you all doing well? Ryundo recounted everything. It hasn't been that long, only 5 days. As promised, we just waited in the debriefing room. But a moment later, NPCs from the empires suddenly started flooding in. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself about that statement. They must be talking about when we repelled the Demon King on the 20th floor. The heretic interrogator casually added, the NPCs thought we were rebels invading the royal palace. Then knights and guards swarmed in to arrest us. Man, I got chills down my spine back then. Mun pushed forward and cheerfully continued the story. This kid is full of tricks. At first, we let ourselves get caught, but then we immediately broke out of prison to escape. He was still excited, remembering the situation. Don't you think it's fun? I thought there might be a secret passage under the prison. It makes me want to be a kid again. They chattered excitedly about what had just happened. I heard you were kidnapped by the Bungaji Mafia as a kid, right? That's right, so prisons. Underground. Escaping. All of it reminds me of my wild childhood. You're truly insane. The Black Dragon Master smiled in agreement. We all had a rough childhood in the outside world, didn't we? They gathered around talking about each other's pasts. The Countess was born in a slum village in India, you know. The VIP asked, your parents were leaders of a violent organization, weren't they? The Crusader also had a hard time in Venezuela. Paladin sipped her water. Weren't we all just trash in the outside world? But we didn't come here to talk about things like that, did we? She reminded everyone to get back to the main topic. The purpose of today's meeting is to recruit the Death King and his team. The Black Dragon Master agreed with her. That's right. You probably don't know this, but the Death King was the biggest contributor to clearing the tower floors. The Black Dragon Master recalled the process. This time, not a single person had to die. Not even on the 11th floor, where so many hunters participated. She stated her thoughts seriously. I want this man to become the hero who represents us in the tower. She pointed out each member's flaws. Countess, you like money too much. The Countess accepted it, too true to argue. As for you, you've killed too many people. The heretic interrogator laughed innocently. Those were all necessary sacrifices. Then the Black Dragon Master turned towards the other two. Crusader, you hate being in the public eye. Paladin calmly replied, "That's just my personality." The Black Dragon Master hesitated. As for Mun, she criticized him mercilessly. "Sorry, but you're too ugly." Mun was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Next, she shifted her attention to Marcus Callenberry. As for the Sword Saint, everyone already knows. He's just an old man who's gone mad for the sword. And I have too many covert operations behind the scenes, so I'm out too. Finally, the Black Dragon Master turned to Gong-ja. In contrast, the Death King is still a blank slate. The heretic interrogator acknowledged this. True, we're all old-timers with our own stains. Although news and pictures of us often appear in magazines, our foreign trade with the outside world is still too limited. We need to improve this, saying that he started sizing up Gong-ja. His height is a bit modest, but that's fine. We only need the upper body. We'll edit the photos to make you look taller. This is a bit rude, Data, but are you currently dating? Have you ever dated, or have you ever been in a relationship with anyone? Kim Gong-ja honestly confessed that he hadn't. He cheered joyfully. Perfect. Then we don't have to worry about dating scandals. This is absolutely amazing. Everyone unanimously ignored Kim Gong-ja's opinion and started whispering their plans. If you look closely, his smile is a little sly. But that's okay, it'll make him seem mysterious. We've decided on a mysterious image for him. But never having dated is also a concern. There might be nasty rumors about his sexuality. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. A series of plans were laid out before them. A scenario where 5 days of shared hardship had planted the seeds of love between the Death King and the Black Dragon Master wouldn't be so bad. Haha. Oh right. We'll have to spread a rumor that some anonymous person donated to an orphanage, and that charitable angel was actually the Death King. This is all up to you. They planned their first step, and were ready to act. First call the photographer and the makeup artist. After all, we need a magnificent photo to release to the public today. Kim Gong-ja called the Black Dragon Master. He suspected they were setting him up, but he had no proof. You clearly told me to maintain a mysterious image. I don't think I need a makeup artist. She clasped her hands, pleading with him. Just for today. Please. Everyone is dying to know about you. Just one picture. Just one little picture. Please, pretty please. The scene shifts to a photo studio, where Kim Gong-ja resignedly lets hands adjust his appearance. Please look over here. Good, very good. This time pose with the sword. You need to have a colder, more aloof expression. He held the sword, stiffly stammering. In front of him, the photographer was engrossed, capturing every moment. The Black Dragon Master chatted leisurely with the heretic. He looks good in a suit, don't you think? What do you think of the passionate adventurer image? The photographer's exclamations were steady. It's perfect. The old elf bit his lip, trying to contain his emotions. In the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer and clutched his stomach, rolling with laughter. Damn it, my stomach hurts. Ahahaha. Kim Gong-ja scowled and took off the jacket. His embarrassment turned to anger as he shouted in protest. I'm not doing this anymore. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to snap them out of their naive way of thinking. A hunter just needs to focus on clearing the tower floors. What the hell is this public image crap? It's because everyone's so focused on this nonsense that you can't even clear the next floor. The other members stared at him, in astonishment. Then they unanimously decided to act like he wasn't there and continue their discussion. Wow, that last line could become a trend. The title for this week's magazine should be Hunters the Tower Climbers. Right, we were that passionate in our 20s too, weren't we? Being ignored, he gave in and tried to compromise. That's enough. I came here to talk about the 20th floor. I'll give you all the rights from the 11th to the 19th floor, but the 20th floor will be mine. The other side didn't seem to notice him. An innocent, unambitious image seems to suit him better. Would this headline work for tomorrow's paper? The Death King shares management rights for floors 11 through 19. Conquering the tower floors is satisfaction enough for him. They planned enthusiastically. The second page of the paper will be The Death King, a longtime donor to orphanages. It seems everyone is very excited about showing their gratitude and respect to the person who cleared the 20th floor. Marcus, standing to one side like a seasoned veteran, advised the newcomer, Gong-ja. Give it up, young man. It was the same when I climbed to the #1 spot on the ranking board, he explained kindly. Those people want to show the outside world that we are still alive and are well. It's a kind of inferiority complex they have. They left everything behind and came to the tower with a bit of resentment for the outside world. Then he turned away, ignoring the group. You'll waste a whole day if you stay here. At the same time, Master led the way, and Gong-ja shouted the signal, run for it. The old elf happily flew after them to watch the show when a loud voice called out, Death King. The Black Dragon Master reminded him thoughtfully, you have a press conference tomorrow, so remember to come back early in the morning. Don't attract any attention. Use the rooftops, and be careful. A while later, he was panting as he climbed onto the roof as she'd told him to. A soldier instinctively called out to Marcus Callenberry, Sir Sword Saint, and politely asked if he could leave for about 5 minutes. He hesitated for a moment. Is that the Death King? Kim Gong-ja was sweating. Ah, yes. The soldier, delighted, pulled a notebook from his pocket. It's amazing to finally meet you in person. He handed a pen to Marcus Callenberry. This is the only paper I have on me right now. Could I possibly get an autograph? He asked the man kindly. What's your name? The soldier shook his head. Oh no, it's not for me. The soldier's face lit up. I want the Death King's autograph. Kim Gong-ja rubbed the back of his neck flustered. I've never given an autograph before. The other man pressed on. This is my greatest wish. Please sign this for me. Finally, Kim Gong-ja signed his name on the paper for him. Each stroke of his pen was like a brushstroke from an influential figure. The soldier was thrilled to get the signature. Thank you so much, I'll get going now. You two can talk. The midday sun beat down on the roof where they stood. Kim Gong-ja looked at him thoughtfully. Sword Saint. The other man responded quickly. What is it, young man? He spoke his mind. You must be seeing. A huge number for the people I've killed, right? He continued, trying to defend his honor. But I'm not really the mass murderer you think I am. I didn't actually kill the number of people you're seeing. Kim Gong-ja spoke from the heart. But you, Sword Saint, you don't judge yourself. I know you have your own principles, and I fall within those principles. Your principle of punishing mass murderers. Kim Gong-ja tried to explain. But really the path you and I are on isn't that different. Marcus cut him off. You don't need to try and explain. I'm different from the other hunters. He spoke with sincere honesty. Those at the top of the rankings have all suffered a lot from the outside world. Unlike them, I was born into and had a perfect life. Because of that, I began to doubt whether this success came from my own strength. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Was it because I was blessed with the best of everything that I so easily reached the top? No, there's no way that's true. He affirmed with certainty. No matter what, I have to stand on my own 2 feet. That is my pride. I simply want to prove my own pride. Kim Gong-ja understood the truth. So that's why you became a tower climber. Marcus looked at himself introspectively. But it seems I've been too arrogant. A system notification appeared. You are opening a skill card. The information for Scout's insightful eye was displayed. Can see the opponent's murderous intent but cannot see indirect murderous intent. Can accurately know the intent of the opponent as well as the target of the murderer. However, it cannot know the method the murderer will use to kill. He added, I've only ever trusted my own eyes and hands, and I trust the skill I possess. Young man, I'll ask you one last time. He looked at Kim Gong-ja with a sharp gaze. Have you really never taken an innocent life? He thought. That's right. Kim Gong-ja fell into contemplation. That must be why he told him he didn't need to explain. Explanations just complicate things. System Guide Death King, answer honestly with all your heart. He raised his voice, speaking clearly. That's right. Kim Gong-ja stood tall, his conscience clear. Sir Sword Saint, I have never killed an innocent soul. He stated it with absolute conviction. Not now, and not ever. Marcus swung his sword, creating shimmering arcs of golden light. He had acknowledged him. I trust my own eyes. He sheathed his sword. You've worked hard these past 5 days. Thank you for helping this stubborn old man. He shared his thoughts. It might be a bit late to say this, but fighting alongside you from the 12th to the 19th floor was a fascinating experience. Marcus glanced back and added a final piece of advice. Rest today. The 21st floor will open tomorrow after the press conference. I have high expectations for you on the 21st floor. With that, the Sword Saint vaulted over the balcony and was gone. Still in disbelief, Kim Gong-ja asked the old spirit, Hey, old Sword Emperor, did the Sword Saint just acknowledge me? The other replied, Looks like it. He collapsed in exhaustion. It was finally over. Then he let out a sigh of relief, his body going limp. The 20th floor is mine now. The guild masters will handle the media, so now I can rest. The spirit smiled teasingly. Over. What's over? Anyone would think you just conquered the 50th floor. A system notification popped up. The benevolent goddess marvels at your deeds and acknowledges your achievement. Gong-ja was startled. A notification was sent to him. The goddess recognizes you as worthy of becoming her apostle. He was baffled. Why all of a sudden? The system continued. From now on, you are fully qualified to use this title. He was suspicious of the situation. Wait, what's going on? The benevolent goddess tells you to look down. He followed the instruction. Down. The system guided him in detail. The benevolent goddess tells you to look slightly to your left. Kim Gong-ja seemed to realize what was happening. Wait a minute. A light so bright it engulfed the entire tower. The benevolent goddess has granted you the final authority. He frowned, filled with doubt. The benevolent goddess. The sword was still glowing as if confirming his suspicion. This sword, a news anchor was discussing the identity of the key figure who had cleared the 20th floor. Ladies and gentlemen, aren't you watching an astonishing video right now? This is the latest footage our station BBS has just acquired. The reporter guided the viewers. Do you see that? The Black Dragon Master is holding hands with a certain hunter, and this hunter is believed to be the Death King, who has been making waves recently. The incident continued to be discussed on forums. If this video is real, then the Death King defeated the 11th floor boss with a single sword strike. The host emphasized that this was the first time in history a boss-level monster had been killed in one hit. The voice continued from the TV. Let's move on to the next video. Kim Gong-ja decisively turned it off and the screen went black. The old spirit asked in annoyance, "Why'd you turn it off? It was just getting to the good part." Gong-ja slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Let's not watch anymore. I'm dying of embarrassment here." Hearing this, the spirit said softly, "Want me to knock some sense into you? It's not like you can die anyway." Kim Gong-ja shot back, "Even so, hell no." The spirit relented. "All right, I get it. Let's change the channel." But he still disagreed. "Every single channel is talking about me. What's the point?" Suddenly, a notification arrived. The benevolent goddess believes your achievement is an exception and advises you to get used to the title, along with paying the price that comes with fame. Gong-ja's mood soured. "I was too tired yesterday to say this clearly, but, Your Holiness, aren't you laying on the praise a little thick?" The sword suddenly vibrated intensely, affirming one thing: you are the light. The message continued. "The benevolent goddess remembers it very clearly. It was you who climbed the castle wall and declared it so heroically." Overwhelmed, he covered his ears. I only said that because I got carried away." The goddess didn't let it go. "From this moment on, I entrust the empire to you all," he pleaded weakly. "Oh, come on." But it persisted. "I believe you are a person with righteous ideals." Kim Gong-ja started to wonder. "Is this sword my fan?" This is the goddess's confession. The goddess is overjoyed that her second master is someone as wonderful as you. He thought to himself, "Is this how I was when I admired the Flame Emperor?" The system's praise was relentless, especially when you subdued the demon lord of autumn rain and said that a monarch also has a duty to protect their subjects. "You looked so," Gong-ja shouted to drown out the embarrassing words. He quickly grabbed the sword to interrupt it. The benevolent goddess is very exasperated. He picked up a dusty cleaning rag and threatened it. "You brought this on yourself." The sword frantically signaled. The benevolent goddess feels her life is in danger and requests that you stop. Hearing that, Kim Gong-ja let out a pleased sigh of relief. He smiled cheerfully and wiped the sword with the rag. "Now, you'll stay quiet, won't you?" He examined it, a few questions popping into his head. "Aren't you called a constellation? How can a constellation be a sword? Did you possess this sword or something?" Kim Gong-ja recalled and reasoned it out thoroughly. "If you're a constellation, aren't you supposed to be one of the administrators of the tower's floors? The case of the demon lord of autumn rain, originating as a monster, is easy enough to understand. But a constellation being an item, that sounds a bit off." The sword replied, fulfilling its duty as a messenger. The benevolent goddess is shaking her head vigorously. "It would be more accurate to understand a constellation as a representative of another world." It recounted the events of the past. The benevolent goddess was originally a holy spirit revered by the gods. But then she was sealed into 5 swords by the ancestors of the Itek Kim Empire. "And I am one of those 5 holy swords." "Idol." He studied it curiously. "The name of this sword is Idol," it confirmed. "That's right. The names of the 5 swords are: first sword Idol, second sword Empathy, third sword Epic, fourth sword Sacrifice, and fifth sword Salvation. It is said that if all 5 swords are gathered, the benevolent goddess can return to her prime." Kim Gong-ja grasped the general situation. "So to sum it up, you're a fragment of the holy sword, and to unleash your true power, I have to find the other pieces right. Sounds interesting. Where are the other fragments?" It fell silent. He pressed for an answer. "Hey goddess, where on earth are your siblings?" It remained stubbornly quiet. He pressured it. "Don't tell me you don't know either," the idol replied. "The benevolent goddess is exercising her right to remain silent." Kim Gong-ja sighed in frustration. "If you don't know, just admit it." It immediately conveyed its dissatisfaction. "The benevolent goddess protests your opinion." He dismissed the issue and stood up wondering. "Anyway, it's not urgent. At least you have 1/5 of the power now. Right, idol? What can you do?" It revealed frankly, "I can gain the absolute support of the people of the Ice Kim Empire." Gong-ja pried further. "Anyone would know that." "What else?" Suddenly the sword glowed. It was so dazzling he couldn't react in time. The idol expressed its emotions through action. The benevolent goddess has always been proud of her ability to glow. His eyes watered with indignation. Who wouldn't be able to see something this dazzling? Besides gaining the support of the Empire's people and glowing, is there anything else you can do? It calmly introduced. "I am very confident in my ability to slay monsters and people too." Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. "What's with all the noise?" Gong-ja evasively denied it. "It's nothing." The Black Dragon Master leaned against the door with her arms crossed. "Is that so?" Then she thoughtfully reminded him of what he needed to do. "The press conference will start in 5 minutes. Perhaps by the time it's over, the 21st floor will be open. You just need to give adequate answers. After that, we'll proceed directly to the 21st floor. Do you understand the schedule?" He agreed. "Okay." She smiled, giving detailed instructions. "I trust you'll handle the interview well. Remember not to be late." Kim Gong-ja listened as her footsteps faded away. Then he turned back to the idol to question it with dissatisfaction. "Now that you're done, can you stop glowing? So in short, you can't do anything right." It immediately retorted. The benevolent goddess protests your opinion. Gong-ja brushed everything aside. Cut it out. From now on, I'm calling you Flash. What holy sword? What goddess? In the first place, you couldn't even protect your own country. He shouted mercilessly, criticizing it. Besides, you talk way too much. One old sword emperor is already enough to give me a headache. From now on, unless it's necessary, please don't speak. The benevolent goddess. He cut the other party off with a threat. If you don't listen, I'll send you back to the Ice Kim Empire. Got it, Flash. The idol, showing a timely sense of awareness, said Flash has spoken. Yes, Sir Hero. Finally, he felt satisfied. At the press conference, a voice addressed the crowd. Thank you everyone for being here today. A reporter shouted loudly, Black Dragon Master, please look over here. Please just one look this way. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. So, the Black Dragon Master is the goddess of the previous generation. The witch gave her statement in a cool tone. As you all know, we have cleared floors 11 through 20. I am incredibly grateful to the members of the media who have been with us on this journey. Everyone listened with great excitement as she spoke. We truly deliberated on how to spread this joy to everyone. But you all helped us do just that. It saved us a considerable amount of money on promotion. Once again, thank you very much. The Black Dragon Master pointed at Gong-ja. And what makes us proudest here is not the years-long dream of clearing the 10th floor, nor the speed at which we cleared the 20th floor. She declared with pride, but that not a single person was sacrificed in the recent battle. More than anything, achieving 0 casualties is our greatest joy and pride. Next, the Black Dragon Master instructed, everyone please look down. She introduced to everyone, this is the tile work of Baby Square. Every single tile here is engraved with a name, the names of our predecessors who have died in the tower up to this point. Everyone silently contemplated her words. Many names were carved when we cleared the 2nd and 3rd floors. To be able to make this announcement before the names of our fallen predecessors is the greatest happiness for us. The Black Dragon Master announced clearly to everyone, today we will not have to carve a single name here. The crowd's mood grew agitated. Black Dragon Master. Black Dragon Master. After stirring up the atmosphere, she moved on to the main event. Now it's time for questions from the press. Please raise your hand one by one. Kim Gong-ja thought, does this mean I don't even have to show my face? He looked at the clock in the air, feeling uncertain about many things. As expected, a person has to choose the right comrades. The Black Dragon Master gently brushed her hair back, an elegant aura emanating from her. I will now take the previous question. Kim Gong-ja, however, was starting to get impatient. I want to end this press conference quickly and get to the 21st floor. A man stood up and introduced himself. I'm a reporter from Babylon Daily. He turned towards Kim Gong-ja. I'd like to ask a question to the Death King who has just climbed to the 3rd rank. The question came quickly. Death King, you've ascended to this position with unbelievable speed. Specifically, I received a tip that you are a mysterious member of the major guilds. He was surprised by this. Me, the man continued to press his suspicions. If that's true, then you are the real hero behind the guild's achievements. Furthermore, I received a tip that you demanded exclusive rights to the 20th floor, while the major guilds would take floors 11 through 20. I find this very concerning. May I ask your thoughts on this matter? The Black Dragon Master looked at him and whispered a reminder. You don't have to answer. I'll handle it. Kim Gong-ja was more serious than ever. No. He waved his hand, refusing her help. There will be more people like him anyway. I have to voice my own thoughts too. She hesitated, slightly worried. But he immediately grabbed the mic to speak. It's fine. Everything has a solution. The Black Dragon Master turned helplessly to Kim Gong-ja. If you don't answer the public directly, I can cover up any mistakes you make. Facing the reporters, she warned of the consequences. But if you step out there now, I'm not sure I can control the public opinion anymore. Gong-ja's demeanor was calm. Relax. Just rest assured no one is as cool-headed as I am. You know that already. I'm a prophet. Okay. He then lifted the mic and spoke his first words. Hello, 1 2 3 4 5. A pleasure to meet you all. I am the hunter known as the Death King. I'm very happy to see everyone here today. He got straight to the point and turned his attention to the person who had just asked the question. You're the reporter. Even correct, he replied politely. Yes. He looked straight at Even. Deep within the man's pupils, a fierce fire seemed to be burning. He has such piercing eyes. There's only one way to deal with that kind of stare. Kim Gong-ja put on a humble expression. I believe I am still far too lacking to make a statement like this before the public. He was a bit curious about what the young man was planning. Yes, you've decided on your approach. You just have to say the opposite of what the Fire King would, and then spoke loudly from the heart to everyone. I'd like to reiterate, I think I still have too many shortcomings to stand before the public and speak like this. Kim Gong-ja had no experience, nor did he have the Black Dragon Master's eloquence, but he knew better than anyone what the trashiest interview in the world looked like. He recalled the Flame Emperor's attitude when confronted by reporters' questions. It's because I'm so talented that I was able to clear up to the 20th floor. What the hell do you people know? He pointed straight at Evan's face, oozing arrogance. I worked so hard I broke my bones. So everything I have today, I completely deserve. Hey you. If it wasn't for me, who the hell do you think would be worthy of all this? Huh? He scowled with contempt, cursing angrily. Was it your damn dad? That incident was later nicknamed the Was It Your Dad scandal. Kim Gong-ja recalled that awkward moment, how the Black Dragon Master's face had gone pale as she tried to fix the mess. Right after that, the Black Dragon Master had to stop the press conference midway because Yusuha had started a fight with the reporters. He cursed freely, cussing out their parents, their wives, and their children. He didn't care at all how it affected others. He had turned that day's interview into his own solo performance of profanity. And if Kim Gong-ja just did the opposite of those ugly actions, he would have the best performance possible. Every one of the Flame Emperor's insults and his smug attitude were still engraved in Gong-ja's mind. It's because I'm so talented that I was able to clear up to the 20th floor. What do you people know? In contrast, he used a calm tone to show everyone his character. I'm well aware that there's a lot of public discussion about me, but you're all overestimating me. Without the help of the Black Dragon Master and the Sword Saint, I would have never been able to climb to the 20th floor alone. The Flame Emperor considered himself superior. I worked so hard, I broke my bones, so everything I have today I completely deserve. Kim Gong-ja, however, slowly confessed to the reporters. To achieve the goal of having no one sacrificed, even if I, the Death King, had to work until my bones break, it would be nothing, but I don't consider that a sacrifice. He clenched his fists, showing his determination and courage. As a human being and as a hunter, this is my duty. While the Flame Emperor looked down on everyone else, I totally deserve the position I have today. Kim Gong-ja was his perfect opposite. Therefore, I will not ask for any special privileges. I will entrust all matters from the 11th to the 19th floor to the guild masters to decide. The 20th floor was originally a green zone and home to the residents of the tower. Just becoming the manager of this floor is more than enough to satisfy me. Finally, when the Flame Emperor had challenged, "Was it your dad?" he responded, with a contrasting smile. A holy light seemed to radiate from him. "I have finished my answer, Reporter Evan." Kim Gong-ja even politely asked his opponent, "Do you have any other questions?" Evan shuddered, sat back down in his chair and stammered, "No, I don't." An image of the rude, swearing Flame Emperor flashed through his mind. What the feck are you still doing? If you have nothing else, then get the hell out. The contrast between that and Gong-ja's mature, well-composed aura was stark. Thank you. If anyone else has questions, please feel free to ask. The atmosphere below immediately exploded. They scrambled to raise their hands, trying to get his attention. Please answer my question, Sir Death King. I'm from the Tower Daily News. I'm from the Hoan-mun Daily. I'm from Channel 14. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, my do-the-opposite strategy was a brilliant success. The familiar name brought back a memory of the past of the Flame Emperor's scornful ridicule. What Hoan-mun, that rag for old people, I would never ficking give an interview to you guys, Kim Gong-ja thought, because I've always been the one who does the right thing. He raised a hand to gesture. Then I'll start with the question from the Hoan-mun Daily. The clock in the air showed 5 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. He saw the time had come. I will have to conclude the interview here. A reporter tried to call out to him, Death King, sir, please just one more question. But the Black Dragon Master snatched the mic from Gong-ja's hand. Everyone I know, you're all very curious about this new hero. Unfortunately, there isn't much time left for the press conference. She announced to the fans, after dinner tonight, we will enter the tower to continue our campaign. We will never forget the warm encouragement and deep concern everyone has shown us today. She smiled with a calm demeanor. Our goal this time remains the same. No one will be sacrificed. And we will do our absolute best to achieve that goal. An arm shot up, trying to get her attention. Black Dragon Master, please answer this one last question for me. He voiced the suspicion that had been on everyone's mind for some time. Black Dragon Master and the Death King. What is your relationship? The Black Dragon Master and Kim Gong-ja both stiffened at the same time. She found it amusing and glanced at him with a meaningful look. If you're talking about our relationship, you could say that. Her next words made the reporter's eyes widen in surprise. We are comrades who are closer than friends. Everyone started murmuring about it. A relationship beyond friendship. Finally, the Black Dragon Master stood up. You can call us comrades. That is all. I hope you won't get the wrong idea or misunderstand anything. She turned to leave and said her goodbyes. This concludes the press conference hosted by me, the Black Dragon Master. Once again, I sincerely thank you for your interest and support. The reporters, their curiosity now piqued by her words, called out, Black Dragon Master, please don't go. Please elaborate on what you just said. They turned their attention to Kim Gong-ja. Death King, how should we interpret that statement? He whispered to her, you're lying. He didn't understand her actions. You're just going to leave it hanging like that and walk away. The Black Dragon Master gave him a mischievous wink. I'm a girl who enjoys a bit of drama. She casually explained to him, it's always like this. If you just add a little fuel to the fire at the very end, it makes a much deeper impression on the public. Kim Gong-ja was thoroughly impressed. As expected of the guildmaster who manages the tower. The two of them moved backstage, and the Black Dragon Master let out a sigh of relief. Phew, she suddenly grabbed his hand and praised him. Death King, that ended absolutely perfectly. Her eyes sparkled with joy, a key figure with a humble attitude. People like heroes, but what they like most is a hero who bows his head to them. The Black Dragon Master's constant compliments made Kim Gong-ja feel quite embarrassed. Even though you bowed your head, you didn't seem cheap or pathetic at all. It was a wonderful balance. I had no idea you had such a talent for public speaking. I guess you just never had a chance to show it until now, huh? She was incredibly excited. Just tell me what you want. Money, fame, a lover. If it exists in this tower, I swear I'll get it for you. He awkwardly refused. I don't need anything. But, Black Dragon Master, about what you said earlier, that we're partners, something more than just friends. To be honest, I was really surprised to hear you say that. The Black Dragon Master acted completely unfazed, as if this was normal for her. It was nothing. I was just playing things up a bit to make for a more dramatic finale. She calmly explained her reasoning. Besides, to keep the public from digging into your personal life, isn't it safer to have them focus on me instead? Kim Gong-ja was still a little lost. Is that so? The Black Dragon Master reassured him. Death King, don't worry about it. I've been dealing with the public for many years. When it comes to this kind of thing, just trust me to handle it all for you. Everyone grew excited as the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The two of them also turned toward the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system appeared in the form of a radiant young woman, congratulating the tower climbers. Congratulations on completing the Demon King's challenge. The old elf gave a stern warning. Zombie, don't get careless. Kim Gong-ja immediately focused. This was no time to be in a celebratory mood. From the 21st floor onward, the trials will be different. The system sent out a notification, sunlight glinting off the tall tower, as her voice echoed evenly. This place could have become a sanctuary for those fleeing the outside world. You were all free to choose a peaceful life here, instead of facing the challenges. A hand reached toward the light. But you didn't. You successfully broke through the 10th floor. The 20th. And you declared that you would reach the very top of this tower. An invisible pressure enveloped the two of them, and so the tower will now respond to that will. The other climbers were bewildered. What's going on? There's no more talk of a transfer. They quickly assessed the situation. Could this be a forced transfer? Even people who weren't there were experiencing the same thing. The system clasped her hands together and smiled. Oh, brave climbers who have resolved to scale this tower, who have earned new names and become its champions. From this moment forward, only the chosen champions will bear this noble responsibility. As she finished speaking, Kim Gong-ja and the others were simultaneously teleported to a new area within the tower. An ethereal voice called out, "This way, quickly now." To the tower climbing champions, a young boy dressed in pure white appeared, his tone full of excitement. I've been waiting for you all for so long. He floated excitedly in midair. Welcome everyone to the great library of all things. The director of the library spoke up. Oh, champions of the tower, this director has been waiting ever so patiently for you all. Life begins and ends with meetings and partings. The meaning of one's life isn't just about who you meet, but it is the anticipation, the waiting that truly adds color and flavor to your existence. While the boy was sermonizing, Gong-ja turned his head to look around. A system notification appeared. Welcome to the great library of all things. He gave a polite bow and then continued. Allow me to repeat myself. Welcome to the great library of all things. The crowd was in a daze, some of them still half asleep. One person wondered aloud, what's going on? Where are we? Another who hadn't even finished showering could only shout in embarrassment. Hey, don't look. Someone else seeing the spectacle let out an exasperated sigh. Oh, for heaven's sake. Looking down at the chaotic group, the director spoke with a playful tone. Oh my. It seems this director was a bit thoughtless. Just then, floating books appeared perfectly, obscuring any sensitive sights from view. Kim Gong-ja let out a sigh of relief, dying from second-hand embarrassment. That was a close one. The Black Dragon Master was the first to speak. Who are you? She asked, her voice laced with suspicion. And where is this place? The director waved his long sleeves dramatically in reply. Black Dragon Master, I am but a humble, nameless being who manages a slightly large library. The more she listened to his vague ramblings, the darker her expression grew. In other words, I'm like an insignificant side character. You can just pretend I don't even exist. A slightly large library. They were surrounded by countless, seemingly endless shelves, packed with books, with a few occasionally floating in the air. Kim Gong-ja was the second person to speak up. From the looks of it, this library is more like an entire world, wouldn't you say? The director gave a mysterious, amused smile and flew right up to Kim Gong-ja. So, you must be the Death King. He continued to wave his ridiculously long sleeves. No need to be so on guard. This humble director merely wishes to show everyone some hospitality. He offered a sudden explanation. After all, it's thanks to people like me that great heroes like yourselves get their names recorded in the annals of history. Everyone was puzzled. our names recorded in history. To explain, the director summoned several books like The Chronicles of the Askim Empire. Exactly like these. Reading is one of my favorite hobbies. He gestured to another book titled The Tale of the Dungeon City, and because of that, all the books in this director's library are far from ordinary. This is a repository for all the books containing the histories of the worlds created within this tower. The director began to lead into his main point. I'm sure you're all wondering why, out of countless champions, only those of you present here were summoned correct. The reason is quite simple. It's because all of you are named characters in the world outside. The boy made the frank announcement. This place has summoned a total of 302 people. All of them are champions who have earned their own aliases. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Only hunters with aliases were summoned. Then what about everyone else? The Black Dragon Master asked, stunned. Wait a minute, does that mean we're the only ones who get to keep climbing the tower? The director held up a book and asked the crowd below in return. Didn't the three of you manage to successfully liberate the entire Askim Empire? On your own, he stated confidently. 300 people is 100 times that number. So rest assured, this director has prepared trials for you that should be quite easy to clear. Kim Gong-ja, however, was calmer than anyone. Shall we get started then, Mr. Director of the Library? He stated it calmly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. While we're all very pleased to meet you, Mr. Director, we're also quite eager to continue climbing the tower. Hearing this, the boy let out a cheerful "oh" and began waving his arms once more. Ah, so that's how it is. In that case, this director will try to rein in his excitement. And don't worry, I won't bother with any more long-winded explanations. Chatting about such trivial matters isn't really my hobby anyway. Then the director began to scan his bookshelves. Now then, which masterpiece should I choose? The Book of Apocalypse is so boring, and the World of Crushing Winds isn't much better. Ah, here we go. The moment he cracked open the book, a brilliant light flashed from its pages. Here is a notice for all of you. Light exploded as pages appeared from the administrator's hands. This is just a little something to spice up your lives. Don't be too surprised. The city was filled with countless skyscrapers, and crowds were falling amidst a sparkling, starlit space. The administrator calmly explained to the participants, I am the administrator of the Great Library of All Things. And as I've said before, the records here are no ordinary records. In just a moment, in just a second, every standard will be raised even higher. His voice continued to resonate. The Great Library of All Things. It is a place that holds countless records of different worlds. He then pulled out the book Askim as an example. This is the world you have conquered, and this is your world. The administrator then listed with delight. There are many ways to refer to these books. Some call these books epics, others call them chronicles. Some also call them historical records, and some call them sagas. But there is one name that this administrator is most fond of. I wonder if anyone's noticed, but he still emphasized it, a wave of power enveloping everything, the apocalypse. The scene before Gong-ja blazed with light, with every word the administrator spoke. If you follow this administrator's naming convention, then your tower climb is like a serialized story. You have only just passed the prologue, and are only beginning to enter the main body, but not everyone can proceed smoothly to the next installment. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, its brilliant yellow light blinding the onlookers. As the administrator said, there are some apocalypses that sometimes have to stop their serialization midway through. This world is not the only one. The administrator summoned the book he had opened earlier and smiled mysteriously. And it will open up countless other worlds. Blue elements swirled around him. It could be fire, and it could be water. I wonder just how many tragedies will occur. At the same time, rising waters toppled the skyscraper, signaling the arrival of another disaster. In the distance, a volcano signaled the end of the unfortunate city as if to prove his words. All the characters who appear in the apocalypse were living just like all of you here. But they didn't get a satisfying conclusion, and there was no happy ending. The modern city filled with skyscrapers was reduced to a pile of rubble. Everything was shrouded in destruction and ruin. To put it simply, the title was discontinued. Finally, the administrator concluded his spectacular presentation, or as some people call it, extinction. And everyone was coughing violently. Cough, cough. The old elf was the first to comment. That was truly nauseating. For an ordinary person, such a sight was indeed hard to bear. The administrator spoke to the group. It's very simple. He once again summoned books to float around him. You will choose one of these 8 apocalypses that have met their doom. A thought appeared. Choose one of 8 worlds that have been destroyed. His blue eyes lit up and the administrator flashed a crazed smile. This is exactly the type of story this administrator loves most. He couldn't contain his excitement. It may be a bit silly, but I still want to see more stories of worlds meeting their doom. He continued his declaration. Afterward, you yourselves will enter those 8 stories and save the world that has met its ruinous end within the story. An unspoken urge rang out. Go directly into those 8 worlds and stop the apocalypse. The final words the administrator wanted to give. This is the mission I want you to complete. The system displayed a notification, World Regeneration Volume 1. Difficulty undetermined. Mission objective, continue writing. The story for these worlds that were destroyed for such absurd reasons. If you successfully rescue a doomed world, you will be granted permission to open the 22nd floor. However, if you fail, the 22nd floor will not be opened. Everyone there doubled over and started heaving their guts out. Blech, ugh, blech. The administrator spoke up to remind them, you all have to clean up that vomit, you know. We're all civilized people, aren't we? You must be self-aware to maintain the general hygiene of the library. And before anyone could ask, he mentioned what was approaching. The bookmarks, the administrator explained briefly. They are helpers. The bookmarks will accompany you until you complete the 30th floor quest. The Black Dragon Master was skeptical of them. Aren't they just monsters? The administrator chuckled to himself at that. You could see it that way. Then he continued to lay out a few rules. First, you are absolutely forbidden from touching the books without my permission. I shed my own sweat and blood to collect all of them. These are one-of-a-kind apocalypses in this universe. An aggressive thug wanted to cause trouble. Damn it, that's ridiculous. Doesn't that make you a boss monster? The administrator was unfazed by their reactions. Hey, you all should ready your weapons. We have to kill this guy to complete the quest to the 30th floor. He pointed at Gong-ja. The Death King cleared the 20th floor all by himself. Right, we can totally beat this kid. They were full of scheming thoughts. If we all work together, there's nothing we can't do, right, everyone? The thug shouted, all of you from the 5 great guilds get back. He ranted for a bit. I'm really not happy with how you've been monopolizing the raid since the 11th floor. What the hell do you think you are, heroes? The Black Dragon Master was provoked. What the hell are you talking about right now? Kim Gong-ja grabbed her hand to stop her. Endure it. The Black Dragon Master couldn't control her emotions. No, I can't let a person like that get away with it. He reminded her softly, this is all being broadcast live. It made her freeze, and sure enough, it was clearly visible on a screen. What? Before his regression, Kim Gong-ja was also one of the many who watched the assault on the 30th floor, and that assault was broadcast live in the main plaza. The constellations have already said it. We're no different from characters. He added, and of course, if there are characters, there will be readers watching them. If we make a bad impression now, we'll never be able to erase it for the rest of our lives. The Black Dragon Master immediately reconsidered the situation. That's right. The most important thing right now is figuring out how to clear this floor, he agreed. Exactly. She realized their situation. We're already inside the works of the Great Library of all things. The system sent a notification. Welcome, Death King. The system has new information. You will receive the reward for completing the 20th floor quest. A notification followed for the main reward. You have received the blessing of the beauty god. You can now observe the favorability of characters from the 21st to the 30th floors. Hidden reward. You have received the blessing of the serpent god. You can now observe the inner thoughts of characters from the 21st to the 30th floors. Kim Gong-ja's eyes lit up with immense excitement. These are all skills I desperately need right now. With that thought, he turned to the Black Dragon Master beside him to test them out. Character status window. A series of details appeared. Favorite genres, romance, Prince Charming younger men, the brash and clueless type. It even showed her inner thoughts. If I infiltrate the land of Babylon and have to play the role of nobles, completing the mission will just be my secondary objective. In that case, the smartest strategy would be. As if suddenly realizing something, she turned around, flustered. The Black Dragon Master asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Kim Gong-ja had gone pale from the exciting rush of information. Ah, it's nothing. Hearing this, she continued, well, that's good. If anything comes up, remember to share it with me. The old elf couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Prince Charming, is it? Should we find a horse for you to ride? A crown too. I wonder if a warrior can become a prince. Kim Gong-ja's face darkened. Character information panel. Information appeared before his eyes one by one. Likes Wuxiamachao rivals and his mother. Hates to lose. And in his thoughts, could it be that even I can't pass this trial? Kim Gong-ja smirked devilishly. Hey mom, this old elf over here is calling for you. He continuously threw punches that passed right through him. I'll kill you. Hurry up and turn off that status window. Erase your memory of this, or I'm cutting ties with you for good. Kim Gong-ja ignored his words. Yes, well, it'd be best if you cut the chatter from now until the 30th floor. The old elf vented his anger. You little brat, just you wait. A gangster gritted his teeth. That's right, you all heard him. With this many members, this is basically the final battle. But someone else cried out, a bunch of wet behind the ears youngsters. Marcus Callenberry added in a low voice, have you already forgotten what happened earlier? He said he'd show us the world's destruction, and he's fully capable of throwing us in there. Wanting to fight him despite that is no different from committing suicide. The entire group fell silent for a long moment after hearing that. But the gangster still shouted, don't be scared. The Death King climbed from the 10th to the 20th floor by himself. The floor bosses are nothing to be afraid of. The major guilds are just a bunch of frauds. If any of you want to cling to those 5 guilds for the rest of your lives, then get lost. Suddenly, a voice cut through his words. Have you all reached an agreement? He was still stubborn. That monster of a boss will be a piece of cake to handle. The administrator added, "My apologies, but these old tropes are not to my liking. Let's bring this to a swift end, shall we?" As he spoke, a series of giant tentacles shot out, attacking the entire group led by the gangster. What the hell is this? Once it was over, the administrator closed the book. In this apocalypse, all of humanity was wiped out. Only a single sorcerer survived. He clarified, due to a cruel twist of fate, that sorcerer practically turned into a monster. A rather tragic main character, and my 9th favorite. Looking at the violently shaking book, he continued to explain, "This sorcerer's special ability is sealing magic. My relationship with him is like that of a host and a guest. I occasionally toss him some materials, and he gladly entrusts me with other tasks." After he finished, a series of bookmarks appeared, seemingly falling from his hands. The administrator seemed to remember something. He explained in detail, "This sorcerer's hobby is torturing the servants within his own creation." After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh. Well, it makes sense. He's the only one left alive in that ruined world after all. Of course, he couldn't possibly be normal. Finally, to the Black Dragon Master's astonishment, he said, "Well, that concludes the tutorial for this volume." The administrator smiled sinisterly. "Now then, is everyone ready to become a main character?" The scene then shifted to reveal countless thick volumes of books. The heretic interrogator calculated a few things. "We've only just begun, and about 50 people have already been eliminated. This won't be easy." He was trying to psychologically pressure the others, but it's because of those sacrifices that we must give this battle our all. Thankfully, the number stopped at just 50. The heretic interrogator sipped his tea. "Aren't you all going to drink? This is quite delicious." Kim Gong-ja turned and called out, "Hey, Inquisitor, could you please be quiet for a moment? The more you talk, the more you confuse us." He immediately replied, "Then this is a serious matter. I will be silent at once." Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja, currently ranked 3rd, began to explain the situation. "I'm sure everyone understands the situation now. We shouldn't rashly touch the administrator. For now, we must focus on completing the mission he has given us. He was the hunter with the 3rd greatest authority here. He had to get used to all eyes being on him. Completing the mission isn't impossible." Then he pointed out, "Everyone, please open your quest windows." Someone quickly complied. "Yes, sir." The quest window detailed the task of choosing a book, along with the rules Gong-ja had laid out for everyone. In this quest window, the most important thing is the very last line. You all understand what this sentence means, right? His face was serious. He mentioned that the rewards would differ depending on which world was saved. This means if we save a world full of diamonds, that world will become our 22nd floor. And someone raised a question. "That's just your prediction. What if that world contains water and food?" The Black Dragon Master answered. "Self-sufficiency." She proposed an idea. "That would help us solve the food problem in the outside world." Kim Gong-ja agreed with her. "That's exactly right." Just as he opened a book, someone tried to stop him, but it was too late. "Death King, be careful." The man who had shouted was stunned. Nothing happened. The administrator was as calm as ever. "Of course, if I don't use my powers, they're just ordinary books. Touching them isn't dangerous like some forbidden text." Kim Gong-ja asked everyone seriously, "Does everyone understand now? We need to read the books here and choose one that is both beneficial and that we can successfully clear." The 20th floor quest would be about the worlds within the Books of Apocalypse. A summary panel for the story of Academy student Sorrel Mill appeared. It was a romance fantasy genre with a D-rank difficulty. Only 4 to 5 participants were allowed. As the book opened, each page radiated an intense light. The content was something like this. The scene showed a dapper young man proposing to his beloved in front of a magnificent palace. "Oh, Sylvia, you are the other half of my life." Sylvia gently replied, "You are also the one I have always been searching for." The moment they held hands, a beam of light shot toward the top of the palace spire. And just like that, boom, the people inside the books panicked. A demon has appeared. This is the worst luck. And so just like that, the world was destroyed. A great romance novel ending like this. Kim Gong-ja was frantic. Any reader, no matter who they were, would be furious. Each book will have different content and difficulty levels. Therefore, let's read them and choose the one we can clear most easily. Hearing this, the group fell silent, avoiding the subject. The annoyed old elf threw an arm around his shoulder. "You idiot, if you speak that politely, no one's going to listen. Don't you know that hunters are people who never listen to others?" He then explained further. "There are about 250 hunters in front of you. You have to speak forcefully, then maybe they'll consider listening. Every time you level up, you hear the phrase, 'Your existence has become one level clearer.' Do you know what that means? It means your ego gets stronger and stronger." A hunter let out a huge yawn while he was contemplating this. "Is that so?" He confirmed that the higher a hunter's level, the stronger their ego and the less likely they are to listen to others. He grabbed his own collar. Immediately after, Gong-ja unleashed an intense power, shouting with authority. "Everyone listen up. There are hundreds of these books of Apocalypse. How the hell am I supposed to read them all by myself?" He began to command them aggressively. split into groups. The old-timers who have actually read a book get to the left. As for the rest of you, who can't tell a history book from a novel, get lost and move to the right. Hurry up. Within the readers group split into smaller groups, based on your favorite genres. The group of hunters scrambled to their designated spots. The graceful whistler floated in the air, ignoring their shouts. Doesn't anyone like history books? Why are there so many people here? Kim Gong-ja slammed his hand on the table and declared, "All right, we're starting to read now." He then continued rapidly, "I will now proceed to sort the books of apocalypse by genre. Each group divide them among yourselves and start reading. Also, for the books you've read, you must judge for yourselves, whether a book is good or just trash." The heretic interrogator waved his hand to get Gong-ja's attention. "Yes, Inquisitor," he asked, puzzled Death King. "What do you mean by a trashy book?" This made Kim Gong-ja hesitate. He slowly explained. "For example, this book right here is a trashy one." Kim Gong-ja held up Survival on the Volcano, a romance and survival genre book, with a D-rank difficulty limited to only 2 participants, which confused the heretic. A new generation's Adam and Eve. That sounds romantic. The reason for the world's destruction is because the couple went to their rendezvous point, but it happened to be an active volcano. Kim Gong-ja remarked, "Saving this world is useless anyway. It's already gone through a nuclear war. The world we save will become the 22nd floor. What are we going to do with a place that's already contaminated by radiation?" the heretic interrogator realized. "Ah, I see." Furthermore, the Fire King had already conquered the volcanic lands and the lava zone on the 29th floor because he was immune to fire, which made Kim Gong-ja wary of him. If he played his cards right, he could have snagged all 8 treasures inside the tower that no one else would dare to even look at or think about. He hurriedly arranged the books again. "Does everyone understand? Pay attention to the main character's personality and the story's progression. We have to read and think about what benefit we'd get from saving the world." And then he was stunned. "Hey you, this is the detective group." The Black Dragon Master glanced at him lazily. "I know. But didn't the character info panel just say she was a fan of romance novels?" Kim Gong-ja was in a panic. "So you like the detective genre?" she replied nonchalantly. "Of course." She leisurely enjoyed her tea and postured. "I am an intellectual woman," which confused him. Could it be that she doesn't want people to know she goes crazy for the romance genre? He was again shocked by the sight of books stacked high, and the group of people gathered in the romance genre area. Looking again, the romance genre group had far too few hunters, while conversely, the martial arts genre had far too many male hunters. At this point, Kim Gong-ja's head hurt even more. Are these people really still trying to lie to themselves even in this situation? The old elf muttered darkly from behind him. "I told you, high-level hunters have incredibly strong egos. You saw those 50 idiots who charged headfirst to their deaths earlier, didn't you? They're all psychos." Kim Gong-ja tried to start a conversation. Black Dragon Master even so, but she cut him off. "What are you talking about?" He forced a cold tone to give the Black Dragon Master an out. "In my eyes, the Black Dragon Master is an incredibly romantic person. The fact that you didn't join that group surprised me greatly." She gave him a cold look. "Is that so? Do I really look like someone who's suited for the romance genre?" He forced a smile. "Yes. To the point where seeing you in a different group feels like a real shame." She let out a weary sigh. It was as if Kim Gong-ja and the Black Dragon Master were sending each other off to the romance battlefield. "Since the Death King has spoken, I suppose I have no other choice. I've never read the romance genre before. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to challenge myself." The heretic interrogator over in the detective group beamed. "Kim Gong-ja, you're amazing. The Black Dragon Master isn't the type of person who just sits where she's told." Kim Gong-ja was exhausted. "Inquisitor, do you like detective novels?" He was enthusiastic. "I know, Sherlock Holmes, you know, I even know Dr. Watson." He secretly activated the character info panel and silently cursed this lunatic because it was clear that the heretic's favorite genres were fairy tales and myths. The more people who are happy, the better. His inner thoughts were exactly the same as his spoken words. Gong-ja was utterly horrified. The fact that his outward appearance perfectly matched his inner personality confused the heretic. Is something wrong?" The Death King, Kim Gong-ja, helplessly took out a fountain pen and wrote on the heretic's hand. "From now on, you belong to the fairy tale group." And with that, he pushed the man away. "You're the only one in this group. Inquisitor, you have to appraise all the books in this section." He was thrilled. What a noble responsibility. Then he said smugly, "Don't worry, I'll appraise every last one." But in Gong-ja's mind, he thought, even though among the 100 books of apocalypse there probably isn't a single fairy tale, what kind of fairy tale ends with the world being destroyed? He wearily held his forehead and sighed, dismayed by the chaotic scene before him. How is it that out of 250 people, a full 111 are hiding their own preferences? Just as you said, they're all cut from the same crazy cloth. Time for the last person to be checked. Kim Gong-ja coldly opened the person's character info panel. He was stunned by the person's list of favorites. Isekai overpowered system collapse, harem, older sister, younger sister, married woman, pure, cold, and even gender bender. He then froze, looking down at the images of women of all ages. This was the man ranked 6th in the tower, the master of the heavenly martial sect, a man of great inner turmoil. What the hell is this #1 sect crap? What the hell is wuxia? Every time I read this stuff, it's just a bunch of nonsense. He froze as the guy cursed him internally, clearly having no regard for the readers. Then confused, he asked, "What are you looking at? I'm busy reading here." But you just think this is some Nobel Prize-winning masterpiece. Then you say, "It's nothing, keep reading." Someone's sleepy voice echoed in the library. My eyes are all red. The Black Dragon Master Death King rubbed her eyes incessantly. I just can't understand the heart of that constellation. Huh, Kim Gong-ja asked, confused. She covered one eye in frustration. I'm talking about this apocalypse book. All the climactic scenes just stop. Right when the heroine is about to confess to the hero, a meteor falls. Just as they're about to kiss, aliens suddenly show up. The worst part is, it was all amazing until it got cut off midway. Do you know what it feels like to have food snatched right out of your mouth? Gong-ja jumped, startled. You don't have to tell me I'm trying to eat here. The Black Dragon Master gave a sinister smile. Sorry, I couldn't control myself, Kim Gong-ja. That feeling I have right now, you yelled, is that we're being broadcast live. Okay. She huffed coldly annoyed while you let out a sigh of relief. But the Black Dragon Master couldn't resist and suddenly rushed over to whisper something in your ear. The sandwich you were eating dropped to the ground with a thud. The director calmly chewed his food and sneered. Finally, you all understand how I feel, don't you? And so the review of 683 Apocalypse books began. All of them were exceptionally unique and had terrifying destructive power, making it impossible for any reader of the Great Tao Library T not to love them. You were excited, but the director warned, the more interesting you find them, the more miserable you'll become, because all of these demonic grimoires have endings that are like stepping in dog crap. The Black Dragon Master fumed. Did you deliberately make us read these books? Are you saying you want us to suffer the same anguish as the characters in the stories? You waved your hand cheerfully. Well, you're not wrong for thinking that. It seems all of you have fallen into the hell of discontinued series, and now you must drown in eternal suffering just like me. The young men and women were tormented by the stories. He deliberately made us read works that were discontinued. He's a true demon. He deserves to be punished by 1,000 cuts. One person raised their hand. The hunter, Gong-ja, looked over curiously. You got an alias too, the alchemist smiled cheerfully. Yep, as you can see, although the alias pharmacist isn't that cool. The alchemist got an alias already, you asked amazed. You're incredible getting one in such a short time. The girl became shy. No, it's not like that, I'm not that great. She still looked confused. A few days ago, I suddenly heard a voice say, the world needs the medicine you are creating. Please help us. And then I was given the alias. I have no idea what happened either. This made you think because that was the very medicine she had created for you. Does that mean? I'm the reason she was brought here, she said gleefully. I'm not the great one you are, Death King. You climbed into the top 3 in just a few days. It's an honor for me to know someone like you, you replied cheerfully. Oh, it's nothing. I was just lucky. The alchemist said sincerely, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll help you with everything in my power. After that, a series of reports echoed through the hall. The wuxia group has finished reading. The romance group has also finished. The detective group has read all the books, and the sci-fi group is also done. Kim Gong-ja gave an order. All right, each group nominate a few works. The heretic interrogator was excited. For the fairy tale group, I nominate this book because there are no other books besides this one. You wondered to yourself, is that really a fairy tale book? The book's information panel appeared briefly outlining the plot of For My Sacrifice and Ours, with a difficulty of A rank. Only 2 participants are allowed. It's a world that moves using the screams of innocent children. Sacrifice 1 person for the happiness of 17 million people. Reason for ruin. After 118,000 years from its invention, the number of children dwindled. Kim Gong-ja analyzed grimly. The difficulty and the reward of this apocalypse are completely unrelated. I need to hear more. Marcus stepped forward to make his nomination. The wuxia group would like to propose this work. The information for the book, The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, was fully displayed by the sword with a B rank difficulty. Only 2 to 4 people could participate. The reason for its ruin was an unknown epidemic, he explained. The reason I'm recommending The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon is simple. In this world, the Heavenly Demon is a character, and it's a place where there are martial arts that actually exist in the Jianghu, and the demonic cult is a major power. They have all sorts of skills and secret martial arts techniques. This means that if we succeed and save this world, we'll obtain a library of the greatest skills under heaven. For hunters like us, that would be extremely useful. The other hunters became interested. We can get 10-star skills. Kim Gong-ja carefully analyzed the situation. If it's a Muram world, the top masters must have skills that are at least A rank. The old elf pouted, annoyed. Why would they even have that kind of thought? You, on the other hand, didn't think it was so bad. Actually, that's a book I've wanted to challenge. But with my current abilities, it seems a bit difficult. Suddenly, a bright flash. Shiny is sensing a signal. You touch the glowing sword at your hip. A signal. The system reported that Shiny's sibling was nearby. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. This sword's sibling. You and Marcus stared at each other. Your focus shifted to the book that he was holding. Shiny could sense its sibling's presence inside the book the Sword Saint was holding. From behind a metal door, a voice rang out. All right, Kim Gong-ja said seriously to the old elf. Before we go to the Murim world, let's just die once and then go. He looked confused. What do you mean die? The sword chimed in. Shiny cannot comprehend your intentions. You stated clearly, in a serious tone, Ripanda Askim was the first emperor of the empire and the one who created the goddess Shiny. Although I don't know what kind of person he was, one thing is certain: he can travel between worlds. The sword displayed a message. Shiny is criticizing the person who gave Shiny the name Shiny. The slow steps of your reasoning led to a conclusion. Wasn't Shiny originally from the Askim Empire? And yet there's another sword in the Murim world. That means he's someone with the ability to cross dimensions. He's probably some kind of munchkin. Now Kim Gong-ja was gradually growing anxious. Your opponent was someone with the power to build an empire, and was strong enough to split the constellations. There's no way someone like that would leave a sword in the Murim world without a purpose. And I'm not the most invincible person in the world. In your heart, you knew it was the truth. Lately, I've started to feel more stressed than before. This feeling that if I let my guard down for even a second, my confidence could turn into arrogance at any moment. It's always on my mind. You've been all gloomy and downcast, especially after you climbed to third place in the rankings and the story of me single-handedly taking down the Demon King spread throughout the city. I can even command titled hunters now. It seems I've been letting my guard down. If this keeps up, one day, Gong-ja will end up dead just like some other #1 ranked guy. He then explained, I have to know what the heavenly demon is really like before I can proceed. Until now, there's been almost no information about that character in the Book of Apocalypse. The old elf pondered. That's a good idea, but what exactly should we prepare? A doubt was raised. Is there really any way to find out about that guy? But he raised his sword in disagreement. You're wrong. This sword is a guardian goddess. Even though it's been split into 5 shadows, isn't it technically still a constellation? Looking at the reflection on the shiny blade, he said, that's the main issue. If I use this sword to stab myself, would that be suicide or murder? Don't you get it? He then decisively brought the sword to his neck. The odds are 50-50. It's well worth a try, isn't it? Suddenly, the sword's surface stirred. Glimmer begged the hero to reconsider. He asked coldly, why? It spoke in embarrassment. Glimmer felt shy about its past being discovered. Please protect Glimmer's private life. Kim Gong-ja just smirked. Hey, what's this about privacy between us? I share my entire life with you 24/7. There has to be some fairness, right? As if about to cry, Glimmer begged the hero not to do it. A flash of blood was followed by a series of notification windows. You have met the skill conditions through your own death. The skill of the guardian goddess is sealed. You cannot learn any skills. The notification box grew bolder. Your current hunter rank is D class. You will be penalized for using the previous skill. Penalty level, mid-level path of the hungry ghost. The goddess asked with concern. It seems you've just finished a long journey. I knew you could do it, my hero. Ripanda on his throne spoke slowly. Kim Gong-ja watched from the side. Is that guy Ripanda? Asked him. Meanwhile, Ripanda continued. Just the other day, I was bewildered by your sudden summoning, and now I've become the emperor who united the continents. The old elf was shocked. What the hell? Isn't that platinum-haired guy the constellation killer? This made Kim Gong-ja suspicious. You two know each other. What's a constellation killer? He answered in a low voice. That's his title. He's the one who specifically seeks out constellations to fight them. Then the old elf began to explain in more detail. The tower and other worlds have been connected since the 5th floor. From then on, you all must compete with hunters from completely different worlds. Constellations occasionally visit the floors, and that constellation killer is a murderer from the 50th floor. Kim Gong-ja wanted to be certain. So Ripanda Askim is also a hunter, the old elf mused. In every world there's always a psycho like him. This place reminds me so much of the old days. This made him even more curious. So what exactly is the relationship between you two? Meanwhile, the goddess was marveling. This is truly staggering. Weren't you just an ordinary person in the beginning? The old elf calmly replied to Gong-ja. It was a life or death battle. He was strong, but he was nothing compared to me. The goddess said proudly. Right now you are much stronger than me. I wonder, do you have any plans for the future? My hero, there are no longer any gods or evil spirits who dare to stand in your way. Your long journey has. Ripanda interrupted. This constellation, he radiated a murderous aura as he declared, no gods, no evil spirits. This world does not belong to the constellations. This world belongs to humans. She used the power of prayer to resist the pressure from Ripanda. My hero, why are you? But he had already viciously extended his cold claws. Come here. Layers of glass shattered. The goddess was terrified as he easily drained her blood. Ripanda's face remained terrifyingly calm. I won't kill you. After all, you've helped me up to this point. I will only separate and seal you. That way you will never be able to regain your power. His powerful magic surged forward and a massive explosion destroyed everything in a blinding flash of light. Then he spoke again. I'm sorry, but this is the right path for me. The notification window displayed trauma reproduction complete. Subject's ego maintenance successful. Penalty has ended. They both returned to the original restroom. Gong-ja was puzzled. I watched the whole thing, but I still don't get it. So he decided to ask directly, Hey Glimmer, why exactly did your old master seal you? But it only replied, Glimmer doesn't know either. Glimmer is sad, and told him everything it could remember. From what Glimmer remembers, Rapanda Askim was a righteous hero of few words. Glimmer has no idea why it was sealed, or why he built an empire all by himself and then just left. The old elf grumbled. I told you high-level hunters are all a bunch of psychos. Then he said in a gruff voice, don't even try to understand them. If you listen to their stories, you'll go crazy yourself. You just need to get strong like me and then take care of that constellation killer or whatever he's called. Kim Gong-ja stood up. Whatever. At least I got to see his face, so that's something. Also, the constellation killer saw Kim Gong-ja for a moment and immediately showed hostility. Maybe it's because the constellation he sealed was the one that brought me there. Back on the 21st floor, the hunters who had finished reading all the apocalypses had now chosen the 22nd floor. Because the Sword King's reasoning was very logical, the Heavenly Demons Chronicles was chosen. The administrator was amused, so everyone chose the martial arts genre first, huh? He didn't forget to add that it wasn't a bad choice. But the world inside won't be exactly like the Murim you all know. It's only similar in that it has martial arts and a martial world. Depending on how you guide the story, you might even receive a fateful encounter. Kim Gong-ja listened silently as he continued. Inside, there are priceless martial arts manuals. The skills you acquire will depend on your individual abilities and performance. It won't always be smooth sailing, the administrator began to emphasize. However, in any situation, there's always the risk that equally powerful characters will appear to confront you. Of course, dying inside the Book of Apocalypse is a real possibility, and you won't be able to escape the Book of Apocalypse until we reach an ending. And then the inevitable came as he announced that the participant limit for the Heavenly Demons Chronicles was from 2 to 4 people. Alright, now who wants to volunteer to be a character in this story? Everyone looked around excitedly. He calmly volunteered. I'll go in. Marcus is next, and of course the one who recommended this book can't be left out. I shall also participate. My heart soared. It looks like Fawn and Voheep are fired up too. The manager clapped. Great, we finally have the minimum number of people. We can choose 2 more companions. The Sword King explained seriously. Actually, there's another reason I recommended this apocalypse book. Everyone take a look at the cause of ruin. On the display board, the cause of ruin was listed as an unknown epidemic. He continued speaking. This is the last sentence in this apocalypse book's introduction. The heavenly demon died suddenly from a strange illness, and the others died soon after. He then continued his explanation. As you can see, the reason for this world's destruction is a plague. Therefore, what this world needs is someone who can cure diseases. Speaking of people who can heal, I know one. An old man stepped forward as he called out, Medicine King, could you come out here? The old elf yelled. Ah, that old geezer is the owner of the pharmacy that old Marcus Callenberry often visits. And a second later, Marcus Callenberry continued, when it comes to fighting, I'll handle that. If that's not enough, Gong-ja will assist, and the healing will be handled by the Medicine King here. So for this apocalypse book, just the 3 of us. Suddenly he noticed someone on the other side. Death King, do you have something to say? Kim Gong-ja was eager. Yes, I'd also like to bring someone along. He pointed straight at the alchemist, startling her. Huh, are you talking about me? He confirmed. Yes, you, which made her flustered. I only got my title less than a week ago. I'm very weak. Taking me along won't be of any help. Then he directly took her hand and declared, of all the alchemists I know, she is the best. The alchemist was stunned. Huh, me. And then he smiled as he brought it up. And you did say it earlier, didn't you? Her words from before echoed in her mind. Death King, if you need any help, just let me know. It was as if he was silently saying, you did say you'd help me when I needed it. Kim Gong-ja gave off a sinister vibe. That wasn't a lie, was it? The hidden meaning was, you don't bite the hand that feeds you right. The alchemist trembled with fear as he growled. Lady Alchemist. The other hunters began to whisper amongst themselves. What's going on? Is that 4 people already? But who is that girl? Marcus Callenberry suddenly recalled. I think I've seen this girl before. Then he looked pleased. Well then, there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This girl and Kim Gong-ja will help lighten the tense atmosphere. The timid alchemist clutched Kim Gong-ja's sleeve. Is that really true? Unexpectedly, Marcus's tone suddenly shifted. But Death King, the place we're heading to is extremely dangerous. As the administrator of the apocalypse said, death in the book is real death. He replied calmly with an air of confidence. Yes, she's the best pharmacist I've ever known. The old elf glanced over. She knows how to make potions, but you can't just call her the best. Bringing this girl along will not please that old man one bit. Hearing Kim Gong-ja's answer made Marcus Callenberry stroke his chin. This little girl is the best pharmacist you know. A sweet pink aura radiated from his body, a stark contrast to his stern expression. His favorability rating was incredibly high, accompanied by an inner thought, an unusual suggestion, but it has some merit. He agreed with himself. That's right. It's been a while since you've said something correct. A carp from a stream is just a small fish in a river, he concurred. Right, this is a chance for them to see how amazing the Medicine King is. Gong-ja stared at the red desert chat window, a bit stunned. The old man didn't say it directly, but his preachy nature hadn't changed at all. Then he looked to the other side. The Medicine King over there was just like the Sword King over here. Both of them looked down on the pharmacist because of her appearance. But the Medicine King was openly arrogant and mocked her to her face. The best pharmacist you've ever known. What a naive child. Just because you've climbed over a small rock you think you've conquered. Mount Tai. Kim Gong-ja looked annoyed as the Medicine King stroked his beard dismissively. It's like seeing myself when I was young. The alchemist sadly fiddled with a strand of her hair as the old man turned away, constantly muttering. How annoying. So very annoying. Marcus stepped forward to advise Medicine King. I understand how you feel. Kim Gong-ja is very talented, he just lacks life experience. However, the Medicine King couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, experience is the most important thing. Lacking that means you act like you know everything when you know nothing. He's just like, I was at 20 when I made my first $100,000 in Silicon Valley. Marcus could only try to placate him. Come on now, can you cool down a bit? Kim Gong-ja was terrified. This is terrifying. Then he was surprised again. He has such a preachy attitude that even the world-renowned Sword King is flustered. The Medicine King continued his long rant. I've been trying my best to hold it in. Telling these novices they have to do this and that. Out of respect for old man Marta, I've tried to be patient, but do you really not know the danger we're walking into, and you're still trying to bring a little girl like this along? You're completely spoiled. A thought flashed through Kim Gong-ja's mind. A preachy person with an even preachier person will create a world of preaching. Suddenly the alchemist clenched her fists and spoke up. You can call me a novice, that's fine. She shouted with rage. But you can't call Gong-ja that, and spoiled. But the Medicine King ignored her and yelled, Marcus Callenberry, aren't you being too influenced by Western ideology? She was stunned, her voice trembling. Western ideology. At this moment the paladin stepped up to speak for her. Everyone please stop. This girl is indeed a talented alchemist. I've known about her for a while through Gong-ja's introduction, and the Knights Guild has received many good potions from this pharmacist. The Medicine King questioned suspiciously. An evaluation from the Knights Guild. She asked back, what did you say? And then he started up with his preachy tone again. Truly knows nothing of the immensity of heaven and earth. Sees the ceiling and thinks it's Mount Tai. The Guild. Have you people ever heard of my pharmacy? Just as bold as I was when I was young. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Meanwhile, the old elf leisurely sat and asked Gong-ja, why do you have to listen to this nonsense? Stop trying to accept these cheap insults, he asserted. But they aren't cheap insults. A virtual screen displayed a clear image of the Medicine King on a crowded city street. Kim Gong-ja whispered, explaining that this scene was being broadcast live in Babylon Square. Isn't this the perfect time to either make a stand or back down? Then he decided to ask a question that caught the attention of both the alchemist and the Medicine King. Do you want to have a match? This suggestion made the others shout as it was obvious. Sir Marcus Callenberry didn't know how to fight. Are you trying to bully him? Kim Gong-ja calmly took out a glass vial he had at his hip. Oh, he's not fighting me. Then he slowly explained, I'll provide the ingredients. The two of you will use them to brew a potion. We'll just compare the properties of the potions you two create, and that'll clear everything up, won't it? The alchemist flinched and stammered. Death King, I know you're angry about being insulted, but he's known as the Medicine King for a reason. What? What if I lose? He firmly grabbed her by both shoulders. The alchemist expected him to say something like, I believe in you, so you have to believe in yourself. She hung her head, hesitating timidly. The alchemist looked up full of spirit. I'll do my best. No, I'll definitely win. The competition was held in public with many hunters as witnesses. The Medicine King and the alchemist focused on their cauldrons. The crowd began to murmur, predicting that the Death King was in for a huge loss this time. That old man's shop only sells expensive potions, and it's difficult to buy anything even with an appointment made a month in advance. They may both be kings, but the difference in experience is just too vast. Unexpectedly, Riondu cheerfully called out, all right, who's going to be the winner? Everyone, place your bets. The Black Dragon Master hurried over. Death King, are you all right? The odds are 1.08 to 47 right now, but he was calm and confident. Oh really? In that case, I'll bet all the money I have on the alchemist to even things out. She then voiced her concern. You do know, this is all being live-streamed, right? She asked, her tone anxious. If the alchemist you're sponsoring does poorly, your public image is going to take a serious hit. He just grinned nonchalantly. Yes, I know this is being broadcast live not just in Babylon but all over the world. That's why I actually feel a little sorry for that old Medicine King. At that very moment, the Medicine King, full of arrogant confidence, declared, You little punks, it's finished. Then a brilliant, arrogant light began to shine from his potion. Bow before the grand creation of I, the Medicine King. The potion he was so proud of was a rare high-grade recovery elixir. It's a bit bitter, but if you drink this, even a fatal wound can be healed. However, it does leave behind various side effects. The creator of this potion is truly brilliant and exceptional. The crowd cheered excitedly. A rare high-grade recovery potion. He truly is the Medicine King. Sir, can you sell that bottle to me? He looked on smugly as everyone pleaded. I was the one who placed an order first. Where do you get off cutting in line, Medicine King? Medicine King. Just then, the alchemist took out her own vial. It shone with a light so blinding, it outshone the Medicine King's. I've also finished. Everyone was so stunned they were left speechless. Of course, Ryandu had already prepared the necessary protective gear for a moment like this. A brilliant golden light enveloped the entire area. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. It's an instant recovery potion. So Medicine King, are you sure you won't sell it to me? I was next on the appointment list. Where do you get off? Cutting in line. The Medicine King crossed his arms looking smug. Hey, this alchemist has successfully brewed her potion. I'm finished too. The brilliant light made everyone's jaw drop. It tastes sweet. But I didn't add anything sweet. Why does it taste sweet? Everyone shielded their eyes. And what is this effect? In front of everyone, the Medicine King held out the vial to her, saying, as long as it's stored properly, and leaves no side effects for the user, it can be mass-produced. The alchemist said nothing. She adjusted her glasses with a smirk. She leaned in, took the vial, and asked softly, is this potion for an old man? The alchemist inspected. The vial thought for a moment, then turned it upside down, before gently handing it back to him. The alchemist smiled and held up her hand, gesturing, about this much. Then she crossed her arms and lifted her chin. I wonder if she's the type who gets stronger when it benefits her. Could it be? Old man the Medicine King hesitated. Don't tell me, you little brat. She stated clearly. Are your skills really that poor? He wondered. Was it just luck? They both spoke at the same time, leaving her stunned. What he stroked his beard and explained. It was just luck. You kids. Back when I made $170 million on W Street, I also thought it was pure skill. The alchemist replied coldly. Then how about we try another round? The Medicine King sneered. Are you sure Lady Luck doesn't smile twice, you know? Tisk kids these days. He held up a vial and yelled, luck might get you by, but it won't happen a third time, kid. Instantly, she created another new item. He was still stubborn. Fine, you got lucky, but it won't happen a fourth time. And once again, she proved him wrong. The Sword King facepalmed, trying to intervene. That's enough, Medicine King. The Medicine King completely lost his composure, weeping as he hugged the pile of potions. He looked pathetic as he screamed in frustration. It can't be. Just one more time. My experience has to be better than this. He threw his hands up, shouting frantically, can't you see? It's the victory lot of Sinister. The Sword King adjusted his tie and politely intervened. My apologies, young lady. You are truly the supreme pharmacist. It's my fault my friend is acting this way. The alchemist said hesitantly. It must be very difficult for you dealing with a friend like that. Looking at the now out-of-control medicine, King tears streaming endlessly down his face, the Sword King remarked. Even though he doesn't have any particular strengths and he can't make potions as well as you, he can still brew some decent materials. She humbly deflected. Oh, I wouldn't say I'm that skilled. I really only know the basics, nothing advanced. Suddenly, an arm shot out. Ryandu rushed forward and grabbed her wrist tightly. Sign it right now. A long-term contract. The alchemist was confused. Ryandu's eyes practically turned into dollar signs with determination. The best compensation. We'll get you lots of things. No, we'll get you everything. What do you say? Eager hands began to reach for her greedily from the crowd. Me too, pharmacist. No, she's the divine medicine king now, right? No, the medicine god. Give us some of your new potions. Unable to bear it, she yelled to stop the chaos. The countess looked disappointed, while the paladin and Kim Gong-ja seemed very pleased with what the alchemist was about to say. Anyone who wants to make a deal, please contact this person here. As for everyone else, if you want to buy anything, you'll need the Death King's permission. He winked and pointed at her, signaling. First, let's think about the terms. The administrator appeared and announced, it seems all the roles have been decided, haven't they? Kim Gong-ja listened as it continued. Let me remind you, anyone who dies within the Book of Revelation will also die for real outside. There is only one way to escape. Do everything to overcome the crisis and find the final path. He repeated instinctively the final path. The librarian raised a finger to explain. That is based on each person's guess. The possibilities are infinite. One could withdraw to fight and eradicate the infectious disease, or one could take advantage of the disease to dominate. Kim Gong-ja replied crisply, all right then, send the list now. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Wait. Mun stood there stunned. The person next to him hurriedly asked, Sir Mun, aren't you going? He glanced over, breaking into a sweat. Damn it, venomous serpent. The people around were still discussing. Go on, this is for Sir Mun's sake. Wasn't it Sir Mun who figured out the method? I think so too. The master should take the lead, right? He stood with his arms crossed, head down in silence, then suddenly shouted, What I was going to go, even if you didn't say anything. Have you all forgotten about this master of yours? Inwardly, he was fuming. Venomous serpent, these bloodsuckers. Why do they want to drag me to that village? Mun was excited. A world where they value strength. That's a martial arts world. No matter how much the world I was born in changes, I'll always yearn for it. His inner voice screamed again. Venomous serpent, that place probably doesn't even have a toilet or a bathroom. I've worked so hard, damn it, he declared arrogantly. Isn't it obvious why the luckiest family is called Chen Mun? Inwardly, he emphasized, Chen is for the one-of-a-kind genius. Mun is for the one who's 32 years old. Got a problem with that. In other words, all of you are weak. Everyone around clasped their hands respectfully towards Mun. He declared, I will definitely go. Venomous serpent, he pleaded inwardly. I don't want to go. The system window popped up, announcing that the previous line was lost. The Sword King stepped forward to confirm that the venomous serpent was the one who wanted to go. Mun replied coldly without a second word. Mar radiated a murderous aura. Then there's no reason to yield to this person. The people around were stunned by the two opposing forces clashing. Are the Sword King and the venomous serpent about to fight? This is a battle of pride. The paladin spoke up to stop them. Stop it right now. Are you planning to kill each other right here? His eyes glinted with a powerful murderous intent. The Sword King and I are both martial artists. Let's just see who's stronger, and that person will go. He calculated in his mind, I have to lose on purpose. Giving up would be humiliating, so I just need to pretend to lose by a hair, Mun thought to himself. As long as I lose to the Sword King, the others will be convinced. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Paladin, do something. She spoke quietly, making him turn his head. The venomous serpent is a man who never stops thinking. Can the Sword King actually pressure him, this time? The Sword King listened grimly. I know what game you're playing. Haven't you already participated in the attack on the 10th floor? For you to be playing games to stay on the 22nd floor now is just shameless. Everyone cheered in support. His words were full of provocation. And Chen Mun is also a family. You should show a little respect, don't you think? Not everyone wants to be a loner like you. Mar adjusted his tie, then crossed his arms and replied coldly. Does this guy ever care about anyone else? Mun cut in. Sword King, you're really... Suddenly, the Sword King looked at Kim Gong-ja with a fond expression. However, I do think this person has gained a bit of a conscience lately. He was confused as to why the tables had suddenly turned. He said to him, Venomous serpent, this time you have to yield. He replied nonchalantly, Oh, thanks. Mun thought to himself, What, you're not this kind of person, Sword King. The heretic interrogator hugged the paladin's arm, grinning from ear to ear. Go convince the Sword King. If she asks nicely, the Sword King will surely accept. The Black Dragon Master stroked her chin, observing and listening intently. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to give the Sword King a hug. I refuse. She found it amusing. I wonder if they're being serious or just joking, but it feels like everyone's matured a little, huh? The Medicine King stubbornly cut in. If you've made a decision, let's go quickly. This waiting is going to kill me. There's no other way, it has to be done. I may have been losing to that kid constantly, but she was just lucky. I am still the Medicine King, the alchemist said sarcastically. Ooh, so scary. But of course, I'm the superior one. That's the inconvenient truth even for someone like me. Mun pointed a finger and sneered. If you want to start a war, then use force. I mean, just send their heads flying. For a split second, his inner self thought, I don't want to. Sword King, you go instead. Please switch with me. The librarian opened his book and spoke slowly. Death King, Venomous Serpent, Medicine King, Pharmacist. They listened grimly. The four of you, please select a new character. The librarian has decided this world is still in a difficult phase. 10 days ago. Try to find the final path. In his world, martial arts was a dying genre. The era of martial arts could only be experienced through special effects in movies. Back then, he thought martial arts looked so cool. In an era where even a little sincerity was mocked, there was no place for martial arts and chivalry. A voice came from the computer. Early stage of Qi, refining not yet at the late stage of Qi, refining to form the core. That dying genre, that world that had vanished. Snow was now falling in this world. Kim Gong-ja's group of 3 was standing in the freezing weather. It's so cold, he warned them in a strong voice. Everyone circulate your Qi to protect your bodies. The alchemist and the Medicine King were shivering from the cold. I've never learned how to use Qi. Hey, this old man is about to freeze to death. He immediately gave an order. Venomous Serpent, protect the Medicine King. He carried the old man on his back and replied coldly, Right. The old man sighed in relief. Phew, I'm saved now. Kim Gong-ja extended his hand towards her. You should stay close to me. She was flustered. He channeled Qi into her hand. Give me your hand. The alchemist looked up and thanked him. Thank you, sir. But this is a little uncomfortable. Kim Gong-ja said, Seriously, I'm embarrassed too, but this isn't the time to worry about that. He mentioned the librarian. Because the head librarian is a constellation, he uses words like work or performance. Gong-ja held her hand and looked ahead. However, to be serious, this is still its own separate world. This isn't an ordinary book. We came here to save this world, do you understand? His hand transferred power to keep the alchemist warm. Yes, it seems I was thinking too simply. I will do my best. Gong-ja divided the tasks. Everyone just needs to focus on their own role. Right now I'm protecting you with my key, but when it's time to cure the infectious disease, you and the Medicine King will have to step up. Dongthan replied. Understood, Death King. A notification appeared. Heavenly Demon's power. A strange illness has suddenly appeared. The Heavenly Demon has died, and all other forces could not survive. His group trudged forward step by step through the deep snow. That sentence, not even 50 words long, made no mention of the bone-chilling cold or the knee-deep snow. Their eyes were filled with determination. We have to solve this ourselves. What exactly happened that caused the Heavenly Demon to die? The alchemist pointed forward. Look over there, I think there are people. What was the strange illness that caused this world's destruction? The human silhouettes were distant, blurry in the freezing blizzard. Let's head there for now. The old elf spoke up as a warning. Something's not right, he emphasized. I can't hear a thing from over there. Kim Gong-ja replied. Maybe the blizzard was so strong it muffled the sound. The sky suddenly stopped snowing. That could be it. Not only that, but those people aren't moving at all. Not even a little. What the hell? Who are they? Is everyone frozen like a living corpse? Why are all these people frozen solid? They were frozen, stiff, unable to move. The alchemist put on her gloves and used tweezers to take a sample from one of them. After observing it, she concluded they were real people. The Medicine King analyzed. According to my life diagnosis, skill, this person has been dead for 2 years and 3 months. The cause was an infectious disease. According to the analysis of my mobile hospital skill, this person contracted the disease before they were frozen. How strange. He looked at the frozen corpses. The cause of death for all these people is the same. They didn't freeze to death. If they died from a plague, their bodies should be lying on the ground, but all the corpses are standing. The alchemist couldn't help but be suspicious. This is bizarre. Back in Silicon Valley, whenever something like this happened, it was highly likely that someone deliberately moved them here. She meticulously explained that the cause of death was the same, but the time of death was different. This person died 2 years ago, this one 3 years ago. These bodies were moved by someone with a purpose. Gong-ja looked at her puzzled. Some kind of mass grave. Moon spoke up. You call this a grave? From a distance, they look like a terracotta army. Kim Gong-ja raised his hand and used his character window skill. The corpse's information appeared with the name Jiang Chong 3. Other than that, there was nothing else. He understood then, so this is what a dead person's character window looks like. His group began to analyze and study each corpse. Light was probably the last thing this person thought of before dying. If this is a grave, why would someone make it like this? Is there any way for us to go back? Thanks to the poison snake's aura, I can feel the humidity. But all these people have weapons at their waists. Kim Gong-ja was suddenly stunned when he heard someone's laughter. An old man shouted aggressively. The reign of the demonic cult will end here, and a woman's voice replied, even a dog would laugh at your delusions. Baekhyung arrogantly declared, as long as I stand, the demonic cult will continue to rule the world. Kyun, you're the one who should be saying goodbye to your immortal axe manner. Kyun-gun immediately retorted. Nonsense. The blood demon squad of the demonic cult that you were always so proud of was beheaded by my axe long ago. I've also sent your other old demon lords straight to hell. The two confronted each other verbally. I have 500 elite warriors with me. How could you possibly stop me? You're just bluffing. My blood demon squad isn't here because they're on a secret mission. Kim Gong-ja signaled for silence. Let's approach them quietly. Baekhyung scoffed. You should worry about your own pack of dogs instead of my people. Kunun pointed forward. Where did those pillars of the great families you were so proud of go? The man who was once the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance has become a truly pathetic old man. Kyun-gun answered resolutely. That's none of your business. I've sent them on secret missions all over the world. She smiled, sarcastically. You seem to have a lot of secret missions, don't you? He replied angrily. It's all because you cause trouble everywhere you go, you hag. Kim Gong-ja's group was frozen in place, listening to their argument. If it weren't for that, stupid demonic cult rules the world nonsense, things wouldn't be this chaotic. You're even bigger idiots for letting a bunch of fools like us take control of the martial arts world. Damn you. Baekhyung drew her weapon. If you don't like it, then fight me, old man. I'm finally about to finish off the last member of the immortal Axe Manor, and prove that the rule of the demonic cult is absolute. Kyun was also ready to fight. I can't stand any more of your boasting, you evil hag. I'll split your head in two, one half for the Jade Emperor and the other for the King of Hell. The two held small wooden sticks, staring at each other in silence. Kyun-gun's face turned red with anger when he heard her taunt. Kyun-gun, what happened to that jade axe you were so proud of? Why are you carrying a twig? The talk of the Namgung clan is that the only thing you're good for is swinging an axe. That's your only strength. He shot back, shut your mouth, and what about you? Why aren't you holding your precious blood-tipped demonic sword and carrying a branch instead? Baekhyung replied smoothly. Don't be so harsh. It may not look like much, but this is a wooden sword I crafted myself. Her weapon was razor sharp. The 1,000-year essence of the demonic cult is within this sword, so I've named this weapon the 100 Demon Blades of the Heavens. He asked. You really gave a branch a noble name like Heavenly Demon, she replied. Is there a problem? A heavy silence fell between them. Kyun-gun covered his mouth and said awkwardly, 100 Demon Blades of the Heavens is a bit much. Why not just call it the Immortal Perch? Baekhyun looked at the branch and replied nonchalantly. But if I call it that, it's just a branch. He pointed out bluntly. Because it is a branch, you fool, she stubbornly insisted. Fine, then I'll accept calling it the demonic Immortal Perch. That attitude made Kyun-gun clutch his head in frustration. God, it's demon this and demon that. His shouts and curses echoed through the snowy sky. Why are you demonic cult people so obsessed with adding the word demon to every name? Under your command you have a blood demon, a sword demon, a ghost soul demon, and a dark moon demon. That's 4 demon lords right there. You might as well just call them the 4 great demons. But doesn't that sound cool? I can't believe we let these idiots control the martial arts world even for a moment. The two of them suddenly stopped and glanced at Kyun-gun, who turned and complained. You hag, didn't you guarantee that the sky would be clear today? She replied. Fortune-telling can be right or wrong. How can anyone be certain about the future? Kyun-gun lamented. Damn it, a street fortune-teller could do a better job than you. I can't believe I'm about to face my destiny because I trusted a fool like you, she yelled back. Shut up and get ready to fight, you damn old man. You're about to exhaust what little strength I have left. The alchemist wondered, why are they suddenly like this? Kim Gong-ja was bewildered. I have no idea. The 4 of them sat and watched in silence the alchemist's face, a deadpan mask. All 4 of them turned to look and saw a figure that made them all scramble to run away. In the martial arts world, Baekhyun gritted her teeth, clutching the branch tightly, a world of those who use and revere martial arts. In this place, the heavenly demon appeared and schemed to unify the martial arts world. Kyun-gun stood in a ready stance. The demonic cult centered around the heavenly demon and the forces that opposed it. They were about to clash to decide the fate of this world. The corpses suddenly came back to life and chased after Kim Gong-ja's group. If a terrible plague hadn't suddenly broken out. A super infectious pandemic, you say? A zombie virus pandemic. The alchemist and the medicine king ran for their lives, screaming their heads off. Ah, he pointed in terror. Run for your lives. Even in Silicon Valley, I've never seen anything like this. It's the end of the world model, Kim Gong-ja replied. This place was already an apocalypse. I sliced a zombie's head clean off, and it kept moving. Yeah, damn it. They must be the type that only stops moving when their core is destroyed. Baekhyun and Kyun-gun stared in shock. Get out of here, hurry, she shouted. Who are you? She huddled closer to Kyun-gun. Hey old man, I think I'm going night blind or something. I see 4 figures moving. It's like the king of hell is inviting me down for tea. He watched as Gong-ja carried the alchemist, sprinting away from the pursuing zombies. I see it too. I thought I was finally going crazy from you teasing me all the time. He shouted a warning. You guys need to run too. Also, if you're going to run, could you at least tell us where to go? Baekhyun turned to Kyun-gun, exasperated. Good heavens. I think they're actually alive, old man. But he was thinking something else. Could it be that we're already dead and this is a scene from hell? While the two of them were buzzing with discussion, Gong-ja ran up to them. Then perhaps I have arrived at the immortal peach garden with you, or maybe we've relocated to hell. But there's no way an upright person who guides righteous soldiers like you would be condemned to hell. So this must be the immortal peach garden. But, aside from these rotting corpses, I don't see a single peach tree here. While they were still trying to figure out what was happening, Gong-ja's group arrived and carried Kyun-gun and Baekhyun away. If this wasn't a dream, then they had to be real. Those people. The way they're warming their bodies, they're definitely not zombies. She wondered, where did you people even come from? And, that footwork technique is pretty strange. Could it be, you're not from around here? The zombies were closing in fast. He weighed his options and replied, we're not from this place. Is she asking if we came from the world outside this murim? The zombies flew up and lunged, causing Kim Gong-ja and the alchemist to panic. What the hell? Mun screamed in terror. What kind of damn zombies can fly? Baekhyun spoke up proudly. That is a footwork technique that I created myself, inspired by Kunlun Mountain. She emphasized, look, it's a skill that completely surpasses normal limits, leaving no footprints in the snow. They have the ability to fly, as expected of the elites of our demonic sect. We, the disciples of the demonic sect, do not forget our martial arts, even in death. Someone's voice cut in. Wait a minute. Kim Gong-ja hesitantly asked Baekhyun. That thing, it doesn't lose its martial arts, even after it dies, she said mockingly. I suppose an outworlder brat like you wouldn't know. A zombie groaned. She answered his question. Martial artists can still use their skills even after becoming zombies. Just enjoy the show. He snapped back. I've never heard of enjoying something like this, Baekhyun pointed out arrogantly. And they are the elites of the demonic sect. They were taught to react to bloodlust even in their sleep. I'm quite proud of their ability to use shunpo even as zombies. The medicine king looked behind them in terror. They're catching up. At this rate, they're going to get us. About to be caught by the zombies, the medicine king urged Mun on. Hurry up, run faster. If I get bitten and turn into a zombie, you'll be the first person I bite. He was helpless having to carry the man. Give me a break, damn it. Whose bright idea was it to bring along a bunch of useless people, and why do I have to carry an old man while you're surrounded by girls, huh? Death King Kim Gong-ja angrily retorted. We're about to get our asses bitten off by zombies and you think that's important right now, he replied. It's because we're about to get bitten that it's so important. The old spirit was also scared out of his wits. Zombies are zombies. Kim Gong-ja tried to get more information from Baekyang. Weaknesses. Do those damn zombies have any weaknesses? She replied calmly. Unless you smash their heads, there's no way to stop them. He wondered. Anything a little easier. Her face was cold. Baekyang pointed to the sky. If the sun rises, they'll stop. Gong-ja called out, Hey ma'am, and you too, Miss Alchemist. The alchemist and Baekyang responded, Yeah, he gave them a heads up. Sorry, but I'm going to have to send you two flying for a bit. You'll have to land on your own. He used his power to launch them high into the air. Both of them landed buried in a snowdrift. Gong-ja raised a hand in apology. My bad. He turned to face the charging zombies. The old spirit was ecstatic. You're about to die. I'm about to witness our dear Kim zombie get torn apart by real zombies. This will be one of the achievements of the era. Kim Gong-ja prepared to draw his sword. What the hell? Even ghosts have achievements now. He pointed his sword to the sky as the flying zombies closed in. I'm not dead yet, he yelled. Flash. His weapon began to react. Flash was answering the hero's call. A blinding light erupted, sending the zombies hurtling out of the air. As the zombies crashed headfirst into the snow, Gong-ja's group took the chance to escape. The Medicine King wailed. I'm alive. I'm really alive, god damn it. If it wasn't for Marcus Callenberry, I never would have entered this damn tower. Kim Gong-ja called out to check on them. Is everyone okay? The alchemist blushed with embarrassment. Yes. But my face is not okay at all. Still, thank you for saving me. The Death King Mun dropped the Medicine King and started cursing. Son of a... First the old sword saint, now this old geezer. I really just want to throw these old bastards away. Kim Gong-ja made a request. Hey, Heavenly Martial Gate Lord, while I'm busy punching zombies, could you please take care of everyone? He replied. What are you plotting? Gong-ja pointed his sword toward the zombies. I'm planning to kill them all while they can't move. It'll probably take a while since I have to smash their brains, but there shouldn't be any problems. Baekyang cut in. Wait a minute, Outworlder brat. She started. First of all, thank you for saving a stranger like me. However, if you're planning to harm those zombies, I'm afraid I have to stop you. He wondered. Why is there some kind of special curse on them? Will it transfer to me if I kill them? She quietly explained. They are all members of my demonic sect. Kim Gong-ja was stunned when he heard this. What? Baekyang emphasized it once more. I said they are my disciples and followers. She looked at the zombies half buried in the snow. The great war between the demonic sect and the orthodox sect has come to an end. We are in dire need of martial arts masters, and I cannot afford to lose so many elites. He thought to himself, what does she mean by a great war? The world of the heavenly demon has already fallen into ruin, so there's no way a complete army could exist to wage war. The scene changes to the administrator, sitting with his head bowed and a cold expression. When you open your eyes, the heavenly demon's world will be in the state it was in 10 days before its destruction. He closed the book and smiled. I hope you all can bring a beautiful ending to this story. There are only 10 days left until the end of this world. Just as Baekyang was about to introduce the old man and me, Kyun-gun spoke up. My name is Go-seon. I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. She explained that she and the old man had been fighting for 3 years. Her face was calm as she spoke. Today marks exactly 989 days since the great war between the righteous and demonic factions began. He and I both swore an oath on our names. Until one of us admits defeat, neither can leave this place. Baekyang's eyes held a hint of sadness. They may have become zombies, but as long as they use the martial arts of the demonic sect, they will forever be my disciples. They are the students I must protect, so don't even think about killing them. She continued, if you still insist on killing them, remember, you can only kill the ones with the Buddha's hand belt, like him. Kyun-gun shouted angrily, nonsense. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to gather them under the name of the righteous faction? Kim Gong-ja stood there dumbfounded as he listened to them bicker. You made a deal with me, you damned heavenly demon. You promised me this fight would only be between you and me, with no one else involved. Promises are made to be broken. Baekyang and Kyun-gun started to argue. Stop with your twisted logic. In that case, I guess I don't need to hold back against those disciples of the demonic sect either, right? You bastard. A leader of the righteous faction like you is going to break a promise. You're finally showing your hypocritical true colors. Kim Gong-ja quietly realized what they meant. Are you two saying you'll continue the great war between factions even as the world is ending? She objected. You're wrong. This world was destined to end from the moment our battle began. She pointed at him. And that has no bearing on the fact that we must finish the fight we started. I won't stop until I've defeated this old man. Baekyang mentioned the zombies lying motionless in the snowdrift. I still have 500 elite warriors out there. I will lead them to destroy this ridiculous righteous faction, Kyun-gun retorted. Those are my lines. You witch. The warriors of the Martial Arts Alliance will fight you, even if it costs them their lives. Kim Gong-ja stood frozen, watching them confront each other. It's time to put an end to this long-running war. Baekhyang held a tree branch and pointed it at Kyun. Just as a scholar doesn't choose his brush, a warrior doesn't choose his weapon. Even though I'm not using my blood demon sword, I will defeat you with just this horsetail weed whip in my hand. You old geezer, I will grant you a gentle death. He took a stance, ready to fight. Indeed. Let's see who will be the last one standing in this battle of victory and defeat. They rushed at each other tensely, blocking attacks with their branches. Baekhyang and Kyun exchanged moves. Heavenly Demon Magic Seal, Heavenly Seal, 6 palms. Their branches soon broke. Kyun-gun grabbed her hair, while Baekhyang grabbed his beard. Gong-ja was stunned and exclaimed, "What is this?" He used a two-fingered technique, forcing her to cover her face with both hands to attack his face. Take this. The old elf stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is a bit strange. The old man analyzed. That old geezer's breathing is methodical, down to the second. In my world, they would absolutely be top-tier masters. Kim Gong-ja was astonished. Those two. The old man replied, I'm not sure either. What's their secret? Their techniques look like the claws of a divine dragon trying to snatch the jewel from an evil dragon's eye. It's called the Clash of Two Dragons. Their moves resemble a battle between a Buddha and a dragon. The way he uses his hands to block looks like a Buddha, descending with hands covering the face like the hands of Buddha, protecting all living beings. It's called the Thousand-Hand Guanyin. The two watched as Baekhyang pinched Kyun's cheek. Why am I even fighting this senile mad dog lately? Although it looked strange at their level of mastery, it meant their spirit and mind were at their peak. The two fought fiercely. Their ki is now circulating, but the situation is dangerous. They can't afford to be reckless. If so, is it possible that woman isn't using her full strength? Mun spoke up. The old man and the girl are using their ultimate techniques. He watched them fight and pointed out that move should have been able to crush everything instantly. The old man avoided it and used the principle of incorporating everything around him into his martial arts. This old man is a master, but he isn't showing his full potential. One side is the earth dragon, the other is the sky dragon, perfectly matched. The old elf teased Gong-ja. See, that zombie has a better eye than you. He pointed his finger and used a skill. A system window appeared with the character information of the venomous snake. According to the analysis, he was reincarnated with the Peerless Under Heaven skill, so that might be it. His inner thoughts surfaced. Those movements remind me of my past life as a hellhound, guarding the entrance to the Demon King's hell. I was two-faced bipolar, a troublemaker who was also the class president. I was trapped in that life and always felt sad. After that, I started playing an online game and met a female classmate, becoming friends with her in the game. I was determined to become a hero and adventure through the game with that friend. The alchemist understood. Is that so? But they look like they're fighting like little kids. Mun wondered. If they all see it that way, then what's the difference between a master and a novice? He thought to himself, how many branches of these techniques exist in this world? Both of them are at a much higher level than the swords they use. Just by watching, you can level up. If I go back, there are things I want to teach my disciples. Kim Gong-ja spoke up. The venomous snake is just observing this world in a different way. The old man replied, Is that so? Thanks. The medicine king scoffed. Aigu, I'm freezing to death, he shouted towards Baekhyang and Kyun. Hey you old geezers, are you still fighting with that tree root? Can't you see we're standing right in front of you two? Such a narrow view, just like me when I was young. So much alike. Kyun-gun scratched his head apologetically. It's truly been a long time since we've had guests. This is indeed rude of us. First, allow me to lead you to our hidden cave. As the sun set, Gong-ja's group moved with Baekhyang and Kyun. He glanced back at them, following tiredly. He offered to help. If you don't mind, I can carry you. Baekhyang hesitated before replying, Thank you. My inner energy circulation wasn't very smooth today. Mun wondered, Death King, something's not right about that. Don't you find it strange? Kim Gong-ja, carrying Kyun-gun, glanced over at him cheerfully, carrying Baekhyang. Like this. All right. He carried the old man on his back and walked in silence, the man's hand touching his shoulder. Kyun-gun was surprised. This person. It's so cold, yet his body is so warm. The elder elf realized it. How strange. The group entered their hidden cave. This is where this one lives. The cave had a hole high above, letting in a majestic beam of light. The alchemist looked up in amazement. Whoa, a hot spring appeared before them. Oh, there's a hot spring, Baekhyang explained. A long time ago, this one found this place. I never expected to one day invite strangers from another world as guests. First, go wash up. This one and this old man will go search in the back to see if there's any food to treat you with. Kyun-gun replied. Besides our fasting pills, do we have anything else to offer? She emphasized, Didn't I say we'd look in the back? This old man is getting on in years. Are his ears failing him too? The two of them argued as they walked. Don't call me an old man, you old geezer. If you think about it, there's not much difference between you and me. You look old anyway. Kim Gong-ja and the alchemist watched in silence. She admired them. How amazing. They were in perfect sync just a moment ago. The Medicine King mentioned, don't forget, they fought each other for 3 years. If you keep fighting like that, you're bound to develop feelings for each other, he sighed. Still, it's so warm and wonderful here, right after coming to this world. Even if I'm constantly holding hands with guys, I feel normal, not the least bit embarrassed. Sect leader Mu, please stay a little further away from me for now. The sect leader interrupted. Why are you only friends with that noble sword saint? The Medicine King said, exasperated. Don't state the obvious. Of course the sword saint and I are friends. 4 divine pills were laid out. I can't treat you to a lavish meal, but this is the best we have. We have plenty of fasting pills. Kim Gong-ja listened. Originally, some prey would occasionally appear here, but lately I haven't seen even a small animal. He expressed his gratitude. Not at all. Thank you for the warm welcome. Kim Gong-ja's group ate and then froze. The alchemist picked up a fasting pill and asked Han, don't tell me you two normally just eat this baekyang, quietly replied. Pretty much. She wondered, how long have you been eating like this? She looked up at the characters carved on the stone. About 2 years. The alchemist stammered in response. No way. So you haven't absorbed any nutrients at all. The Medicine King shot up. I can't stand this, Baekyang calmly replied. I don't know what you're talking about, but I still haven't reached the core formation stage. He used a skill to conjure food. If you only eat things like this, I won't have the energy to cross the snowfield. You people are just like I was when I was young, not thinking about your bodies at all. He began to pour water and cook. He skillfully made fried rice. The Medicine King served the food. You old-fashioned folks, even if you're lacking, you still have to eat. When you're young, you have to eat properly. Kyun-gun replied, no need. In fact, I'm about the same age as the heavenly demon. He handed him the food, reminding him, you only eat that kind of spirit medicine too. Alright, if you're old, you should eat well for an old person. Stop making your body suffer. Kim Gong-ja picked up his bowl and started devouring the food. His eyes lit up. Happiness welled up inside him. This is the most luxurious thing I've had since I won the lottery. It unleashed a storm of rich flavor on his tongue like a double-shot mocha frappuccino with syrup and chocolate chips. A flavor like this actually exists in the world. The alchemist took a bite and exclaimed, oh my god, this is so delicious. Baekyang couldn't help but admire it. This truly is a supreme flavor. Could it be that you're the emperor's chef? All the dishes are truly delicious. Kyun-gun ate with relish. As the alliance leader, I often eat many different dishes, but this is the first time I've tasted something like this. The Medicine King smiled proudly. Of course. That's why I received 3 Michelin stars at the age of 50. Instead of a gas stove, there's only a crater here. Otherwise, I'd make you eat until your stomachs burst. The sect leader mumbled with his mouth full. Why did you come to the tower when you were such a successful pharmacist? He replied, can't I come with someone else? That damn sword saint came too, didn't he? He asked Han. So you knew the sword saint before coming here? The Medicine King crossed his arms and complained. Knew him. He's just the unlucky son of a disgusting Keeble family. But he was also a self-made man in Silicon Valley, and a good person. His face turned sad. In the end, luck turned its back on him, so he could only pick up a sword and come to the tower. The plates were soon wiped clean. Baekyang spoke up asking, these strange dishes. And your rich and strange appearances too. This one wonders where you all came from and why you came here, she pointed out. Don't tell me you came here because you were searching for a cure for the frozen corpses out there. Kim Gong-ja and the alchemist looked at each other. He replied, no, we are still looking for a cure. She said sadly, as I thought. Baekyang recounted. Actually, all the best Taoists and physicians here have tried to research this strange disease, but it was all in vain. Even the experts on corpses, the masters of the heavenly sect, were helpless. There's nothing to hide even when speaking to you outsiders. She closed her eyes in resignation. Is there really no cure? Kim Gong-ja immediately gestured towards the alchemist and the Medicine King. I'm not bragging, but you saw our cooking just now. We have knowledge that's different from everyone here. In particular, the pharmacist present here is the most outstanding person compared to anyone when it comes to healing and making medicine. He replied, just lucky. He sat and listened quietly as Kim Gong-ja introduced him. The person over there can also assist this pharmacist. Hearing this, Baekyang and Kyun looked at each other. If you can help us a little now, we might very well succeed in making a cure. They spoke up. You said a treatment method. It's not like there isn't a way. The alchemist replied happily. What is it? After speaking, the two went inside. Wait here. They disappeared into the cave. A moment later, they quickly returned. The alchemist was stunned to see Baekyang and Kyun-gun carrying a coffin on their shoulders. They set it down gently. The coffin was opened. Kim Gong-ja and the Medicine King looked inside. A corpse was tightly bound within. Kim Gong-ja looked inside and slowly said, this is a frozen corpse inside a coffin. Baekyang's eyes were filled with sadness. He was a disciple of the Wudang sect. She quietly explained that after he was bitten by the corpse, he used his own body for research and then entrusted it to us. The only treatment we could find was a blood-based one, so we had to restrain him. She reached out and touched a nail on the corpse. As the nail was slowly removed, the corpse suddenly came to life, letting out a blood-curdling scream. It struggled to get up. Ah! The alchemist, startled, fell backward. Baekhyung immediately stuck the nail back in, just as you all saw. She stared at the corpse pensively. If you block the blood flow between the brain and the spinal cord, you can stop the living corpse's movements. However, this is just a temporary fix, not a permanent cure. An image of the pressure points inside the living corpse appeared. If you were to insert needles into these specific locations on the corpse, not only would the flow of blood and qi stagnate, but the toxic energy would also be blocked. She quietly closed the coffin lid. No matter how hard they tried, this toxic energy couldn't be purged from the body. Demonic beings inherently cultivate demonic energy in their bodies, and for Taoist cultivators, qi constantly moves through them like a current of water. That's why getting bitten just once is a death sentence. Kyun stood silently, listening to her explanation. The body burns as if consumed by fire, and by the time it stops, you've already become a living corpse. Baekhyung told them about a monk, a grandmaster from Shaolin, who was the one who held out the longest. After being bitten, he managed to stay sane for a whole year. However, this is one of the rare exceptions. Normally, after being bitten, everyone turns into a living corpse within 15 days. After speaking, she looked up and asked grimly, "So, can you two find a permanent cure for this thing?" The alchemist and the medicine king could only remain silent. Baekhyung gently sat up. "It's all right. I thought we were the only two left in this world, but today I've met other lucky survivors. That's enough for me." Kyun Gun spoke up. "I'll prepare a place for you all to sleep. That's enough for today. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow." Night fell and the moonlight shone brilliantly into the cave. The medicine king, the alchemist, and Mon were sleeping and talking in their dreams, muttering, "Marcus, you bastard. If you just leave like this, I'll be stuck in second place for the rest of my life. I can't eat anymore." Gong-ja's eyes were wide open. He couldn't sleep at all. Seeing this, the old man asked Zombie Boy, "Why aren't you sleeping?" He replied, "There's something I need to confirm." The old man watched him in silence. Someone's shadow approached Gong-ja's spot, and they whispered, "Are they sound asleep?" "Looks like it. Let's seize this chance." He suddenly snapped his eyes open. He shot up, startling Kyun and Baekhyung, who were bathing in the hot spring. The old man yelled, What is it, kid? I thought you were asleep." Baekhyung just glanced at him, silently probing. "You're sharp. When did you figure it out?" He stood up and declared confidently, "I've felt that something was very strange from the very beginning." He recounted the image of the two of them fighting with tree branches. "In this freezing weather, you're both wearing such thin clothing. If you weren't cultivating internal energy, you would have frozen to death by now. Thanks to your internal energy, your bodies are protected from the cold. But the more internal energy a person circulates, the more aggressive they become, and the faster they tire." Kim Gong-ja raised a finger. "So when you're focused on circulating internal energy, you can't pay attention to other things. Both of you have been bitten, haven't you?" The old man listened intently. "Just like with magic and demonic sects, you're both just trying to suppress it by circulating a massive amount of internal energy. Am I wrong?" Baekhyung was stunned for a moment, then sat up, causing Kyun to try and stop her. "Hey girl, what are you doing getting ready to take off your clothes? It's fine, old man. No need to explain. Kid from the new generation, you're right." They both pulled aside their clothes to reveal bite marks. "The old man and I were bitten 3 years ago. But to be precise, there's still a flaw in your theory, kid." Kyun spoke up, emphasizing his point. "We're not just suppressing it. We're blocking our meridians with internal energy." The old man gritted his teeth and yelled, "You madmen, how can you stand using telekinesis like that?" The old man began to explain to Kim Gong-ja. "Young master, do you know about the technique of controlling swords with qi?" "Yes. You channel internal energy into swords to make them fly." An image showed Baekhyung blocking her meridians. Blocking the meridians with internal energy means paralyzing the body from the neck down. This means they are now moving their bodies entirely with internal energy, just like using qi to control a sword. Hearing this, Gong-ja froze. Her hand clutched her heart. The beating of the heart, every vein running up Kyun's neck, the breath from the lungs, even the arms were affected. The movement of every joint, every muscle, fiber, everything necessary for life. They are controlling every single one of those things with their internal energy. The old man stressed, looking at Baekhyung and Kyun. "It's no different from performing the sword control technique 24/7. Therefore, even taking a few steps is enough to exhaust them. These crazy fools," she replied quietly. "This is how we've been surviving the great demonic war." Kyun was lost in thought. Just like that, 3 years have passed. The scene flashed back to a battle from long ago. To die by the betrayal of my own subordinates. You can't trust even a heavenly demon like this. Half of the blood demon sect had been wiped out. He announced his departure from the martial arts world, and the elders scattered their whereabouts unknown. This is no time to be fighting with those idiots from the orthodox sects. My sect, no, this entire world is facing a greater threat. Beggars are appearing everywhere. A crowd of people knelt respectfully and said, "Heavenly Demon, as per your command, we have selected people from various sects and built a pharmacy. Of course, the leader of the Yang Moon sect and the masters of the Maoshan sect are all present. We have captured many people with the living corpse sickness and used their bodies for research. We've already seen results in a short time. However, their voices gradually grew helpless. Heavenly Demon, we had to face the blood demon and the zombies. Today we defeated 100 living corpses, but tomorrow 1,000 more will appear. We can't cope with this monstrous plague." The man knelt in anguish. "Heavenly Demon, you must leave this island. No matter what, those who have turned into living corpses cannot swim across the sea. How can the martial arts world exist in only one place? Wherever the flag of our 4 sects flies, there cannot be a martial arts world." The pleas continued to ring out. Promises were made about the Great War being of utmost importance. Before it was tainted, this world was a web of alliances that bound us all. The world has changed. The old rules are meaningless now. Please forget the oath you made to the leader of the Martial Alliance. You must live on. The voices continued to cry out, "Heavenly Demon." Slowly, those voices faded away. Heavenly Demon. After hearing the whole story, Gong-ja exclaimed in awe, How have you managed to endure until now?" Baikyang and Kiyun exchanged a knowing look, then she spoke. "Follow me." Hearing this, Gong-ja quickly put on his clothes and went outside with them. They walked silently across the white snow. When a person dies, Baikyang began to speak slowly. "You're about to hear a very interesting story about the martial arts world." She looked at the statue in front of her and recounted an old tale. There was once a master who had to achieve the highest realm, the indestructible diamond body that is immune to 10,000 poisons, impervious because no poison could fell him, invulnerable because no blade could harm him. The most potent poisons, the sharpest swords, none could bring this person down. He was invincible. Her voice rang out steady and low, but even in mythology, such an undefeated person cannot be accepted. Baikyang turned and asked, "Now you child from the outside, how do you think that master died?" Kim Gong-ja was quite surprised. "What killed him?" Baikyang coldly stated the answer. "He died because of a lust demon." She began to explain, "The pleasure between a man and a woman is not poison, nor is it sharper than a sword. You might wonder about that. But isn't excessive pleasure also a poison?" She agreed with her own point. "That's right. For that reason, it had to be a lust demon." Baikyang continued. Time slowly passed. That man began with the gentlest, haziest pleasures, and it all ended when he reached the peak of ecstasy. They listened as they walked. As he coupled with the lust demon reaching the pinnacle of pleasure, that supreme master felt no pain. He even cherished the strikes from the lust demon's whip. Every small movement of the lust demon's hands, feet, and eyes became the source of the master's happiness. She suddenly raised her hand. In the final moment, she then placed her hand on her own neck to demonstrate how the lust demon had gently chained the master's neck just like this. Baikyang continued the story. Without using any strength at all. When he stopped breathing, the master's face was filled with a smile. She raised her voice. According to the tale, the master's death was drenched in pleasure. It was not considered a misfortune. The moral of this story is simple, Kiyun interjected. Don't mess with strange things like demons. And that wasn't just an old story. It was something that actually happened. The 3 of them were now standing on a rocky outcrop, observing the horde of zombies below. The masters of the Golden Jade Arts lived at the Yang Gate. Last year, the lust demon came for them and assassinated them. The sound of crying now echoed everywhere. Sob, sob. Baikyang suddenly slid down. In the martial world, the vast majority of beginners make the same mistake. Their goal for joining the Murim is to become invincible. But the goal of learning martial arts is longevity and immortality. She held back a zombie and whispered. Baikyang and Kiyun were moving the zombies. She spoke with some difficulty. One who is impervious to 10,000 poisons won't die from poison, but they will die from something else. Those with an indestructible diamond body won't die from blades, but they will die from something else. She was getting a little tired. Do you understand? People of the Murim simply choose how they won't die. Kiyun beside her was also exhausted and panted as he set a zombie down. Baikyang spoke coldly again. When you choose to live, in a deserted place like this, it's the same as choosing your own death. After that, the 2 of them focused on their work of moving the zombies. Everyone dies eventually. We all know that. But if you think about your own death, don't you feel wronged? She looked at the zombies, her voice thick with sadness. But we don't want to die like this. Kiyun gritted his teeth against the fatigue and continued moving the bodies. Dying from assassination or poison would be fine. Falling to bandits while surrounded and attacked would be fine. Even taking a blow from a high monk of the Shaolin Temple would be good. Baikyang frowned deeply as she moved the remaining zombies. The most perfect death would be while achieving a breakthrough to the highest level of our sect's martial arts. That's why we cannot accept this kind of death. Listening to them, Kim Gong-ja seemed to realize something. So that's why we've held out for so long. Kiyun confirmed firmly, because we don't want to die in a way we don't desire. But everything follows its natural course. He remembered the alchemist saying, although the cause of death is the same, the time of death is different. I see no signs of movement. Now that the sun was high in the sky, they were discussing things. Very few people survived until today. Very few survived until today. Last night was a bright moonlit night. Though not as bright as the sun, moonlight is also calcium. It's a code, she said warily. Now we fight without horses. Snow is falling. Kyun roared. Ha! The Murim will never be defeated so easily, Baekhyang retorted. The final destiny of the orthodox sects is to be devoured by the dead. Everyone is going to die. The old man refused to yield, and continued. If we are truly to be defeated, then it should only be at the hands of the most evil sorcerer. She was also determined to defend her position to the end. If the orthodox sects are to disappear, it will only be because of internal strife. The two of them suddenly bowed to each other. The records of 5 generations had vanished. All the scribes were dismissed without pay, even though there was no one left to read. But this world still exists because there are still 2 people who have not yet died. Kyun spoke cautiously, the martial alliance leader of the Namgung clan, the great patriarch Namgung Woon. They are all people of the Murim. Even if the world has billions of people, even if 99.9% of them die from the plague, Baekhyang added, the seal of life, born from a pact. If the last person in the world commits suicide, then their death in the game is also a suicide. This is a battle to probe the state of this world, a life and death duel. Secret question number 990. Kyun wondered, what is written on the life and death notice? She replied immediately, life and death. The old man roared in anger, that's unacceptable, and just like that the two of them lunged at each other again. Kyun, showing no mercy, pinched her cheek. Humanity was in danger, the world was in decline. Kim Gong-ja watched them fight, not knowing what to do. The end of the world will arrive in the next 990 days. He hesitantly uttered, this. Kim Gong-ja couldn't believe it. It can't be. The sounds of their argument continued as they fought. This is wrong, it can't happen like this. They looked at each other with fiercely determined eyes. In the eyes of a swordsman, it was a magnificent battle, but no matter how high level the techniques were, it still looked like a farce. The old elf unconsciously asked, what are you planning to do? Are you going to kill the heavenly demon and then the martial alliance leader? He sighed helplessly and continued, fine. It's a merciful punishment, but it won't be easy. Kim Gong-ja listened intently to his words, but he couldn't change the fact that they were just strangers. After a moment he spoke up, I know it's not what we want. He looked at the two fighting in front of him and made his decision. There are people who only want to die at the hands of someone they choose. I will control this world in my own way. An unknown amount of time passed and the sun began to set. A voice rang out, oh my, it's gotten dark already. It's winter, so the days pass quickly. They simply headed back, discussing matters as they walked. I need to make a firm decision by tomorrow. Who will be the one to speak? Mon had been waiting in the cave for a long time. He asked coldly, where have you been? The alchemist answered honestly, I was treating the patient from yesterday. I was in quite a hurry. Kim Gong-ja overheard them and asked, is there any progress? The medicine king replied wearily, nothing. Bitch He-hung turned to leave. I'll be leaving for a little while. Make yourselves comfortable. Kim Gong-ja agreed immediately. All right, don't see me out. He turned back, his voice suddenly becoming cold. Now tell me everything. The alchemist was a bit surprised. Kim Gong-ja had already seen through her lie. You of all people should know how long it takes to treat a patient. She took off her glasses, sighed and said, all right, fine. She confessed, to be honest, it will take at least 120 days. The medicine king also chimed in, and it'll need to be repeated 2 to 3 times to be successful. That's too much of a waste of time. By the time we succeed, it'll be too late. The alchemist admitted, you're right. This is the worst case scenario we've ever faced. Gong-ja muttered thoughtfully, a minimum of 100 days and a maximum of 300. She said apologetically, you're right. It might not even be possible because our facilities are so poor. I'm sorry, especially after you trusted me so much. She continued, when the gods were still alive, it would still have been a normal world, 10 days before the catastrophe, and it's very difficult to find a cure in such a short time. But Kim Gong-ja just said, no, that's enough. He gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll figure something out about the time. Just focus on the research. He then asked, do you remember what we said to each other when we first fell into this world? The alchemist immediately recalled that this is another world, not just some ordinary book. We're here to save the world, right? Kim Gong-ja said with determination. What I told you back then hasn't changed. Our time is limited, and that's before the apocalypse even starts. If we want to get out of here, we absolutely must complete this research. So stop all the pointless activities. He continued seriously, I will do my best to live up to your expectations and trust. Therefore, you must also fulfill your responsibility as my subordinate. The alchemist listened to him intently, then replied, you should stop thinking so much. At that moment, Kim Gong-ja extended his hand. The alchemist took his hand. Yes, I will try to resolve everything with my own strength. Future pension master, please trust me and let's get this done. The alchemist smiled confidently. Please trust me and leave this matter to me. If it weren't for the Death King right now, I'd probably still be stuck in my little shop in the slums. All of my equipment was lost. Honestly, I could never have imagined things turning out like this, she said. With the utmost seriousness, I want to repay this debt I owe to the Death King. I will pour all of my strength into creating a cure. However, the alchemist held a hand out towards Gong-ja and said, if I become too focused on my work, I might completely lose awareness of my surroundings. I probably won't act appropriately. Hearing this, he replied without a moment's hesitation. That's not a problem. Just give it everything you've got. The alchemist adjusted her glasses and continued, I understand. After that, he began to assign roles. Medicine King, from now on, you will be my assistant and support me with all of your abilities. The Medicine King was furious when he heard this. Assistant, he bellowed. I've never met someone so insolent in my life. Let me splash some cold water on you to wake you up. Who does a snot-nosed brat like you think you are, ordering me to be your assistant? But the alchemist didn't care, simply giving a cold command, open skill window. Her attitude made the Medicine King's blood boil even more. What, you want to show off your skills to me? Kids these days think they can do whatever they want just because they have a few skills. You have no idea what real power is, you little brat. The alchemist replied with equal arrogance. Why don't you take a look at what my skills are? He was stunned by her words. What? Showing a competitor all of your skills. The Medicine King challenged her. Are you out of your mind? The alchemist answered, without flinching. Why else would I be showing them to you? She began her introduction. This skill is mobile hospital. With this, I can examine everything from blood to brainwaves. With the data I collect, I can formulate a cure. However, there is a 2% probability of a misdiagnosis. This is the life diagnosis' skill, which allows me to know a patient's condition through just a piece of a gene. I've combined these two skills to lower the misdiagnosis rate as much as possible. Suddenly, the Medicine King cut in. Wait, hold on. He couldn't keep his composure and snapped. Hey, why are you showing me your skills? What if I sell this information to others in our field or to other alchemists? The alchemist calmly replied, if you want to go ahead, but for this cure, you absolutely must be my assistant. The Medicine King remained stubborn. No. Why are you even telling me this? She replied unfazed. I want to speed up the process of creating the cure, so I need your help. The alchemist leaned in close to his face and asked, do I seem that detestable to you? Her calmness now was almost eerie. You're angry because of the detestable face and arrogant attitude of a mere kid. You're frustrated because of the talent I possess. The Medicine King clenched his jaw, hanging on her every word. Because, in the future, I will be the one who lives longer than you. Is that truth making you angry enough to go crazy? Is that truth making you angry enough to go crazy? The alchemist didn't hesitate to make an offer. If you help me this one time, I will give you every single potion formula I have ever created. I created them all, without telling a single soul. Medicine King, take them and use them. But as soon as the words left her mouth, a slap that felt like a bolt from the blue struck her across the face. Instantly, the alchemist's glasses went flying. The Medicine King, red-faced with rage, screamed, insolent wench. The alchemist walked over to pick up her glasses and said calmly, I will now begin analyzing the zombie virus. The Medicine King ground his teeth in fury. You're about to learn that there are always bigger mountains to climb. However, the alchemist stood her ground. Medicine King, do as I say. He couldn't stand it anymore and screamed, because your pride has been trampled one day, it will surely rot away. She still tried to persuade him. Medicine King, please, just do as I say. I will give you a list of the necessary items. Please find them and bring them to me. He pointed a finger at her and declared, one day, you too will meet someone far more talented than you. The alchemist said nothing, simply staring at him. After a while, they finally got to work. The alchemist put on her gloves and said, Medicine King, my apologies, but please follow the instructions written here. She gently reminded him, Corpse King, be careful with your breathing. It's interfering with my work, the Medicine King said, while taking notes. Catch 6 zombies on your way back and bring them here. I need more samples. Children, the elderly, young people of different genders. Kim Gong-ja listened intently to the instructions. And if you find a cure, I need you to bring it back here. He drew a line with his sword and said confidently, you can count on me. After that, everyone began to leave the cave to search. Another tally mark was carved onto the wall. Kyun-gun looked at the scene before him, dejected, and said, lately my body hasn't been listening to me, so I'm feeling quite exhausted. I wonder how far these corpses will walk today. Can they go 1,000 miles? Get moving and stop complaining. A day passed and another mark appeared on the wall. Every day they were busy fighting hordes of zombies. No one knew how many marks had been added to the wall. They brought countless different types of zombies back to the cave. Another day passed with a new tally on the wall, and when Kim Gong-ja brought back a zombie, the alchemists were in the middle of some research. Time passed just like that. Ever since entering the Book of Revelation, the two of them had been working tirelessly while everyone else rested. Time flew by, and a week had already passed. Outside, heavy snow was falling, making everyone feel gloomy. Baekhyang looked at the sky and sighed. Looks like we won't be able to go out today. She turned and lit a candle. She never expected a day like this would come. Luckily, the weather had been clear recently. At its worst, the snow could fall for about 30 days. Without any light, they couldn't move a single step. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja immediately wondered, then won't the zombies start moving? Will it be okay? I can't summon zombies if I'm too far away. She replied helplessly, there's nothing we can do. We'll just have to consider them lost. Baekhyun slowly recounted. Just 3 years ago, our cult's forces numbered up to 1,000 people. The number of new recruits the old geezers dragged in from the righteous faction was about the same. And then, just like that, every single one of those zombies vanished without a trace. Kim Gong-ja muttered unconsciously, that one is the most frightening. She heard him completely puzzled. She listened to him in silence. I wake up, and the moon is already gone. I don't know when the rest of these zombies will disappear too. Baekhyun asked in return. You're feeling scared, aren't you? You're not afraid to admit it. Yes, I suppose so. She stood up and said, in the end, the world has been overthrown. In the past, anyone who dared to spout such nonsense would have lost their head. You should consider it a blessing that this world has collapsed. Kim Gong-ja looked away, avoiding her gaze. The Heavenly Demon and the Alliance leader are both Grand Masters. Comparing myself to you too feels wrong because your martial arts accomplishments are immeasurable. His voice continued to echo. But no matter how great a master you are, your internal energy isn't bottomless. Kim Gong-ja didn't hesitate to ask further. When will your internal energy run out? You're using your chi to stop the bleeding in your spine, aren't you? Baekhyun closed her eyes, listening intently. You said your heartbeat, your breathing, even your hands. Everything requires internal energy to move right. No matter how powerful your internal energy is, it will eventually be depleted from such wasteful use. Kim Gong-ja stated firmly, humans will eventually die. I'll ask again, Lord Heavenly Demon, when will your internal energy run out? Baekhyun remained silent, not answering. After a moment she sighed, you're a quick one, Death King. Kim Gong-ja didn't hesitate to speak up. There aren't many days left, are there? But his opponent advised him, don't act so tough. The Death King is far too clever. From that, he drew a conclusion. The reason the 7th Heavenly Demon of Annihilation was so startling was actually quite simple. Kim Gong-ja said slowly, when your internal energy is gone, you too will gradually become unable to move. Baekhyun admitted it. That's right. She slowly circulated her internal energy. Her kidneys, lungs, dantian. Her other organs had all rotted away. Only those 3 parts remained. Kim Gong-ja realized it too. So you already knew. Baekhyun spoke up. After all, I once spent a year with those corrupt monks from the Shaolin Temple. She walked over to a nearby monk's corpse. A corrupt monk, a vow-breaking monk who drank wine and ate meat. As if he was afraid people wouldn't know he was a corrupt monk, he just had to die like this. Passing away in a meditative pose like that, can you believe it? Baekhyun looked at the man before her, her heart heavy. If you took off that mask, he'd look just like a Jiangshi. His whole body has rotted black. Amitabha. He just left those last words and died. She didn't wait for his answer. You ask if I'm afraid. That's right. I am afraid. I'm afraid my internal energy will slowly be consumed. I'm afraid my true chi will gradually run out. The snowstorm outside seemed to echo Baekhyun's turmoil. I'm scared just like how you can't see the sun during a snowstorm. I'm afraid that under that clear blue sky I'll have to watch my subordinates die one by one. She didn't hesitate to reveal her inner thoughts. Turns out I was afraid of not being able to kill that old man, but even more afraid that he would come back and kill me. I'm afraid of the day when both he and I can only lie motionless in our beds. Baekhyun looked at Kunun thinking relentlessly. What's even more terrifying is when he and I are lying in bed. We'll only be able to wait as our internal energy withers away until it's completely gone. She whispered, Hey, Demon Lord. Kun-gun's voice came out. I'm sorry. He turned back, crying. I don't think I can move anymore. She said nothing, only thinking. And the rest of the world too. I'm just as scared. His soft sobs of apology continued to echo. I'm so sorry. Standing in the middle of the snow, Baekhyun spoke her heart. I am afraid of a meaningless death. Outside, the snowstorm continued to fall relentlessly, as if reflecting her feelings. I'm even afraid that my struggles until the very end will all mean nothing. The two of them quietly faded away. In this world, there was only falling snow, a world like a colorless landscape painting. Right now, Kunun was being examined by the alchemist. After a while, she said helplessly, I'm sorry. In his current state, I can't treat him. Baekhyun refused to give up. She ordered Kunun to stand up. He could only manage a weak reply, forgive me, but she remained stubborn. What I want is not your apology. Stand up, leader of the martial alliance Nam Kunun. She could no longer maintain her leader-like composure. Aren't you going to fulfill your promise to me? You were the one who raised the banner of justice for the righteous faction and declared war on the demonic cult. Was all of that just empty boasting? Baekhyun's voice was filled with desperation. Weren't you the one who gathered the 5 great families and planned for the final battle? That's why you can't die in a sickbed. At that moment, a strange black smoke emanated from her body. Stand up and take your weapon. Her aura was so intense that Kim Gong-ja and the others were utterly shocked. You don't need to hold an axe or any sharp weapon. The alchemist couldn't help but cry out. My god, Baekhyang still wouldn't give up. A whip or even a tree branch will do. Pick it up and fight me. Kun-gun could only sigh and say I'm sorry. Baekhyang screamed maniacally. I said, stand up, demon ancestor. But all she received was her opponent's apology. I'm sorry for being weaker than you. He lay there. I can feel myself using my innate true energy. All my internal energy is gone. My chi is completely depleted. Baekhyang listened quietly and intently by his side. If it were you, you might be able to hold on for another year. But for me, this is as far as I go. Kyun-gun said with resignation, I am weaker than you. Kill me. His voice was filled with bitterness. I don't want to end up like that, Shaolin Abbot. Before my body rots from the inside out, kill me. If I become one of the undead, even if I stand before you, it won't be me. I'll be living, but not truly alive. Baekhyang didn't let him finish cutting him off. So you're telling me to kill you while you're lying on your deathbed? She clenched her fists as she spoke. Is that what you want to say now? Her fury caused demonic energy to flood the entire cave. Is this how the great war we promised each other ends? It would have been better if we had both met our end a little sooner, for the sake of whatever honor you've been clinging to until now. Baekhyang continued to berate him. If I had gathered everyone from my sect and the righteous sect ordered a mass suicide, and then savored that glory, you are truly a stubborn man. Kyun was choked up, unable to say a word. Ah. She leaned down and spoke softly to him. Nam Kyun, from the moment you were born, you were a once-in-a-millennium genius, earning all the admiration and envy of the entire martial arts world. When you were only 20, you reached the highest realm. Before you were 30, you became the head of the Namkun clan. When the era of the demonic path rose to power, you were revered as the alliance leader. Baekhyang continued speaking passionately, but the other party did not respond. The one who holds the entire essence of the martial arts world, of the righteous path, and all the principles of the righteous sects were established by you. And you want me to gently take your head with my demonic hand. She stood up in anger. Fine, I will kill you, but you will not die the way you want. Baekhyang's demonic energy was so powerful that it made everyone uncomfortable and back away. A massive axe suddenly appeared in her hand. She pointed it directly at Kyun-gun without hesitation. Old man of the Namkun clan, the thing you once cherished most. Okay, Bugun, I still haven't forgotten about that. He turned his head to look at her, speaking with difficulty. Say it. The warrior forgets his code, the code loses its warrior. You said it. If that's the case, then just kill me your way. Kyun seemed to have truly given up. Everything would end with the fall of the righteous martial arts world. The martial arts alliance leader himself had made the request and acknowledged the end of the righteous path. Not only that, but the leader of the righteous martial arts world had also lost his life to his own illness. The master of the demonic sect had declared it so. Baekhyang screamed frantically. Hurry up and admit your defeat, he replied helplessly. I can't. Tears streamed down Kyun-gun's face. I can't, he sobbed. I can't say that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bang. At that moment she raised her weapon and advanced on him. I'm sorry. Baekhyang spoke up. You said that if you became one of the undead, you'd be living but not truly alive. In any case, it doesn't matter. But the axe only fell right beside Kyun. Baekhyang declared coldly, even if you die now, it won't be a true death. Before leaving, she added, living but not truly alive, dying but not truly dead. So what's the difference? I see none. She looked up at the sky with a sad gaze. How meaningless. Everyone went to check on his condition. This world. Everything will be reduced to nothing. In the early morning of the 9th day of entering the mock apocalypse, Nam Kyun, the martial arts alliance leader, died of his illness. Just then, an interested voice spoke up. We've obtained a valuable sample. The alchemist looked at Kyun-gun's stiff body beside her. For zombies that have been infected for nearly 10 years, analyzing the virus only yields so much. Thanks to this sample, we can observe the infection process over a short period. She handed a report to Gong-ja. It seems that after death, they aren't infected immediately. There's a certain period of awakening. It probably takes time for the virus to completely infiltrate the brain. Here is the revised research, the Medicine King said resentfully. I don't know if this little brat is any good at making medicine, but her explanation is that she doesn't know squat. What's there to be so arrogant about? The alchemist then spoke up as well. Even though I've poured all my effort into the research, I still can't create a cure. Kim Gong-ja asked, do you need more time? She nodded immediately. Yes, at least 90 days, maybe as long as 120. Suddenly, Kyun's corpse made a sound startling her. He began to turn, letting out continuous roars. Baekhyang entered from outside and remarked, how pathetic. She placed her sword against his neck and said, so, in the end, when you strip away that shell, this is what you become. You look no different from a beast. Just eating and eating until your body can no longer move, and then you just die. It's just like the warrior forgets his code, and the code loses its warrior. Baekhyang shoved her own hand straight into his mouth. Eat. Horrified, Mun started to rush forward. What the hell are you doing? If you do that, you'll become a zombie too. Kim Gong-ja, who was beside him, immediately held him back. Don't get any closer. A purple light suddenly emanated from Baekhyung. She slowly spoke. It was already over. Her hand had now turned pitch black. She collapsed with a grunt, then threw her head back and laughed like a madwoman. The old elf beside Gong-ja warned him. Be careful of the zombie. The demonic energy that Baekhyung was creating enveloped the entire cave. The old elf recognized it immediately. Chi deviation. Baekhyung flashed a grotesque smile and said to them, Excellent. Come at me, all of you. Let's cross swords for a bit. She swung her sword without hesitation and shouted, Prepare to die. Seeing that the situation was dire, Kim Gong-ja urged, Everyone run. In the blink of an eye, the Medicine King was decapitated by her blade. Mun only had time to curse before he also fled. Damn it all. The old elf stuck close to Gong-ja. They couldn't help but exclaim, She's completely lost her mind. He witnessed the entire scene of Baekhyung fighting frantically with Mun. She surpassed the realm of the demonic path. It must be her internal energy and chi flaring up one last time before disappearing completely. She's probably temporarily entered the threshold between life and death. Even in my prime, if we fought 10 times, I'd likely lose 4 of them. Baekhyung swung her sword wildly in all directions. I will plunge this world into a sea of suffering. Let the martial mountains burn to the ground. This world, all of it must drown in resentment. Her crazed voice continued to echo. The demonic sect is the sky of the martial arts world, and I am the sky of the demonic sect. Do you scum even have the right to speak of the Chionoe Cheongigyo? Mun shouted. Death King, hurry up and get the alchemist out of here. As Kim Gong-ja carried the alchemist away, he could still hear Baekhyung's voice. You people are truly worthless. Those foolish white-robed bastards. Namkyun Gun. Where did Namkyun Gun go? The alchemist could only look back helplessly at the scene inside the cave. In this world of martial arts, no matter how dense the forest or how high the sky is, there's truly no one who can withstand my sword. Death King, bring Namkyun to me now. Unbeknownst to him, Baekhyung was standing right behind him. The alchemist huddled in Gong-ja's arms. My lord Death King, I believe in you. The moment she finished speaking, the system announced, You have died. After the slash came down, blood splattered everywhere. A death that made no sound, left no trace, and had no scent whatsoever. In the cold, snowy landscape, only Baekhyung was left standing. That person in this entire dark world, her unfortunate fate was thus buried in the white snow. And just like that, it was over. But for me, death is not the end. She stood there all alone with no one by her side. Time to turn back the clock and find a world of my own. The snow fell, heavily blanketing the entire sky. Footprints were left on the fresh snow. A little girl was standing alone under the falling flakes. She just watched as the figure in front of her grew more and more distant. The little girl shouted mother, but no matter how she called out, the person continued to walk away. In the end, her mother heartlessly abandoned the little girl to suffer alone in the freezing cold. The little girl's eyes were filled with confusion. Baekhyung knew nothing at all. She kept wondering, did her mother abandon her, or was she just using the snowy road as a more plausible excuse to leave? Or had her mother truly lost her? The truth was, Seo Baekhyung really knew nothing. In another place, Kim Gong-ja was lying on the floor as a notification board displayed the words, randomly copying, Seo Baekhyung. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up and asked, Have you gathered all the information on the pharmacist? The old spirit hesitated and replied, More or less. He added, We need to study this so that my information and yours match up. We should have cross-referenced to avoid forgetting anything. Kim Gong-ja had no choice but to accept. Well, that's fine, he then suggested. In that case, let's go ahead and pick a skill now, shall we? Hearing this, the old spirit raised his hand and took out a skill card. He began to examine it. What about this one? Information on the card quickly appeared. Demonic Heavenly Divine Art Rank A. Effect Demonic Sect. They not only hate and curse the logic of the heavens, but they also establish their own pope and create a new doctrine. The demonic heavenly divine art is the essence of that doctrine. The one who possesses it has the ability to turn the world upside down. To master the techniques of this martial art, one needs deep-seated hatred and resentment. The more you hate and curse the world, the dimmer the sky will become. The one who masters this secret martial art will become a heavenly demon. You can overthrow the heavens. The drawback is that practicing this art will cause the user to lose themselves. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened in surprise. Heavenly demon, he said, puzzled. That's the martial art we just saw, right? The old spirit nodded in confirmation. A classic demonic art indeed. He crossed his arms and said, In short, whether it's a martial art or a battle formation, it all just depends on how we choose to deal with this world. Kim Gong-ja asked for a solution. How do we handle the current situation? The old spirit replied, Right. Then he began to explain. Generally speaking, the righteous sect wants to follow the way of the world. In contrast, the demonic sect wants this world to burn. So martial artists from the righteous sect always use following the world as an opportunity to train themselves, while the demonic sect uses overthrowing the world as an excuse to forge their flesh and blood. He assumed a stance preparing to swing a sword and continued, "Let me give you a simple example." Then, without another word, he struck down. A sudden surge of energy appeared, like a beast lying in wait. The old spirit's blow headed straight for Gong-ja. When you strike down from above the head, some schools call it the tiger's pounce stance. So it's called the tiger pouncing sword strike, he said with a hint of disdain, but whether it's a tiger or an ox, doesn't matter. Because in the end, the techniques will differ depending on the person who created the manual, and what they awaken to during the process. In short, it doesn't matter if it's a tiger or an ox. Emulating that technique is what's most important. At this point, an exhausted Gong-ja fell to his knees, thinking, the things in this world are created from what they inherently are. So this is what it means to follow nature. The old spirit's voice spoke up again. In the demonic sect, when they teach their techniques, they say this. With a face full of rage, he delivered a powerful blow. Remember the fury you felt when that robber stabbed you in the stomach. The old spirit unleashed several more moves as he spoke. Remember the moment your little sister was dragged away by the magistrate. Remember that moment of your helplessness. Remember waiting all night outside his office, only to receive your little sister's corpse. He then bent his knees, his shadow cast clearly on the wall. Try to remember the sight of you burying your sister's body. It was winter then, and the ground was frozen solid, impossible to dig. So you were forced to use your bare hands to dig. His voice grew more and more furious. Your fingernails all broke off, blood streamed down, and in the end you still couldn't dig. You could only place your sister in a hole less than 1 meter deep and cover her with dirt. Finally, he roared. Remember the feeling of that pile of rubble, then take that feeling, hold your sword with those hands, and lament your own powerlessness. And use that to hate this cruel, cruel world. Kim Gong-ja, as if mesmerized by those words, unconsciously continued the thought. Use your hands to tear this world apart. The old spirit answered softly. That's right. He spoke again. The mental cultivation used for internal energy is a method of arousing and inciting the human heart. Whether you're a hunter or a powerful warrior, victory or defeat depends solely on how you use your internal energy. Every word from the old spirit gave him pause. To put it simply, it's a contest of willpower. And the demonic sect's willpower is always more overwhelming. In short, you don't need to learn about zombie. When he finished speaking, Kim Gong-ja suddenly said, I want to learn it. This made the spirit so confused that he stammered, What? Seeing his reaction, Gong-ja repeated himself. I said I want to learn it. The spirit couldn't contain his anger and pointed at Gong-ja's face, scolding him. Hey, don't tell me you've been mesmerized by that ridiculous heavenly demon sword art. You must be insane. That was just her final burst of vital energy, allowing her to temporarily enter the state between life and death. It seems his words couldn't get through to him. It's a burst, just a temporary burst of vital energy. Zombie, huh? The ancestors have taught us since ancient times not to be fooled by false energy. Compared to my martial arts, that demonic art is nothing but trash. Kim Gong-ja brazenly asked a question back. What are you getting frustrated that I'm trying to learn someone else's techniques instead of yours? The old spirit shouted back in confusion. What? Kim Gong-ja gently advised, don't worry. After all, our swordsman is the greatest martial artist in the world. I, on the other hand, don't know much about that. I heard you're planning to learn the heavenly demon's divine art. Hearing this, the old elf couldn't help but boast. Well, I am the strongest after all. Hey, what exactly do you plan to learn from the demonic cult's divine art? Kim Gong-ja gave a cunning smile and said, it's for this current stage. I want to clear it perfectly, he continued, because even if I create a cure and save those two, that's still a rescue, but the others have been dead for 2 years. There's no way I can treat them and bring them back unharmed. His voice grew more agitated. So what would the ending be then? The Martial Alliance leader and the heavenly demon becoming Adam and Eve. Do you really think that's a good ending? The old elf was rendered speechless by him and could only stammer. No, it's not like that. Just the thought of those two living happily together puts me in an awful mood. Kim Gong-ja took out a card and spoke. Creating a cure is only the first condition for a good ending. A truly good ending is about whether or not the characters in the story can find fulfillment. He didn't hesitate to state his desire. I want to give a perfectly complete ending to the Heavenly Demon and the Martial Alliance leader. Immediately after, the system announced selection complete. Copy skill. The notifications rang out continuously. Your hunter rank is D class. A skill penalty has occurred. Meanwhile, Gong-ja thought to himself, of course it doesn't end here. The Heavenly Demon's nightmare. This is another hell I have to overcome. The system gradually displayed the information. Reproduce the trauma of the enemy who killed you. Penalty level medium. In that moment, he suddenly thought he'd one day have a chance to calmly talk about this. Finally, a location notification appeared from the system. This is the Hungry Ghost Path. Standing in the blizzard, Munmoon couldn't bear it and cried out, it's so cold. Someone's voice suddenly rang out, startling the alchemist. Is this Siberia? It's all ice and snow. H.U. She turned back, smiled, and said to Kim Gong-ja, thank you, Death King. He replied nonchalantly, it was nothing. It's the obvious thing to do. Heavenly Dance Sect, Master, please make arrangements for the Medicine King. The alchemist replied at once, trusting him completely, but then Kim Gong-ja remembered something. Oh right. He pointed ahead and continued. Just now over there I saw a figure flash by. Mun listened, bewildered. What's with these people? Why is everyone here frozen solid? Kim Gong-ja voiced his thought. I think they're zombies. Everyone gasped in shock. What? He remained calm and gestured. Look at this. He pointed to the mouth of one of the corpses. There's flesh in their teeth. This bite mark definitely looks like it's from some kind of beast. The alchemist began her examination at once. It's true. The DNA of this corpse's owner and the flesh inside its mouth don't match. This is from a completely different person. The time of death for this body was about 3 years ago, but the piece of flesh is from 2 years ago. It's hard to imagine, but I think that this corpse reanimated and started moving about a year ago. The Medicine King stood there trembling as he spoke. I absolutely hate things like monsters from horror movies. Please do something, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. Alright, this pace is much faster than the previous floors. Then he said, Medicine King, I have a miraculous skill. He recalled his conversation with the old elf. What was on the second page of my fake prescription notes again? The old elf said, with annoyance. Let me see. Cellular reaction experiment results. Kim Gong-ja spoke as he thought. If we follow the analysis of that skill, the alchemist also seemed to realize something. She couldn't help but say, this is unbelievable. It's a perfect research method. Flawless, just like what I would have done. But the one from the Death King is completely different from mine. It's truly on another level. Kim Gong-ja smiled brightly, thinking, this guy is known for being a proud stickler, the Medicine King said impatiently. In any case, it's fortunate that the research time will be shortened. I'd still like to get away from these zombies, so can we move somewhere a little warmer? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the white snowstorm. The reign of the demonic cult's leader ends today. The person who appeared was Bakyang, and she just laughed at those words. She scoffed. What a ridiculous tale. Oh, I'm so scared. Kyun-gun remarked that. Her eminence seemed quite afraid. Ignoring him, she laughed and declared, this venerable one will keep the world of the demonic cult intact. Bugon Exong, you bastard. Say goodbye to the righteous faction of the martial world. Kim Gong-ja witnessed the entire scene, thinking to himself, the number one under the heavens. She's the strongest woman in this world. He kept staring at the person before him, thinking. That's why, in the end, she was the only one left standing. In the most tragic sense, she is the martial artist who achieved the state of above the heavens and below. I alone am the honored one. Baekhyung noticed him looking dazed and asked, and who are you? Gong-ja dropped to both knees and said, this humble one has come from a faraway place. I have long heard of your eminence the heavenly demon's great renown and have been searching for you. I have heard of the fame of the greatest ancient sword under the heavens and hold you in fervent admiration. From now on, I don't know how long it will take, but... His voice became incredibly resolute. Great heavenly demon, please accept me as your disciple. Against the backdrop of white snow and flurries blowing in the frigid wind, Baekhyung lay all alone, the only living being in this frozen realm. Even as her body felt the biting, cutting cold, she showed no expression at all, merely thinking apathetically to herself. So cold. In this barren land with such harsh weather, the little girl couldn't hear anyone, see anyone, or smell anything. Baekhyung could feel that even her internal organs must be freezing solid. At times like these, anyone would unconsciously think of someone who could warm them. Mom, I'm so cold. Just then, in the sky that had been nothing but a dreary gray, a hole suddenly appeared, and a holy ray of light shone down. The hole gradually widened, dispelling the clouds. An elderly figure with snow-white hair stood silhouetted against the light, observing. Oh ho. The elder looked down carefully, assessing Baekhyung, who was about to lose consciousness. How strange. It's been snowing for over 10 days. And the snow is 1.5 meters deep. Yet a child like this has managed to survive. He quickly took the little girl's hand and helped her up, then suddenly made a profound remark. You are no ordinary child. With his lifetime of experience, the elder could tell. You were born of ice and snow. The cold of this world will become your strength. For a child covered by a blizzard to still be able to stand. That's truly a rare sight. Just like a character from a martial arts story. Then he asked about Baekhyung's identity. What is your name? But at that moment, the little girl had no memories left in her mind. I don't know. The elder didn't give up and continued to probe as he led her along. How old are you? The little girl gave the same answer as before. I don't know. He tried one more time. Why were you out here in this snowy wasteland? But the answer he received was exactly the same. I don't know. Finally, the elder came to a conclusion. You don't remember anything, do you? You poor thing, abandoned in a place like this. But you have all the qualities needed to learn martial arts. The North Sea Master would be very pleased to take you in for a price of 1 billion gold. It must be fate. He gently patted her head and extended an invitation. I wonder if you'll become the pride of our academy, or if this academy will be a grand opportunity for you. Are you willing to come with me? Seeing that Baekhyung showed no reaction, the elder targeted what she needed most right now. I will give you a proper place to eat and sleep. As expected, the little girl immediately nodded without any hesitation. Even though Baekhyung was a girl of few words, he always made sure to talk with her. You can't smell anything. You have no name and no home. You must have been born from the cold snow. In the sky, a purple butterfly of a kind never seen before appeared, as if signaling a new beginning. I will give you my name. From now on, you will be Baekhyung, which means the scent of white snow. The elder added one more thing, and a disciple of the demonic sect. It was only then that Baekhyung asked her first question to the kind stranger who seemed to fall from the sky. Where are you taking me? He simply revealed. To a place with other children just like you. But now the Baekhyung of the present carried a powerful aura, completely different from her past. Impossible. She denied it fiercely in front of Kim Gong-ja, who was kneeling obediently. I have never taken a disciple. Even if the heavens fall, my principles will never change. Disciples my ass. Kyun-gun, listening from the side, couldn't help but feel weary. You're supposed to be the Death King, but you're so damn stingy. I'm just glad to see the children are still alive. They went through countless hardships because they wanted to become your disciples, you know. The old man tried to persuade her sincerely. Do you have to be so rigid? Baekhyung sat down and composed herself a bit, saying, well, they do have heart. But her stubbornness was so deeply ingrained in her blood, it was beyond saving. But a principle is a principle. I don't just accept anyone as a disciple. The academy cannot operate on a whim. Only children abandoned by their parents and this world are permitted to join the demonic sect. Elder Siet clenched his fist in helplessness. People call us the old masters of Lucy, but it seems someone here is even more tyrannical. So, instead of continuing to persuade her, the elder turned his attention to Kim Gong-ja. Hey kid. You heard what she said. Why don't you forget about that petty bunch of demons? I am Kyun-gun, of the great Nam Kyun sect. I am the patriarch of the Taesong clan, and the sect master of the righteous path. If you become my disciple. Before the old man could finish his sentence, he was cut off. Why won't the heavenly demon accept me as her disciple? Kyun-gun was so shocked he froze for a few seconds. Did that brat just ignore me? Baekhyung held firm to her position. Haven't I already told you, I only accept children who have been abandoned by their families and this world. Despite being rejected many times, he continued trying to persuade her. The world has changed. Because of a strange disease, everyone has turned into zombies. The great families and martial arts sects are gradually fading away. Kim Gong-ja's expression grew somber, matching his sorrowful tone. This world has abandoned us, so we must also abandon it, he thought to himself. Whether you accept that or not. Furthermore, I am a hunter, climbing that tower like a lonely child. Then he turned towards Baekhyung to ask for her judgment. If so, have I met your condition, heavenly demon? She remained emotionless, not saying a single word. Kim Gong-ja felt that saying he was abandoned by the world was a bit shameful, but it was true that he had turned his back on this world a long time ago. After a long while, she finally gave him a single chance to prove himself. Fine, if you're that confident, show me your three-flower sword. Baekhyung looked down at Gong-ja with a cold gaze. I must personally test whether you are worthy of learning here. You look like nothing more than an empty barrel, making a lot of noise. He quickly bowed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Thank you for the opportunity. The moment Gong-ja drew his sword, the system immediately announced, your skill is being activated. Red lightning began to crackle around him. Then his aura suddenly changed, becoming more dangerous as dark shadows swirled about. His eyes glowed a bloodthirsty red as a second notification popped up. Skill Infernal Heaven's demonic art is being activated. Gong-ja raised his sword and closed his eyes, sensing the forms of the blade as countless techniques were drawn in his mind. But that was all. He still couldn't truly understand the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. He was well aware that if he just tried to show off his swordsmanship, his body would be torn to shreds like a flock of sparrows chasing a stork. Kim Gong-ja suddenly remembered the groaning spirit's reminder, wail about your powerlessness and blame it on the cruelty of this world. When he opened his eyes, they were sharp and filled with determination. If it's going to be torn apart anyway, it should be torn apart the right way. Someone had once taught him that if you try to destroy this world, you are just like a heretical cult. That is why members of the heretical cults drive nails into their bodies to claw and tear at the world. Kim Gong-ja was the only one who could hear the screams all around him. Please have mercy. Save me. It's so hot. I want to live just a little longer. As he practiced the Infernal Heaven's demonic art, his mind began to change. Chaotic sounds and bloody images appeared endlessly. Burn, burn the witch's lair. Instead of nails, the essence of the heretical art was screams. Despair enveloped everything. You humans don't see us as people consumed by your own malice. Woven among them were also sounds of indignation and agitation. Say it. War has forgotten the spirit of martial arts, and the spirit of martial arts has forgotten war. If you say that, I will grant your wish and kill you. Kim Gong-ja soon understood. No matter how profound the righteous scriptures were, they could not overcome the screams of wretched humanity. No matter how magnificent yin and yang were, the world born from them was filled with nothing but suffering. Kyun standing nearby was so shocked he lost his composure. Madu, that sword you're holding is the sword that contains all the suffering of the world, sharper than the yin-yang sword. As a wise sage once said, a sword that wields a scream is mightier than a sword that simply moves. Baekhyun was about to tell him to stop, but her voice was too faint to reach his mind, lost as he was in a surge of emotions. The deeper the suffering, the louder the scream, the stronger the sword. That is why we are mighty. Only the fittest survive. That is the principle of the demonic cult. And because of those conditions, the sword form the heavenly demon used had to be a scream of defiance against the world. With every move she repeated in his ear, "Stop." However, Kim Gong-ja continued to swing his sword relentlessly, each strike carrying the aura of death. The image he remembered most vividly was his master, standing silently in a snowstorm, but the heavenly demon screamed in her final technique. Baekhyun couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "I told you to stop." She used her power to block his sword strike. Her eyes now held a threatening glint. "Where did you learn the skills of our cult?" Gong-ja broke out in a cold sweat, snapped out of his emotional trance by her questioning voice in his ear. "You can't fool my eyes. No matter how messy and inexperienced your forms are, what you're practicing is undoubtedly the purgatory heavenly demonic art. In this world, only members of the demonic cult can learn this skill. But I, the leader of the demonic cult, have never seen your face." Baekhyun slapped his sword aside and moved closer to him. "Tell me, where did you steal it from?" Kim Gong-ja's dry lips struggled to form each word. She was stunned to see a relieved expression as he broke into a smile. "Am I worthy enough now?" Baekhyun stared at him in silence, offering no response. The moment she turned her back to leave his body, having reached its limit, immediately collapsed into a coma. Worried voices rose up at once. "Death King." Two people quickly approached his body to examine him. "He's used too much of his internal energy. I'll transfer some of my power to him." As Gong-ja's eyes followed her, retreating back, a tesk sound suddenly echoed in his ear. The old spirit appeared, arms crossed, looking him over with a critical eye. "You pushed yourself to the brink of death, using a martial art far above your level. You really don't know your own limits. This is why everyone tells you to start with the basics." Seeing his exhausted face, the spirit showed him some consideration. In any case, his figure slowly floated higher, a satisfied smile on his face. "You're not too bad." The old spirit's conclusion was that this rascal was actually quite impressive. Baekhyun still remembered that day vividly, a day when white snow covered everything. The elder had brought the little girl to a place teeming with life and said, "This is where you will live from now on." He told the little girl, just as an old man waved, "Hello, eat when you want to eat, sleep when you want to sleep, and play whenever you want to play." And then she heard him whisper, "Baekhyun, just live the life you want." Not long after, in the dining hall, the children were busy chatting. "All the adults here are amazing they don't make us do anything." A boy suddenly wondered, "Are they raising us to be slaves?" A little girl frowned and immediately scolded him. "Are you stupid? I've been here for a whole year and I've never seen them do anything like that." The girl then asked quietly, "Anyway, have you said hi to the new kid yet?" The boy replied, "I've only met one of them. So many new people arrived today." Baekhyun's grip on her spoon loosened slightly as they whispered, "That many new people. It's because of the famine this year. Anyway, you're all welcome here. You might have starved to death if you were still back home." Perhaps thinking of something, the girl interrupted the conversation. "Hey everyone." She was genuinely serious. "I want to know how you all got here." The question was so unexpected that it made them all pause for a moment. Then one after another they began to speak. "Farming was too hard. My mom worked in the red light district. I don't want to talk about it. Why should I have to tell you? At night thieves with swords attacked our town. The heartbreaking realities just kept pouring out. All the villagers suddenly got sick. My dad beat me constantly, so I ran away. And because of that, Baekhyun remembered very clearly. The jar of solitude. Her thoughts drifted along with their stories. Wow, my grandpa used to hit me too. She realized something: when all the venomous insects are put into a sealed jar, the trapped monsters inside will tear each other apart. They will entangle and fight for survival, until in the end only one remains alive. Not only that, but whenever the children open their mouths, poison seemed to spill out. Was there really that much poison in the world? The question made her blurt out, "Everyone, are you all happy now?" They answered, without a moment's hesitation. Yes. That answer made things even clearer for her. This place wasn't a paradise. It was just a cage for nurturing the loneliness inside a person. The children continued to add, "I don't have to earn money for my mom anymore. The doctor treats me when I'm sick. No one hits me here. I'm so happy." And so little Baekhyun watched the elders retreating back and thought to herself, "I don't know." In any case, the night had to give way to the morning sun. The moment the sun rose, a voice called out, "Breakfast is ready." But the person who came to call them quickly became flustered and called out Baekhyun's name. It was true. Sleep when you want to sleep, and eat when you want to eat. She was absent, while the other children chattered away. Is someone else missing today? Out in the hot fields, her tiny figure stood out more than ever. Even though he had told her to play whenever you want to play, she was diligently plowing the fields. She worked much to the confusion of the other children. Baekhyun is so weird. She's always playing with the farmers, and she doesn't even eat anything. The elder's words followed her every day. Live the life you want. until the day he came. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Baekhyung replied, yes, it has been a while. Seeing her sitting by the riverbank, he began, I have a few things I'd like to ask you. He listed the things she always did. I heard that you've been helping the farmers plant and harvest their food, is that correct? She answered calmly. Yes. He continued, I also heard that you've been sewing your own clothes and blankets, is that right? She gently touched the surface of the water. Yes. The elder didn't quite understand why. If you wanted to, you could live a comfortable life even if this place isn't luxurious. He elaborated on his point. This place is called the Peach Blossom Spring. The adults will grow and pick fruit for you. You're just a child. Why do you work so hard? She held a maple leaf in her hand. The Mo family. They farm on the lowest mountain slope. Their 2 daughters were taken away by the authorities. The elder let out a puzzled, waiting for her to continue. The old man who worked in the orchard was called away to build the wall, and his second son died while he was gone. When he brought this injustice to the authorities, he was accused of plotting a rebellion, and even his firstborn son was killed. So she was talking about that friendly old man. After burying their 2 sons in their hometown, Mr. Choi and his wife dedicated themselves to this land. Having come this far, Baekhyung released the leaf. The farmers who brought seeds and raised orphans as their own had all been wounded by the world. There wasn't even a single person here who didn't have their own tragic story. Finally, she came to her own conclusion. This place was no paradise. The reason they feed us and clothe us for free isn't because they're fools. The elder probed. Then what do you think it is? Unexpectedly, she uttered a stark truth. It's because they want us to get revenge for them. She seemed to see through everything in the world. Because of their regrets and their rage, because they couldn't forgive the government and the town that destroyed their lives. They wanted revenge, but they didn't have the strength. Then she turned to face him. I've heard them. They say I must study and become a martial arts master while I'm young in order to succeed. These farmers, the people who fed and clothed us, were too old to grasp the depths of martial arts. But they could raise children to learn it. There was one thing she didn't say directly to him, that this was the truth of Peach Blossom Spring. At the headquarters of the demonic sect, Baekhyung laid the truth bare. We don't eat and sleep here for free. This place exists to absorb their desires for revenge on their behalf across the entire martial arts world. Her small but resolute figure stood facing the elder. After a long moment, he finally called her name Baekhyung. She answered immediately, yes. Her gaze didn't waver when he asked, is there anything you want to say to this world? She remembered the day she was saved, when the children were gossiping, and then admitted, yes, I have many things to say. The elder listened quietly to everything and whispered, is that so? I hope so. A sudden breeze swept by blowing through his silver hair. If that's the case, the world will have to listen to what you have to say. In that moment, he seemed strangely immense. I am one of the 7 elders of the demonic sect. Yet Baekhyung only had one question. Are there Buddhas in hell too? He leaned down, looking at her gently. If there were a Buddha in hell, what do you think he would do? Without waiting for her to answer, he continued, Baekhyung, you have passed the first test. You did not surrender yourself, despite the abundant food and the warm bed. Therefore, your mind will be very resolute. Accept me as your teacher and call me master. A new path seemed to stretch out before her feet. In the future, your sword will resonate where countless cries of misery are heard. The solemn master-disciple ceremony took place just like that at sunset that day. Bow your head, my disciple. While Gong-ja was still in a daze, she snapped, get up, quickly. He could only tremble and reply, excuse me, heavenly demon, but if you're still in there, even though I'm trying very hard, I really can't get up. How's your head after that impact? She asked nonchalantly, then remarked, you seem to have a pretty sharp tongue for someone who just woke up. Looks like your body is still quite healthy. Before turning to leave, she instructed him, go to the hot spring and take a bath. Wash your body and relax your mind thoroughly. He blurted out in confusion, excuse me, but she only said one more thing. I will wait at the cave entrance. As he got up and took off his shirt, the others were still snoring away deep in sleep. An endless curiosity welled up inside him. What were they dreaming about? Finally, he drew a system window. With that action, the Medicine King's dream suddenly appeared. This is my 100th victory, Marcus. What's more, I've also beaten that little brat 999,999 times. The dream belonging to the alchemist was no less interesting. That's right, I was correct. To be blunt, why do I even have to explain something so obvious? People will only understand if I explain it. He's as stupid as an ox. No, that's not what I mean. He should have contemplated what I said deep in his thoughts. As for Mo Mun, words truly failed to describe it as he just laughed maniacally. He expressed that maybe he shouldn't wake them up, especially that last one, the poison user. The moment he stepped outside, Baekhyung asked, have you washed yourself clean? He replied politely. Yes, I have bathed, and my mind is completely clear. To his surprise, she said directly to Kim Gong-ja, I hate smooth talkers. She spoke like a machine gun. And you're too good with words. Your tongue is truly nimble. I'm worried your personality is more like a swindler's than a good boy's. He fell silent, thinking to himself, really? Only when he used his skill did he learn that she had given him 2 hearts and thought. Except for his glib tongue, his face looks just as stupid as it did before he washed up, truly the image of a total moron in the Hao Moon. Even at the moment she ordered "follow me," his mind was still stuck on that name. What's a Hao Moon do? As they moved, she instructed, if you want to wear the uniform of the demonic sect, you need to pass many tests. Although you have successfully proven your identity, that doesn't mean you've passed the test. The first test is, before she could finish, he had it figured out. Is it the test of comfort and ease? You take in children, giving them food and a place to sleep for free. The children who become satisfied and complacent with these things are the ones raised by farmers, craftsmen, and others from places that are definitely not the demonic sect. Her footsteps stopped immediately as he spoke, but the children who pass this test of comfort will be recognized as disciples of the demonic sect. They will truly learn the arts of the sect and its evil techniques. Only then will they truly be considered to have joined the demonic path. Baekhyung asked warily, how did you know that he could only manage a strained smile? I know a thing or two. As he was thinking to himself, you killed me, and I saw the painful memories that particularly traumatized you. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Only heaven is carefree and fair. How could the last connection I decided to make bring me a demon like you? Should I really accept this? Second version of Hao Moon into the sect. But the old elf to the side thought, she really has a good eye for people. I wonder if it's because she's the heavenly demon. If you were truly despicable, you would have gotten bored and given up quickly. But since you just have a weird personality, you won't give up. Those words confused him. Was that a compliment or an insult? At times like these, it's better to just assume it's a compliment. Life is clearly much nicer that way. He was getting on the old man's nerves. I'm berating you, you damn cuckoo. But they both fell silent when she spoke. This should be fine, right? Baekhyung looked at him seriously. You should be overjoyed. Someone as great as me has humbled herself to take you as a disciple. The world of this heavenly demon sect will not reject a disciple if you meet the conditions. Hearing that, he was overjoyed. Oh, so that's it. But then she emphasized, but I have not yet accepted you as an official disciple. Kim Gong-ja quickly pressed his advantage. Hey, you can't do that. I've crossed mountains and rivers traveling from afar to take you as my master. I've also proven my own abilities. What do you mean I'm still not good enough to become an official student? But she just explained. First, your words are very suspicious. She practically spelled out what she saw. It's clearly suspicious that you came from beyond the Great Wall. I also doubt your claim of admiring me for a long time. My intuition tells me that everything feels like a lie, but your nature doesn't seem evil, so I'm letting it be for now. He squeezed his eyes shut in alarm. How is her intuition so sharp? But then she added, actually, it's quite strange, because you turn out to have a warm heart. It's difficult to determine immediately whether this is truly an opportunity destined for us. Finally, he asked, what's the test? She quickly pointed in a certain direction. She gave him the information. I threw a Jang down there. He was once a master in Jang-hu, one of the most promising members of the sect. Take care of that Jang, and then I will acknowledge you as an official disciple of the sect. However, Baekhyung's voice suddenly became unusually sharp. Fight when you are hungry. He stared at her blankly. Her declaration that he wasn't an official disciple was like wind blowing through the clouds. He saw her still looking at him calmly. As I just said, fight the Jang. But only when hunger is burning your heart. Only the pain of starvation is allowed to stand there. You are not permitted to let any other emotion or thought affect your clarity. Can you do it? He easily understood that in the heavenly demon's heart, he was already a disciple, being taught according to the sect's ways. This person clearly already considered him a disciple. She meticulously guided him. Think of the screams and moans of starvation, the movements of the arms of those about to die from hunger. Think about it, and plan your battle in your mind. Swing your sword with this burning hunger in your mind. Only then will the heavenly demon's arts reveal their true power. Hearing this, he immediately drew his sword and raised a question. If I only swing my sword out of hunger, what will happen? She answered seriously. You will be able to cut in half a man who has never starved to death in a single strike. Then you will be able to fight half the people of the Orthodox sect with just one continuous attack. In other words, they are claws that can scratch the entire world. Then she added, first learn the way of the starving Asa. Then learn the way of Gansa, who died of dehydration. Only when you understand thirst can you wield a sword to attack those who have never suffered. Her words piqued Gong-ja's interest. You will master all 9 sword techniques, and through these techniques, you will turn the world upside down. So, he exclaimed. That sounds tempting. His positivity made her smile brightly. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and don't you dare fall into hell. As soon as she finished speaking, Gong-ja and his beloved sword immediately shot off. Alright, in the world, there are countless types of zombies. Sometimes they're called walking dead, but other times they're jiangshi. So, is there a truly fitting word to describe zombies? After some thought, perhaps there's a suitable term for it. It must be Hadouken. And the truth has been proven. If a zombie knows martial arts, the human world is doomed. Kim Gong-ja ran for his life in terror, but the young man couldn't overcome the zombie's power. Thump! While still in the air from a palm strike, he was furious, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Damn it, this is crazy. From the top of the cliff, Baekhyang instructed him. Wrong. Don't swing your sword so randomly, she shouted as the fight intensified. Didn't I tell you? Think about famine. About the people who have starved to death. If you just wave your sword around like that, the infernal demonic arts will be nothing more than a harmless shell. It's always easier said than done, especially for Gong-ja, who was just a beginner. But I'm really not hungry right now, which made her helplessly curse. You idiot. Using every ounce of his strength, he barely managed to escape the Grim Reaper's purple scythe. Ugh. Today's lesson was a blend of Baekhyang's cold voice and the zombie's devastating blows. You don't think about the color red in your mind, even when it's not right in front of you. Just because you're not hungry now doesn't mean you can't express what hunger feels like. The two of them exchanged martial arts moves on the snowy ground. If you can't do it, it means you're not familiar with the feeling of hunger. Your stomach is too full. Those who have learned the infernal demonic arts must summon their own senses. Baekhyang leaned forward to get a better look down below. Remember, the longest time you've ever gone hungry. Use all the senses from that time. Where were you then? What did you want to eat the most? How long did you have to starve? Hearing that question made him pause for a moment. The longest I've ever starved was about 3 to 4 days. What? Clearly that answer did not please his teacher. She frowned. You mean the longest you've ever starved is only 4 days? That's ridiculous. The world has been in turmoil for a long time, and the harvests have been poor. Her questions continued to come while the duel was still intense. Why did you only starve for 4 days? Unless you're the son of a nobleman. The area outside the walls that fence off the central region. Baekhyang had been feeling uneasy for a while now. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Famine is the greatest concern because its pain cannot be ignored for even a single day, a pain that no one can deny. Humans live to soothe hunger. There is no difference between royalty and the lower classes. Truly, this person was worthy of her high position in the martial arts world. Because what she knew wasn't confined to the dojang. How can you awaken the infernal demonic arts without knowing this? No, it's the same for me. I've lived as a low-level hunter for 10 years now and often felt hungry. Whenever I bought rice cakes while living outside the tower, I only bought the kind that served more than 4 pieces per plate. You know, it seems I overestimated that human from wherever. She turned and walked away decisively. Enough. This is my fault. For a moment I had hope. But just as I thought, you're all talk. His eyes watching her leave were filled with fear. Heavenly demon, he looked at the precarious cliff, calling out hesitantly. The heavenly demon sensed danger and quickly approached, seeing he had no way out. Wait, not feeling hungry isn't anything special. The starving zombie's jaw dropped wide open. Did that thing have any idea she couldn't learn martial arts because of it? Damn it, the result is obvious. He was summoned to another world while still wearing a look of terror. Damn, he was genuinely feeling more enthusiastic about this mission. Thank God I'm still alive after all that. Wow, she really taught you in a very traditional way. Indeed, she taught him a complex art, so it was true. He didn't even bother checking the cards and immediately revived himself, feeling annoyed. So she's going to end up like this. Snowy winds howled through a cave somewhere. Kim Gong-ja shot up from under his blanket, recalling their conversation. Do you think I'll just curl up and surrender if you act all aggressive like that? Should I be grateful? With a spirit blazing like a summer night's fire, he ran out of the cave as if he were evacuating. I might not look it, but I'm a man with a burning will. You're awake, but where are we going? I'm going to find the item needed to clear this floor. You think I can't die of starvation? The old elf floated helplessly behind him. We're in trouble. That guy is a real bastard. He's a crazy psycho kid who easily loses control when he's angry. The weary voice faded silently into the biting wind. We're going to keep losing for several more days. In a remote mountain hollow, while Kim Gong-ja was meditating, the old elf started cursing him right to his face. You crazy bastard, he spoke, frustrated by their dire situation. Are you planning to just stay here until you die? That's right. So what? Knowing that harsh words wouldn't move, this lunatic, he turned to pleading. No, Prince, you're the craziest person in the world. I'm begging you. I don't care if you're crazily absorbed in your training, but what did I do wrong to have to sit here and watch over you like this? Unable to listen anymore, he cut him off. Hey, I told you you're too loud. Despite that, the old man still had the energy to ask about his plan. Let me ask you something. How long have you been planning to do this? I have seen the heavenly demon's wounds. That person didn't eat or drink for 111 days, and only breathed air to live, so I will stop at 112 days. The elf had only asked a casual question, but he never expected to get slapped in the face with an answer like that. You damn fool, you can't last more than 100 days. Look at the weather right now, it's freezing to death. You'll freeze solid instantly if you don't have any energy, but how are you going to maintain your energy cycle for over 100 days? He was incredibly worried about this student who didn't know how to look after himself. Besides, Gong-ja, it won't just be simple hunger if you keep it up for over 100 days. Have you ever starved for more than 100 days? If you haven't, then don't say another word. Kim Gong-ja retorted. Have you ever starved? His question to the old man sounded like a taunt. Well, I trained to make myself more agile following the teachings of monks when I was young. The first few days I felt like I was dying, but after half a month I didn't feel hungry anymore. That's not starving, that's just a psychological exercise. I repeat, just a psychological exercise. Gong-ja quickly interjected. And with that I have my answer. After fasting for 15 days, I can just repeat the 15th day. The plan was bold enough to stun the old elf. What did you say? He quietly and slowly shared his idea. I will eat nothing for 15 days. I'll maintain the hunger until I reach my limit. Then I will kill myself and be reborn on the 15th day. There will be no opportunity for the hunger to run rampant. What will happen if I repeat this for 112 days? My energy won't decrease, but I can still extend my level of starvation. Hearing this plan, the old elf cursed under his breath. You crazy bastard, learn from me. Don't listen to those weird old men. If you need a teacher, just learn from me. What makes you so fanatical? This meditative training is like discovering a new wisdom for you. I have achieved the master skill of Hell Demon Arts. The world survives on questions. Do you know why the heavenly demon despaired of this world? Do you know why this world? Did the heavenly demon's chronicles end? The whole world had become empty. I felt there would be no meaning if I continued to live. Remembering the image of that special woman, I don't want the world to be destroyed like that. Every line on that emotionless face. I don't want the heavenly demon to end like that. Outside, the snowstorm still howled fiercely. It would be so easy to live in denial of everything. He recalled past memories. Let's talk about unfair advantages. I am great, and I win everything with my skills. The others are inferior to me because they're idiots. I don't need to care about those idiots. I just need to pick the perfect stage to make myself shine. Beneath the glorious stage is always a path soaked in blood, no matter what happens. I laughed at them, I despised them, I mocked them. He condensed his power into a red orb in his hand, which looked pretty cool. He remembered Josua's punchable face. Mockery is not a childish game. The ones who live mockingly are the children. He again remembered the image of two figures representing good and evil greeting each other. Justice is childish, but the people who live justly are not children. He closed his eyes as if wanting to merge with the power of nature. I am also human. I must live. Unexpectedly, that method was also able to convince the old elf to meditate with him. Then your answer is as clear as how I should live. Time flew by. Inside the cave amidst the cold winter weather, it had been a week since I started fasting. Kim Gong-ja was still persevering with his goal. The first 2 days were the most painful, but just 3 days later, all the pain was gone. My digestion slowed, and even my thoughts slowed down with it. My life has probably faded a little. His face had become gaunt, clearly devoid of any vitality, like a riverbed dried up in a famine. He began to ponder, is this starvation? Suddenly, he stood up and answered his own question. No. He drew the first sword, rethinking his upcoming plan. If I just stay in one place, it's all meaningless. The old elf was confused by his constant changes. What are you planning to do? Kim Gong-ja answered calmly. Training. He swung his sword a few times but immediately staggered. I was wrong. I was a bit foolish. The starvation the heavenly demon spoke of wasn't just about fasting. It wasn't just about meditating without eating or drinking. Sweat poured down his face, and his limbs were already completely drained of strength. Famine means wanting to eat but being unable to. Kim Gong-ja continued to try and practice with his sword. This week, I thought about the farmer. The starving farmer. He truly pondered many profound things. What kind of farmer doesn't go to the fields just because he's hungry? Whether he was hungry or not, even while starving, he had to work. But even if he worked himself to death, there was still nothing to put in his stomach. This environment had become far too harsh. He had to use a hoe to dig the earth. But the ground was dry and cracked. No matter what he planted, nothing could grow. Kim Gong-ja felt the farmer's despair. It was because the man could do nothing that he was hungry. Even trying to strike the hoe against the barren ground was just a waste of energy. This situation had dragged on for far too long. The last time it rained was half a year ago. The harsh weather conditions forced them to find a way to survive. The reservoirs and wells in the village were all dry. There wasn't even a single drop of water in the fields. The villagers had to abandon their fields and gardens and head for the coast. Some chose to leave for other places while others tried to hold on. But this farmer stayed because it seemed things weren't any better at the coast. Humans lived only by what they could steal, and this farmer only knew how to steal from the earth. When one becomes too starved, anything can become food, so he kept working despite getting no results. In the evening, he went up the mountain, peeled the bark off a few lucky surviving trees, and brought it back for food. The vast forest had long since stopped flourishing, and now there wasn't much tree bark left. Then, winter came. The drought had made everything barren, and now it was all covered in a layer of ice and snow. Famine had wiped out this world. What would become of those farmers? But he couldn't even eat tree bark anymore. He had a family children. The old elf waited for the story to continue, so Kim Gong-ja focused his thoughts while he trained. He went to the well, drew some water, and boiled the tree bark. The boiled bark turned into a strange mixture in the pot. I'm so hungry. For the starving farmers, this was a lifeline. I want to eat. It was so hard to find anything to fill my stomach. He thought about his family. No, I have to bring this back for my child. But as soon as the child saw it, he grew angry and swatted it away. I don't want to eat that anymore. No. The bowl containing that misery fell and splashed everywhere. Overcome with anger, he didn't hesitate to raise his hand and strike his child. But when his reason returned, no, he was shocked to realize how he had changed. This isn't me. Anyone could understand it was because the life of starvation had dragged on for too long. I'm not the kind of person who would hit his own child. But this famine is just too cruel. It's been so long since I've eaten properly. I've become sensitive. He slowly fell into despair. Why is my life so miserable? The more Kim Gong-ja thought about it, the more pain he felt, and each of his strikes became more ferocious. There have been countless famines since the earth was formed, and countless farmers through thousands upon thousands of famines. At that moment, Bakyung's words echoed in his ears. Fight while tormented by hunger. All movements must originate from famine. He swung his sword frantically, determined to completely understand if that famine also had a movement. Kim Gong-ja put all his strength into a powerful horizontal slash directly cracking the stone face. He suddenly realized a similarity in the very story he was telling. That's right, hunger has a movement. He began to imagine himself as that farmer. Think about the sounds and the laments of famine, about the hand movements and footsteps of the starving. Think about every movement the farmer made when he slapped his child. He mimicked every action, thought about it, and nurtured it in his mind, thinking until he could do it. The gesture of the farmer as he started to run out of the house. The gesture of throwing the tree bark to the ground. Kim Gong-ja tried to feel every one of those emotions. For this wish swing the sword made of that hunger. The farmer returned home and gave the bark to his child. He began to deeply understand the misery they went through. Since the beginning of time, some farmers have probably hit their children. Some farmers have probably also caressed their cheeks and whispered an apology. When wondering if farmers would even exist this year, some had probably died along with their children. He closed his eyes tightly to contemplate it deeply. Not a single action didn't originate from hunger. Finally, after much willpower and determination, he successfully learned the first form of the infernal heavenly demon art, Asa, the sword of starvation. The stone pillars in the cave fell in droves. This is starvation. Kim Gong-ja was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy. This is hunger. As soon as he spoke, the old elf was stunned. However, it's still very clumsy. The old man couldn't understand him. Are you crazy? Kim Gong-ja calmly replied. I trained seriously this time. The old man looked at his current state and shook his head in exasperation. This is why people feel fear. The old man angrily went on a rant. You eccentric bastard, you're the craziest person in the world. Your soul belongs to the righteous faction, but your mind and skills have leaned towards the demonic sect, and you're even trying to develop it. Really, Kim Gong-ja replied nonchalantly. Is something wrong with that? The old man muttered. This idiot. The old elf shouted to make him understand. To put it simply, a master of the righteous faction is using demonic arts. Do you want me to say it again? That a master of the righteous faction only knows how to use demonic arts. What a monster. The old man wouldn't stop grumbling. I'm getting worried because of him. How am I supposed to teach him my martial arts? I don't think it'll work if I teach him the way I taught the sword saint. At this point, he just felt tired. I'm so hungry. I want to eat a choco pie. His thoughts started to wander. So, starvation is just like a choco pie. Seeing him spacing out, the old elf got even more annoyed. Hey, you're thinking about something else, aren't you? Gong-ja immediately said. I was thinking of going down the mountain for a while. The old man was surprised yet again. Why are you going to teach those heavenly demon bastards a lesson? He answered evasively. I've only just started practicing the infernal heavenly demon art. What's the use if I just kill myself and return to those heavenly demon guys? He mimicked Baekyung's mannerisms. He still has potential, doesn't he? It seemed he understood exactly what would happen. There would be no other reaction but this. The old elf couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Isn't it enough? You're still being acknowledged. Kim Gong-ja lost his patience with the old man. How could that possibly be enough? That's not enough at all. I remember clearly how it felt facing Beach Kyung last time, when the heavenly demon ignored me and said I'd never truly starve to death. You have no idea how helpless and frustrated I was. I hold a mean grudge, you know. Just being acknowledged won't heal my scars. The old man followed him, grumbling. This kid makes me feel uneasy. He stated his desired goal, and the reaction he wanted was genuine surprise. His talent is overwhelming. It's truly explosive. I didn't realize you were such a good opportunity for me. I'm sorry I was blind back then. Just imagining it made Kim Gong-ja feel smug. Just thinking about that bastard was as sweet as a chocopi. The old elf looked at him in disgust, thinking what a depraved, crazy kid. He began to recount his recent experience with starvation. I felt something when I used the Hellfire demonic arts. Compared to the people of this era, I've never experienced that kind of hunger. The peasants knew which tree bark to eat and exactly which trees to peel it from. They knew exactly how to prepare it. My imagination couldn't even stretch that far. He looked up at the full moon and made a decision. From now on, I'm going to fill in the gaps in my imagination. He raised his hand and shouted the command to summon the 100 ghosts. Preta appeared gently from a hazy cloud of black smoke. Leading her spectral legion, she bowed reverently. My lord, did you summon us? Kim Gong-ja gave her an assignment. Preta, I have a mission for you, she replied respectfully. Please give us our orders. He began to explain. This is a world on the verge of apocalypse. Humanity has become ghosts and zombies wandering around the Nine Celesto. Perhaps it's similar to the Empire you once destroyed. Finally, he revealed the objective he needed Preta to carry out. My command is simple. Spread out and gather up the zombies. There should be a few towns and villages around here. Find them and bring any human zombies you find back to me. They can still move, so they'll resist but subdue them with your forces. She asked in return, How many zombies do we need to gather? Kim Gong-ja answered, without a hint of hesitation. 112. Bring me 112 zombies. His plan was set. I will learn their hunger and I will get closer to the heavenly demon. Preta was shocked. 112 people. She asked again, surprised. My lord, a toll of 112 lives is immense. You've been very exhausted these past few days, so it might be difficult for you to recognize that. Hearing this, he just replied calmly, Since when were you so passionate? Preta lowered her head and answered tentatively, If you were to disappear, so would I. Forgive my forwardness, but I cannot remain in my own little universe forever. My life, my memories, my very reason for being, it would all disappear. Everything depends on you. Because I care for myself, I also care for you, my master. Kim Gong-ja smiled in approval. I'm glad you're being honest. He then took the initiative to ask her, Have you been well? Preta seemed a bit surprised by his question. Yes, Kim Gong-ja recalled the last time he had seen her. After I obtained the privilege to enter the 20th floor, I left Preta to live freely in the village. Back then he had told her, You're in Esther's village now. The people here treat you much better than they did in your past life. How is it? This was all part of his plan from the beginning. The plan was to leave her in that village, just in case he ever needed her. At this Preta hesitantly replied, I am well, my lord. Kim Gong-ja pressed, Be more specific. She seemed flustered and paused as if remembering something. What do you mean by specific? Then she began to recount what had happened in the village, saying that hunters had stormed the place once. They claimed that the secret to the Death King's sudden rise in power and the treasure hidden by the 5 great guilds had to be there, but the witch that you brought with you stopped them with her own hunters, so it didn't amount to much. He remarked cheerfully, just as expected of the Black Dragon Guild, their service is second to none. Preta's story didn't end there, and the lord of the neighboring kingdom also ran off somewhere because they had some difficult negotiations with the nomads who were apparently hired to attack us. Kim Gong-ja looked satisfied. It seemed that events in the parallel world were unfolding as they should. She continued her report. Furthermore, both the Empire and the Holy See have declared my village to be a sacred site. The lizardmen and elves have even brought fruit as offerings. Suddenly Preta hesitated. But I've lost my abilities. The sick who have heard the rumors, as well as the pilgrims, are all searching for a miracle now that it's been declared a holy land. What should I do? Kim Gong-ja understood, and considered the matter seriously. He recalled the alchemist's past attitude. But as for the others, I only sell to those permitted by the Death King. Fearing that Preta would worry, seeing him deep in thought, he reassured her. I'm just thinking out loud, don't worry. He thought more carefully about his future plans. My plan is to open a pharmacy on the 20th floor to sell potions after this expedition. She won't be able to handle it all herself, so she'll need staff. Having Preta as her assistant isn't a bad idea. I can also use her to turn hunters into pharmacists with them as her apprentices. That way, her pharmacy will grow naturally. Kim Gong-ja thought smugly about the potential benefits. If this works, it won't be long before it becomes a branch of the Alchemy Castle, and later the main headquarters. Then he asked Preta, anything else? And surprisingly, there was actually more. Also, Diana. Diana is a child in the village, and it seems she likes the rice cakes the hunters buy for her. And Gachep, he's the orchard keeper. He shares fruit with the Black Dragon hunters to thank them for protecting the village and in return from the Black Dragon Guild. It was clear she was well informed about everything going on in the village. That is the current situation. Kim Gong-ja praised her. That was a good report. Preta responded gratefully. Yes, my lord. He had poured so much of his mental energy into his plans. Things should turn out well for those in the parallel world. Now go gather those corpses, she replied politely, as you command. Kim Gong-ja watched Preta, his mind wandering. She might be like a shooting star now, but she was once the one who destroyed the world as the Demon King of Autumn Rain. Now, following his instructions, she got straight to work, figuring she should start by investigating towns and cities with local government offices. He was quite satisfied watching her. She knew how to collect corpses. She directed her spectral soldiers toward the government offices. There ought to be maps. They usually have plenty of records, but we should also cross-reference them with information from others. By piecing together the map fragments, we can easily control the farming villages. The spectral soldiers quickly found suitable zombies. Preda pitied these unfortunate souls. There were children who had woken up next to the corpses of their own mothers, wasting away and dying as they cried beside their mothers. Most of them had become zombies for similar reasons. They were the souls of children who cursed their mothers for failing their parental duty by dying. There were those who hid in wells to escape the plague, only to find they couldn't climb back out. And there were criminals trapped in their cages with no chance to flee. Finally, the mission was flawlessly completed. 112 zombies who had starved to death were selected. Preda presented them respectfully. "I have brought them, my lord." Kim Gong-ja took off his jacket ready to begin. "Good. Now bring them forward." He psyched himself up and shouted with great vigor, "Bring it on." Smelling fresh blood and flesh, the zombies quickly swarmed in to tear him apart. Gong-ja gritted his teeth trying to endure the agonizing pain. They all rushed in at once, dividing his body among themselves to gnaw on. The system displayed a notification: "You have died," replicating the obsession of your killer. Just then, the final memory of one of the zombies appeared in his mind. "If I die on this boat, at least I won't cause any more trouble for this world. If I was born on the river and worked here my whole life, then dying here would be a kind of happiness." He had passed away in the night on a boat drifting along the current. It was so peaceful. The system continued its transmission, replicating the obsession of your killer. Another story appeared. Castellan, a man who seemed to be a servant, was reporting respectfully. "The food reserves are running low. In less than half a month, we'll be completely out of food. The fishermen aren't supplying enough. What are we to do?" The man didn't give it much thought, and immediately gave the order: "Cut the rations for the elderly and children, and reduce the rations for the young adults by half." The servant looked worried. "The people will criticize this heavily, my lord." He tightened his grip on his sword. "I will be the first one to starve." He was just trying to justify his own selfishness. "If I, the leader, eat nothing, then their criticism will be baseless. Even so, this place won't last much longer. Starving for a few days won't change a thing." This time it was a child's perspective, replicating the obsession of your killer. "We'll all starve to death if this keeps up." The boy leading a group of 4 spoke up right after Castellan had announced that children wouldn't be given food. "He's telling us to die," one kid blurted out. "So what do we do?" The leader pulled out a small bag. "If we're going to die anyway, we should at least die on a full stomach. That way we won't look as pathetic as those gangsi," the boy explained. "There's a cooking method I learned from the beggars sect. It's called dirt cookies." Hearing this, another kid got scared. "You mean snacks made out of dirt?" The leader confidently laid out his plan. "Now listen up. The kids who can swim, go catch fish. Don't give any to the adults. Keep them for us." The boy divided the tasks clearly. "The rest of you dig up the soft dirt by the riverbank." A timid kid spoke up. "What are you going to do?" The leader replied, "Let me show you." At that moment, Kim Gong-ja was becoming juicy prey for the bloodthirsty horde. The system announced again, replicating the obsession of your killer. It was still the memory of one of those 4 kids. The leader looked very excited. "All right." The other kids were bewildered. "What is this?" one shouted in confusion. "All you did was dry some dirt in the sun. How can you call this a cookie?" The leader yelled back. "Shut up. This is a secret recipe passed down from the beggars sect. Just watch." The cookies were divided equally among them. "Now they're ready. Try it." The other kids were very hesitant. Ugh. But they were so hungry they had no choice but to try them. "But be careful when you eat it." This time the system's message was slightly different, replicating the trauma of your killer. The more you learned about these children, the more pitiful they seemed. "It won't taste good if you eat it all in one bite. Taste it and nibble on it slowly." The boy began to munch on the dirt pieces, and it was surprisingly delicious. He praised it lavishly. "I like this salty taste." The boy reminded his friends, "Don't lick it too much or the flavor will disappear. You need to nibble while you lick it." Suddenly, they spotted the fisherman's boat from before. "Look over there, that's a dead body." When the boat washed ashore, they crowded around to get a look. "He looks like he starved to death while rowing. I feel so sorry for him. Do you guys think he was a fisherman?" Suddenly, he opened his milky white eyes, terrifying the children. He had turned into a zombie. He sat up and chased after the kids who were in a state of pure panic. They had tried so hard to survive. They too had fallen. They had endured hunger because they wanted to live. The dirt cookie crumbled in their hands. Those children had shown such resilience in their harsh circumstances, their fingers digging deep into the river mud, hands that flattened mud onto stones to dry in the sun, fingertips that clutched tightly onto dry mud cookies. A miserable tragedy. These were the faces of starvation. This story has now ended. Obsession replication complete. The system displayed a final notification. The target's ego has been preserved. Penalty concluded. Kim Gong-ja lay on the snow completely unharmed and slowly blinked his eyes open. He clutched his throbbing head. "I think I learned how to cook tree bark, or something." The memories he'd witnessed made him double over in pain, but reality was even harsher than I imagined. Gong-ja pitied their cruel fates. So when you reach the end of the world, tree bark is too precious to even become an obsession. It turns out that in desperate situations, people can even eat dirt. He suddenly started digging frantically at the snow with his bare hands. It was too difficult. He quickly dug through the thick layer of snow, exposing the ground beneath. The weather had turned sunny. Gong-ja mimicked what he had seen, placing a lump of dirt in the sun to dry. When he felt it was ready, he picked it up. "Thank you for the food." He slowly took a bite, tasting it carefully. He tried to swallow, but it was undeniably awful. The reality of it made Kim Gong-ja feel utterly hopeless. It was disgusting. Kim Gong-ja felt incredibly frustrated. Human life comes from the earth, so why can't we eat it? He stared at his dirt-stained hands, wondering why the smell and taste of the earth were so vile. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he'd just realized something. Kim Gong-ja seriously considered it. Emotions that can't be conveyed through words can be expressed through one's hands. Martial arts is just an expression of the subtle shifts in the things within our grasp. He drew the first sword, preparing for a new journey. Let's go back. Let's go back and show the heavenly demon my sword, the sword of those who died nameless. The clock began to rewind 24 hours, and an image of Bitch Kyung appeared. "I've thrown a Gangzi soldier down there." She issued a challenge. "Defeat that Gangzi. If you can do it, I will accept you as my disciple. However, you must fight while you are hungry." This was all part of Kim Gong-ja's next plan. "Because I don't know the first thing about martial arts. I don't know squat about things like the yin-yang disciples or the 5 elements. This challenge is a test, so it won't be simple at all. When you fight the Gangzi soldier, your heart must be filled, nothing but the hunger and the pain it causes. You are forbidden from feeling any other thoughts or ideas. Do you understand?" In his subconscious, Kim Gong-ja realized, but if his demonic path had a principle, it was their screams. After hearing Baekhyung's request, he was seething with killing intent as he charged down with his sword. The sword of the sacred land is not just an ordinary weapon. If my blade is shrouded by the will of the heavens, then it represents the struggle of humanity abandoned by those same heavens. Hatred and anger are what create a demon. Gong-ja's eyes, bloodshot and red, looked as if they would tear apart anything they focused on. The scent and taste of filth in my mouth, the feeling of grime in my hands. Every sword swing he made was a fatal blow. The gangster's blood flowed in streams. And because his vengeance and rage were directed at the heavens, it was both demonic and divine. He unleashed a flurry of high-speed attacks, culminating in a blinding explosion of light. The heavenly demon king's art first form, the Sword of Hunger. Witnessing it firsthand, Baekhyung's eyes widened in astonishment. The heavenly demon thug was spectacularly defeated. Having easily completed his debut, Kim Gong-ja was thrilled. What kind of death should I demonstrate next? After Kim Gong-ja brilliantly passed the test, he and Baekhyung sat down to talk. Originally, there were 9 swords that gave birth to the demonic arts of hell. She understood the sword he possessed. The Sword of Hunger you displayed is only the first form. The next form will be thirst. Gong-ja quickly absorbed this, realizing it meant death from thirst. Baekhyung acknowledged his talent. "That's right. For a child from another world, you demonstrated the Sword of Hunger just well enough." He cut her off. "Wait a minute," Kim Gong-ja asked bluntly. "What do you mean just well enough?" He was incredibly confident in his abilities. "That's strange. I thought I did exceptionally well, but to the heavenly demon it was only just good enough." "Ah, I'm sorry. Suddenly my self-esteem has vanished and I've lost all confidence in myself. I think I'm losing my patience." Baekhyung looked at him judgmentally. She could only reply helplessly. "All right, I admit it. You demonstrated the Sword of Hunger with great skill. Just don't go around shamelessly saying the demonic arts of hell are simple." He feigned surprise. "What was that? Did you say? I did it with great skill." Baekhyung grew annoyed at Kim Gong-ja's shameless attitude. "Are you trying to annoy me with these word games? It seems you won't be satisfied until I kneel and bow to you. You really are a brat who doesn't know when to stop." So this was all part of his plan. "Okay, she's getting mad now." He listened smugly as she vented. "Why don't you just become the master, and I'll be your disciple?" Kim Gong-ja quickly seized on her words. "So does that mean you acknowledge me as your disciple?" "Right. Not just an outsider but a true disciple of the sect. The most wonderful, charismatic, true disciple." Baekhyung deliberately tried to dodge the question. "Stop talking nonsense. From now on, I will be your master, so you'd better focus." Just as he expected, Kim Gong-ja easily read the situation. He thought, with amusement, "The heavenly demon is forcing herself to ignore my words, and besides, she hasn't actually said she'd accept me as a disciple." Of course, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. For most swordsmen, the bond between master and disciple is incredibly profound, and that weight can sometimes turn into a terrifying connection. That's why the heavenly demon wouldn't admit he was her disciple. Just then, Baekhyung spoke up. "Listen here." Kim Gong-ja knew she wouldn't accept him easily. Can a kid like me, who isn't even from the central plains of this Muram world, truly reach her heart? She allowed him to follow and learn from her, because he had mastered the Sword of Hunger to this extent. You may listen in and steal the sect's teaching techniques, but he was secretly opening his character window skill. Kim Gong-ja used his ability to see Baekhyung's thoughts. I wonder if I have a chance. Her information window appeared. Is he a disciple? I need time to think. Ah, no, this is a terrible idea. I should be content with facing Nam Gung-un. Baekhyung was truly conflicted. Having a disciple is too much. My life will be ruined. This is a bad decision. Kim Gong-ja guessed her thoughts and smirked. That's right. I know your resolve is wavering. Think about it. Let yourself be swayed. Kim Gong-ja was genuinely looking forward to following Baekhyung. Will she and he continue this hopeless war of good versus evil, or will she take a disciple and continue to pass on the doctrines of the demonic sect to the next generation? How will she ultimately escape such a meaningless death? A single desire filled his mind. Please don't let your life just pass you by like this. Deep down, he truly respected Baekhyung. Please live. Even if the world crumbles and you are the only one left in this Murim world, I still want you to keep living. I want to become your reason to live even longer. She sat in silent contemplation while only Gong-ja's inner thoughts were in turmoil. These aren't just empty words. I guess this is similar to why the heavenly demon won't take me as a disciple. The lightness of a sword is tied to a person's strength. That way it doesn't just fly away. The system displayed Baekhyung's inner thoughts. Now is not the time to decide. Seeing this, he felt a little disappointed. We don't have the courage to say what we want to say. I still haven't been able to make her decide. Just then, she called out to him. Child from another world, focus. Are you listening to me? He quickly replied. Of course I am. What do you mean? Baekhyung's gaze was distant as she stared at him for a moment. Gong-ja remained silent. Suddenly she stood up, regaining her composure. Very well. Seeing you so full of confidence, we can conduct the test right now. She turned her back decisively and left, leaving only one sentence behind. Don't follow me. I'm busy. Kim Gong-ja watched Baekhyung's retreating figure. His mind was in turmoil. He looked at the flat, snowy ground. There were no footprints left. Suddenly a voice rang out. I want to fight her so bad. He turned in surprise. Excuse me. The old ghost repeated, didn't you hear me? His face was scrunched up as he growled. I said, I want to challenge her. Damn it. The old man was inexplicably furious. Listen here, zombie. In the martial world where I was born, the demonic sect was pathetically weak. The only purpose of those demonic lackeys was to get beaten up. Gong-ja stared blankly as the old man raged. There was some guy who called himself the Heavenly Demon, but I buried his ass in the ground and renamed him the Earth Demon. Damn it. I've challenged and renamed hundreds of powerful warriors like that. The old man roared as if releasing all his pent-up frustration. I'm so jealous of that bastard, the Martial Alliance leader, for being born here. If it were me, I wouldn't have had to constantly fight just to survive. Instead, I could have acted all cool, saying things like, this will be either my death or yours, and then fight. Afterwards, I'd climb a snowy mountain and enjoy a cup of rice wine. Now that's the perfect life all warriors seek. The last thing the old man uttered was, if only I weren't a demon. Kim Gong-ja had been lost in thought this whole time. As if in response, he said, that's it. The old ghost suddenly froze. Gong-ja then began to explain a series of seemingly unrelated things. The alchemist created the cure, and I became known as the heavenly demon's official disciple. That truly is a fine ending. He paid little attention to the old man's words, simply enjoying the moment. But you've really brought me some unexpected joy. Well done, Sword Emperor. Seeing the old man suddenly back away, he asked, what's wrong? The old man was very wary. Every time you make that face, I know something bad is coming. Suddenly, his voice turned serious. We still have an unsettled score between us. The old spirit was a bit bewildered. An unsettled score? Kim Gong-ja brought up the story from their battle on the 18th floor. Let's bet on how many times I'll die before I can climb to the 19th floor. Hearing this, the old man realized what he was talking about and broke out in a cold sweat. Our dear Sword Emperor bet that it would be more than 100 times, while I bet that I would die fewer than 99 times right. If I remember correctly, I only died 97 times after that. A sly look on his face, he said, Sword Emperor, please listen to this proposal. A moment later, Baekhyung returned carrying a living corpse. In our sect, we have an elite group called the Blood Demons. They are the finest military branch formed from the greatest assassins. Their entire existence is to satisfy my requests. Kim Gong-ja played along. Last time it was a promising martial arts master, and this time it's an elite unit. Well, it looks like the difficulty has gone up. She had actually prepared very meticulously for the test. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll bring you a worthy opponent. Kim Gong-ja understood Baekhyung completely. She had probably gone to find the perfect opponent for him. To do that, she would have had to cross the snowfield, get past hundreds of zombies, and examine each and every one. She restated the objective. Your task is the same as this morning. Fight Jang. He was still lost in emotional thoughts. That was a thoughtful consideration, a sincere gesture. Baekhyung repeated the requirement. Your heart should only know the pain of starvation. With that, she released the living corpse which lunged at Gong-ja. That's right. No emotions or thoughts other than hunger are allowed in your mind. He quickly entered a combat stance, shouting with excitement. All right, The timeline shifted to some point in the past after the system announced, "You have died." Kim Gong-ja had just been through a tough fight, and his mouth took a hard hit. He handed a book to both the alchemist and the medicine king standing beside him. Alchemist, Medicine King, the search for a cure to the zombie virus should proceed like this. She took it and exclaimed, "Oh my, this is just like my own research. To be more precise, it's like a study, organized and arranged like a bouquet commissioned by a nobleman." He was also a bit surprised. "What is this? Are you from Silicon Valley too?" "This is exactly how I would organize things." In a hidden cave nearby, Kim Gong-ja shouted the summons, "100 Ghosts, Regression." He gave the order to destroy and gather the starving ghouls. Preda appeared with her phantom army. She replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord, as you command." He had another request. "I need you to do one more thing." Kim Gong-ja entrusted her with an important task. "There will be Jiangxi who know martial arts in the vicinity. Find them. The demonic cult members will be wearing black, and the warriors of the righteous faction should be in white. Whether there are 100 or 300 of them, you must find them all." "Understood." Hearing this, Preda asked curiously, "Why are you trying to save them?" Lord Gong-ja honestly stated his deepest wish. "There are no living people left in the world except for 2 who are still in the middle of a great war. They want to see an end to the battle between them and the world. Unfortunately, no matter how many times I look at this, it just seems like they're only putting on a show. Still, they want an ending. I will prepare a true battle for them." He smiled gently. "I will prepare a true battle between good and evil, between the righteous faction and the demonic cult." Kim Gong-ja recalled when he undertook Baekhyang's first test while he was still learning the Sword of Famine. The heavenly demon was no longer there. At that time, she didn't seem to take him seriously. "What you mean the longest you've ever starved is just 3 days?" He easily realized this. She didn't care about his efforts. She had little faith in Kim Gong-ja's abilities. The heavenly demon was making it hard on him only so he would give up quickly. She didn't stay to watch but left coldly. "Just give up. It's my fault." He knew what Baekhyang was thinking, because she had no hope left for this world. That's what happened when he was learning about famine, until the time he fought the living corpse in the second test. However, when he began to learn about thirst, Kim Gong-ja learned very well how to understand its suffering. Every sword strike he made seemed to be enveloped by the power of flowing water. Finally, a downward slash allowed him to easily defeat the living corpse. Kim Gong-ja ended his spectacular performance with a heroic landing. Baekhyang stood watching intently, her eyes never leaving him. Her attitude had changed completely. Afterward, she gave Gong-ja her frank assessment. "Your swordsmanship is too simple. I can't see any technique in your sword path. There's no practical application. It is straightforward and sincere, but incredibly vulnerable." She assessed him impartially. "It's as if your sword is not meant to fight against people but against the world itself. This isn't a sword for study, it's the sword of a righteous sect. It's best that it be as magnificent as possible." Baekhyang didn't deny his talent, but the scream etched into that sword was becoming clearer and clearer. His skill was gradually being revealed. "The origin of this sword was an offering from Preda. I took it from someone who died of thirst." Baekhyang proactively agreed to teach him. "I should teach you the core of Simeon." Kim Gong-ja, not understanding, asked Simeon. She explained in detail, "It is the core hidden secret of our method. Think about the time you learned the Sword of Famine. What did you think about when you swung your sword?" He answered quickly, "I thought about famine." Baekhyang sat down, preparing for a long conversation. "Of course, but it's more than that. You probably didn't realize it, but you were immersing yourself in the essence of swordsmanship." She began to give an example. "Now here is an apple." Kim Gong-ja casually replied, "Like the apple you ate." Baekhyang asked a question. "Have you tried thinking about it? How does that apple feel?" Hearing that, he was taken aback and froze. "Sorry," she reminded him gently. "It's okay. Just say so if you don't know." He also answered honestly, though embarrassed. "Ah, yes. I can't think of anything." Baekhyang gave him another request. "That's honest. Very good. Now think about famine." Kim Gong-ja focused and followed her instructions. "Yes. I'm remembering it now. Do you remember the scene of children having to eat dirt cookies?" She asked for his thoughts. "What is famine?" She continuously guided him to answer little by little. "It was dry." "What does famine taste like?" "It smells of earth." Baekhyang slowly leaned in and whispered to him. "What kind of earth?" "There are many different kinds of earth. So which one belongs to famine?" Kim Gong-ja specified. "Mud." She clarified it for him. "You can't just scoop up old mud. It has to be mixed with a few pebbles and no sand." "I see. Then what does famine taste like?" Kim Gong-ja suddenly fell silent, hesitating to answer. "Hey kid." Baekhyang was patient. "I asked what famine tastes like. Why don't you answer immediately?" Kim Gong-ja's emotions seemed to pour out. He slowly recounted the tragedies he had seen because it was so sad. A child brought a cake made of mud dried under the sun. While they were drying it, the children walked around the mud puddles because there was nothing else to do. Baekhyang helped him reach the conclusion. So, they are children waiting for the sun. Famine is a child waiting for the sun. That is your poem. She explained his complex emotions. Kid, when I asked you to describe the texture of an apple, you said you didn't know. But what about when I asked you about famine? You touched the mud, you smelled it, you heard it, and you devoured it. You saw the flow of the river and heard its sounds. Baekhyun understood that every image he had ever seen left a very deep impression on him. An apple has a shape, but famine does not. An apple can be tasted, but it fights against famine. Even so, you spoke so fluently about famine. The hunger inside you is mud, its sunlight, its river water, and its children. She spoke as she had a realization. Children. Yes, that is your talent. Grasping this key point, it became easier for her to explain. The reason you don't know about the texture of an apple is simple, because it's not related to your memories. If you had ever eaten an apple before, you would know. Baekhyun used a bit of magical smoke to conjure the image of an apple for analysis. An apple has a soft peel. It's smooth, but sometimes it can be rough. I like to eat peeled apples, but it's different for a child with a cold. I would cut it in half. Most children would be cared for by their parents, like this, scraping the flesh with a spoon and feeding it to the sick child one spoonful at a time. She wondered about Kim Gong-ja's childhood. Did you never eat a scraped apple when you were a child? He replied softly. That's right. Baekhyun let him imagine what a scraped apple would taste like. He thought seriously. It's a little crisp and soft, and the yellow juice would fill his mouth. She added more description. Yes, but is that all? If you scrape away the rest of the flesh, the peel will slowly become wrinkled. The mother's hand that scrapes the apple for you will also turn yellow from the apple juice. Baekhyun's example seemed simple, but it drew out incredibly deep philosophies. So kid, tell me, aren't these feelings also the sensations of the apple? Is the apple a whole or an apple cut in half? Or is it the juice scraped from a spoon or the mother's hand? Which one is your apple? She delved deep into the issue, offering very thorough and objective insights. And I also think of the children whose mothers never even peeled an apple for them. I think of the mothers who had no money to buy apples. I also think of the mothers who never bought even one, though they could well afford to. Baekhyun knew how to put herself in a specific situation to gain perspective. I think of the children who had no one to care for them when they were sick, and the children who died because there was no one to care for them. Just from one apple, so many profound things can be drawn. There is no place in this world not filled with human memories. And there is no place without indignation. There is no specific form or taste or scent of hunger. Wrong. Kim Gong-ja listened intently, sincerely feeling every word Baekhyun taught. Hunger is mud, a river, a child. Thirst is the same. She shot to her feet, each word carrying more emphasis. Feel the thirst, fill yourself with its taste, smell its scent. The demonic arts are memory. Kim Gong-ja silently engraved every little bit into his mind. Memory itself is scent. That is the essence of our school's ultimate technique. Baekhyun's emotions reached their peak. There are peoples who suffer injustice without being able to speak up, unable to express their indignation, ultimately just enduring in bitterness. But the warriors of the demonic cult are different. She growled out every word to convey it with all her passion. We will swing our swords. If one merely exists day to day satisfied with what is given, how can that be called life? It's no different from death. A sword that is sharp on its own is different from a sword that you can make sharp. Do you want to become a monster? At that moment, Kim Gong-ja also erupted, shouting, No, I am human. Baekhyun once again forcefully repeated what he needed to do. If that's the case, become thirst. Become as thirsty as you were hungry. Kim Gong-ja recalled the scenes of hardship engraved in his mind. I gathered 112 people who died of starvation. Among them was a child who ate a mud cookie. I bit into a piece of that earth in my mouth. He officially learned the first form. Demonic heavenly yin art's first form, the sword of hunger. Baekhyun continued to guide him. You have found that mud represents hunger. Now, you must find something to represent thirst for you. Hunger is the child waiting for the sun, so what is thirst to you? Kim Gong-ja again remembered the images of destitute people. I gathered the bodies of 48 who died of thirst. Among them was an old woman who kept drinking seawater out of thirst. My insides were burned by the salt water. He quickly unlocked the second skill, the demonic heavenly yin arts, second form, the sword of thirst. She continued to give him hints. Is thirst the only pain the sea brings? No, there is also the pain of suffocating at the bottom of the sea. Hey you, what does water mean to you? Kim Gong-ja had also experienced this feeling himself. I gathered 37 bodies of drowned people. Among them was a father who gave his last breath to his child. As I sank into the deep sea, I felt the breath that the father had passed on. The third thing he learned about the sword, the demonic heavenly yin arts. Third form, the sword of drowning. Baekhyun's suggestive words echoed again. Hunger is mud. Thirst is a sea wave. To you, suffocating is a father's last breath. You have grasped the earth, the sea, and the air. So, what is winter to you? The memory of winter that Kim Gong-ja saw was also exceedingly tragic. I had gathered 96 bodies of people who had frozen to death. Among them was a newborn trapped in the body of its mother, who had tried to warm her child. The sight pierced his heart. It made his soul colder than any ice or snow. I held the mother's body tight until I too was frozen solid. The fourth lesson was discovered. Heavenly Demon's Infernal Art. Fourth, form the Sword of Frost. Baekhyang stood to the side, observing his every move. Good child, your swordsmanship. She reached out to catch a falling snowflake, and said slowly, is always changing. She recognized something special about Kim Gong-ja. Martial arts stem from the different intentions in a person's life. These habits are never fixed. The Heavenly Demon's Infernal Art is the same, but you have an exceptional number of different intentions. Baekhyang was truly impressed by everything he had been through. It's difficult for a human to know all the pain that exists in the world. And even if they know of it, enduring and overcoming it is extremely difficult. But when I see you learning the Heavenly Demon's Infernal Art, it's as if… She stopped, abruptly sensing a strange presence approaching. From behind, Mun slowly approached them, carrying Kyun-gun on his back. Seeing Mun appear with Kyun-gun, Baekhyang wondered, what's this old geezer doing here? And what's with that pathetic state? He immediately retorted, shut it, I only came because I was worried about you people. He got to the main reason for his visit. You haven't completed the rite of 9 bows, have you? Seeing Baekhyang's nonchalant expression, Kyun-gun grew even more annoyed. Oh dear, it's obvious, far too obvious. I knew it. Hearing this from behind, Gong-ja was puzzled. The rite of 9 bows. The old spirit was quick to explain. It's a ceremony to formalize the master-disciple relationship in the martial world. The methods vary depending on the sect. Some places require you to bow very low 9 times, while others only require 3 bows. For example, for us, the rite of 9 bows is to endure 9 strikes from the master. I endured 63 strikes, so that's the longest record in my history. Aren't I amazing? As he understood, he thought to himself, I see why Baekhyang is so crazy. Baekhyang became enraged at Kyun-gun's interference. Shut your mouth. I will be the one to decide who becomes my disciple and when. This is none of your business, so don't stick your nose in it. The old man shot back defiantly. How absurd. Of course, I have no right to interfere. He looked at her with an expression that seemed to see right through her. The reason you won't take a disciple is because you feel sorry for me. Startled, Baekhyang fell silent. There are only 2 of us left in this world. You are the only one who follows the path of evil, and I am the only one who follows the path of righteousness. If you take a disciple alone, then the younger generation will only follow the demonic faction. So what's the conclusion? It's as if you're winning the war between good and evil without even lifting a finger. Kim Gong-ja also listened intently to Kyun-gun's every word. You and I promised to end this ourselves. You feel guilty for breaking that oath and pity me, so you won't accept that child as your disciple, right? Tisk, there's no need for such useless loyalty. With that, he patted Mun's shoulder and revealed why he'd brought him. I thought you would do this, so I found a solution. Mun looked embarrassed. Well, it turned out like this. Baekhyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Old man, you can't possibly mean that child. Kyun-gun confirmed it once more. Yes, I have made him my strongest disciple. She snapped and lunged at him. You think doing this is okay with me? She grabbed the old man's top knot and seethed. Do you have any idea how I feel not being able to perform the ceremony? Kyun-gun still tried to argue back. Quiet. If fate comes knocking, you should thank your parents in heaven. You can't just ignore it because you care about someone else. Baekhyang continued to press him. Then what about the great war between good and evil? Isn't it supposed to be just the 2 of us fighting? Not to be outdone, he retorted, I cannot accept you as my rival. For the head of the demonic cult, you certainly have some foolish thoughts. The 2 of them went back and forth, arguing. Do you think the world would split in 2 if we switched places? I don't know what world you're talking about, but the only scenery I see is ice. Anyway, I'll split it if you will. Then why don't you just melt all this ice? There's a flame called demonic thunder that could do it, and the members of your cult could be the firewood. Then go ahead and add another log to the fire, Baekhyang snapped, having run out of patience with the old sword saint. You hypocrite of the righteous faction. You're just repeating my words back to argue with me. Kim Gong-ja, who had been watching all this time, remarked, this is a little unexpected. Mun was curious. Why's that? Gong-ja asked him directly. Even though you're a viper, is it really okay to take on another master? Mun answered slowly and arrogantly. If you have time to wield a sword, you wield a sword. And if you have a teacher to instruct you, you learn. I can't be stopped by something like that. I don't have that kind of time to waste. Hearing him speak only increased Kim Gong-ja's contempt. Let me be clear. Whether you were forced into this position or it was just out of pity, you'll regret it if you become the disciple of the Murim Alliance leader for such a half-baked reason. It's a decision that shouldn't have been made, as if his pride forced him into becoming the Alliance leader's disciple. Watching Kyun-gun and Baekhyang fight, his mind was filled with many thoughts, because that would be a blasphemy against the 2 worlds that are still clashing so loudly. But Mun didn't understand a word. I have no idea what you're talking about. He became furious. Damn it, why is this guy called the Death King rambling on about this so much? If you want to confirm something, then confirm it with your blade. He took the initiative, drawing his sword threateningly. It won't be easy though. Kim Gong-ja quickly got into a fighting stance. feeling hungry viper. He immediately launched a preemptive strike with the infernal heavenly demon art. First form, the starving blade. Mun barely managed to dodge in time. He hadn't expected him to strike first. What is this? Before he could recover, Kim Gong-ja pressed his attack, forcing him to retreat. Son of a bitch, a powerful sword stroke came down. Mun was overwhelmed but still talked tough. I could have died there. I thought you were all talk, but your sword skills are pretty good. Really. What the hell is this? These winds can do some serious damage, can't they? Kyun-gun, still struggling with Baekhyang, shouted over. That's right, my disciple. That is precisely the blade with which you can feel the demonic energy that has frozen and crushed the enemy. With the eternal demonic sword, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, though that's not what it means. Baekhyang praised him. You're pretty sharp for someone blind in one eye. He smugly chimed in. Of course, it's unfortunate he's a bit old, but to make up for it, he has a true eye that can see the essence of all things. He also paid close attention to Kim Gong-ja's skills. You've also got a better disciple than expected. To be able to use that terrifying demonic sword like that in such a short time. Come to think of it, your little seed might even surpass your former elders. Baekhyang quickly denied it. I already told you I haven't accepted him yet. Kyun-gun was at a loss with her stubbornness. I can't believe you're still saying that. Kim Gong-ja thought seriously. That's right, this wasn't a fight where I could defeat the venomous serpent. This fight had only one purpose, and she didn't know it yet. He had carefully calculated everything to make the demonic cult's leader acknowledge him. Kyun now called out excitedly. Disciple Moon also responded with enthusiasm. Yes, master. He decided with full confidence. From now on, I will give you some advice. Listen closely. Seeing this, Baekhyang quickly tried to stop him. You old geezer, what do you think you're doing? Kyun was deliberately trying to provoke her. You got a problem. Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't teach that little demon? She stammered, trying to find an explanation. That's right, but to think you'd give him advice while they're training. How could you do that? While two martial artists are dueling, he paid no attention to her excuse. Two martial artists. In my eyes, I only see a proud successor of the righteous path and a newcomer who worships the demonic way. Since he's a young demon, it doesn't matter how we defeat him, so I don't see any problem at all. After saying that, he shouted full of vigor, disciple that newcomer who worships the demonic wind. His attacks are a bit tricky, but don't think he can keep that up forever. Dodge and wait until he's exhausted. Mun smiled with delight. Master, you're right. Kyun-gun asked again. Wait, why is my disciple talking like that? He was full of arrogance. I figured that out a long time ago. Do you have any more practical advice, master? He continued to instruct him. Use the butterfly sword and a life-or-death exchange, and you will defeat him in a single bout. He seriously followed the instructions, the butterfly sword and the life-or-death exchange, as Kyun-gun grew more and more spirited. That's it. I want you to add in the tricks you use during combat, then you'll be able to win. Mun's expression changed as if he was ready to strike him down. Damn it, of course I can. Master, I am the venomous serpent, the leader of a great guild. How could I lose to that kid? He challenged Gong-ja. You asked if I had ever starved. Is that even a necessary part of martial arts? His power gradually manifested, surrounded by crackling lightning. Let me ask you another way, Death King. What do you think martial arts is? He quickly moved behind him for a surprise attack. I'll answer that for you. Before he could get too cocky, Gong-ja reacted and blocked the blow. Martial arts means... Mun continued to leap up, launching an all-out assault, beating the hell out of the brat in front of him. This time, Gong-ja couldn't dodge in time and was hit from all sides. That's all there is to it. The brat was delighted to see him coughing up blood. I don't miss. Baekhyang stood in deep thought, watching Gong-ja losing ground, struggling to dodge. She clenched her fists, her mood growing tense. Finally, she stepped forward. You bastard, what are you doing? She roared in anger. It's water. Isn't that sword molded from rainwater? What are you afraid of? Take it and drink it. Kim Gong-ja was stunned for a moment when he heard her. Seeing Baekhyang's serious expression as she watched him, he rejoiced internally. The heavenly demon has acknowledged this fight. With newfound motivation, he immediately launched a counterattack. I understand. Infernal Ghost Sword, second form Sword of Thirst. Mun suddenly froze when he witnessed his technique. You stabbed your sword into the ground. Down below, Kyun and Baekhyang had stopped fighting, taking turns to focus on instructing Mun and Gong-ja. Disciple used the withered petal technique. The ground is wet now. Now make a puddle. After regaining his spirit, each of his powerful sword strikes became sharper. Infernal Ghost Sword, third form Sword of Drowning. He saw that Mun was injured and warned him. It's too strong. Fall back. Baekhyang, seizing the opportunity, ordered chase him. He tried to fight back but was unable. Damn it, Gong-ja didn't slow down either. Infernal Ghost Sword, fourth form Sword of Freezing. Kyun-gun shouted in worry. Kid, don't block that technique. Dodge it. In the midst of the battle, thoughts appeared in Gong-ja's mind. There are many scars on his skin. Open wounds will freeze from the cold winds and quickly harden into scars. Mun had suffered quite a few injuries, causing blood to flow in streams. Kyun kicked at Baekhyang. You damn heavenly demon. Weren't you interfering in the fight too? He and she watched the two fight with proud expressions, their spirits incredibly high. Seeing the two of them like this, his heart filled with joy. Instead, the body will become infected and unable to fight, leaving behind nothing but a soulless husk. I will become the sword of the heavenly demon, and the venomous serpent will become the sword of the Murim Alliance leader. This is what they had always wanted. This was the dream they could never achieve. The sun was gradually setting. Baekhyung's face seemed to hold many sorrows as the world around her opened up. Her gaze began to drift away, her smile tinged with sadness. No matter how brilliant a dream is, there will come a day when it disappears. Everything is rotting away. Finally, she covered her face and sobbed. Those wicked people. Kim Gong-ja's thoughts echoed. A decaying genre, a decaying world. Baekhyung's choked voice made the atmosphere quiet down. I'll throw everything away. I threw it all away a long time ago, but it's starting all over again. What do you want me to do? The battle had stopped. Kim Gong-ja gasped for breath, exhausted. Only humans abandon other humans. His heart was also heavy with emotion. Only humans don't abandon other humans. He called out to the heavenly demon. Kim Gong-ja knelt respectfully. I wish to become your disciple. Deep in his heart, he held many great desires. I want to become your scenery. I want to become your dream. It will never fade. He expressed himself with all his sincerity. I want you to teach me as my master. With all my empathy and respect for Baekhyung, I hope your scenery will lead to mine, your dream will lead to mine, and your life will lead to my life. He sincerely begged. They call me the Death King. My real name is Kim Gong-ja. Please accept me as your disciple. Her eyes gradually became dazed. She had also been contemplating for a long time. I am the heavenly demon Baekhyung. At last, she overcame her inner turmoil to make a decision. Bow to me with the proper etiquette. I will accept you as my final disciple. The origins of the demonic sect trace back to ancient times. There are prayers that have been passed down since long ago. Baraha, Baraha, Aga Baraha. Since she was a child, Baekhyung had heard it so much it was ingrained in her. No one knew what it meant. Not even the old man who brought Baekhyung to the demonic path knew. They memorized it without understanding. The prayer was performed by the elder before a candle. The heart is a candle, so let this place burn. Those words were repeated endlessly. Bareya, Agabara. As a child, that's how she thought of it. To Baekhyung, Bareya was the song of the masses, a scream. A scream has no real meaning. So it's no wonder the song of the common people is also meaningless. That thought followed her into adulthood. You don't need to know much of anything to scream. Therefore, those who know nothing can only scream. Screaming is the common ground for the people of every nation. One day, the elder spoke with Baekhyung. I have nothing left to teach you. He recognized that she had absorbed the essence of the demonic sect. The time has come for you to emerge. He asked her what she would choose. Where do you wish to go? Baekhyung answered decisively. To the places where people starve, to the places where people thirst, to the places where people are suffocating, to the places with addicts, to the places where people are sick and diseased, to the places where people are punished by the authorities, to the places where people are burned alive. That is where I wish to go, the elder murmured, after listening Barhabara. Before the brightly burning candle, he declared, then Baekhyung, you may go anywhere in the world. And so, at the age of 21, Baekhyung made her decision and appeared in the world of Murim. That winter, 21 martial artists, 47 court inspectors, and 55 members of the region's prestigious families were killed. Returning to the present, Kim Gong-ja was led by Baekhyung into a dark cave. The traditions of our sect are very special. In our sect, when a disciple greets their master, they must bow 9 times. With every step she took, the candles she passed instantly lit up. The illuminated space was revealed to be a massive library, but the bowing isn't all there is to it. The master decides whether or not to accept those 9 bows. A master can make a disciple perform the 9-bow ceremony as many times as they wish until they are satisfied. Kim Gong-ja was stunned as he took in the sight around him. The heavenly demon, as she was known, answered, "This is the sect's vault of secret arts." She briefly explained that it was also the repository containing the martial arts of the 5 great clans and the 9 schools. I call this place the Heavenly Martial Arts Archive. The old spirit following them was incredibly excited, looking around. Amazing. This is definitely a zombie's treasure vault. I'm just going to read a few martial arts books. Don't mind me, just do what you need to do. Just keep pulling them out until I've read them all. The old man was as happy as a child. All the skills in this world are now mine, ha ha ha. Baekhyung then began her story. When I was 21, I entered the world of martial arts. Do you know what my first thought was when I appeared in the Murim? Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja ventured a guess, but it was wrong, that you would destroy all the hypocritical bastards leading the righteous sects. That was my third thought, that you would prove the demonic cult is the best. That was my second. She explained her own ideals to him. What I'm trying to say is, ever since I was young, I've hated the word Murim. Murim is a term used to revere martial arts, but why are martial artists the only ones in this world? There are fishermen and farmers too. Merchants live here, prostitutes as well. Countless things make up a forest. However, the 9 schools and the 5 great clans named this forest after martial arts, ignoring everything else. And that's why I came to a conclusion. I decided to take martial arts away from them. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened in surprise. You took their martial arts. Speaking of this, Baekhyang recounted with great excitement. I stole all the martial arts texts they revered like gods. The faces of the Gonryun sect masters are still vivid in my mind. They knelt and begged me to leave behind the books containing the wisdom of Unryong. I buried those Taoist masters in the ground, leaving only their heads exposed. And as they watched, I took every single one of their martial arts books and left. Even now, the memory makes my heart race. Decades have passed. What this archive holds is my entire life's work. 4,000 secret manuals. This is the strongest family in the land. Because all the martial arts of the world make up this library, this place alone deserves to be called the Murim. I wish to receive your bows. She stood poised before the giant bookshelf, her words filled with charisma. Will you do it? Kim Gong-ja replied respectfully. Yes. He took off his shoes to prepare for the ceremony. Baekhyang gave him a warning. I will not care about your appearance. Child from another world, just bow as your body speaks. She instructed him step by step. Bow 9 times, but put a different heart into each bow. The first bow should carry the heart of hunger. Seeing Kim Gong-ja standing still, she emphasized, do you understand? He knew this was something incredibly important. In the demonic sect, the 9-bow ceremony was no different from the heavenly sound demon arts. He solemnly recalled each lesson like a child waiting for the sun. Kim Gong-ja seriously began the first bow. Baekhyang's expression was unreadable. It was impossible to know what she was thinking. The next thing he learned was the second bow, the bow of thirst, as she slowly explained. The stages of the demonic cult are largely divided into 4. The first stage is Ipma, or the risen demon. The risen demons are those who speak with their swords. Therefore, a risen demon is one who can speak of their own pain with their sword. He listened while focusing his thoughts. This was a different wave. He knelt and performed the second bow amid Baekhyang's teachings. The second stage is Gukma, or the ultimate demon. An ultimate demon is one who can communicate the pain of others. Therefore, an ultimate demon is someone who can use their sword to address the pain of others. She paused for a moment, carefully observing his attitude. The third suffering he was to experience. The third bow, the bow of drowning. Her voice rang out again. The third stage is Talma, or the elusive demon. Baekhyang explained more clearly. An elusive demon is one who can speak of the pain of all people. An elusive demon can simply walk down a road and feel the pain suffered by those who pass by. Training to that level is incredibly difficult. It is very rare for anyone to reach this stage. Even in our sect, the number of elusive demons can be counted on one hand. I myself am an elusive demon. Kim Gong-ja remained deeply focused on each bow. The fourth bow, the bow of freezing to death. He recalled a scene on a winter night, the feeling of a mother holding her son tightly as they froze to death. Baekhyang was also reaching her conclusion. Finally, there is the stage of Sinma, the divine demon. This was something she had only heard of, never seen. A divine demon knows not only the pain of all humans but of all things. It is said that they can speak of the pain of all creation, but this is only a theoretical stage, so we will skip over it for now. Model. To be honest, no one has ever reached the level of a demon god. The fifth demonic rite was what he was a little worried about. The fifth rite, the rite of poisoning. The fifth sword of the heavenly yin demonic arts is poison. It is the movement of those who died from poison and addiction. I still haven't mastered the fifth sword. Baekhyang spoke. Stop, she said to the bewildered Kim Gong-ja. Do it again. When he performed it once more, he still heard the same command to stop. He continued again and again, standing up only to kneel once more. To understand the sword of poison, the number of times I bowed, embodying the death of one who was poisoned. 336. Her voice remained cold. Do it again. The next challenge he had to conquer. The number of times I bowed, embodying the death of one who died from illness. 189. She was strict so that he would remember it for a long time. Do it again. The seventh bow was the longest. Still that familiar phrase, and then the number of times I bowed, embodying the death of one who was beaten by a blunt object. 510. Having seen enough of his spirit through the 7 cold bows, Baekhyang commented, You are a sincere child. She looked at him with an affectionate and empathetic gaze. There are children who are sincere from birth, and there are children born with flaws who become sincere through their own desire. Child from another world, you are the latter. Until this moment she had held Kim Gong-ja's abilities in high regard. I wonder what kind of life you've lived to have come this far. She was also curious, wondering, what kind of life do you aspire to have become this way? He maintained his bowing posture, listening to Baekhyang's heartfelt words. If the sun means life, then darkness means pain. Everyone's limits in life are different, but their pain piles on top of each other. Sweat poured off Gong-ja as if he were bathing. He struggled to stand up. Because humans are one, not because they are alive, but because they feel pain. Baekhyang's words pointed directly to the deepest feelings in his heart. If you say you will share your pain with someone, it means you will walk with that person for the rest of your life. That is why those who are hurt by everyone only want to be with everyone. She warmed her hands over the brightly burning lamp. People don't just decide who to leave scars on, they also decide whose scars they will carry. Every word seemed to explain every struggle he had strived for in the past. The commoners you try to save will never improve. The crowds you've rescued will never become renowned. The one you love will never be perfect. Baekhyang poured out a lifetime of wisdom to make Kim Gong-ja understand. Even so, if you wish to be wounded by others, think about how they'll scratch you with their nails, how they'll hurt you even while holding you tight. These are all truths of reality that have always existed. Life is pain, but only humans suffer. Berha berha aga berha. This is the meaning and the flame of your heart. Burn it and see the colors of others. The candle flickered out at just the right moment. The eighth death of the heavenly demon is death by fire. Baekhyang instructed Gong-ja bow with the heart of the fire poison. He performed the bow with the eighth heart. She closed her eyes, feeling the connection with him grow stronger. She stood up and walked toward him. I understand the final sword of the heavenly demon is not fixed. From one generation to the next, the sect leader will engrave their own death into the final sword, so the ninth sword of the heavenly demon arts differs from person to person. Seeing Kim Gong-ja's visible exhaustion, she gave her final command, bow to your own death. He once again centered his thoughts. Me. This was what he felt most clearly after regressing 90 times. My own pain was etched deeply into his mind. My neck hurts. Even after experiencing it 1,000 times, he could never get used to that feeling. My hands tremble. I'm afraid the blade will miss, or the force will be off because I'm shaking so much. When my determination wavered, the day I had to die grew longer. The slower my death, the more my determination faded. And the more my determination faded, the more I had to die. However, I couldn't forgive that person. I wasn't confident that I could forgive him and continue living. I desperately wanted to live, so I died in despair. The ninth bow. The final heart he put into it was his own anguish. As he bowed, Baekhyang knelt down and pulled him into her arms. Kim Gong-ja, you are my disciple. She held him tightly, comforting him. I don't care where you came from, where you are going, who you are a disciple of the heavenly demon. Our doctrine lies within your heart. Even if society is destroyed, as long as your heart beats, the heavenly demon will endure. At this, a weakened Kim Gong-ja broke down in tears. Yes, master. His tears fell for all his past efforts and hardships. My neck hurts so much. The ritual was over. He buried his face in Baekhyang's warm embrace. I finally understand it. Kim Gong-ja walked slowly behind his eyes, focused on Baekhyang ahead of him. She reminded him, it's dark ahead, so walk carefully. In his heart he wondered, heavenly demon. No, master, what are you thinking? So he decided to raise his hand and cast a spell to check her information. Baekhyang's thoughts appeared. Let's see if I can calculate my remaining internal energy. I can live for another year and 6 months if I'm frugal. She sighed. Oh, this is tough. In a year and a half, I have to pass my internal energy to Kim Gong-ja. He just listened quietly, without saying anything. He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a ticklish sensation. The old elf suddenly shouted, "Zombie!" The old elf laughed heartily, his arms and legs flailing wildly. Ha ha ha, no matter how different the world is. The martial arts aren't that different from the Murim world, but it still feels good to be able to read martial arts manuals. Ah, right, did the ceremony go well? Thinking of the old man made him bury his face in his hands, exasperated. The Radiant One just kept blustering on about warriors. Moon, sitting not far away, saw the two return and called out cheerfully, "Oh, you're back." He turned to Kim Gong-ja and asked, "Is the Nine Bows ceremony over?" He replied politely, "Yes, I'm now officially a disciple of the heavenly demon." He offered a half-hearted compliment. "Congratulations." Kim Gong-ja asked curiously, "So how did the venomous snake become a disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance leader?" He stood up and lazily recounted, "Well, it just sort of happened." Mun crossed his arms and smirked. "I just told him to teach me, that's all. Nothing to it." But in reality, his thoughts were, that dying old man said his remaining lifespan was short and wanted to give the heavenly demon a reason to live, so how could I refuse, and he's better than me at it. We talk about martial arts when we're together. He recalled his memory. Kyun-gun called out to him in surprise. Hey you, is it true?" The medicine king and the pharmacist standing beside him were also stunned. "Ah, he may look like that, but he's our precious comrade. The venomous snake is like a teen idol in our world, isn't he?" He felt embarrassed, but also smug. "Everyone stop talking about that, it's so embarrassing." Then Kyun-gun's eyes sparkled as he looked at him, pleading, "Please, I beg you, in the name of the greatest genius, become my final student." Although Moon thought, what a pain. I just want to live peacefully, but why is my life like this? Yet his face clearly showed his delight. The alchemist standing behind Mun spoke up. "Death King and Heavenly Demon, I have some good news and some bad news for you." He wondered what it was. She announced softly, "It's a success. The creation of the cure." Success. Hearing this, the Venom King Baekhyang approached in astonishment. "What did you really create the medicine?" She adjusted her glasses, looking very knowledgeable, and said in a calm voice, "Frankly, it was only completed yesterday. I needed to observe it for one more day, because I had to see the results of the drug test." The alchemist recounted her and the Medicine King's experiments with the sample they both provided. "I experimented on the remains of that martial arts master. The zombie is gradually returning to a normal corpse. I can confirm that there is no spread, and his body has become an ordinary corpse. Baekhyang joyfully took her hand. That's wonderful. The Orthodox masters and I worked together and still couldn't treat this disease, yet the two of you alone found the antidote. The alchemist replied in a calm tone, not daring to take all the credit for herself. If it weren't for the medicinal ingredients provided by the Venom King, She was excited and overjoyed. There's no need to be so modest. Treat him right away. Baekhyang went on to talk about her friend. He pretends to be strong and proud, but he's terrified. He doesn't have many days left. Perhaps it was God's mercy that helped you create the cure before he died. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the medicine master is a genius, though creating a cure isn't exactly unexpected. The alchemist continued hesitantly, yes, of course I will treat him. That is why I'm here. Seeing her somber and dejected face, Baekhyang asked, is there a problem with the cure? The alchemist avoided her gaze. No, there's no problem with the medicine itself, just a tiny little thing. The alchemist slowly explained the side effect. It would have a negative impact on the patient's heart meridian. Hearing this, she froze. Kyun-gun standing behind them spoke up. We have to treat him anyway. We'll just have to bear the side effects. There's no doubting the effects of the medicine this girl created. The old man reiterated the truth about their current physical condition, but she also needed to pay attention to this. We're both half dead already. Our bodies have long since become dried-up corpses, and we're just trying to hold on. The old man stroked his chin and beard. We defied the laws of nature to exist. Now we must pay the price. The alchemist had already started up the health scanner, as it had been a long time since the two were infected. She pointed the machine at Baekhyang to check her condition. The origin of this disease is very difficult to trace, which makes treating it incredibly challenging. She reminded the patient, for the medicine to be effective, we need to clear out any obstructions in the body. Baekhyang clenched her fist. She asked, uncertainly, do you mean we'll have to remove the tumor from the patient's body? That much is fine. There will be a loss of internal energy and the body will also be affected to some degree. But we can recover quickly. The alchemist went along with her opinion. That is exactly what I wanted to discuss with you two. Mun just stood to the side silently with his arms crossed. Baekhyang had no doubts about the two doctors. You don't need to worry about the surgery. Everything is going smoothly. I have complete faith in the medicine master and the medicine king. You two have done very well. That's what I wanted to tell you. The medicine king just sat silently listening to the conversation. Kyun spoke his mind. Their medicine works very well even though I don't know much about it. It's very fortunate that we have a glimmer of hope. You should try it too. Baekhyang didn't answer but just called his name. Nam Kyun-gun. He grabbed his collar covering his wound and said in a resolute voice, I will have the surgery. Kyun revealed his feelings. I thought all hope was lost anyway. Fortunately, there's no sadness or regret. I'm happy that I was able to take on a disciple in my old age. My student is a one-of-a-kind genius. He spoke as if it was understood. I'm glad about that. We are martial artists, and the leaders of our two sects. We must be strong. He stood before Baekhyang. We don't need to be afraid or hesitate. This is an opportunity. Do you agree? Baekhyang. He placed a hand on his close friend's shoulder, hoping she would reconsider, but was met only with silence. That night, under the bright moon that illuminated every mountain pass, the Martial Arts Alliance leader underwent surgery all night long. The surgery was a success. Baekhyang was quietly looking up at the moonlit sky, with an indescribable feeling. Kim Gong-ja said softly, Master. She didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, are the surgery results promising? How is he? He replied respectfully, he's safe. Baekhyang smiled in relief. That's good. She turned towards the distant sun, whispering her thoughts. Disciple, I want to extinguish the coldness in the world. Baekhyang spoke of her childhood dream. That has been my wish since I was little. I hate winter and every snowflake that falls. Why does the world have seasons and why is there winter? Of all the seasons, I wondered why winter had to be the one to rob people of their lives. She held her sword, pointing it directly at the illuminating light. I was confident that I could do anything for this world if I tried hard enough, but it was truly too difficult, not as easy as I had thought. Kim Gong-ja looked down and asked doubtfully, the bloodthirsty demon sword, she replied softly. Yes. Baekhyang picked it up, and a black aura began to envelop her. When I first appeared in the land of rivers and lakes, I carried a heart full of passion. I accepted the coldness of the world as a matter of course and wished to erase the snowy mountains. She raised the sword to cover her face and whispered, in those days I had an immense desire and faith. Her long flowing hair fluttered as Baekhyang danced nimbly to the call of her soul. Bareha, Bareha, why Bareha? My heart is a candle. She leaped towards the snowy mountain ahead, slashing decisively through the air. So let this place burn. Her strike created a heat that caused the snow on the mountain to gradually melt. Her tone was utterly calm. I could only do so much with a passionate heart. Although I tried, I could not hope to fulfill my wish. But with my lonely soul, it was all just a dream. This is my final journey. Baekhyang slowly turned her face, looking at Kim Gong-ja with a deep, indescribable emotion in her eyes. Disciple, I will begin the rite. The Medicine King tiredly asked the alchemist, can you hold out until the demonic master's surgery? Leaning against a rock, she was just as exhausted. Forgive me, I think I need to rest. Kyun was lying still when a familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. Old man, I heard your foundation was damaged, so I came to see for myself. The old man smiled as he looked at Baekhyung. My first visitor is you. How unimaginable. All right, come and look all you want. She asked about his health. How are you feeling, old man? Kyun-gun replied in a light, relieved voice, like I'm about to fly. She didn't believe him at all. It was complete nonsense. The old man couldn't even turn over like a fresh leaf, let alone fly. She just made a casual remark. Well, your complexion looks much better. Madhu, have you also decided to have the surgery? She asked, looking at him with an affectionate tone. Yes. Baekhyung then recounted what she had just done for him. I swung my sword with the equivalent of a year's worth of energy. That was the last time in my life I'll be able to play with my ki like that. He laughed, heartily exhilarated. That must have been a magnificent sight. It's a shame I couldn't witness it being bedridden. So, what did you do? Her gaze drifted to the mountains she had just tried to slice, a hint of regret in her eyes. I tried to cut winter apart, but I couldn't. That reckless, desperate stage was far behind him now, he thought, comforting her to lift her spirits. My goodness, what a shame. But cheer up. Wasn't it a performance unlike any ever seen before? If it were that easy, the history of this world would have been overturned at least 6 times. Baekhyung hesitated, about to ask something. Nam Kyun Yu. He understood her unspoken question and answered, I have no regrets. Kyun was always grateful for what he had and never complained. The world fell apart a long time ago, but we've managed to hold on for so many years thanks to a strange fate. A strange fate that a divine doctor from another world could save us, that I could take on a final disciple, that the righteous sect I thought was annihilated still continues to exist. Everything began with that strange fate. It brought about miracles, and I am truly deeply grateful for it. Having lived for so many years, he understood this well. The only thing is that we can't continue the great war between good and evil. He truly believed in the next generation. There's no such thing as a perfect life. Our disciples will take care of the rest. Baekhyung nodded in agreement upon hearing those words. Her eyes shifted to Gong-ja, her voice full of conviction. Yes, they will. If this is where my life's journey ends, I will gladly accept it. He stood behind the two of them, silently listening to them talk about life. Kim Gong-ja suddenly thought of something, turned and started to leave. Master, I have to go out for a bit. She asked curiously, where could you possibly go in a situation like this? He just gave a vague explanation. Just think of it as your disciple going out for some fresh air. Don't worry. His saying that only made her feel more uneasy. Hearing you say that makes me even more worried. Baekhyung warned Kim Gong-ja to be careful. You're not planning on getting involved in anything dangerous, are you? He respectfully clasped his hands in a farewell gesture. I will definitely be back before Master's treatment is finished. Master, please rest and heal without worry. Your unworthy disciple will be here when you open your eyes. Under the harsh cold through the thick snow, Gong-ja walked with heavy haste. I wonder what this world looked like before it was destroyed. He stopped and looked up at the bright sun. The Marim, the forest of martial arts. Was there once a dense forest here? The Jianghu rivers and lakes. Did water once flow in this place? Suddenly, Preta appeared and bowed respectfully to him. Her voice rang out softly. My lord. She began to report on her assigned task. As per your command, there are 439 zombies from the demonic cult, and 478 zombies from the righteous sect, for a total of 917 missing persons. 560 members of the demonic cult and 521 members of the righteous sect are not missing, but are in the vicinity. In total, there are 1,998 members of the Legion here. Kim Gong-ja drew his sword, readying his fighting stance. Very good. From now on, bring the zombies to me one by one. Preta respectfully stepped back, obeying his command. The zombies were brought to the slaughter, one after another, screaming and wailing. The more that died, the more ferociously he fought. Next, the Baraha-type zombies. Kim Gong-ja put all his strength into eliminating the corpses around him. Aga Bareha, Kim Gong-ja commanded. Faster, I will finish all of them before sunset today. She pointed her hand to the east. Yes, my lord. In the midst of this fierce battle, he suddenly remembered something. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Remembering it made Kim Gong-ja even more determined. How can I achieve a perfect ending? How can a person's life be made whole? He wearily wiped the sweat from his brow. Will Master be satisfied with an ending where I just become her disciple? His empty gaze fell upon the cold snow below. In the end, that doesn't matter. Kim Gong-ja stood lost in thought for a moment. A normal ending with just the introduction of a disciple. Even if I just end this world, the 22nd floor will remain just as clean. She stood beside him, cheering him on. My lord, please be strong. You're only halfway there. Preta announced, I'm doing my best to encourage our warriors' efforts. She and Gong-ja worked together to destroy the zombies. The last 10 are coming, my lord. As he fought, he continued to think to himself, I will never be satisfied. After exterminating all the corpses, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. She approached him, her voice filled with cheerful delight. "You tried so hard, my lord. You've accomplished so much." Seeing her reaction, he asked in confusion, "What are you so happy about?" Preta covered her mouth shyly. "When I think of you appearing, my lord, my heart just naturally fills with joy." She had faith that the good deeds he performed would surely be recognized. "I haven't met your master directly, my lord, but I'm sure she will be very happy. And not just normally happy, but extremely happy. He wanted that too." "I guess so. I hope she'll be happy." Back in the cave, the alchemist cheerfully informed Baekhyun and Kyun-gun, "You both worked very hard. At this rate, I'm confident you'll both recover within a week," she was saying. "Now, even if you're bitten by a zombie again, you won't be infected," when suddenly Baekhyun reached out and patted the alchemist's head. "Thank you. I am very grateful for this kindness. That old man and I owe you our lives. Helping strangers is no easy task." The alchemist replied humbly, "I only did what I had to do." Hearing this, Baekhyun praised her even more. "It's wonderful that you think of it as something you had to do. And it's even more wonderful that you saw it through to the very end. You are a good child." Kim Gong-ja returned to see them getting along so well and asked Boss, "Does this mean they can both move now?" The alchemist turned to answer him. "Ah, yes. Even if the two of them move around a bit, there shouldn't be any problems." He raised his voice and invited the two elders. "Master, leader of the martial alliance, would you two care to take a short walk with me?" They looked at him, bewildered and confused. A walk. Even though they had just had surgery, the two of them still had enough energy to take jabs at each other. "I would be delighted to get some fresh air with my disciple. But why are you bringing this old geezer along?" "Oh please, a walk with a little devil and a great devil. I'm the one who should be refusing." Kim Gong-ja didn't allow them to refuse. "No, you both have to go." The two of them looked at each other at the same time, suspicious and questioning. Though it wasn't voluntary, Baekhyun and Kyun still agreed. "All right, my disciple must have some sort of plan. I'll let myself be fooled. Well, since he's just a little rascal, it probably won't be anything too major." In a rare moment of peace, Kim Gong-ja took their hands, led them outside, and called out, "Master." "Yes, Martial Arts Alliance leader." As he walked slowly, he continued, "You two said that your only regret was not being able to finish the battle between good and evil. It's unfortunate, but that's something your disciple must resolve." He looked towards the bright dawn that was shining down, warming the cold, snowy mountains. "But I've thought of something else." He calmly stated his thoughts. "The battle between good and evil is a ritual between you two. Even if my master and I were to fight to the death, it would just be an ordinary match. Only a battle between the two of you can become that great war. That's because you two have supported the demonic cult and the righteous faction until this very moment." Baekhyun suddenly understood something. Her disciple didn't let her continue. Kim Gong-ja expressed his gratitude to her and the old man. "Thank you. Thank you for not giving up for 3 years. Thank you for gathering the jiangshi every morning. If you two had given up, I would never have been able to heal them." After speaking, he began to chant, "100 demons samsara." A black smoke appeared, enveloping the surrounding space. Within that black smoke, old faces began to appear. Kim Gong-ja continued, "You can think of it as a dream. I don't mind if you look back on it and say it was just a side effect of losing your inner energy." He accepted it cheerfully. "It's fine if you think I've just learned some strange martial art." Master Alliance leader. Everyone in the martial world was shocked to see their bodies completely intact. Seeing that everyone had returned to their normal state, his gaze turned to the distance. The demonic cult had not yet fallen to ruin. War has not forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has not forgotten war. If the demonic cult is to vanish from this world, it must be by the blades of the righteous faction. If the righteous faction is to be destroyed, it must be by the slaughtering hands of the demonic cult. Kim Gong-ja turned around, taking both their hands and placing them together, as the master of the demonic cult had said, and as the leader of the righteous faction had wished. He respectfully clasped his hands. "Please fight to become the final master of the Murim." The jiangshi from before had, for some mysterious reason, returned to their human forms. The members of the righteous faction were stunned by what was happening before them. What's going on? The demonic cult's side wasn't any better off. Their faces were bewildered as they looked around. Is this heaven? Am I still alive? A member of the righteous faction asked, his lips trembling. I'm sure my body was bitten by a jiangshi. Baekhyun looked at the scene below, her heart aching. Her disciple questioned him with a cold voice. You're from another world, aren't you? And not just a place outside this wall. This isn't magic a human can perform. This is truly an impossible act of legend. Or, have I died and been sent to heaven without even realizing it? He heard those words and bowed his head, looking down at the crowd below. It's not like that. His next words were like small needles piercing Baekhyun's chest. These people can't use martial arts like you can, master. They're weaker than when they were alive. He lifted Baekhyun's hands and said gently, go and see for yourself. Baekhyun glided over the remaining snow on the cliffside, quickly descending. She landed softly on the white snow. Just a few steps away from her, her former subordinate, the blood demon, was confidently leading the others. First, we need to assess the current situation. Everyone remain calm. Send out a scouting party. She called out to the captain of the Red Blood Squad. Hearing that familiar voice, the blood demon turned in shock. Everyone saw the woman before them and couldn't believe their eyes. Heavenly demon, Bai Qiang, with a divine look in her eyes, still hadn't processed this reality, her lips trembling. Captain of the Red Blood Squad, are you really the captain of the Red Blood Squad? She began to call out familiar names one by one. Demon King Gu Yang is the fire demon here. Yes, I am here, the sword demon at your command. She went to each one, stroking their cheeks, overwhelmed with happiness. I had lost all of you. Looking at the people kneeling in the snow, her voice echoed softly. My little ones. In the midst of that emotional reunion, a deep, gruff voice rang out. Ahem. It was the abbot from long ago who had held the line during that plague. I was supposed to have died in that cave and been thrown into the river. When I closed my eyes for the last time, I didn't see nirvana, nor did I see my own grave. There was only a snowy field. Just then, the old man ran down quickly. Venerable abbot. Hearing his voice, the abbot spoke with his usual lack of emotion. Ah, and this commoner too. It seems even if I have to leave this world, I'm still stuck with this man. What does the Buddha want from me? The old man cheerfully embraced the abbot. Hearing you talk so hatefully. It really must be you, Master Abbot. The old man even dared to pinch the abbot's face. You're back. You're still alive. This did not please the abbot one bit. I am not your friend. This must be a miracle from the Jade Emperor, and here I am listening to your nonsense. Even for a man of the cloth, your voice doesn't seem to have grasped the true essence of Buddhism. Don't dirty the ears of an abbot, you commoner. Besides, I never should have listened to your persuasion to confront the demonic cult. You'd be better off just shutting up and going to a temple. Kim Gong-ja saw this scene and knew immediately who it was. He must be the abbot of Shaolin. After my master and the martial arts alliance leader, he's the one who's lived the longest. Ah, hearing you talk so coldly makes me so happy. You really are the master abbot, I know. In that warm moment, a cold female voice cut through the chilling wind. Ah, so it's Bai Qiang. She introduced herself boldly. I am Bai Qiang of the demonic cult. She assumed a Shaolin fist stance and continued the heavenly demon. In this heaven-like space, that clear, powerful voice continued to spread through the air. Today may be the delusion of a blind man, but that's fine. It's all right for a patient like me to daydream. Behind her, countless disciples knelt to show their reverence. It's also all right if this is just a dream as the world falls asleep. Her black hair fluttered in the wind as her most loyal disciple looked at her with eyes full of pride. After all, life is just a terrible illness that we must fight through day by day, and this world is a dream that we all share. Her small back was as steady as a great mountain standing against the scorching sun. I still haven't forgotten the name of the illness I suffer from. I still haven't forgotten this fever dream. And so I still haven't let go of anyone, and I still haven't given up on this world. Bai Qiang changed her stance, kicking up the snow at her feet as she shouted, Venerable One. She wasn't finished. It isn't martial arts, but the name of that illness that proves my station. And it isn't internal energy, but this fever dream that proves who I am. Model his deep-set eyes stared at the righteous faction. I shall remain who I am. I propose the 990th battle. Under the watchful eyes of the heavens, the old Qiyun Gun replied, leader of the martial alliance Nam Qiyun. He took a Shaolin fist stance. The old man introduced himself once more. Head of the Saesong family, Nam Qiyun. I am the Sword Saint. You of the demonic cult turned the screams of the common people into your doctrine. Those screams turned into vengeance, and that vengeance turned into a genocide that dyed this world red. Souls, stained with blood filled with hatred. You've painted both the heavens and the mortal realm in blood red, yet you still act as if you're the weak ones. On the battlefield, then only two people truly understood why this move was made. You constantly cried and clung to the heavenly demon's robes. You begged her to take your place and shoulder all the world's evils for you. As you grasped her robes, it was all too clear to me that you were weak and pathetic. But the play never ends halfway through. Ha! You have all your limbs. So how long do you plan to cling to the sins of the past? Every single word seemed to ignite the flames of hatred from the demonic cult side. If a tree wishes to bear fruit, it must first shed its flowers. It also stirred the fighting spirit of the righteous faction. But look at what you're doing, peddling your pain as cheaply as one would sell flowers. Hearing this, Bai Qiang spoke with satisfaction. Very good. I'll take that as you accepting the challenge. In that white snow, only two people had the right to speak. Bai Qiang asked a pointless question. Surrender or fight to the death? Kunun heard him and answered directly, a fight to the death. As if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time, Bai Qiang flashed a devilish, joyful smile. I accept. She turned and gave the order. The disciples of the demonic cult raised their hands toward the moon. Bai Qiang boosted her followers' morale. You can remember today as a dream or an illusion. Responding to her call, the entire army immediately cheered. Berea was a talented commander, and she continued amidst the resounding roars of her subordinates. Perhaps all of this is just a distant dream. Berea raised her hand to order the charge, but her mouth did not forget to cheer along with everyone. If that's the case, then shouldn't we live as if this is a dream? I am Yam Barea, like the drums of war, her voice signaled the charge. Baekhyang's words were the flame that lit up people's hearts. My heart is a candle, let it burn this place down. Before the two sides charged into a fight to the death, a sound swayed sharply like the notes of a pipa. For the demonic cult, for the lives of the common people, and with that, the moment to slaughter them all had arrived. Baekhyang raised her hand and ordered annihilate them. Both sides drew their weapons and an aura of violence quickly filled the air. Charge, you dogs of the demonic cult. I'm gonna kill every last one of you today. To win, they used every trick in the book, including biting their opponents or ramming straight into them. A rather young man shouted in anger, "You hypocrites, I am the demon king Guang. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the demonic cult, taste my blade." Facing him was a middle-aged man. It seemed there was no shortage of enemies. The two lunged at once. Hai Gong-jin was smacked on the chin with the hilt of Guyang's sword. In return, Guang poked him in both eyes, but despite the pain, Gong-jin just let out a hearty laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Over here, a beautiful young woman introduced herself politely. The first of the 4 heavenly kings, the fire demon. I will take your head. Facing her was the abbot of the Shaolin temple, Amitabha. I am Migong. The flower demon raised 3 fingers, offering, out of respect for the abbot, I will grant you the first 3 moves. Hearing that he charged forward while yelling, this monk will never forget your kindness. Unexpectedly, he took a full-force blow to the stomach, a punch so powerful that blood spurted from his mouth. The monk staggered to his feet. Didn't you say I could have the first 3 moves? But she replied brazenly. Did you really believe what I said? She felt an endless sense of amusement. But when did her nose start bleeding? Yes. It seems you did. The monk was proud of the result before him. Perhaps my skills haven't dulled after all. She collapsed, cursing. You bastard. He ran over and grabbed the flower demon's head. I still have 2 moves left. The monk drove his knee hard into the flower demon's head, but in the end, he was the one who felt the pain. Ah, and a laugh tore through him. Ku-ha-ha-ha. Elsewhere, the sword demon was energetically fighting his enemies. You lot, you're just a bunch of monks who don't even know how to use internal energy. This is my true skill. Take this. His voice echoed far and wide. The true face of these bastards from the righteous faction has been exposed to the entire Murim. In a duel of sword against sword, the representative of the righteous faction was the heavenly sword Namgung Hua. You Easterners are such vulgar people. The two fought as equals. The sword demon, sweating and out of breath, said, Damn it, just stop and give up. Both of them narrowly dodged the attack. The sword demon sincerely shouted his loyalty. For the demonic cult, the disciples of the demonic cult roared in unison. For the common people, Kim Gong-ja stood stunned before the bloody battle, still feeling how real this story. DD. And now, before his eyes, he was witnessing for the first time the moment his master unleashed her own move. Baekhyang seemed to be dancing gracefully in midair. Ooh, what a lively crowd. In contrast to her calm demeanor, the others, like the abbot and the Mount Hua sect leader, seemed to be struggling greatly. The two heroes charged in to fight her hand to hand, but were sent flying back. Gulp. Her eyes radiated killing intent, but her mouth was still smiling as brightly as a flower. That was Baekhyang, the woman who represented the devil. A woman who danced among the droplets of blood. I am filled with the sorrow of the world. Every hatred between heaven and earth burns the mountains and hills. Kim Gong-ja's glistening eyes were like a mirror, reflecting that madness. The demonic cult is the ruler of the Murim, and I am its leader. Do you really think you're worthy of facing the god of gods? At this moment, it seemed there was no one left on the battlefield with enough power to stop that woman. You shall not pass. The lackeys of the righteous faction. Baekhyang's eyes searched for someone, and then she shouted. Namgung-kun. Baekhyang seemed to want to ignite the competitive spirit of her friend and rival. She blew away anyone in her path to get to him. The morning sun began to erase the dark night. Kunun growled. This reminds me of the first day of the war. That day we couldn't determine a winner. So the battle stretched into a second day. But the second day also ended without a conclusion, so we continued on the third. He clenched his sinewy fists, grinding his teeth as he spoke. In the end, I was wrong from the very beginning. I should have used my full power on the very first day. He was truly serious now, no longer holding back as before. Come at me. The heavenly demon has chosen to bless me with luck today. Baekhyang slowly stepped forward with a sarcastic smile. Did you say, luck? The two commanders of the opposing factions began a true duel. War inevitably means bloodshed. Baekhyang was punched hard in the face by Kunun. In retaliation, she swung a punch straight into his chin. The dream battle had now become a reality, making Baekhyang ecstatic. Ha ha ha. She lunged forward and bit Kunun's ear. The bite was so painful that a nerve throbbed in his temple. Unexpectedly, the bite was strong enough for her to tear off the old man's left ear. Baekhyang spat the piece of ear onto the ground, blood from the severed flesh smearing her lips. The taste was disgusting. She continued her verbal provocations. The noble dignity of the Nam Kyun family does nothing to improve the taste of your flesh. Kyun-gun pressed a hand to his open wound, panting heavily. Hey demon, is it not just animal flesh? Have you developed a taste for human meat as well? She looked at him out of the corner of her eye, like a grim reaper, preparing to order an execution. You're so old you taste like rotten spinach, but you did speak some truths earlier. Amidst the softly falling snow, her words cut through the air like a knife. The great war between us was decided from the very first day. Instantly, Trang Tuan, Keat, you always knew, and how could someone as brilliant as Baekyong not? There was hesitation between you and I. I thought I fought with everything I had, but in reality, I couldn't. I didn't have the courage to risk my life. Looking at his talented disciple, those words seemed to be a wake-up call for someone. Today's battle is a second chance that heaven has granted. We who stand above the masses cannot afford to overlook our own missteps. We cannot be foolish enough to repeat the same mistake. Finally, the woman made a decision. Today, I will use everything I have to leave that dear enemy of mine in complete shock. Don't tell me. Kyun finally realized something. You're using your true chi. What Baekyong was using was clearly celestial true chi, the energy that everyone is first born with. In other words, their very life force. Unlike internal energy, when you use it, it cannot be replenished, and once it's gone, it signifies the end of a martial artist's life. Of course, Kim Gong-ja also knew what that was, and he was absolutely horrified by his master's choice. Using true chi came at a great cost. The user could either die or be crippled. Kyun-gun began to ready his stance. Demon, he of course knew why Baekyong was making such a dangerous move, but he still had a question. You and I are both weakened. If we try to use our true chi now, we can only wield it like novices. We're not just out of internal energy, we don't even have any central energy left. Haven't you considered this? He then realized that Baekyong understood this perfectly. I know. Her casual words angered Kyun-gun. Are you really going to use your life force, just to display the martial skills of a beginner? Once again, she replied gently. Baekyong calmly diffused Kyun's anger. Don't be angry, Nam-kyun. I don't intend to just throw my life away. I simply hope that my final day will indeed be today. Under the stunned gazes of the disciples, she continued. Right now, I feel the complete joy of being alive. I am grateful to myself for surviving until this day, and I am grateful for all the connections I have made up to this very moment. She began to take a stance like a serious martial artist, no longer frivolous like at the start. Looking back, I was truly happy with my life as a martial artist. Kim Gong-ja silently watched the scene before him. The brilliant leader now took her stance, wielding her celestial true chi as effortlessly as if playing a simple game. Who wouldn't be joyful to find a worthy opponent? Kyun-gun felt the same. Very well. I too have lived long enough for this day. He freely circulated his internal energy, unleashing his own true chi. Let's die together, heavenly demon. The two rivals representing two different factions who had fought hundreds of times decided to end their foolish war today. As the new battle began, Baekyong threw a punch, which Kyun-gun nimbly dodged. The true chi from both of them mingled with the air and the surrounding life, causing the forest trees to burst into beautiful bloom. The sight left him stunned. The old elf remarked that they were consuming their life force. His commentary seemed to be for the benefit of the young disciple beside him. It's like a feast for the flowers because that is the true chi of supreme masters, even if it is only temporary. The more he spoke, the more he admired the two of them. However, this is a truly rare sight. He asked himself a question and also answered it. Is it because one was born with a pure yin body and the other with a body made for a martial artist? The two of them have truly become lost in a world of their own. Both unleashed their signature techniques, the heavenly demon's cry and the destruction of the yellow moon. In the heat of the moment, a red petal fell into his hand. Petals as red as blood began to fall across the battlefield. Baekyong's lips moved. I hate you. Each of her words was like fuel stoking Kyun's will to win. I hate all of you. I hate the righteous faction. I hate heroes. I hate the 9 great academies, and I hate the 5 great clans. Despite the ferocity of the fight, her expression was serene, as if she had cast off all worldly cares. We both take pleasure when the commoners scream, but it's the fact that you find happiness in it that I cannot forgive. She stepped on the red petals that now blanketed the ground. Even someone like you can get hurt. Even someone like you can feel pain and seek comfort. And what disgusts me is how you all put on an act and pretend to be human. She drove a fist into Kyun-gun's stomach, causing the wind to suddenly howl. Why are you beasts to outsiders yet always act so human among yourselves? The punch made Kyun freeze as if it had shattered something deep inside him. Blood sprayed from Kyun's mouth. The result was clear. The red petals gradually vanished like a magical dream, leaving 2 warriors collapsing to the ground. A frightened Kim Gong-ja rushed to her side. Master, he cried, helping his teacher up. Master. Baekyong, her head still bowed, said you. 1. He anxiously transferred his energy to his beloved master, constantly trying to reassure her. He could feel her body growing cold. Yes, you won. You won. I should have pierced his chest with my fist and ripped out his heart. But instead of finishing him, I stopped my attack and showed this humiliating face to my disciple. Her dirt-stained face remained calm as she advised her favorite student. Still, I look better than you do right now. She looked at his distraught face and asked teasingly, "What's with that expression?" Baekhyung advised him, "Don't worry, I still have some time before I die. Enough time to say goodbye." 2 hours later, still on that same battlefield, her voice soft as a lullaby spoke again. "But you're still crying." Paying no mind to her surroundings, she continued speaking through the surrounding noise. "You're making things very difficult for me, you know. Then again, I made things difficult for you too." The alchemist ran over. "Your Majesty, the heretic king, I've wanted to tell you everything for so long, but I couldn't because of my own stubbornness. I was worried this would leave a scar on your heart, like a final testament," she continued. "I want you to remember me, like how people remember the moment flowers bloom." Looking at the devastation around them, the two companions who had come with him were horrified. "What's happening, Master? Wake up." Baekhyung looked at the alchemist and shared, "That old man is fine. The final blow was quite shallow. He was bragging that luck was on his side today. But his luck was getting crippled," the alchemist replied, as firm as a nail. "What do you mean by that? I would never let him go in that state. We don't have time for this. You both need to be treated immediately." But unexpectedly, Baekhyung refused the help. "I'm fine. I know my own body. This is really too much for me. Just take care of the old man." As he examined her, Alchemist Kim's face suddenly turned grim, but the woman paid it no mind. "And I want to spend my final moments with my only disciple. Could you please leave us alone?" "Young lady," Alchemist Kim asked with somber sadness, "I have some painkiller. Could you like some?" Baekhyung continued to refuse. "I'm fine. The winter wind is lovely. I just want to feel this wind as it is now, before I reach nirvana." Everyone then began to head back to the cave to treat Kunun. This left the master and disciple alone on the vast white snow. Baekhyung started a conversation. "Now what should we do with the time we have left?" Despite how sad her student was, the master no longer cared about her surroundings. Her words were like a wish for one last conversation in this life. "Do you want to know how beautiful our sect's palace is?" Unexpectedly, Kim Gong-ja spoke up, pleading, "There are a few more things." Seeing Baekhyung's face begin to lose its life, he interrupted her. "I have a request." "What is it?" What Kim Gong-ja truly wanted from the bottom of his heart was this. "I want you to have an ending that you'll be satisfied with. This is a piece for that." A piece. The missing puzzle piece. His next words startled the master. "Have a match with me. The heart sword." That was the realm where Baekhyung had fallen. She had only realized that realm when she came to be called the heavenly demon instead of Ruok Sue. She had finally realized the truth. "I see." Her empty eyes stared blankly into the air. "Killing with just the mind," she murmured, "so there is another realm that no one has yet reached." Baekhyung looked up at the nearest mountain. The realm that existed only in legends was right before her eyes. She thought about it looking as distant as the realm of nirvana. But once you reached it, there was nowhere you couldn't go. Her hand seemed to reach for the mountain, but she let it fall upon hearing someone call out to her. "Heavenly demon." Behind her were the destitute poor crying and pleading to their supreme one. Baekhyung wished she had a few more decades. A poor man with long hair knelt, his forehead touching the ground as he pleaded. "The imperial court demands we pay taxes with black marten pelts, but when my father went to hunt them, he never came back. We can't pay the poll tax." She looked at the scene and thought of that other realm. If only she could have just focused on her training. A man with his hair tied up lamented. "Last year there was a drought, so we have nothing to eat. But now I'm being forced to build a dam and reservoir to prevent next year's drought. How can I build anything on an empty stomach?" Her heart yearned for it, but they desperately called her name. Heavenly demon. Her dark, empty eyes looked toward that mountain, her hand tightening on her weapon. It seemed she had made her decision. As the wretched people continued to plead, "Please help us." Someone else wailed, "I've already had to cut back on so much." She chose to close her eyes, striding forward and leaving that snowy mountain behind. That day, she eliminated those who made the world cold, yet she could not eliminate winter itself. Kim Gong-ja's words surprised Baekhyung. "Please have a match with me." He looked at her with eyes full of emotion. "How surprising. Though your desire to become my disciple and be taught by me is commendable." Her scarred hand hung limp over her black dress. "As you can see, I can no longer move." Kim Gong-ja, what do you gain by defeating your paralyzed master? His answer confused her. "It doesn't have to be a physical match," he explained. "I want to have a verbal duel with you. A match fought with words instead of bodies." An image of two men kneeling on either side appears. The way a verbal duel is conducted is by describing one's fighting style and method of attack. An image of an open hand and a shadow taking a stance appears. If one person counters, they also describe the counterattack. Then an image of a fist and a shadow in a ready stance appears. So without moving or using internal energy, it's a duel where both sides fight using only their martial arts knowledge. After hearing this, Baekhyung laughed. "My disciple is certainly confident." She realized his intention. "If we fought physically, you would win. But in a verbal duel, that won't be the case. I will use the fighting style from when I was at my peak. How could you possibly fight against that?" Kim Gong-ja hesitated, choosing his words. A memory flashes of Kunun's shocked expression and the moment her hand struck his stomach. He calmly stated his opinion. I don't think you were at your strongest when you fought the leader of the martial arts alliance. You told me so yourself, didn't you? You could have torn open his chest and ripped out his heart. Even if it's just a verbal duel, I want my master to have the most satisfying fight possible, she wondered. So that means you can show it to me. Hearing his answer, she smiled happily. Yes, Baekhyang said cheerfully. All right then, even if it's a verbal duel, I won't go easy on you. I'll let you make the first move. But don't be too upset if the match ends in a single blow, he replied obediently. Yes, master. She closed her eyes, lying in Gong-ja's arms and making a promise so she didn't see his serious expression. When the match is over, I'll tell you stories from when I was young. She spoke unaware that the old spirit sword emperor was exchanging a look with him. Now then, show your master the results of your training. The old man who had reached the pinnacle of strength in another world asked grimly. Is it my turn? Kim Gong-ja whispered back. Yes. Fulfill the promise you made when you lost. The old spirit sneered. Just fulfill the promise from the bet you lost. He then took a stance. I will give her a magnificent fight. Tell her I will concede the first 3 moves. He explained solemnly. Normally when a martial artist borrows someone else's words to conduct a match, there is nothing more disrespectful. This will go down in history and be ridiculed by future generations. Then he bowed his head respectfully. However ridiculous it may be, I have no choice but to request a match. I am known as the Sword Emperor. I am officially considered the greatest in the world of the heavenly sword. This may be rude, but I request we have a duel of words. Baekhyang asked Kim Gong-ja, bewildered. Is he your disciple? Why haven't you told me your first move? The match has already begun. He called out to her as if wanting to explain something, master. Kim Gong-ja continued under the gaze of those who worshipped her. You know that I can use strange techniques. Of course I know. Are you talking about the techniques you brought back from those martial artists' corpses? She lay peacefully in his arms. I've decided not to ask you anything. Silence is a virtue. You must be a messenger of the Jade Emperor who has taken pity on me. Kim Gong-ja looked at the old master who had long since gotten into his stance. I have a skill that I can use. It's a skill that involves summoning a demon. He explained to her, there is a soul of a supreme master right next to me now. He is considered the greatest in another world. It clearly sounded like he was making it up, so she gave him a joking glance. Aha, the greatest in another world, you say? How wonderful, he worried internally. She thinks this is a hilarious joke. She agreed to his request even though it sounded like nonsense. I understand. If it is the soul of a supreme master from another world that my disciple has summoned, I will focus and gladly accept you as an opponent in a battle of wits. Baekhyang wondered. So what's the first move of this number 1 soul? His answer surprised her. He says you can attack first for 3 moves. She wrinkled her face in annoyance. How foolish. There's no way my disciple would say such words. It seems this ghost doesn't know his place. So then with the 5th sword of the 12-cloud dragon sword will the outer dragon swift sword pierce your vital points. First move. The old master closed his eyes and replied, I will use the 6th form of the Earth Dragon style's West River Cave Dragon to create a diversion and retreat with the flying cloud steps. He relayed the old man's words. He says to use the 6th form of the Earth Dragon style's West River Cave Dragon to create a diversion and then retreat with the flying cloud steps. She pondered. She said with a doubtful look. Then I will blow him away with the 7th form of the Great Hidden Annihilation Technique. Anticipating the reaction, he opened his eyes to counter, I will avoid it and feint with the 2nd move of the 6th fist art, 2-finger art. Baekhyang's hand formed a fist. I will attack with the 6th form of the 6th Army Tomb Sword, the Tomb Excavation Sword. The old master turned his palm upward. I will use the Crushing Pressure Strike. I will fall back with the Plum Blossom Chaotic Dance Steps. The 3 turns ended in an instant. She knew that he really had the skills to back it up. He was silently thinking. After a moment of silence, he was the one who broke it. You. I can't imagine how you have lived after reaching the pinnacle of your sect. You sacrifice yourself for your people and have no time to train. You could have reached the state of life and death, but you didn't. Why? Because you were too busy. You had to take care of your family and your followers. With that, when could you possibly make time to train? The old master smiled mysteriously. However, do you know what the most unfair part is? Even with that, you are still the strongest. Her eyes darkened as he rambled on. You don't have to work hard anymore because you are already at the top. Everyone already knows your strength because you are their god. He crossed his arms and mocked. You pitiful thing, becoming the strongest in this world is your misfortune. His face darkened, and white energy rose, merging with the blizzard. I will show you what a god among gods is like. Baekhyang struggled to sit up in Gong-ja's arms. With respect, after the verbal duel, she settled into her stance and evaluated him. So, you're not just all talk, huh? As the Heavenly Demon, from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the strongest of the era, the demonic cult, she decided to accept a fight to determine a winner between the 2 of them. Alright, I'll take it seriously. The old master, who was the Sword Emperor, from the Heavenly Sword World, the strongest under the heavens of the righteous faction, he replied to her, Of course, who do you think I am? The duel began with Kim Gong-ja as a witness. Baekhyang began first. I will help you fly with the first form of the Bloodfire Dragon's super rage. The old master complained after hearing her. Why does she act exactly like someone from the righteous faction? I will use the first form of the 18 techniques of the Cloud Dragon Sword to resist it. So if the first time fails, I will perform my ultimate uppercut. Kim Gong-ja silently listened to them duel. First step, she leaned on Kim Gong-ja and mumbled. What should I do? Should I receive that attack or what? She intertwined her fingers with his. All right, I will combine the secrets of the law of life and death and use the butterfly effect, the old master said, and he began to count. One more step. He silently listened to the verbal duel of the two. He counted again as Baekhyang replied to him in exhaustion, and once again, she gripped his hand tighter and shouted in indignation. How long are you going to step on my hand with that filthy foot of yours? I will use the second form of the three demons' blood-sucking technique, the vampire's rage, to tear you apart. He taunted as she got increasingly furious. You're coordinating perfectly with my movements, but you're so irritable. I'll take my foot off and act like a lazy donkey to please you. I'll also use the fourth form of the holy wheel of life and death to aim for your right ankle, right elbow, and 3 spots at the same time. Baekhyang grew excited despite the sweat pouring down non-stop. I will take back 3 steps with the heavenly demon unraveling step. Kim Gong-ja suddenly understood something while looking at her. Yes. The old master clapped his hands with interest. Since you guys are acting like the righteous faction, then I'll play the part of the evil faction. I will use the Ice Death Sword to counter you. The image of Nam Kyun appeared in his thoughts. The Martial Alliance leader isn't good enough to be the master of the evil sect. He is definitely the strongest in the righteous faction of this world. That is why he is the only one who can fight the heavenly demon. He wondered at the moment the image of her punching the old man's stomach appeared, but wasn't that already proven in the great war between good and evil? Kim Gong-ja naturally knew who would win if the two of them fought, and so did Kyun. I'm sorry. The old man spoke a truth he was forced to accept. It seems I am weaker than you. He understood something more about her. Perhaps that's why Master delayed finishing that great war until the 990th time. Like a child slowly savoring a piece of candy that's about to melt and disappear forever. Baekhyang scoffed at the old master and then struck. How ignorant. I will use the second form of the blade kill secret. He calmly replied, no need to rush. I will use the demonic steps to dodge and the super frenzy to attack. She panted sweat, pouring out like she was taking a shower. Aha! Kim Gong-ja heard her call him and turned my disciple. Her face was filled with a thirst for battle. The ghost you summoned is amazing. He looked at her with mixed emotions. Yes, master. He is probably the strongest person I know. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I think I finally understand how the Martial Alliance leader felt. Baekhyang was extremely intrigued. Why did you only just introduce this ghost to me now? She praised the old master. I have never met a martial artist this strong before. His hand clenched his thigh as he thought. He was very disappointed. The battle between the two unfolded like an ink wash painting. Baekhyang struck first. I will use all the techniques of the supreme heavenly arts to cripple your arm and kill you. I will let the heavenly demon rule this martial world. The drawing shifts to the old elf, drawing his sword to strike. Come on, you've already yielded. Are you just going to let it be now? I thought you were supposed to run. I will use the Van Suyen sacred art to pursue you. I will raise the sword in my hand and summon a storm to subdue you. Kim Gong-ja silently watched them fight. The woman fought with increasing fervor. I've had enough of testing your abilities. I shall guide you with the sword of desire. I'll force you to use all 3 techniques of Suyen Long Tram Fa Huyet, Dao Thien Suyen, Liet Hoa, and Thun Fan Quyen. He thought to himself, I can't understand the purpose of this fight. The old man quickly parried. That's just what I wanted. Very well, I'll also use Diep Thien Sword Art and Sin Tu Luan Hoa Palm to distract you. I will take a step back and use Batanon Tien Kim Gong-ja to attack you. Kim Gong-ja admitted his own weakness. I know what the Sword of Desire is, but I don't know much about Suyen Long Cat. I also don't understand the meaning of using the Sin Tu Luan Hoa Palm to distract someone, or how to use Batanon Tien Kim. Because I don't understand them, I can't comprehend how they are fighting. Her sharp words echoed. Not bad. That's quite good. Baekhyang swung her weapon. All right, I'll use a sacred art to dodge your move. Kim Gong-ja sighed as he listened to the two of them fight. The old elf used his sword to block the third form of the sacred art. Upon his regression, he had desperately wished, if it's possible, I want to become an opponent strong enough to fight you. He wished from the bottom of his heart, if only I could, I want to become your hope. The old man seemed to be growing tired. I'll use the second form of my spinning kick to counterattack. She dodged while speaking. Come at me. I'll stab you, and use my sword-breaking form to stop you. He thought helplessly, but all I can do is listen and watch. Somewhere the old elf's complaint could be heard. Too fast. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll use this to dodge, and then this to strike your neck. Her voice echoed from somewhere. I'll use this and that to attack. Compared to his own power, their level was far beyond anything he could ever reach. The drawing of Baekhyang continued to fight without rest. After I take that attack, She suddenly stopped to pay attention to him. The drawing of Baekhyang looked at Kim Gong-ja with a tender gaze. She placed a hand on his shoulder. My disciple, it's very cold today. Winter has come again, and this place will turn into an endless field of snow. She explained as they both watched the drawing of her and the old elf fighting intensely. That snowfield will become a brutal battlefield. For those in the martial arts world, every step they take could cause them to sink deep into the white snow, so they must be able to use flash step to move. Baekhyang patiently taught him battles on a snowfield. Focus on tactics that make your opponent fall. My disciple, have you seen the ghost you summoned, fighting with me, struggling for our very lives in this snowfield? She explained in detail. That's why we use so many kicks. We have to kick up the snow to block the opponent's vision. Don't you think we're really fighting for our lives? Then she placed her hand over his eyes. Close your eyes. Baekhyang tried to spark Kim Gong-ja's imagination. I can see my opponent. He's a powerful martial artist, isn't he? He's quite large too. He saw the black and white image of the old elf and replied, Yes, master. She described him and the image of the old man became clearer. A martial artist with a body as big as a bear is breathing heavily. He's smiling confidently while telling me to keep fighting. Well, it's only natural for him to be confident, given the huge difference in our physical builds. She chose her words carefully to make him understand who could possibly overcome such a difference in physique. I have to accept this fact and find my own strength, that my movement speed is faster than his, and above all, I am more familiar with the snowfield. I have taken countless steps on this snow. This is a war of attrition. Do you understand? I'm trying to turn it to my advantage. The battle came to life with every word Baekhyang spoke, and because he has seen through my intentions, he's moving faster. He's charging straight at me like a wild boar. The black and white image blended with her voice, but there's no need to be afraid. I anticipated this, so I gently retreated. The black and white world suddenly filled with color as her voice rang out, luring him into a trap. After all, he's just a wild boar trying to ram into me in a whiteout. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened as he watched that moment. I can. He looked at them stunned. I can see you both now, she explained kindly. Each of our movements has contributed to creating the snowflakes dancing in the sky. The Baekhyang, in his imagination, retreated while saying, It's snowing. We've been fighting for 2 days, haven't we? The old elf was annoyed at having to constantly attack. Why do you keep running? Even if you use flash step, I won't lose, she replied with immense pride. I'm confident I can run for the rest of my life, he replied with a stern face, but you have to stop now. She smiled brightly as if she were having fun. You know, this world will be completely covered by an endless field of snow. Even if I have nowhere to go, I will always have a place to run. The old man disagreed with that thought. If it were the you from before, you could certainly run for the rest of your life. But we're different now. Kim Gong-ja and Baekhyang were still holding hands while observing the illusion. The old elf charged forward again. You have less than 2 hours left to live. Do you still want to keep running? She mocked herself. How laughable. She spoke with a relaxed air. All right, I admit it. I don't have much time left to keep running. Her hand tightened on her weapon as black smoke began to appear. If that's the case. Her eyes grew serious as she made a powerful declaration. I will show you my full power. She executed a technique that made the snow swirl around her. Demonic god art first form sword of my own demise. Her eyes were filled with rage. A hunger so great, it can make a father and mother trade their child with their neighbor and eat that baby. The old elf blocked the blow, forced to listen to her recount the fate of those unfortunate children. Have you ever heard of an adult burying a child after carving them into small pieces? Have you ever heard of a place where you can see pieces of a child's flesh scattered all over the snow? He sneered in response. How terrible. They must have suffered a famine, but that was just a coincidence, he said, as they both charged forward. Sometimes the harvest is bountiful, and sometimes there is only famine. Nothing in this world isn't random. Model. Demonic cult leader. If you grieve over tragedies, then by that same logic, you should rejoice in moments of happiness. He stated his opinion at the exact moment their two weapons clashed. The depth of sorrow should be matched by the height of elation. Baekhyang received a cut on her left cheek from the exchange. The illusion shifted from a snowy mountain to a rice field, from dark clouds to a clear blue sky, and he expressed his view. That is why I will sing of a happy harvest. Children appeared through the old elf's words. I used to look toward the horizon every time I walked, and on those days I always saw a sea of gold in the eyes of the children playing hide and seek in the tall rice fields. I could hear their giggles amidst the rustling leaves. He provoked her. You mentioned the flesh of children buried beneath the snow, so I will speak of their laughter as they ran through the rice fields. Baekhyang couldn't dodge in time and received another cut on her arm. He was attacking her mentally. Their sword philosophies were polar opposites. If I had to keep just one, of course it would be their laughter in the rice fields. And if I had to choose something I'd recall in my final moments, it would surely be the sight of those children playing hide and seek. Her rage boiled over, forcing her to act. Water and leaves swirled around her, a technique of the demonic heavenly god arts. Second form purple silk sword, she finished her scream. are truly blessed. The sound of flowing water merged with Baiqiang's voice. You say it's simply a coincidence, but happiness cannot kill a person. The agony of hunger and thirst can. Then the water dried up, revealing earth cracked by drought. Death is the end. It is eternal. A bloodthirsty expression crossed her face. Let me sing for the souls who died without a single drop of water to drink. The sound of their weapons clashed continuously. The old elf spoke up. It feels so refreshing, like just jumping into a stream in the middle of summer. Then he told her, "You're teaching Gong-ja the wrong way," which displeased her. What this time? Baiqiang lunged forward to attack first, forcing him to block with his weapon. "My apologies, that was a bit harsh. Rather than the wrong way, you're just teaching him too soon." He spoke to her. "Singing of the world's sorrows is fine, and so is acknowledging the pain of others, but you can't keep doing only that." She flipped into the air. "And why not?" He looked at her with a stern gaze as he attacked. "Because it will drain you dry. Gong-ja hasn't even experienced enough of life's joys yet." As she retreated, the old elf pressed forward. "You need to broaden your own experiences so you can truly pity those who have never tasted happiness. You need to swim in a summer stream to be able to weep for those who died without a drop of water." Dark clouds covered the sun. Raindrops began to fall, and he swung his weapon with determination. A person's heart is like a candle's wick. Baekhyang struggled to parry with her weapon. He told her, "If all you know is how to burn one day, you will burn out." The rain poured down, and he brought up Kim Gong-ja. "Heavenly demon, did you know that he's never even been in love?" He stepped back. "Doesn't that sound strange? He's never even experienced love." Kim Gong-ja listened, stunned, and yet he acted as if he had to carry the burden of the entire world's pain and suffering on his shoulders. "Let him keep dreaming. It's still too early for him to learn your cult's techniques." Hearing the old elf's assertion made Baekhyang grit her teeth in frustration. "I will teach that boy what happiness is. I will teach him how to laugh sincerely. I will teach him how to rely on others. He needs to get lost in the joy that others give him, because only then will he understand what true suffering is." In the sky, a vortex of roaring thunder appeared. The water level rose in an instant, and her emotions exploded. "You want to play master to my disciple?" She poured all of her emotions into the demonic heavenly god arts. "Third form purple snowfall sword." He replied calmly, "Yes." This sent her into a rage. "How dare you?" She immediately launched a flurry of attacks with her weapon. "How dare you try to steal my personal disciple?" The old elf retorted. "Don't be ridiculous. I was planning on taking him in first anyway." A few red flowers began to appear on the water's surface. He proved that he was the one who found Gong-ja first. "I was the one who taught him how to behead orcs, and I was the one who taught him how to channel energy. Just when I was about to succeed you, the leader of a heretical cult interfered." His insult toward her cult infuriated Baekhyang. "What heretical?" he shouted loudly. "How is a demonic cult any different from a heretical organization?" He expressed his view that it was too soon for Gong-ja to learn the demonic heavenly god arts. Just swinging a sword should have been fun enough. Every word he spoke displeased her to no end. A sword of sorrow swung from a place of hurt to inflict hurt. That is truly heretical. Life is too short not to enjoy it to the fullest. The two fought as the sky turned the color of twilight in a field full of red flowers. She fought for her own conviction. "Gong-ja, my disciple. He was born to be the master of the demonic cult." And the old elf felt the same. "That's why I call you a heretic. You insane cult leader." For a moment, Baekhyang's image turned a simple black and white. "I will blow him away with the first form of the demonic heavenly god art's fading purple camel sword." The next second, her imagined image returned to normal. "I will blow him away with the first form of the demonic heavenly god arts." Fading purple camel sword, Kim Gong-ja was stunned to find he could see the path of their swords. For a split second, the old elf's image also turned two colors. "I'll counter with the fourth form of the 10,000 Seas Moon Arts Autumn Moon." In the blink of an eye, his image became colorful again. "I'll counter with the fourth form of the 10,000 Seas Moon Arts Autumn Moon." She quickly followed up, "I will counter with the eighth form of the demonic heavenly god arts." Burning purple lotus sword. He realized the situation, and I finally understood after watching them. My master, the demonic cult leader, the heavenly demon, was losing. Baekhyang took a heavy blow, stumbling and coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Beneath her feet, the red of the flowers mixed with the color of blood. She mumbled, "Ah." Recalling her childhood, she revealed, "At first I never intended to perform the final form of the demonic heavenly god arts. That's because I intended to die from the cold, to die alone in the snow. After being abandoned by my own mother, I thought that would be I could only complete the ninth form of the demonic heavenly god arts after my life was already over. I am the one and only." She unleashed the technique, causing white lines to gather in the sky, looking like a shining flower. "Whether looking up at the heavens or down upon the earth, I am the sole existence. For in a world eternally frozen, a burning candle is of no use. That song is merely a song about paradise, and my death is the death of heaven and earth." And then everything turned whiter and whiter. She then turned completely white, except for her determined black eyes and the blood from her wounds. I, the heavenly demon, will leave my final words on this snowy field. As soon as the heavenly demon's divine art's ninth form, the Sword of Solitude, was unleashed, everything turned pure white. The old sword saint watched the explosion from the technique and said to himself, so that's it. He understood her decision. A solitary death. So this is the death the demonic cult's leader has chosen. Alright, I understand. There is no technique more fitting for a warrior whose world has come to an end. But he raised his weapon with a resolute expression. But I understand solitude even better than you. Baekhyung's eyes widened in shock as she heard his monologue. How long did you endure? 3 years, 20? No, you never had to endure it alone, because you always had the heavenly azure pavilion by your side. He took his stance, apologized, and then slashed straight into the explosion. It shattered like glass containing all the colors of the world where the two fought. He told her, but I have been alone for 130 years. Kim Gong-ja squeezed his eyes shut in fear at that moment. When he came to his senses and opened his eyes, he was panting heavily. Baekhyung was still sitting on the snow. He hesitantly called out, Master. He scrambled over to her. Master, are you all right? How's your body? His trembling hand checked her pulse and concluded, Master, she's still alive. She seemed to realize something but couldn't form the words. So, that's it. It was always meant to be this way. She fell into his arms. My dear disciple. She looked at him affectionately. From the very beginning, you always wanted to help me. His expression twisted as he fought back, tears listening to her speak. The story about you seeking me out from another world, after hearing of my fame. That was all a lie. Why didn't I realize it sooner? You, my disciple, are not the kind of person who would cross space and time just because you were mesmerized by someone's reputation. The snow mountain still loomed nearby. She asked him, Thank you, my dear disciple. Were you happy to have met me? He quickly replied, Yes. Baekhyung asked again, In your heart will you remember me as a flower? His answer was still the same. Yes. Her question brought back the memory of a red flower in a field. I'd love to know what kind of flower it would be. Gong-ja's eyes filled with tears. A peony. I will remember you as a brilliant red peony. Master. She smiled in praise. Aha, that's quite beautiful. Her hand slowly lowered. My beloved disciple. Then her hand fell limp onto the cold snow. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared on the peak of the snow mountain. It shone for a long time, as if something was happening. Then, from the middle of the peak, which had been split in two, a stream of white energy flowed out. It happened again, and the split grew wider, the light twinkling even brighter. Kim Gong-ja held Baekhyung and cried silently, Master. Finally, the mountain was almost completely split, and the dark clouds in the sky parted to reveal a brilliant light. He sobbed, The winter. It's been cut away, Master. The winter has been cut. The dark clouds scattered, making way for a clear blue sky, as Gong-ja held Baekhyung on the white snow. He bowed his head in silence while holding her, when suddenly someone interrupted. It was a group of demonic cult leaders, their bodies weary and covered in wounds, as if they had just survived an earth-shattering battle. The reason for this was that they had clashed with the elders of the righteous faction. One of them stepped forward to speak. Even though we were fighting, some of our apostles heard the leader call you her disciple. The blood demon voiced the question on everyone's mind. Are you the direct successor of the heavenly demon? Kim Gong-ja silently observed Guang and the flower demon both looking battered, staring intently at him. He hesitated before answering, I don't know if I am her successor. The blood demon asked again, confused. But the leader accepted you as her disciple, didn't she? He replied seriously. Yes, I am my master's disciple. His eyes grew dangerous. If the leader took a direct disciple, she must have taught you the heavenly demon's divine art, he suggested politely. Pardon my forwardness, but would you please show us a few moves from the heavenly demon's divine art? He understood their attitude perfectly. They were speaking politely, but what they really meant was, we find it hard to believe you're the heavenly demon's disciple, so prove it. A memory of her suddenly surfaced in his mind. So I'm being treated as the successor just because I'm her disciple. Now I understand why Master was so hesitant to accept me. Kim Gong-ja calculated in his mind now that the last bit of warmth has left my master's body. This mantle of the demonic cult will be mine. He decided to agree. All right. The blood demon explained placatingly. Yes, she once said that even her own flesh and blood could not be her successor if they were not exceptional. He secretly warned him, although we are little more than mediocre swordsmen, we can recognize a sword art. Sir. Over on the side, the sword demon whispered, Hey, what's the blood demon saying? The flower demon reluctantly answered, You don't even get that. He's saying he can tell whether that guy is the heavenly demon's disciple or not by watching the first move of his heavenly demon's divine art. The sword demon wondered again. Okay, but why is he speaking for all of us? She said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He's the only one who knows how to speak politely. The blood demon listened helplessly as the two conversed as if no one else was there. The sword demon was surprised. He's that bastard from the damn Lim family, she answered in frustration. Why are you acting like this is the first time you've heard this? We've talked about this at least a dozen times, you know. Just forget it. Rivers are water, mountains are rock, and a meathead is just a meathead. It wasn't long before he exploded. What do you mean by that? The flower demon mocked him. I'm saying your very existence is as harmful as the poisons from the Sichuan Academy. Sword demon. The proof is that I'm being poisoned, just talking to you, even though I'm resistant to 1,000 poisons. You're truly amazing. He was too stupid to understand her implication. Oh, are you complimenting me? She insulted him plainly. Blockhead. The blood demon cleared his throat to stop their bickering. Humph, the sword demon snapped. What are you looking at? You want a piece of me. Her eyes widened as she ground her teeth. Gross. Stop looking. You're disgusting me. Kim Gong-ja, who had been watching the whole time, smiled brightly. That's right. This place was always like this. He watched them talk and remembered that the demonic cult was once a sanctuary for the uneducated. Master, I'm abnormally civilized by comparison. Most apostles in history have never even heard of polite words. He raised his hand, and a hungry blood-red aura appeared. His eyes glowed red as the aura gathered more and more around him, like children waiting for the sunrise. Kim Gong-ja's voice continued, and the blood demon was astonished. The pain of dying from thirst was a wave, and the pain of drowning was a father's last breath. He wondered, was it because I witnessed the life-or-death battle between my master and the sword saint? His expression was grim as he spoke. The pain of freezing to death is the final warmth of a mother embracing her child. The sword demon, the flower demon, and Gong-ja watched the spectacle in awe. He realized that the power of each move had become sharper. As the aura gradually faded, he confessed to them, I still haven't truly grasped the remaining techniques. It's embarrassing that this is all I can show you, he asked everyone. But, will this be enough? Just then, someone dropped to their knees. Before the others could even process what happened, the blood demon bowed his head respectfully. We await the heir of the legendary demonic cult, a new heavenly demon. His action snapped everyone out of their stupor, and they immediately followed suit. We await the heir of the legendary demonic cult, a new heavenly demon. We await the heir of the legendary demonic cult, the new master of us all. Kim Gong-ja politely refused. The title of heavenly demon is a bit much for me, not to mention I already have the alias of Death King. He thought of Baiqiang's image. I want my master's title to belong to him forever. The blood demon looked up. Then, Kim Gong-ja looked at the old elf. And, the title of master is also too much. The elf closed his eyes listening to his protest. I still have too much to learn. How can you call me master when I have nothing to teach? Forget it. The blood demon expressed his view. In all his life, the heavenly demon never misjudged a person. Since he chose you as his disciple, I believe you are the rightful heir to become the master of the demonic cult. Kim Gong-ja understood, but he didn't accept. Thank you all, but I don't feel worthy of being the master, nor do I feel ready to inherit the legacy of the demonic cult. The blood demon grew frantic. But if that's the case, what should we call you, young master? We can't just keep calling you young master. Suddenly someone interjected. Vice Lord, the flower demon suggested. Why don't we call him Vice Lord? It's similar to being the vice head of a clan. She explained, if you feel you're not ready to be the true master, but you're not completely rejecting the position either, then we can call you the Vice Lord of the demonic cult. He considered it thoughtfully. Then he agreed, making their smiles brighter than ever. Let's do that. The blood demon excitedly launched into a long speech. Then from now on, we will address you as Vice Lord. Although we don't know what kind of magic you use, we all vividly remember the bite of the Jiangshi. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to finish the great war between the orthodox and demonic sects, and we couldn't have devoted ourselves to serving the heavenly demon. As one of the 4 demonic kings, I, the blood demon, swear by my own blood to be eternally loyal to you, Vice Lord. The flower demon respectfully clasped her hands. As one of the 4 demonic kings, I, the prison demon, swear on the soul of my clan to be loyal to you. With respect, Gu Yang, the Vice Lord said with respect as one of the 4 demonic kings, I, the Moonlight Shadow Demon, and the entire Moonlight Shadow Demon clan swear our loyalty to you. Only the Sword Demon, unable to clasp his hands, shouted loudly, I am the Sword Demon, and my entire clan, and I swear our loyalty to you. Only then did Kim Gong-ja gently lay Baiqiang's body down on the snow. Having held him for so long made him a bit unsteady. He clasped his hands and declared, as long as my life has not vanished. The place where the mountain was split in 2 suddenly began to glow strangely amidst the cheers. Our demonic cult will exist for eternity. The system panel displayed a notification. Baiqiang has fallen into an endless sleep. System information. You have completed part 1 of the world reconstruction quest. In a cave, Moomin's group was gathered tending to the sick. It reported that the 22nd floor was cleared today, with characters carved all over the stone surface. It repeated the announcement for everyone. White snow covered everything, and the sunlight made it sparkle. The system repeated. The 22nd floor was cleared today. The system continued its work, evaluating participating members. Evaluation complete. Kim Gong-ja bowed his head and pleaded, I'll leave my master's funeral to all of you. He asked them not to make it too complicated. Master wouldn't have liked that. His simple joy was just having everyone with him until the final burial. The system displayed the contribution ranking results. First place, Death King. Second place, the Apothecary. Third place, the Reader. Fourth place, the Medicine King. In a flash of colorful light, he said sincerely, "Please." The next second, the administrator's face appeared. "Welcome back, Death King." He chattered on, not noticing Kim Gong-ja's stunned expression. "Congratulations. It seems the final words in the true records of the heavenly demon will be please. Please can be used to express someone's wish, you know. The demonic cult only ever used the word Berea to talk about it." The administrator rambled on. "So, please and Berea can be considered synonyms." In the end, it seems that was enough for a conclusion. Kim Gong-ja cut him off. "Wait a minute." He stared in shock at everyone, lying scattered on the floor. Why are all the other hunters passed out? The administrator personally welcomed him. "Welcome back, Death King." He ignored Gong-ja's shocked expression and continued, "I have been impatiently waiting for your return." Hearing this, the administrator glanced at the people sprawled on the floor, then snorted and reassured him, "Don't worry, I've simply put them to sleep temporarily." Kim Gong-ja asked, "You forced them to sleep?" The administrator didn't deny it. "That's right. I lit a harmless stick of incense." Then he held up a purple book titled Fairy Tales of the City of Lotus Scent. Kim Gong-ja listened indignantly as the administrator rambled on. "There are many worlds that communicate with language like you do. But there are also worlds that communicate through song or scent. In the place of enlightenment, people communicate with the scent of rage, the scent of sadness, and the scent of joy." He smiled mischievously. "And of course there is also the scent of sleep." He wrapped his long sleeve around Gong-ja. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I only made this area quiet because I wanted to talk to you for a moment." Kim Gong-ja was clearly on guard. "Talk," he questioned. "What do you want to talk about after knocking out my comrades?" The next second, the administrator hugged Gong-ja tightly. "Comrades, that's our Death King for you. Even if someone might be considered useless and just a troublesome burden, you don't hesitate to call them your comrades. This librarian is moved by your admirable affection." The administrator recalled the passionate scene from before. "From here we can see your every gesture, just like a movie." Everyone was in an uproar. They were so moved. They were all ready to give you a very warm welcome. His expression turned mysterious, "But if I had left them be, I would have had to wait a very long time to speak with you, sir." The director pouted as he explained. "So I helped them calm down to create an environment where we could talk together. Don't worry, I let them fall asleep as peacefully as possible." Gong-ja quickly ran over to the Black Dragon Master. He checked her pulse, her expression, breathing, and heartbeat were all normal. What a relief. Kim Gong-ja scolded, "If you wanted to say something, why didn't we just discuss it, so you could wake them up?" At this, the director lowered himself to the floor. "You were rushing me too much, sir. I wanted to speak with you comfortably and pleasantly. That's why, out of all the people involved in the story, I only summoned you, sir." He argued back, "I'm not done with the 22nd floor, yet I still need to find a sword." But the director pointed a pair of scissors at his face and said, "Later." The director spoke to him, but it was really a threat. "You can find it later." He had no choice but to sit still obediently. He is a constellation who can freely control monsters from other worlds. Even with the martial arts of the demon god, I'm sure I'd lose if I attacked him. The director stood behind him. "Your hair is quite long, sir. King of Death, let me put this away for you." Then the director trimmed his hair, catching the clippings in a red cloth bag. The director lifted Gong-ja's hand. "Your fingernails are too long as well. It's not good for a martial artist to be so careless about their hands. Let me cut them for you." Similar to the hair, the director placed his fingernails into the red cloth bag. Kim Gong-ja asked with a chill, "What is all this for?" The director arranged the red cloth bags next to each other and began to speak. "King of Death, let's say there is someone you really like. Someone you adore from head to toe with the purest affection imaginable. The problem is that person doesn't exist in reality. They're a character who only exists in a story." The more he spoke, the more horrified Gong-ja became. "And that's when my ideal novel character appeared right in front of me." With a look of terror, Kim Gong-ja raised a glowing pink finger as he listened to the director. "Yes, that's right." The director's expression was utterly perverted as he clipped Gong-ja's toenails. "This is it." A pink system window appeared showing information about him: favorite genres, disliked genres, favorite characters, disliked characters, favorite plots, disliked plots, and most notably a panel with 5 hearts that read, "The librarian who likes to hide toenails. If possible, I'd even want to take his eyebrows." Next were the director's thoughts. "I want to tell him to grow a beard and let me pluck a few hairs out. But even I know that's just absurd. Oh, Kim Gong-ja, you are the light, a main character who radiates a brilliant aura. I want to turn you into a bookmark so I can preserve you forever," which horrified Kim Gong-ja. This guy is a total lunatic. It was then that Kim Gong-ja realized something was off. "When did you take my socks off? Give them back." Seeing him struggle, the director pleaded, "Please don't move. It would be terrible if my toenail clippers nicked your precious toes." He shouted in anger, "You damn constellation, why are you doing this to me?" Kim Gong-ja added, "Besides, you never spoke to me this politely before." This made the director's eyes well up with tears. How could a lowly being like myself not speak politely to the radiant Sir Gong-ja? This shocked him. What the hell? Despite being pushed away, the director still tried to grab Gong-ja's foot. My light, my music. Since you were named according to Confucianism, I will gladly convert to the Confucian path. As the proverb says, a king needs a kindred spirit who shares his great ambitions. Starting today, I am a Confucian scholar who worships you. He kept dodging. What kind of sage insists on taking someone else's toenails? The moment the director successfully touched his foot, he threatened, if you continue to act like this, I will refuse to enter the place of enlightenment next time. Kim Gong-ja heard the director confess, that is indeed an effective threat. The director stroked his foot. But after analyzing your character, it has been proven to be an impossibility. He knows that Kim Gong-ja wouldn't refuse because you understand that there are other characters like the heavenly demon withering away in sorrow in other worlds, and your personality makes it impossible for you to stop helping them. Then the director's eyes gleamed. I could write 2 detailed pages about which hand you used to eat the grain pill on your first day in the true chronicles of the heavenly demon. Now, Sir Kim Gong-ja, please give up and give me your pinky toenail. Kim Gong-ja grimaced and warned, back off before I say I don't like you. This time his threat was effective as the director backed away. Get 5 steps away from me, or I'll really say it, he said coldly. And stop talking to me so politely. It's really creepy. Also, give my toenails, fingernails, and hair back to me. The director sobbed, clutching the cloth bags like they were treasure. I can't. What you're asking is completely unreasonable. Red sparks appeared in Gong-ja's hand, startling the director. After a moment, the director spoke. It's truly astonishing, he commented. I am moved by your concern for the heavenly demon. You could have seen the ending just by becoming her disciple, but you didn't stop there. The end of the great war between humans and demons followed by the most magnificent duel. I feel as if I've tasted sweet chocolate shaved ice. Kim Gong-ja asked for confirmation. Does that mean the martial world of the true chronicles of the heavenly demon has been added as the 22nd floor? He answered, yes, that's right. The director was delighted. Other hunters can now freely enter the 22nd floor, and they can even learn skills by reading the martial arts books in the Heavenly Martial Library. It's all thanks to you. Gong-ja made a request. I want to ask you something while I'm in the place of enlightenment. Why are the true chronicles of the heavenly demon an enlightenment? The director wondered. Do you have a reason for asking? Instead of answering, Kim Gong-ja asked back, Librarian, do you prefer happy endings or sad endings? The director confessed, honestly, I can't say which is better. An ending is the final destination in the characters' lives. As a reader, of course, I wish for their happiness. But I also want to embrace their sadness and their failures. Gong-ja's eyes grew thoughtful. So you're saying that even sad endings are kind endings in their own way? Without warning, he pulled the director's sleeve. That leads to a bigger question. He remembered the image of Baekhyung. Even without my intervention, the true records of the heavenly demon were always destined for a tragic end. Although it was an unhappy ending, my master Sage A did his best until the very last moment. Sage A was supposed to die first and my master would have gone mad because of it, but that was still the end my master reached. He asked, if that's the case, why are the heavenly demon's true records part of Sage A's enlightenment or death? And why doesn't my master's suicide constitute a valid ending? Kim Gong-ja thought of the book, My Name and Our Sacrifice. This was a question I'd had from the moment I started reading other works. Whether or not I find this ending acceptable is one thing, but they all seem to be worlds that meet a predetermined fate. The head librarian countered. Is wanting a happy ending not an acceptable reason? Kim Gong-ja explained. You are very powerful librarian, and to a hunter like me, you seem omnipotent. But instead of fixing the story yourself, you send us and you refuse to become the author yourself, even when you have the power to do so. An image of 2 hands around 3 books with an eye appeared. A reader who never intervenes on their own, that is the constellation, the reclusive librarian. The more Gong-ja spoke, the darker the head librarian's expression became. Why don't you just use me to analyze the characters while you're at it? There's no way someone as meticulous as you would classify a story as a place of enlightenment just because it has a bizarre ending. That means there must be some specific condition that classifies the true records of the heavenly demon and other stories as places of enlightenment. Understanding that Kim Gong-ja wouldn't let it go without a proper answer, the head librarian said to him, You really aren't going to let this go, are you? He took Kim Gong-ja's hand as if to lead him somewhere. The head librarian, holding a book in one hand, pulled Kim Gong-ja along, inviting him. Come with me. I will teach you the secrets of enlightenment. The head librarian teleported them both to a land covered in white snow. He turned to strike up a conversation with Kim Gong-ja. As the head librarian led him flying over the vast, cold and white landscape, he confided in him. The virus that caused the zombie disease to spread throughout the martial arts world is a pandemic recorded in the Heavenly Demon's Chronicles, but I don't see how it could cause an apocalypse, like you said. Kim Gong-ja had a feeling he knew what was coming next, which meant the head librarian smiled and revealed it one step ahead of him. The zombie virus wasn't originally in this story naturally. He briefly explained its origin. That zombie pandemic started from the outside world. How should I put this? It's like an invasive force from a new continent. Suddenly, the head librarian pointed in one direction and called out to Gong-ja. Look over there. What do you see? Unexpectedly, after flying through the air for a while, they came across an unbelievable sight. It was the corpse of a black dragon stretched out across the snow-covered path. A strange, unnameable dark aura billowed from its body. A notification immediately appeared before Kim Gong-ja's eyes. Sparkly felt an ominous energy. It seemed the head librarian had also anticipated this before bringing him here. Your sword probably senses it too. Your sword was originally owned by a constellation, and they can quickly recognize others who share similar circumstances. He suddenly asked Kim Gong-ja a question. Kim Gong-ja, have you ever seen a constellation fall from the heavens? At that moment, the image of Preta, with a panicked expression after seeing something flashed through his mind. Kim Gong-ja didn't hide it. I have. Hearing his answer, the head librarian's expression suddenly turned sorrowful and pained. In that case, you must have also witnessed the corpse left behind by a fallen star then. Then he continued his introduction gesture in nearby. It turned out what the head librarian wanted to show him was the image of the dragon's corpse sunk into an eternal slumber in this frozen land. This is a rare sight, so open your eyes and observe carefully. Another notification appeared. Sparkly detected the presence of its sister. What it noticed was the black sword emanating a mysterious aura plunged into the dragon's scales. Sparkly said that it was the sword of the maiden's protection, the sword of compassion. Even from a distance, they could hear mournful and hateful lamentations coming from the black dragon's corpse. It hurts. So humiliating and painful. This greatly surprised Kim Gong-ja. Didn't you say the fallen star was already dead? How can it still speak? The head librarian then explained, it truly is dead. What you are seeing and hearing now is merely its lingering resentment. His eyes suddenly darkened, revealing a profound look that made his emotions unreadable. When a being that has nearly reached the level of a constellation dies, its death is horrific. The head librarian casually revealed the origin of the virus to Kim Gong-ja. The zombie pandemic you saw in the martial arts world was caused by this entity's curse. It also contains a tragic old story that few know. This constellation's curse, left behind in the martial arts world, is what led to the golden dragon being imprisoned in the Great Lake. When it died, its resentment lingered. That resentment carries the pain it had to endure, a pain that did not fade even in death. This black dragon is the very root cause of another's suffering. When its curse spread to the martial arts world, it turned everyone into zombies, just as you saw. The muddy, hoarse sound still swirled around Gong-ja's ears, like some kind of incantation. I am in pain, the source of the curse, the source of this world's destruction. This cycle of pain. I am enduring it. The final look in Baiqiang's eyes before she passed away suddenly appeared in his mind. That curse of the golden dragon caused the martial artists as well as his master to lose their lives and transform into zombies. Kim Gong-ja noticed one more thing. If this fallen star hadn't stabbed itself in the heart, someone else would have destroyed it. He unconsciously asked the only other person there, so who did this? He didn't answer right away, but looked at Gong-ja. You can probably guess who it was. Right now, only one figure came to his mind, Lafanta. The head librarian immediately confirmed his suspicion. That's right. He has the nickname Constellation Killer. He often wanders throughout the worlds to murder constellations. Their existence is no trivial matter, because each constellation is an entity that lives as a representative of its world. And when a world loses its constellation, it's like a fortress losing its protective walls. The consequence is immeasurable, one that no one can bear the end of the world. It becomes a world represented by death, and all of its inhabitants want to escape. Thus, the path to that world's destruction is accelerated. But Kim Gong-ja still couldn't understand Lafanta's hidden motive. Why does he go around murdering those constellations? He should be in his own world, ruling over everything as an emperor. Why does he wander around destroying other worlds? Surprisingly, a walking encyclopedia like the head librarian shook his head. That is a question I also don't have the answer to. His deep blue pupils reflected Kim Gong-ja's image, as he once again reiterated his position. I am merely a reader. The administrator understood himself well, so he acted very humbly. If you see and feel that I'm some all-powerful genius, that's not right. I may know everything, but my actual power is weak. Even though I know the truth of this world, I absolutely cannot interfere or get involved with it. He saw the breakthrough point in Gong-ja, but you are different from me. That's also one of the reasons I admire you so much. You can intervene in it and do as you please. What's even more special is that whether they want you to or not, you can fix any problem and resolve any crisis that could destroy this world. Every word he spoke carried a faint smile, as if he understood everything. If it happens just once, you could call it a coincidence. But if it's the second time, you could call it fate. Kim Gong-ja reached for his hand to land on the ground and continued to listen. And if it happens a third time, you could call it inevitable or unavoidable. He stood before a towering object that resembled a fortress and emanated a dangerous aura. He was still a bit hesitant, but the administrator's words gave Gong-ja more confidence. The golden dragon, who had been imprisoned in the Great Lake, had been brutally and mercilessly murdered. An ordinary person couldn't touch that sword. However, he was different because he had experienced fate and touched the inevitable. That's why he made his decision and immediately called for Sparky. A notification quickly appeared. "Yes, hero." And Kim Gong-ja replied without hesitation. "What do I need to do to save your sister?" The method it proposed was very simple. "You just need to draw me from my sheath and let me touch her." He then took a deep breath to steel himself. Kim Gong-ja stared intently at his target with a determined gaze and drew his sword with one decisive motion. The moment he pointed the tip of his sword near the black sword, a blinding beam of light filled the entire space and the system displayed a message. The goddess of protection is assimilating her own fragments. The stream of power from Kim Gong-ja's sword was gradually approaching and enveloping the black sword. But that moment was quickly shattered by a mysterious energy emanating from it, catching him completely off guard. Kim Gong-ja recoiled in horror, pulling his sword back as he took in the sight before him. "What is this?" Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth, held the sword tight, and endured the clash of the two powers, despite the notification that had appeared. The sword of compassion is preventing the assimilation. He could clearly feel the sword creating significant resistance, and then another notification appeared. The sword of compassion is confused. It was like a sleeping black panther that had suddenly been awakened by something touching it. Suddenly it had the idea to probe its opponent. The sword of compassion asked, "Will you betray Lafanta?" A yellow notification immediately appeared, expressing its own attitude. The goddess of protection consoles her sister. Within the mysterious swirling black power surrounding the dragon, it decided to give Kim Gong-ja a chance. The sword of compassion requested to see if this new master was worthy. After just a few seconds of intense conflict, a notification delivered the conclusion. The power of a constellation is immense. An unworthy master is not permitted to use this power. The sword of compassion does not acknowledge you as its new master. It radiated an even more intense purple energy, as if in rejection. Even so, Kim Gong-ja was determined not to give up so easily over a small initial setback. "All right, I know where you come from, but how do I prove that I'm worthy?" A notification appeared with an explanation. "I am a fragment that fell into this state because I lack the goddess's compassion." Those words were accompanied by a heaven and earth-shaking transformation of the surrounding space that left Kim Gong-ja stunned. Hidden behind pitch-black feathered wings was a beautiful young woman, the personification of the second sword empathy. "Prove to me that you can become someone's belief." A notification continued to appear. "Now is the time for you to prove that you have compassion and empathy for others." In her presence, Gong-ja was just a tiny existence. As another notification displayed, empathy's giant hands enveloped his entire body. "The sword of compassion requests that you temporarily surrender your body and heart to her." Kim Gong-ja immediately objected. "Why do I have to do that?" She looked down at the tiny figure in her palm and made her demand. "Let me see your memories." A yellow notification spoke up on Gong-ja's behalf. "The goddess of protection does not agree." The idol tried to persuade empathy. "Journey with my hero, and you will be able to find out if the hero is worthy of becoming your new master. Why must you accept such unnecessary risks?" But his attitude toward the matter was very relaxed. He even sheathed his sword and reassured it. "No, it's okay." Kim Gong-ja also had his own principles. "I can't carry a sword that I don't trust. Even if it's a sword forged by a master blacksmith, I can't. It would make me uneasy." He carried an air of fierce determination, ready to face anything, and shouted, "Bring it on." He even calmly spread his arms, offering no resistance to empathy's judgment. "Go ahead, dig into my memories or do whatever you want." This was no different than an entrance exam designed specifically for Kim Gong-ja. The sword of compassion is testing your compassion. She didn't hesitate and began to penetrate his memories through her feathers. The deepest memories Kim Gong-ja had experienced appeared one by one. First was the image of a tearful boy, his sorrow melting away under a gentle pat on the head. "Kind master, please try just a little harder." Next was the horrified face of a girl with blood-stained hands. Such pitiful things. He stood amidst fragments of memories that were now only black and white. Following that was the silhouette of a young woman. The world had become meaningless. Finally, there was the final expression, and the last words of Bakyang, which were still deeply etched in his mind. "Disciple of the heretic." After a moment of reading Kim Gong-ja's memories, empathy suddenly fell into silent contemplation. Her gaze seemed to want to bore deep inside and see through to his very core, but outwardly she only uttered a single sound. "You." She seemed quite tired, affected by reading his memories. But even so, Kim Gong-ja chose to be honest with empathy. "I'm not a perfect person. I'm soft when it comes to people's goodwill, and I want them to treat me with kindness. And just to get them to be good to me. I'll even push myself to become more perfect. I'll risk my life working hard because I want to be seen as a good person in the eyes of others. That could truly be a weakness of mine." The next words were like an arrow striking her weak spot, and her previous master wasn't perfect either. Gong-ja raised the sword that was emitting a brilliant light and stated his own point of view. I still don't know what grand thoughts Lafanta has. As he travels the world to destroy the constellations, perhaps what he's doing is a noble act, but even so, I still think he's on the wrong path. Standing before such a great figure, but his spirit wasn't diminished in the slightest. If you think your old master was flawless, then don't follow me. I don't need a sword like that. Lian Kam suddenly had a thought. You intend to kill Lafanta. Kim Gong-ja was also frank about his intentions. If he's a person who deserves to die, then yes, I will kill him. Lian Kam still wanted to probe him a little more. Can you promise that you won't let personal feelings interfere with your judgment on that matter? And yet Kim Gong-ja turned his face away and gave a non-committal answer. I don't know. He revealed his emotional scars, telling Lian Kam everything to build trust. My master is dead, and the martial arts world has been destroyed. There were too many casualties. I can't see things clearly anymore either. However, I promise you that I will do my best. She remained silent. His gaze towards Lian Kam was filled with trust. So, if I'm ever about to stray from my path, I want you to do everything in your power to help me stay on the right course. Her clear pupils reflected Gong-ja's outstretched hand, and his reassuring voice echoed in her ears. I'll do my best and you will too. That means we'll walk this path together. Lian Kam suddenly melted like heated wax. The fluids dripped down but didn't touch him. Kim Gong-ja noticed a notification. My ability is agony. She began to reveal her skill. Anyone I cut will feel pain. If there is no wound, there is no death. My ability is to create pain without physical injury. After becoming one with the sword, Lian Kam had truly submitted to Gong-ja. My new master, I swear I will serve you with the purest heart. The system immediately displayed a notification. The guardian goddess has become more radiant. The black sword embedded in the dragon's corpse began to melt like lava. Even though its soul had vanished and its body was melting away, the dragon's sigh of satisfaction could still be heard. It was as if it had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. So soon enough, its entire enormous body decomposed into a pool of black liquid. Kim Gong-ja quietly watched as the black liquid washed away everything on the ground without harming him. The vibrating space was engulfed by a thick blizzard of snow. The administrator smiled and remarked, "Winter is the season of death." He was right to bring Gong-ja here. You've finally ended this lonely winter. Perhaps this is the first time. This frozen land has been able to see the ground beneath the snow. As he looked up, his gaze fell upon a single floating snowflake. I can smell it. His hand had just touched the delicate snowflake, and in a few seconds, it vanished in the blink of an eye. That's the smell of spring in the air. Kim Gong-ja once again grew sentimental, reminiscing about the past. I wonder if Master knew where the smell of spring came from. He didn't dwell on that feeling for long before turning to the administrator. Mr. Librarian clearing the floors also benefits me. I can see other people's traits. He wasn't surprised at all. I know. Because the administrator is the one in charge of floors 21 to 30. This is what he had prepared for you. While the administrator wanted to cut Kim Gong-ja's toenails, he took the opportunity to read the information displayed next to him. Among your favorite characters, I saw the Star Killer, and there were also characters from the story. He gave a half-hearted acknowledgement and pretended not to know anything. Perhaps so. Why would that be? This was what made Kim Gong-ja find it so hard to understand. Lafanta is the killer of constellations. If you didn't like him, that wouldn't be strange. But I don't know why you do like him. The administrator winked and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he turned his back and decided to reveal it. Since you asked, I'll tell you personally. There is something I have wished for a long time. Kim Gong-ja was quite curious. A wish. The administrator's eyes lit up when he mentioned it. That's right. I want to appear as a character in a novel that I like. Kim Gong-ja still didn't really get it. Can't you make it happen right now? You have the ability to travel freely in this apocalypse. The administrator put his hands on his hips. You can't understand how a reader feels. He slowly began to float up and expressed his thoughts. In this apocalypse, I am nothing but a foreign existence. The administrator closed his eyes and clasped his hands together, as if silently praying for something. I don't belong to that world. He understood clearly that whether it's the Star Killer who killed the constellations or me, we are the same in that we are both foreign existences in this world. I don't want to enter a novel as a foreign existence. I want to appear as a character who was there from the very beginning. The expressionless Kim Gong-ja still hadn't absorbed this. The administrator didn't confide any further and changed the subject to him. Now it's my turn to ask a question. It was a question he hadn't anticipated. Kim Gong-ja, why didn't you kill the heavenly demon? He explained that in her final moments the heavenly demon had reached a level where she could kill others with her bloodlust alone, while you were not as strong as her. But the memory of her continues within you. If you were to take her in as one of your hundreds of summoned spirits, she would surely become a formidable force. Kim Gong-ja's expression grew serious as the question was repeated. Why didn't you kill her? He stammered a reply. That is, but before he could finish, the administrator cut him off. It's all right. Even if you don't answer, I still understand. He didn't hesitate to expose the truth. You don't want to interfere with what will ultimately happen to your master. I'm the same. I don't want to participate directly in the apocalypse. What you want is also what I want. That's why I refuse to participate. If that's the case, then there's only one way to become a character in the novel. He pulled a book from his chest and continued the topic. I don't have to seek out the characters in the novel. They must come to find me. The administrator had predicted this long ago. Le Fantôme, the Star Killer, is continuously destroying the constellations in the world. Perhaps he will eventually visit my world. The great library of all things. His sweet face was a complete contrast to the content of his words, to kill me. That will also be the moment the administrator's wish is fulfilled. I am waiting for the day he visits my library. On that day, I will finally appear in LaFanta's story. From beginning to end, Kim Gong-ja still felt very lost. Even though the end of the story would also be his own end, the complex emotions hidden beneath an indifferent smile appeared once more. That's right, he thought that, dying at the hands of the protagonist. Wouldn't that be the best ending? An entire snowy mountain range suddenly sparkled brilliantly as the sun peeked out. Kim Gong-ja was walking with the old elf and the steward under that beautiful sky. That is, until a series of running footsteps echoed along with a call. Young master. Gong-ja, who was leading the group, rushed out, clasped his hands and shouted. Welcome. He just calmly and coolly asked about the situation. Are the funeral preparations complete? The other man suddenly showed an extremely indescribable expression. Not yet, sir. We're still working on it. He never could have anticipated the blood demon's directness. The heavenly demon's body has been lost. This turn of events was truly unbelievable to him. He blurted out what but. The man only replied that he would understand if he saw it with his own eyes. He recounted the story while leading the way. When the snow suddenly melted, the heavenly demon's body also suddenly vanished. A few crimson petals suddenly drifted past him with an apology. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Everything happened so suddenly. An entire field of brilliant flowers appeared right before his eyes. We were unable to react in time. His words seemed to weave through each petal. We believe that because the heavenly demon's internal energy was so pure, his body may have vanished, becoming one with nature. The old elf suddenly spoke up right at the moment he sat down. How surprising. He began to speak just as he reached out his hand. Even when the constellations of this world die, they only leave behind curses. But when your master died, flowers bloomed. Every word he spoke truly touched his heart. Your master is clearly better than a constellation, isn't he? After a moment, the blood demon added. Of course, we have made preparations for the funeral. I thought you would want to participate, but he simply replied no. He answered gently, it's all right, there's no need to hold one anymore. The man still didn't quite understand. Sir, then Kim Gong-ja slowly took off his coat. When I became the young master by tradition, there were still some in the sect who did not accept me. The law from time immemorial is that the strongest becomes the sect leader. His whole body suddenly radiated with a powerful aura. Let's hold a tournament instead of a funeral. That is the most meaningful way to hold a funeral. Isn't the sword the most important thing to us? Just that one sentence was like a wake-up call for everyone in the sect. So, let's use the swordsmanship that Master taught us. They quickly became more open-minded and excitedly grabbed their swords to charge in. And so a joyous tournament took place amidst the red flower forest on that drizzly afternoon. It wasn't until he returned to the library that he received news that the Heavenly Martial Sect would be moving to the 22nd floor. The announcement left him so stunned, he had to ask again to confirm. What did you say? Mun explained calmly. We've decided to move. We'll be moving the training hall as well. Just as you received the inheritance from the Heavenly Demon, I have also become a disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. The Heavenly Martial Sect is my guild, so it will join the Martial Arts Alliance with me. It was also unclear when he had bought a pair of non-prescription glasses for 9,800 and a versatile magic satchel for 2,000. He still had faith in the future. Even though my master is crippled, he's not finished yet. The apothecary said she'll do everything she can to get him to circulate his internal energy again. So I'm thinking of becoming his grand protector in the meantime. He thought to himself that a protector was someone who would defend the sect. Not only that, but he also understood that the Grand Protector was the strongest among all the protectors. But the man continued to ramble on. He seems very angry about the heavenly demon's death. Even I feel sad looking at him. At a time like this, it's best to keep everyone busy teaching the next generation. It also helps the members of my guild get stronger. From this, he drew a conclusion: the venomous snake wanted to become the great elder of the martial arts world. This conclusion left Kim Gong-ja a bit surprised and stunned. He made the man ask in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? He exclaimed in admiration. I'm just a little amazed when I realized that not just anyone can become the guildmaster of one of the top 5 guilds. As he spoke, he mused, I was wondering why an otaku like you was so popular. He realized it was because he genuinely cared about his guild members. Receiving the compliment, the man shyly scratched his head. Really, his whole face had even turned bright red. Don't misunderstand. I'm just doing what's necessary. Being happy about receiving praise for something like this will only make the world worse. I can't let that happen. At that, he just stared at him in silence. You're scaring me when you talk like that. However, what had just happened was enough to make him reflect, and thinking about it left him a bit bewildered. Do I have anyone I can call my own people? Just then, the old elf yelled, I want to smack him so bad. Let's throw the zombies into the martial arts world in the next apocalypse. The steward boasted to him, look, I made you a special toenail clipper. The Sword Emperor also chimed in. The divine song praising the hero's wisdom still rings out today. The majestic image of the hero has roared upon the walls of the Aumim Empire. This ruckus made him refuse the idea. It's definitely not these three, never. They aren't even human. Suddenly, a hesitant voice sounded from behind him. Death King. He was startled to see it was her, the alchemist. She was reporting joyfully, we've succeeded in mass-producing the vaccine for the zombie virus. If everyone gets vaccinated before going up to the 22nd floor, they won't have any problems. In an instant, he pushed the old man's head aside to get closer to her. Apothecary, are you planning to move? She called out in confusion. Yes, he got straight to the point. Your shop is very small right now, isn't it? After completing this floor, your reputation and value have skyrocketed. Are you still going to keep your current shop? She became even more bewildered. I was thinking of expanding, but the land prices on the first floor are very expensive, so the Count offered me a contract with an advance payment. He immediately stopped her. No, don't sign it. Kim Gong-ja clapped his hands cheerfully, expressing, I'll provide you with a shop. I'll also cover the moving and interior design costs. The alchemist, practically beaming, asked for confirmation. Really? He affirmed it again. Yes, you know I own the second floor, right? I'll give you a good spot. But he had his own proposal. In return, I want you to prioritize making the medicines I request. Deal. How could she possibly refuse? Of course, at that very moment, the Medicine King suddenly coughed loudly to interrupt. Ahem, ahem. As he coughed, he lamented loudly. Oh dear, my shop is in such a remote place, and there's a strange smell around it. It's also on the third floor, so my knees always ache from climbing the stairs. If only some young person would give me a place. Fresh air in a 30,000 square meter space is the best. Before he could even make any demands, the Sword King grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. Sorry, it seems my friend was being rude. Even though he couldn't fight back, he still wanted to protest. How dare you interfere with your friend's business? I'm short on cash, and I've already lowered my demands, so making money is tough. Even as he was dragged out of sight, his voice boomed. Pharmacist, tell everyone this. I cheated in the final match. I can no longer follow Sir Sonister's path. Their cute interaction made the two of them chuckle. Time passed, and the scene suddenly shifted from the library to a village. People from all over swarmed in shouting, Pharmacist Medicine King, please sell us some medicine. Brit stood above them, calling out with a megaphone. Anyone here for medicine, please form a line. And anyone here for the zombie vaccine, please head to the Heavenly Martial Sect headquarters on the 22nd floor. Meanwhile, he was gesturing wildly in outrage. You bastard, what are you making me do? How dare you make me do this? On the 22nd floor, people were also being quickly organized. Please maintain order. This is the training hall of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Please don't push. Mun was busy taking notes and talking a lot. Old man, we still have a lot of customers. This annoyed the old man into yelling. Don't rush me. I came here to be your sex-exclusive doctor, and now I have to help with vaccinations too. I haven't even heard a thank you yet. Just as things were settling down, the Black Dragon Master suddenly appeared and exclaimed, This is incredible. She offered her praise. You completed the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, playing a huge role. All the other hunters are fired up, because they don't want to be left behind by you. She smiled at the wonderful results. Thanks to that, the progress of clearing the tower has been faster than before. The system screen simultaneously showed the progress. Everyone had finally moved on from the 21st floor, the Great Library of the Creator, to the 24th floor, the Myth-grade Diary of the Dawn House. She turned to him pleased. At this rate, we'll clear the 30th floor within the next month. But would it really be that easy? As things started to take a horrifying turn, one by one, people started collapsing as a system message appeared. This is an announcement for everyone. No one could even count how many people had been sacrificed. They only knew that today the raid on the 25th floor had failed. The group stood on a cliff, witnessing it all. I repeat, today the raid on the 25th floor has failed. The 25th floor was a book, titled The Tale of Somi Win, Academy, a D-rank fantasy romance. The number of participants was 2 to 5 people. According to the description, Somi Win was a magic academy with a long history. It was an ordinary academy, where friendship and conflict, love and jealousy all played out. This apocalypse book could either become a simple school story or unleash a world-destroying artifact sealed beneath the academy. And the reason they failed was because the main character's fiancé, the prince, was abducted by a reincarnated student. She was the one who unsealed the artifact, released the great demon sealed there, and destroyed the world. Even now, the Black Dragon Master couldn't believe it. The Count and the Knight lost, she muttered in disbelief. Impossible. They were the strongest pair. The director beside her just whispered, how humiliating. Faced with their expressions of fear and doubt, he sighed softly. But it already happened. A ray of light from his hip flashed quickly as the director closed the book. There's nothing more to be done since the raid has failed. Please understand. Then he smiled and finished his sentence, although it might be possible to fix that mistake. After returning, he stood angrily in the bathroom trying to calm himself. He expressed his frustration. Damn it, I've never read a romance story before. I can't just let the Count and the Knight die. And the librarian also hinted that I should do something. The old elf didn't quite get it. Why don't you just give up and join a different raid? He suddenly drew his sword to show him and spoke up. I don't think it's that simple. He placed it against his neck and then chuckled. The sword reacted just before the Apocalypse book closed. That means there's a sister sword in this world. Even Sparkly agreed with this theory. The old elf then pointed something out. Well, you'd never read a wuxia novel before, but you did just fine last time. The moment the old man finished speaking, he decisively stabbed the weapon through his own throat. Let's go. Time rewound, and upon his return, he raised his hand to volunteer. I will take command on this floor. His words made Riondu and Paladin freeze in silence. The other person suddenly spoke up. Sorry, Death King, I didn't know you read romance stories. He scratched his head in embarrassment. No need to apologize. To be honest, I'm a total newbie when it comes to this romance stuff. In a flash, she was in his face, asking darkly, then why do you want to be the commander on this floor? Her intimidating gaze made him think to himself, oh man, she seems really serious about this. But I can't back down because if I do, she'll fail. He stammered in reply, well, I really want to try. Having said that, he became more resolute. I can't let her lead. He clenched his fists to resist her intimidating presence. To be fair, when it comes to the romance genre, it's better to let someone with experience go in. You'd be good, but I also completed the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon without ever having read a single martial arts novel. She hesitated. He had a point, but in the end he decided to tell the truth. And more importantly, I have a bad feeling about this floor. Please let me join. Perhaps because she understood him, the Black Dragon Master agreed immediately. It's not a matter of right or wrong, but he has already proven his abilities. Paladin was startled and called out Black Dragon Lord, but unexpectedly the Sword King was also there. I also think we should listen to the Death King. Maybe he knows something. She looked even more incredulous. You two, Sword Saint. Seeing the two of them speak up, Gong-ja thought excitedly. Great, everyone is on my side. He clapped his hands to make a decision. All right then, I'll choose the comrades who will go with me. He quickly set a condition. I'm going with the best people available right now. Don't be sad if you're not chosen. The Black Dragon Master suddenly laughed. The best people. Hearing her words, he immediately became suspicious and turned his head to look at her. She frankly patted his shoulder. This is a romance story. Though I haven't read many stories like this, I think I'm suited for it. Based on my personal opinion, that is. Even if I can't say I have more experience than everyone else. If we're talking about the best people, isn't that me? What do you think? He was suddenly bewildered. She was acting strangely. But unexpectedly, Paladin was just as enthusiastic. No, you're wrong, Black Dragon Lord. Romance and fantasy romance are very different. If romance is a sweet cake, then fantasy romance is a cake covered in chocolate. Death King, I firmly believe that someone with my experience and understanding should go. These questions confused him. Was she implying that she was really experienced? Even Riondu was eager to join the fray. Isn't love something that can be bought with money? It's better to date someone rich. Because love is power, and power is money. I think I'll be essential to this story. Kim Gong-ja started to complain again. He couldn't understand why everyone claimed to be an expert on these romance novels. The tense situation of them all competing made him grimace in silence for a long time. Then to everyone's surprise, he blurted something out. Heretic interrogator, why don't you enter this novel with me? The three of them who had been glaring at each other were suddenly stunned into silence. Even Mumun, who was calmly sipping his tea, was so startled he choked, and the heretic interrogator himself froze, unable to process it. Oh ho, then he joyfully reached out his hand. All right, I will obey any command from the Death King. The Black Dragon Master couldn't accept it. Death King, are you insane? She hurriedly whispered through clenched teeth. He doesn't know how to sympathize with others. He's a psychopath. And even to put it mildly, he's a sociopath. Why would you put someone like that into a romance story? Seeing her trembling, he called out Black Dragon Master, then carefully explained to her. I don't know much about romance, but I know the most important thing is what she doesn't understand. The Black Dragon Master probably never expected his answer to be about appearances. His reply made her fall silent and observe the heretic interrogator for a moment. Then she had to admit this cruel truth. Yes, that's right, but he still had other reasons, and he can also use holy magic. Therefore, he has the ability to face any situation. Plus, he does everything I tell him to. However, there were some things he didn't tell her. Most importantly, the heretic interrogator says whatever he thinks without holding back. There's not much difference between what he thinks and what he says. This honesty is a great thing in romance. When they arrived, the librarian laughed. Oh ho, a new group this time. All right, I'm looking forward to this. He waved his hand, opening a page of the book with an introduction. The season of love. This is a time when people talk about love. Love is something that transcends status, background, and borders. Perhaps that's why true love is so hard to find. Love comes from actions and understanding, but too many people focus only on fleeting feelings. He whispered as 3 cards flew out of the book, a fleeting emotion or a true love. I will grant you the privilege of witnessing it. Next, they flew towards him. You have completed the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon right up to the hidden stage. You will receive a worthy reward for this. I will give them to you. He blurted out in confusion. The cards had the following words written on them: the faceless card, the coincidentally perfect, eavesdropping timing card, and the oops card. I didn't mean anything by it. After reading them, he didn't understand at all. What the heck is this? But the other person just smiled and said they would be very useful, that they would be his trump cards. Before the 2 of them were transported, the librarian added, you can check the final gift in the Book of Revelation. Kim Gong-ja only had time to say, It seemed the hint ended there as the librarian opened the book again. Death, King Heretic Interrogator. I choose the 2 of you to participate in the tale of Somi Win Academy. A magic circle quickly activated. When you open your eyes, you will be taken to 7 days before the event that destroys the world. A light instantly flared up with a wave of his hand. I hope you will create a beautiful ending. Just a moment ago they were in the library, but now Kim Gong-ja was being woken up by someone. Lady and butler. The moment they entered their characters in the book began with a truly insolent and ignorant remark from the newly arrived heretic, who was then slapped without understanding what was going on. Afterwards, they were both shocked to realize which roles they were playing. Kim Gong-ja was the butler, and the heretic interrogator was the young lady. After the unexpected thunderous slap, the heretic staggered and fell to the floor. Everyone in the hall was silent for a moment, before letting out sounds of utter shock. He still didn't understand what had happened. At that moment, Ravielle was furious. She screamed, "You ignorant fool." The heretic interrogator stood up and slowly touched the red mark on his cheek, saying innocently, "Did I do something wrong? That slap really hurt." Ravielle Avancia didn't answer the heretic interrogator's question. She swung her hand and slapped the heretic interrogator again so fast that neither of them could do anything. The commotion they created caused everyone else around them to turn and stare in surprise. Ravielle Avancia was still fuming as she said, "How can you act as if nothing happened after saying something so absurd? Are you trying to mock me?" He finally began to process the current situation. Today was a banquet for the nobility. Faced with her anger, Kim Gong-ja, in contrast, was very calm. He analyzed the situation and recalled Ravielle Avancia's identity. And the young lady standing before us. This was the villainess from the Book of Revelation. According to the memories of the Count and the Paladins, when they tried to erase this part, Ravielle Avancia's identity was gradually revealed. In this empire where alchemy and magic flourished, she was the daughter of the Duke, a man whose power was second only to the royal family. This Book of Revelation would face its destruction in 7 days. The reason for its doom, the villainess's fiancé, His Highness the Crown Prince, had his heart stolen by a female student who was transported into this world. Ravielle Avancia clenched her fists and aggressively called for someone. "Hey, where are the servants? Get over here." A group of people in formal suits hurried over from a distance, replying as they came. "Yes, my lady." She decisively pointed at the heretic interrogator and shouted, "This girl, get her out of my sight." Gong-ja ran over and grabbed the heretic interrogator's arm. He was still bewildered by the situation, only able to raise his hand and stammer in an attempt to stop them. The servants respectfully replied to the lady, "Understood, my lady." The heretic interrogator pulled his arm away from his butler. Ignoring Kim Gong-ja's attempt to stop him, he walked up to Ravielle Avancia and said casually, "Could it be that you're not feeling well? That's not good. Let me help you." The heretic interrogator's words only made Ravielle Avancia's anger explode. She was so angry she clenched her teeth, but the heretic interrogator acted as if he didn't care. He continued to taunt her. "Oh my, why is your complexion getting worse? You should go see a doctor right now instead of just standing rooted at this party." Ravielle Avancia was trembling with rage. She growled out each word of her command. "Get out of my sight immediately, and throw that butler in jail too." Ravielle Avancia's fury had reached its peak. She couldn't stand it for another second. The servants began to carry out their duty. They approached them and said, "Excuse me, could you two please come with us?" Kim Gong-ja shouted in alarm and was immediately warned. Someone requested he lower his voice. "Our young lady is very sensitive to loud noises." The heretic interrogator and Gong-ja were then unwillingly restrained and dragged away from the party. He struggled and yelled, "Where are you people taking us?" The 2 of them were shoved out the door, and he shouted resentfully, "Those are the Duke's servants." You shot up in anger, letting out a groan as you rattled the locked door from the inside, while the heretic interrogator was still lying comfortably on the ground. "This isn't good, Death King. Looks like I've become the main character here." They were locked in a cell with only a small window, just big enough to see the bright moonlight outside. All you could do now was sigh and say, "I can't believe this." The heretic interrogator had now sat up looking at her new hands and body and said excitedly, "Even though I was always made to wear girls' clothes when I was little, who would have thought I'd one day become the female lead of a novel like this? This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience." Kim Gong-ja frowned dejectedly, sighing in helplessness. So optimistic, regardless of the situation. I'm actually jealous. She smiled as bright as a flower and said cheerfully, life is still beautiful, Death King, just stay positive. Suddenly, a colorful light emanated from her hand. She said excitedly, transformation spell. What did the heretic interrogator do to make Kim Gong-ja turn back and look at her? He was surprised because her voice was slightly different. Kim Gong-ja asked, puzzled. Your voice. The heretic interrogator replied with a very cute laugh. Yes, I've modified my vocal cords a bit. Does my voice sound more like a girl's? Now, Kim Gong-ja turned back in amazement, praising her. You're really something else. Now she looked just like a real noble lady, though she still needed to be a bit more mindful of her speech. She smiled so brightly, it was as if flowers were blooming, took the hem of her skirt, and said respectfully, thank you. He smiled and thought gently, even though becoming a butler and the female lead of a novel was a bit unexpected, I'm sure everything will be fine. The heretic interrogator gave a satisfied smile and said, you don't look as stressed as you did before. He felt a bit relieved, thinking it's all thanks to the Inquisitor's spell and my regression skill. Kim Gong-ja said in surprise. She began to explain what she meant to Kim Gong-ja. Ever since you returned from the Heavenly Demon's Chronicle, your expression has always been gloomy. That's understandable, of course, since I just lost my beloved master. That's also why I was so worried about this raid. I was afraid your negative emotions would affect your performance. But it seems I was worrying for nothing. Kim Gong-ja walked up to her and said, you can tell what people are thinking just by looking at their faces, huh? Her eyes became sharp and mysterious as she replied, exactly. Although I don't know what despair feels like, I understand it extremely well. Kim Gong-ja was genuinely surprised by what she said. That's impressive. She continued her analysis. Even machines can malfunction if a part is broken. Stress is the malfunction point for humans. If you leave it untreated for too long, it will take deep root in your mind. So please be careful to control it yourself. Kim Gong-ja felt like he was starting to understand the friend in front of him better. Is she trying to understand humans in her own way? She's a psycho, but a very unique one. The heretic interrogator spoke up excitedly, as if she had just discovered something. By the way, something strange just happened. Kim Gong-ja asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Inside the cell filled with discarded items, she began to ask about what just happened. Based on my understanding, we were thrown in here for the crime of insulting a noble right. Kim Gong-ja agreed. I think so too. She got excited by his answer, then immediately became serious and said, our souls are more in sync now. Awesome. Getting back to the point, usually the person in power would assign guards or have troops stationed outside to watch the prisoners, right? She stated her deduction, and yet I can't sense anyone outside the door right now. But I do sense someone by the window. After she said that, a group of men in black clothes and masks burst in through the window and rushed them. One of them shouted, it's fine to kill the man, but don't harm that bitch. Gong-ja grabbed the sword at his hip and recited the incantation to summon its power. Spark, I am here. As soon as he drew his sword, he managed to block a blow from one of them. But realizing the moment for a decisive strike had come, Gong-ja said, now, and with one swift motion, he slashed down, sending blood splattering everywhere. The heretic interrogator used a chain tied to her sword as a weapon, whipping it relentlessly at the enemies. She was still smiling as she said, Death King, you shouldn't kill them all. We still need to interrogate them, to find out who's behind this. We have to keep at least one of them alive. In just a moment, the heretic interrogator and Gong-ja had dealt with them all and tied them up. The men stammered in fear. Isn't she supposed to be just a weak little noble girl? The faces and clothes of the two were splattered with blood. The heretic interrogator approached them enthusiastically and said, now I'll give you 3 choices. Still holding her blood-stained sword, she held up one finger and said, 1, agree to die right here, right now. She continued, stating the second condition to the terrified men. 2, let us interrogate you and spill every last bit of important information you have. She continued in a powerful voice. 3, voluntarily confess everything to avoid interrogation and save your own lives. One of them said angrily, you crazy bitch, just kill me. The heretic interrogator didn't hesitate at his words, and with one swing of her sword, sent him to meet his maker. She happily accepted his request. All right, let's do it then. She turned to the man next to him and asked, so, have the rest of you decided yet? He was now too scared to speak. That man was now so terrified that tears and snot were running down his face as he begged, please spare us. We were just following orders. The heretic interrogator asked with satisfaction, well, at the very least, you have to tell us why you tried to assassinate us. She gripped her weapon impatiently and threatened, taking your sweet time, are you? Still haven't decided? Fine, let me help speed things up for you. The remaining 2 became terrified and immediately begged, please, spare us, we beg you. Kim Gong-ja, who was standing to the side, grabbed her hand to stop her. Calm down, heretic interrogator. We don't need to resort to this yet. He thought with dread. At this rate, this romance novel is going to get a 19+ rating. He stepped in front of them and asked calmly, listen carefully to my question. Then Gong-ja turned towards the iron bars lying scattered on the ground and asked them, it looked like you cut through the window bars very easily just now. Or were they already cut because you knew beforehand that we would be imprisoned here? The men whimpered. At that moment, a system window appeared, showing their thoughts. Under his surveillance, we were only told that a girl would be brought down to the wine cellar. Damn it, they said she was just an ordinary girl. You bastards lied to me. After observing for a moment, he concluded they really did know in advance that we would be locked up here. He then asked them seriously, at that time you said it was okay to kill the man, but not to harm the woman, right? Were you planning to kidnap her? They stammered, avoiding his gaze as if they didn't want to answer. At that moment, a pink notification window appeared, showing their thoughts. Pay again. Were we hired to be kidnappers? Well, the client specifically requested that she remain completely unharmed without a single scratch. That's why we formed a party of 4, just in case something went wrong. The heretic interrogator was wiping the bloodstains from her face. Kim Gong-ja started to stand up, adjusting his clothes, and said, I think I know who the culprit is. The heretic interrogator said in surprise, Oh, you figured it out that quickly? He answered nonchalantly. Gong-ja's eyes turned to the broken window as he began to analyze the situation. The culprit must be someone with immense power to be able to hire 4 assassins to infiltrate the academy, and they must also know this academy's security system like the back of their hand. He thought of the girl at the party, the villainess, who had screamed while kicking them out. At that time that lady had screamed, This girl is an eyesore, get her out of my sight immediately. He continued with his deduction. She never specified where to take us, yet the servants knew to escort us to the exact place where the assassins had planned their attack. The heretic interrogator rested her chin on her hand, as if she understood, continuing his thought. So it's clear that the villainess is the mastermind behind this. His eyes suddenly turned sinister. But that's a little too obvious, isn't it? The heretic interrogator continued to explain. Someone was approaching from outside. Even though she looked like this, she was still the heroine of this apocalypse world. A proper, noble lady involved with the crown prince. That person had arrived in front of their cell. The heretic interrogator still didn't notice anything. He continued speaking. And yet the villainess dared to bring me here and hire assassins. She's a duke's daughter, so she'd be dragged into a huge scandal. That means the real culprit isn't the villainess. The person began to open the dungeon door. The two of them, still completely unguarded, continued their speculation, but rather it's someone who wanted to make her look like the culprit, and also someone who treasures me so much that they demanded I not be harmed, not even a single hair on my head. Suddenly, someone from outside rushed in, hugged her tightly, and cried out reassuringly, Everything's all right now. I'm here to protect you. With his distinct, striking golden hair, he introduced himself. Ah, the sole heir to this kingdom, the crown prince himself. The male lead from some cheesy romance novel. Seeing the scene before him made Kim Gong-ja feel extremely annoyed. His face soured. Let's go back to the past, to where the story begins. Last year, 2 young ladies were granted names by the emperor. One was Sylvia, a lovely girl with curly golden hair. She held the hem of her skirt frolicking happily in a field of flowers. Under the sun, her smile shone even brighter. A golden finch flower blooming amidst a garden of shimmering yellow blossoms. From that moment on, she was known by the people of this country. With beautiful blue eyes that were both playfully cute and intelligent, that girl was called Lady Golden Finch, the heroine of this world. The next person to be mentioned was someone whose beauty was the complete opposite of the other. That was the other lady, Ravielle Avancia, a beautiful and noble flower, who always held her head high and excelled in every field. From that moment on, she was known by the subjects of this country for her striking, cold red eyes, possessing both a mysterious and captivating charm. She was called Lady Silver Lily, and was also the villainess in the Book of Revelation. The two of them became fated. Rivals among the noble daughters granted names at the coming-of-age ball. With their 2 different styles, they inevitably clashed, leading to an unavoidable secret war. But because both ladies were attending the same academy, a storm was bound to brew within its walls. After absorbing the characters' memories, Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but feel bewildered by this plot. Returning to the present, Kim Gong-ja was faced with the sight of that prince. He glanced back at him with a look of disdain. Seeing this, Gong-ja couldn't hide his disapproving expression. Wasn't he being a bit too rude for a noble prince? The prince spoke in a contemptuous tone. Oh, so you're still alive. He was so angry his face darkened as he cursed internally. What's wrong with this guy? He's so damn annoying. Despite his annoyance, he still spoke respectfully. Yes, your highness. I survived safe and sound. He let go of the heretic interrogator, turning to look at him with an annoyed, haughty expression, and said, You're quite lucky. Although Kim Gong-ja was so furious he could barely control his expression, he tried to remain calm, but his words carried a hint of sarcasm. It is all thanks to your highness's benevolence. Internally, he was already assessing the prince's attitude. What nonsense am I spouting? You're the one who caused this assassination attempt, aren't you? The prince laughed scornfully with an air of superiority. You flatter me. How could all the good things in the world be thanks to my benevolence? It's because you managed to protect yourself and Sylvia from those vicious assassins. That was your own good fortune. Allow me to express my gratitude to you. He was so angry, the atmosphere seemed to darken. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, this curly-haired bastard. He always felt that the prince was trying to attack him, constantly downplaying his actual abilities and attributing everything to luck. Even though he didn't want to believe it, could it be that he was trying to suppress him? Just then, the character's bronze assimilation was slowly increasing. Kim Gong-ja placed a hand on his chest, showing respect as he calmly said, Lady Golden Finch is my master. I belong to her. He suddenly became confident, explaining to the prince, how can a sword protecting its master be called luck? He himself was startled by what he had just said. What am I doing? My mouth is moving on its own. This is really bad. Imagine the drama that would unfold. When a mere butler provokes the crown prince, Kim Gong-ja raised a hand to cover his mouth in fear, but his mouth continued to speak uncontrollably. I am merely a tool that knows how to complete its task. I am not worthy of your highness's praise. A system notification appeared. You are synchronizing with your character. The bronze assimilation bar moved a little. Current synchronization level 1%. Gong-ja covered his mouth, thinking in terror. What the hell? The prince looked like he was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, families like the barons must use a silver tongue as the main criterion for hiring servants. His Majesty would be very disappointed if he knew. Inside his head, Kim Gong-ja was screaming. Stop it, curly hair. Don't provoke me anymore. Kim Gong-ja gripped his own chin, forcing out the words, may I be so bold as to say one thing. Everything under His Majesty's reign is perfect. He looked at the current situation and thought about this predicament. He immediately thought of those cheesy dramatic scenes from a movie. I will sacrifice my life to protect you. My dear lady, my butler. Those movie scenes flashing on a TV screen. Please take care. Kim Gong-ja watched this play out and said in frustration, a monster from the primordial world. And what the hell are these two humans doing? Is this really the time to be cuddling each other? Have they completely lost their minds? The synchronization slowly started to increase again. You are synchronizing with your character. Current synchronization level 2%. The prince said irritably, so now it's a war of words, he thought to himself. This must be why the Holy Order of Knights and the Duke failed in the book. He spoke up not to be outdone. Truly there is no one more trustworthy than your highness. I sincerely hope you will find the culprit behind this assassination, bring them to justice, and give them a fitting punishment to make an example for all others. He held the heretic interrogator tightly and turned towards Gong-ja, saying confidently, of course. He looked at him with contempt and said softly, it seems Lady Sylvia is still in shock. There might still be a few assassins around. Let me be the one to protect her today. Kim Gong-ja clenched his teeth to endure it, bowing his head respectfully and saying, please forgive my impertinence. Now that things have come to this, we should take Lady Sylvia somewhere comfortable so she can relax her mind as much as possible. I hope that my master can stay in her beloved room just as she always has. Kim Gong-ja tried to endure the control, the system's synchronization. This traitorous mouth, just shut up already. The prince immediately retorted, are you implying she would be uncomfortable with me? The system announced again, you are synchronizing with your character. He tried to speak to smooth things over. This is so awkward. The synchronization slowly increased again. Current synchronization level 3%. He exclaimed helplessly, just stop for a second, can't you? Suddenly an old elf appeared and called out to him, hey, what kind of stunt are you pulling? He was startled when the elf called him. Sword Emperor. No sir, Sword Emperor. Without another word, the elf scolded him. Are you out of your mind? He turned to look at the elf, pleading, please help me. I'm really about to go insane. Do something to save me. The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. This situation. He approached Gong-ja and whispered, to the little zombie, you always say you find the venomous snake disgusting, but right now you're doing the exact same disgusting things as the main character in the venomous snake's illusion. After hearing him say that, he thought to himself, you know what, I take it back. It'd be a blessing if you just stayed still. Suddenly, the heretic interrogator who was standing next to the prince spoke up unexpectedly, causing the prince to turn back in concern and ask Sylvia what's wrong. The heretic interrogator forcefully pushed him away without a shred of mercy. His eyes lit up with amusement. How interesting. The heretic interrogator placed both hands on his chest and said with amusement, right now, I'm feeling something in my heart, a feeling I've never experienced before. His words made everyone present stare at him bewildered. My heart is beating erratically. It's so strange. He excitedly ran towards the prince, grabbed his hand and said, it seems the owner of this body likes you a lot. The prince's face gradually turned red. He looked at him affectionately and gently called out the name of the character the heretic interrogator was playing, Sylvia. Before he could even confess his feelings, the heretic interrogator was pulled away with great force, sweeping past him. He looked on in bewilderment. You really. At that moment, Kim Gong-ja had grabbed the heretic interrogator's hand and said, seriously, my lady, let's return to your room. He gave him no chance to refuse and continued, you still need to carry on with your daily life tomorrow, don't you? Reflected in the heretic interrogator's eyes was Kim Gong-ja's serious expression, which made him understand his intention. We can't forget we are here for a reason, with a clear purpose, to clear this stage. The heretic interrogator seemed to understand the meaning behind his words and immediately spoke up to smooth things over. That's right. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. But I must return to my quarters with my butler now. He cheerfully and respectfully bid him farewell. Have a good evening, Your Highness. We'll be leaving now. The prince tried to get them to stay looking regretful. As Sylvia and Gong-ja stepped out of the hall, he spoke with lingering worry. Things are getting more and more complicated. He still hadn't calmed down, and a dark aura of synchronization emanated from him. I can't believe a trap like this even exists. Damn it. When I saw you hugging that curly-haired guy, I was so insanely jealous. The heretic interrogator laughed at his thoughts. This is something we couldn't have anticipated. The heretic interrogator suddenly asked Kim Gong-ja, "Hey Death King, how much did you synchronize just now?" Kim Gong-ja angrily ruffled his hair and said, "It already hit 3%. That's unbelievably fast. I'm lucky I stopped it in time." Hearing this, the heretic interrogator replied excitedly, "That's great. I shot up to 10% in the blink of an eye." Gong-ja quickly asked the heretic interrogator, "What did you say?" A suspicion arose in his mind. In just that short amount of time with the Crown Prince, his synchronization level had already reached 10%. He reached into his clothes to put something away, thinking, "This is several times worse than I thought." Gong-ja's eyes grew sad. He seriously suggested to the heretic interrogator, "We need to prepare some safety measures." While the two were talking, a figure approached them. "Let's use a safe word. It'll be something to snap our minds back to reality in any situation. For example, if I say peach, you'll reply with carrot or something." The heretic was happily discussing it with him. "It'll be our own private signal." As he was talking, he noticed someone approaching from behind. He turned back and agreed wholeheartedly. "So, what word should we choose?" In front of them, Lady Raviella Vancia and her attendants were approaching. Her sharp, beautiful features were accentuated by the light, making her look all the more enchanting and captivating. The heretic interrogator's face turned serious, but his words carried a teasing tone. "Oh, Death King." He suddenly turned in that direction and said decisively, "I think I hate this girl." Then he looked at Kim Gong-ja excitedly and said, "I'm so curious." The heretic interrogator placed both hands on the corners of his lips, pulling them into a smile, and said nonchalantly, "I wonder what kind of expression I'm making right now." Gong-ja's eyes widened in fear, his face already drenched in sweat. Just then, the system announced, "You are synchronizing with your character. Current synchronization level 4%. A notification window appeared adorned with meticulously sculpted patterns and two neatly tied back red curtains. A familiar trope in #1 fantasy romance novels. Every man around the main female character is suspicious. The second familiar trope in fantasy romance novels, a phoenix in crow's clothing. In the present, in a corridor of a grand mansion, the heretic interrogator stands there with Kim Gong-ja beside her. Standing opposite him were Lady Ravielle Evancia and 4 guards. A pink light shone on Kim Gong-ja's face, and he sensed that something wasn't right. His eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat forming on his handsome face as he saw the heretic interrogator standing completely still. Why did the heretic interrogator suddenly go silent like that? Kim Gong-ja reached out as if trying to wake heretic up. "I have to snap him out of it right now," Kim Gong-ja thought frantically. Heretic interrogator. Just then, Ravielle Evancia, who was standing opposite them, suddenly shouted, "Lady Goldfinch, you seem to be doing just fine." He flinched at the sound of Ravielle Evancia's voice. The worry on his face didn't fade, and his eyes filled with even more terror. She'd called him by that name before I could call him by his real title from the tower. The heretic interrogator just smiled calmly, taking in Ravielle Evancia's sarcastic words. "I heard you were attacked, but I suppose this is to be expected from someone raised on the frontier." The smile never left the heretic interrogator's face. He was completely unfazed by Ravielle Evancia's barbed words. Then he slowly and deliberately touched a finger to his lips. Heretic wanted to see what she would try next. Ravielle Evancia's shrill voice rang out again. "You're as tenacious as a leech. I suppose a few measly assassins are nothing to you, are they?" The heretic interrogator closed his eyes, replying with a carefree and cheerful tone. "Oh, could it be that the young lady traveled all this way in the dead of night just to worry about my health? I'm so very touched that a lowly person like myself is cared for by so many, including His Highness the Prince." Ravielle Evancia's gaze flickered slightly at Heretic's response. She shot back suspiciously. "The prince came to me because he was worried about me. You're the one who sent those assassins after me, aren't you?" Kim Gong-ja's expression darkened. He fell silent, deep in thought. Ravielle Evancia began to lose her composure, beads of sweat forming on her beautiful face. She said angrily, "A person's worth isn't just measured by their birth, but by their character and their thoughts. Start acting like the noble you're supposed to be." Kim Gong-ja grew even more anxious. Why is Heretic provoking her like this? The heretic interrogator pretended not to notice Ravielle Evancia's rage. He simply said, "I wasn't aware that slapping someone at a social function was considered standard aristocratic behavior." Heretic let out a devilish laugh and made a proposal. "I hope this isn't too much to ask, but may I stay in your drawing room for a while? It seems the young lady is quite skilled at hitting people, and I'd like to learn a thing or two." Internally, Kim Gong-ja was screaming, "Stop it! Interrogator, for the love of God, shut up!" But one of Raviel Ivancia's attendants shouted angrily, "Lady Goldfinch, you've gone too far. How dare the daughter of some insignificant count from the borderlands utter such words?" Kim Gong-ja immediately stepped out from behind the heretic interrogator and bowed his head in apology. "Please forgive us." Kim Gong-ja lowered his gaze respectfully and said, "Our lady is perhaps still in shock after that terrible ordeal. She needs some time to rest. It's also getting quite late. May we have your permission to take our leave?" His reflection was visible in Raviel Ivancia's eyes as he stood before her. He continued trying to de-escalate the tense situation. "I believe it wouldn't be too late to clear up this misunderstanding in the morning, milady." The attendants of the lady, seeing Kim Gong-ja's actions, angrily shouted from the side, "How dare you stand in front of our lady?" Raviel Ivancia raised a hand to stop them. He gently and respectfully called out Sylvia, "My lady." The heretic interrogator cheerfully poked his head out and replied to Gong-ja butler, "What are you talking about?" He grabbed the heretic interrogator's hand and urged, "Please behave yourself." He immediately started pulling the heretic interrogator away. The heretic interrogator suddenly shouted at Gong-ja, "Butler, wait a moment, I still have something to say to her. Don't just interrupt our conversation like that." After walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped and turned back to call out to Raviel Ivancia, "I can't let the character synchronization get any worse." "Excuse me, Lady Silver Lapis Lazuli." From behind him, Raviel Ivancia coolly replied, "What is it?" Kim Gong-ja placed a hand on his chest and said with a gentle smile, "I have always admired the dignified bearing of the servants in the ducal household. Tonight I was able to witness it firsthand. They truly have impeccable character, unlike a nobody such as myself." He bowed deeply before Raviel Ivancia and said respectfully, "I have learned a great deal from all of you tonight. Though my station is low, I wish to express my utmost respect for you, my lady, and for everyone here." He smiled cheerfully, squeezed Heretic's hand, and said, "Farewell, my lady, we're going now." He grabbed Heretic's hand and quickly dragged him away. After walking for some time, they stopped under a white-flowered tree where he paused, panting, still clutching the heretic interrogator's hand. Kim Gong-ja, anxiously turned, grabbed the heretic interrogator's shoulders and asked, "Heretic interrogator, are you back to your senses now?" The other's eyes fluttered open, completely blank, before he asked in a daze, "What? What was I just saying?" Back at the Salmon Academy in a room with a single lit window, Gong-ja and Sylvia had returned. As soon as Kim Gong-ja closed the door, he gritted his teeth and said, "We need to come up with a code word." The heretic interrogator, sitting casually in a chair, asked, "A code word?" Kim Gong-ja recalled the issues he'd been wrestling with all day. "I've been thinking about this all day. We can't go on like this." The heretic interrogator rested a hand on his face and said glumly, "You're right. We have to do something." Kim Gong-ja rushed over and grabbed the heretic interrogator's small, cute face. Cupping it in his hands, Kim Gong-ja practically shouted at him, "Spring has come. The magnolia withers." His voice echoed in the pitch-black silence outside. "When I say spring has come, you will respond with, 'The magnolia withers.' That will be our code phrase to snap you out of it." After explaining his idea, he said seriously, "Let's try it now. Spring has come." The heretic interrogator's face was still cupped in his hands as his small lips moved. "The magnolia." He frowned. Again. "Spring has come." Heretic replied with a bright laugh. "The magnolia withers." Gong-ja affectionately shook his face. The heretic interrogator's eyes crinkled as he smiled brightly and said, "There we go, I'm back to my senses now." Kim Gong-ja said proudly, "Good boy." Now calmer heretic thanked him gratefully. "Thank you. So much happened today. It was like a whirlwind." Kim Gong-ja cheerfully bustled about. He turned back to heretic and asked, "Would you like a cup of tea to calm your nerves?" He smiled brightly and replied, "For you." Then Gong-ja opened a cabinet to look for a teacup. As he searched, he marveled to himself, how on earth does a dorm room have a full kitchen? This is just how rich people live. It's still too early to give up. After a bit of searching, he brought a cup and a teapot to the table. "All right, let's see now." Kim Gong-ja calmly began to brew the tea, imagining the wonderful, comforting scenes that came with it. This was how to make Lady Goldfinch's favorite tea. First, rinse the pot and cup with hot water. You had to use 2 different pots, one for steeping and one for serving. They could never be mixed. Finally, add milk and a spoonful of honey and, ta-da, the lady's favorite tea was complete. This is exactly why we brought that precious honey with us. After all, the lady usually lives quite frugally. It's hard to even enjoy a little luxury once in a while. Kim Gong-ja was suddenly startled, realizing he was acting just like a real butler. "This isn't good." The system announced, "You are synchronizing with your character." The sync rate suddenly skyrocketed, making him curse in annoyance. He was so furious that he poured all the salt in his hand into the teacup he was holding, saying, "This trashy novel. Who gets so worked up just from putting sugar in their black tea? Sparkly is worried about your current mental state. What the hell is this romance and espionage nonsense? Who gives a damn?" He thought back to his old self and could clearly see how different he was now. "I really can't let this go on." I've had to overcome so much just to get to this point. It feels like I'm gradually losing myself. Kim Gong-ja put the tea tray on the table. The heretic interrogator, slightly startled, replied, "Thank you, Death King." After taking a sip, he suddenly froze, as if he noticed something. It tastes a little strange, doesn't it? If my taste buds aren't broken, this seems to be salty. From behind, Gong-ja, not understanding, asked, "What's wrong? Tea is supposed to taste like that." Looking at the colorful concoction in the cup, the heretic interrogator said hesitantly, "You call this tea? This salty? It might as well be seawater." Kim Gong-ja, still fuming, snapped, "Just shut up and drink it." Not knowing how to object, the heretic interrogator forced himself to down it all in one go. He put on a bright smile, trying to ignore the salty taste on his tongue, and then managed to squeeze out a few polite words. "Thank you, sir." But in his head he was thinking, "Damn, that saltiness completely wrecked my taste buds." Kim Gong-ja said with satisfaction, "See, that's more like you." Hearing that, the heretic interrogator put down the teacup and eagerly asked, "So, do you have any plans now, sir?" Kim Gong-ja answered, curtly annoyed, "We'll see." He then recalled the future plot. The one who will destroy this world is that villainess. Lady Liu Li Bak was originally the prince's fiancée, so when the prince fell in love with Lady Kim Tuok, the feeling of being betrayed and losing her beloved at the same time will cause her world to crumble. Her hatred will eventually become the very thing that destroys the world. He declared decisively, "We have to get the prince and the villainess together." He held up two fingers, breaking it down for the heretic. "Or we have to destroy the intense feelings that one side has for the other. We'll aim for one of those two options." The heretic laughed lightly and asked, "So, the plan is to play homewrecker?" Kim Gong-ja clenched his fist, staring down at his hand. He fell silent, lost in thought. "In my 20-plus years of life, I've never even dated, so I'm no expert on these things. But breaking up a couple has to be easier than nurturing their feelings for each other, right?" The heretic interrogator suddenly spoke up. "Do you have an idea yet, sir?" He gestured confidently in one direction. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed up from where he pointed. "The more you act like a lady, and the more I pluck the part of a butler, the higher our character synchronization rate will climb." As the black smoke coalesced into a human figure, he revealed his plan. "So what happens if we stop acting like a lady and a butler? The synchronization rate will drop, or at the very least it'll stop increasing." The heretic interrogator watched with interest from the side. As the creature took shape, Gong-ja snapped his fingers and a human figure emerged from the black smoke. It was none other than the legendary Flame King. Kim Gong-ja pointed at him and said cheerfully, "Therefore, from now on, let's start our journey of playing the roles of a terrible lady and an awful butler." A formal notification popped up with a suggestion. Familiar trope in romance fantasy novels number 3. Want to bring a couple together? It's simple. First, make them hate each other. Think of love as thunder and hate as lightning. Naturally, when you suddenly see a flash of lightning on a clear, cloudless day, thunder is sure to follow. On a grand and romantic school campus, students were making their way to class one by one. Bak Lan quietly asked her friend Pin beside her, "Did you sleep well last night?" Her friend answered cheerfully, "I slept great. What about you?" The two girls walked and talked, laughing together. Bak Lan explained, "Of course I had such a lovely dream last night. I woke up feeling completely refreshed. I'm thinking of having some toast for breakfast." Her friend, eager to hear about it, said, "Oh, I'd love to hear all about my lady's wonderful dream. Would you tell me? Let's go get breakfast together." Bak Lan immediately replied, "Oh, that would be wonderful." Suddenly the two of them stopped, startled. They hesitantly asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" They couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming Lady Kim Tuok. Today the heretic interrogator had lost her angelic look. She was squatting in her pants, wearing dark sunglasses and chewing on a blade of grass, looking no different from a common thug. She even growled, "Sleep well, like hell I did." Bak Lan was completely stunned into silence. The heretic interrogator put a hand on her hip, gesturing aggressively with the other, and said, "I was nearly assassinated last night. I didn't get a wink of sleep. And you have the nerve to ask me this morning if I slept well." The heretic interrogator whipped off her sunglasses, leaned in menacingly close to Bak Lan and snarled, "I can take on any storm that comes my way. It's cowards like you who need to sleep well. Are you feeling peaceful right now? Is it because your skull is still intact, because your brain hasn't turned to mush?" Unable to handle the intimidation, Bak Lan collapsed to the ground in fear. Her friend Pinko caught her crying out in alarm, "Lady Bak Lan." Seeing Bak Lan's state, Pinko shrieked in terror, "Breathe, can you hear me?" Then she whirled around and yelled at the heretic lady, Kim Tuok, "How could you say such harsh things?" The heretic interrogator tossed her glasses aside, her eyes becoming vicious. She laughed and said, "What's with all the fuss? I was only answering her question." Pinko yelled for help, "Somebody get a teacher from the nurse's office." The heretic interrogator pointed at another innocent student, tilted her head to the sky, and launched into a vicious taunt. "Why is your hair red? Did you crack your skull open and have your brains fall out? You didn't look very bright to begin with, and now you're at risk of intellectual disability. Go on, pick your brain back up." The red-haired girl fell to the ground, covering her face in fear, as someone beside her cried out in panic, "My lady!" The heretic interrogator turned back and excitedly gave Kim Gong-ja a thumbs up. Then she said with satisfaction, "Death King, you truly are the best." The synchronization process has stopped completely. She recalled what the two of them had decided last night. Let's just become a terrible lady and butler pair. The greatest mentor in the universe will lead this child down the most degenerate path on Earth. I will do my best to learn. The heretic interrogator marveled at Kim Gong-ja's plan. It was incredibly effective. Kim Gong-ja respectfully placed a hand on his chest and said, "Thank you for your counsel, my lady." The heretic interrogator said cheerfully, "From now on I'm placing all my trust in you. You're completely reliable, absolutely perfect." The Death King. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja stepped on the heretic interrogator's foot. He asked in surprise, "Hey, why did you just step on my foot?" "To stop the synchronization rate from increasing," Kim Gong-ja replied nonchalantly. "I had no other choice. If I'm going to play the part of a bad butler, this is what I have to do." The heretic interrogator understood and replied, "Ah, I get it." The people around them fearfully began to whisper about the two. Lady Sinvia has gone mad. They wouldn't stop gossiping about the character the heretic was playing. Then they brought up other matters. After yesterday's attack, she suddenly became a completely different person, as if she's been possessed. Yisik and two other brave ladies who volunteered to confirm the rumors haven't returned yet. I think someone even saw that butler put salt in the lady's tea. Suddenly someone called out for Lady Sinvia. A group of people in black approached from a distance, shouting angrily at the heretic. "How dare you tarnish the reputation of our noble master? For the honor of our family and for our lady, we will not let this matter rest." They made a proposal pointing directly at Gong-ja and saying, "Therefore let me have a duel with your servant." They angrily pressured the heretic interrogator to agree. "Hurry up and accept the challenge." "I swear on the name of Baron Kunsen that I will win." Kim Gong-ja thought wearily. "Why is living at the bottom of society so tiring?" Another person chimed in. "Me too. I also swear on the honor of Earl Bradley." The heretic's eyes crinkled into a smile as they replied nonchalantly, "Very well. Let us try to resolve this peacefully, just as you all wish." Before he could react, Kim Gong-ja stepped forward and kicked the man's leg. "Wait!" the man cried out in pain. Kim Gong-ja pulled the heretic interrogator back and whispered, "We're already in this deep, so we have to see it through. You have to act like a real villain. You can't just give in to them so easily." "What kind of villain acts like that?" The heretic interrogator seemed to understand, and said casually, "Oh, you're right. So what should I do now?" The man opposite them raised his hands into a ready stance and said, "What are you two whispering about?" The heretic interrogator waved a hand, laughed enthusiastically and said, "Very well, I shall permit my butler to duel you all just as you wish." But then they raised a hand, gesturing as they laid out a condition. "The entry fee is 5 gold coins per match, boys." They all let out a collective groan. Reluctantly, they started patting themselves down to find enough money. "We're butlers, which means we're our master's property. We can't let the family's honor be tarnished over a few petty duels." "To think you'd charge money for a duel fought for such a noble cause. Don't tell me your loyalty to your family isn't even worth 5 gold coins, is it? Damn it." They started talking amongst themselves, exchanging money to have enough to give the heretic interrogator. "I only brought silver coins today. Do you have a gold coin I can get change for?" Yeah, right here. Take as much as you need," they thought with annoyance, like master, like servant. By this time, Kim Gong-ja had already stepped into the center of the courtyard and started warming up. "It's time to show the results of my training." He suddenly spoke up to the astonishment of everyone there. "I have just one small request. Just for fun." Gong-ja smoothed back his sleek hair, coolly slung his sword over his shoulder and said, "Has anyone here ever been starved for a full week?" Just then, the prince suddenly ran out of the room in a panic, screaming for help. "Help me." He ran to where the heretic interrogator was sitting and demanded, "Sinvia, what in the world is going on here? I heard others speaking ill of you, but I thought they were just spreading slanderous rumors. Are you really fighting with your classmates?" Then the prince turned and yelled straight into Kim Gong-ja's face. "What do you think you're doing? If you see your master doing something wrong as a servant, you should be doing everything you can to stop them. Why are you just swinging your sword around recklessly? Butlers are the lowest of the low in society. You're nothing but a failed product, a piece of trash." Kim Gong-ja just said impassively, "My apologies, Your Highness." He showed no reaction, simply placing a hand on his chest and saying respectfully, "I only listen to my lady's teachings. If she calls me trash, I will willingly step aside. But if she says nothing, then I remain her unwaveringly loyal butler." The prince ground his teeth in fury and said, "You've caused this entire mess and you still dare to speak so shamelessly." He turned, softening his voice to sound charming. "Sinvia, how many times have I told you? Why would you choose someone like him as your butler? There are dozens of eunuchs in the palace who are much better trained than this. I just have to say the word, and the emperor will grant one to you immediately. Don't worry, my father is very fond of you." Bailan had woken up and was half reclining, supported by Binge. The two of them were on the side watching the show and giggling. They started discussing the scene before them. What's going to happen now? The prince's fiancée is Lady Lavian after all. But wasn't that just a verbal promise made by their parents before they were even born? And weren't there rumors recently that the emperor is quite fond of Lady Sinvia, is it possible? They began to get excited, their eyes widening with interest. The prince slowly took Sinvia's hand and said affectionately, Sinvia, what do you say? Kim Gong-ja suddenly felt uneasy watching the romantic scene unfold. This is too intense. Kim Gong-ja worried for the heretic interrogator. Would the love of Lady Sinvia, the novel's heroine, prove stronger, or would the reason of the heretic interrogator who was playing the part of the wicked lady prevail? With a look full of deep affection, the prince knelt down and said, Will you listen to my sincere plea? The heretic interrogator finally replied, but the answer was completely unrelated. Your Highness, what kind of perfume are you wearing? The prince's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the woman he loved would ask him such a question. Pardon me. The heretic interrogator stood up from their seat, pulling their hand from the prince's, and said cheerfully, Please forgive me for this, but that scent is awfully familiar. He couldn't help but be shocked. The heretic interrogator started to walk away, but then turned back to ask him, Have you found out who was behind yesterday's assassination attempt on me? The prince stammered in surprise. Not yet. It's still under investigation. The heretic interrogator walked over and linked arms with their butler, saying proudly, If it weren't for my butler here that night, I would have been in big trouble. If you truly cherish me, then you must also respect my butler. I trust him more than anyone else in this world. The prince looked up, clearly annoyed. The heretic interrogator snapped open their fan, letting out a boisterous laugh that shocked everyone around them. Frightened with beads of sweat on his face, he trembled and said, Sinvia, why is your laugh so different from usual? Even though your voice is still as melodious as a songbird, the heretic interrogator paid him no mind and replied, Actually, I'm quite fond of this laugh. The prince, feeling a bit awkward, tried to smooth things over. Oh, is that so? I see. You know, listening closely, it's actually quite pleasant, isn't it? Yes, that's right. That sound is truly magnificent. Today I've discovered yet another beautiful side of you, a red-haired man whispered, getting close from behind. Are you getting the wrong idea about something? Emboldened, he continued to lay on the charm. Sinvia, you're like a kaleidoscope, reflecting 1,000 brilliant colors. Not many people have a laugh that sounds like birdsong. I should learn to laugh like that myself. The voice continued to whisper. You used to think it was easier to make people break up than to help them fall in love, right? Too bad, but everyone's different. The heretic interrogator and the prince suddenly burst into loud laughter. As they kept laughing, Kim Gong-ja thought in amazement, Is love really this much of a high-level philosophical concept? Just then, the old elf came up from behind and put a hand on Gong-ja's shoulder. You really are one of those guys who's been single so long you're collecting dust with no one ever hitting on you. Everyone's love takes a different form, he continued, even though no one answered. Some feelings simply can't be broken apart, no matter what you try. I'm afraid, His Highness, the prince's affection, is one of those. In any case, your plan was quite creative. Kim Gong-ja then stepped forward. Since when did the Sword Emperor get so profound? Don't tell me I'm the only one here who's a total blank slate when it comes to love. That's a huge blow to my ego. Kim Gong-ja stepped in front of the heretic interrogator, protectively holding out a hand. My lady has already said that she trusts me most of all. Your Highness, you may be a high-ranking noble, but whenever my lady needs someone, you're always off somewhere who knows where. But me, even though my station is low, I have been, am now, and will always be by her side. The prince's face turned incredibly sour. Gong-ja thought smugly, There, let's see if your so-called love can withstand that attack. Baek-lan and Pinker watched from the side, their mouths hanging open in excitement. Even the old elf couldn't help but yell, You idiot, that guy's been hit hard by the love bug, he's a lost cause. The prince furiously lowered his head and gritted his teeth, still holding the heretic interrogator's hand. You, just because you got the position of Sinvia's butler, you think you can act all high and mighty and hang around her all day. If that's how it is, then I can be by Sinvia's side when she needs me too. You can go ahead and retire. Kim Gong-ja panicked internally. Holy crap. Baek-ran and her companion clasped hands excitedly, saying, Whoa, is it really okay for him to act like that? A voice suddenly rang out from behind, silencing them both. What is all this noise about? Lady Ravielle Evancia emerged from the classroom. Even though she was only wearing a standard uniform, she still radiated the haughty, cold, and refined aura of a true noblewoman. An image appears of a prince asleep in a luxurious bed. A woman's hand reaches out from the bedside, slowly stroking his hair. Has anyone ever loved you as much as I do? Has anyone ever caressed you so tenderly? Then, one day that prince left, and the woman could only watch him go, filled with hopeless regret. Did you ever see the profound disappointment in her eyes? Have any hands that touched you ever been softer or more gentle than mine? No, there haven't been. And there never should be, because I will be the one to do those things for you. At this, Lady Ravielle Evancia stepped forward, radiating a noble light. The prince glanced at her indifferently and said, Lady Silver Lily, I heard you took leave this morning for a mild cold. I assumed you would be skipping class today. Are you feeling better already? He spoke with a critical, disdainful tone. She really knows how to ruin a moment. The people around them began to whisper about her. Lady Ravielle Evancia grasped her skirt and gave a slight, respectful curtsy. A good day, Your Highness. Thanks to your concern, I was able to sleep well last night. The prince didn't even bother to turn around, replying coldly, "Is that so? I'm so glad to hear it. After all, you spend most of the school year confined to your sickbed, so a day like today is truly precious. The spring morning is so beautiful, shouldn't you be out taking a walk for your health?" Kim Gong-ja, who had been quiet until now, found this strange. This is weird. Even for a prince, he shouldn't be so cold to a duke's daughter. Ravielle Ivancia stood demurely to the side, her voice still soft as she spoke. "That sounds lovely. When the spring breeze picks up a little more, the magnolias will begin to fall. I fear the blossoms would be quite lonely if I were the only one there to admire them." The prince adjusted his clothes and slowly got to his feet. Lady Ravielle Ivancia continued calmly, "Your Highness, you shouldn't get your clothes dirty over such a childish squabble. Instead, why not join me for a walk to enjoy the beauty of spring?" He snapped back in disgust. "Humph. And why would I do that?" Ravielle Ivancia then turned to the heretic interrogator and extended an invitation. "Lady Goldfinch, please feel free to join us as well." The heretic interrogator gave a slight smile and glanced at Kim Gong-ja as if silently asking if it was all right. Kim Gong-ja immediately began to assess the situation. Both Lady Ravielle and the prince are dangerous. Just being around them will cause the synchronization rate to increase automatically. He couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. I'm becoming more and more like a real butler, and the heretic interrogator is turning into a genuine Lady Goldfinch. This is too dangerous. Kim Gong-ja turned and whispered to the heretic interrogator, "What's your current sync rate?" The heretic interrogator seemed lost in thought, but standing around wouldn't solve anything. She turned and whispered back to him, 17%. The prince, still ignoring Ravielle Ivancia, turned worriedly to the heretic interrogator. "Sinvia, you don't have to pay her any mind." She, in turn, paid little attention to the prince, and continued whispering to Kim Gong-ja. "It went up 1% when I was talking to the prince, and then it went up another 1% when I made eye contact with Lady Silver Lily just now. So, it's 2% higher than yesterday." The emotional sync level increased by 2%. Hearing this, Gong-ja started to scheme. "I'll admit the rate has slowed down a lot compared to that insane spike yesterday. If that's the case, maybe it's worth the risk." His mind made up, Kim Gong-ja turned and whispered to the heretic interrogator, "Spring has arrived." The heretic interrogator's eyes crinkled in a smile as she whispered back, "The magnolias wither." Gong-ja gave a small, satisfied smile. Then the heretic interrogator cheerfully accepted Ravielle Ivancia's offer. "If you're so insistent, then we will accept your invitation, Lady Silver Lily." Ravielle Ivancia's cold eyes turned to scrutinize the heretic interrogator. "Behave and follow me." Lady Ravielle Ivancia then led the three of them to another location. When they arrived, the prince said in a bored tone, "You want to take a walk here?" Ravielle Ivancia ignored him and led them to a large, stately, and elegant mansion. The prince asked, confused, "Isn't this your residence?" Kim Gong-ja was shocked. "She doesn't live in the dorms. The power of a ducal house is really on another level." Ravielle Ivancia nonchalantly replied, "Of course I don't." She then continued, leading them to a door, stating calmly, "The walk was just an excuse." The prince and the heretic interrogator were both puzzled and bewildered. Ravielle Ivancia turned to look at everyone. In the sunlight, she was even more beautiful and cold. "A moment ago, in the school garden, there were too many watchful eyes, so I couldn't tell the truth." "Lady Ravielle," Ivancia said in a mysterious tone, "because this matter was of a particularly secret nature." The prince asked, confused, "A secret?" She turned back and replied calmly, "Yes." Then she turned away again, her footsteps echoing as she walked off. Her next words startled the prince. "It's about those assassins who dared to trespass on noble land. If I were to make a scene about this, it would surely cause chaos." Kim Gong-ja's mind started racing. Based on what Ravielle Ivancia had said, and by process of elimination, he was almost certain the mastermind behind this was the prince. The prince began to sweat profusely in fear. "You've already caught the culprit." Kim Gong-ja looked at the prince, wondering if his hunch was correct. But no, the Silver Lily lady was so firm, it was as if she was boldly declaring, "I know everything you've done." The prince clenched his fists to stay calm and said, "Even I haven't made any progress in the investigation." "How could you, Ravielle?" Ivancia calmly replied. "It was all thanks to a servant of Lady Kim who provided evidence." He grew fearful, glancing furtively behind him. Ravielle Ivancia began recounting what happened last night. "Last night I kicked Lady Kim and her butler out of the banquet hall. That was me overreacting. In the past, she had once slapped Sinia at a party when she couldn't control herself. The mere sight of you disgusts me. Get out of here at once." Ravielle Ivancia's story made the prince even more terrified. "However, I never mentioned where I would detain them. At first, I thought my servants had arranged it themselves." At that moment, she opened a door, revealing a staircase leading down. The lady turned and said, "Your Highness, let's go down together." Seeing the situation before him, sweat drenched his face. Fear grew inside the prince. He trembled and said, "Strange. Why don't I see any servants here? Where have all the Duke's staff gone?" Ravielle Ivancia turned sharply towards the basement, leaving only a cold remark, "Are you worried? This is normal for me. Allow me to lead the way." They began to descend the stairs one by one, following behind Ravielle Ivancia. The further down they went, the greater the prince's terror grew. He could only clench his jaw to suppress it. Just then, Kim Gong-ja also sensed that something was wrong. That smell. A metallic tang wafting through the air. It took him a moment to realize it was blood. Ravielle Avancia reached the basement. Before her were 3 men tied to chairs, their bodies covered in blood. She turned back to the prince. "I do apologize for bringing you to such a filthy place, Your Highness." Ravielle Avancia recalled how she had tailed and investigated them to track them down. These are the men who tried to assassinate Lady Kim last night. After finding them, she had tied them up in the basement. The scene before him made him think, even though she always looked so fragile, as if she could collapse at any moment. Ravielle Avancia continued to reveal her findings. "After a long night of investigation, I discovered they took this job because of a personal grudge." The prince, trembling, stammered, "A personal grudge." Seeing Ravielle Avancia's cold, unwavering gaze in the face of such a bloody scene terrified him, but in front of the gruesome, bloody sight, her expression never once changed. Ravielle Avancia's gaze didn't waver in the slightest. She said nonchalantly, "Yes. Have you not been listening to me?" In his mind, Kim Gong-ja marveled in admiration. She truly is the one who will destroy this world. Unafraid, Ravielle Avancia approached one of the nearby criminals, grabbed his hair and said coldly, "His Highness the Prince is here. Hurry up and show your respect." The terrified man could only stammer, my lady." Her eyes, blazing with killing intent, showed not a single flicker of hesitation. Ravielle Avancia questioned them. "You were the ones who planned this, and hired assassins to follow Lady Kim. Now confess to His Highness why you targeted her." The grip on his hair didn't lessen. Ravielle Avancia threatened, "If you confess everything truthfully, your family will be spared from ruin." They could only beg the lady in fear. After a moment, the man stammered out that it was because Lady Kim, despite having noble blood, came from a lowly background. And yet she dared to seduce His Highness, when you, my lady, are the Crown Prince's true and proper fiancée. The physical pain made his speech unclear. I was angry on your behalf. I felt I couldn't just sit by and do nothing, so I did something foolish. I'm sorry, please forgive me." Ravielle Avancia's eyes became fiercer than ever as she continued the interrogation. "Is there anyone else behind you in this incident?" The man finally managed to stammer out a single word. "No." They began to take the blame. "It was all just the 3 of us." But what was happening couldn't fool Gong-ja. He began to analyze their testimony. It was a lie. The Silver Lily Lady had forced them to confess this way to protect the prince. Because if the news got out that the Crown Prince had staged an assassination attempt just to swoop in and play the hero, this unworthy prince would be in big trouble. Ravielle Avancia took a sword, offered it to the prince, and proposed, "Your Highness, you should execute them." The terrified prince could only stammer, "Execute them." The lady bowed her head respectfully and continued to implore him. "They are the ones who tried to assassinate Lady Kim, the woman you so admire. Furthermore, they dared to trespass on the territory of a noble house. They deserve to be executed. Your Highness, you are the prince, the future foundation of this kingdom. What are you hesitating for?" Ravielle Avancia's words filled him with even more fear. "Could there be another truth besides what I've just told you?" With that, Ravielle Avancia thrust the sword into the prince's hand before he could refuse. "I implore you, Your Highness, not as a fellow student at the academy, but as your loyal subordinate. If you feel my investigation has been unsatisfactory, then please postpone this punishment. Because this matter is so serious, I think perhaps we should notify the Emperor and have him send special forces." Ravielle Avancia took off her jacket and continued to press him. "However, if you are satisfied with the information I've uncovered, then why hesitate any longer?" Ravielle Avancia calmly rolled up her sleeves and said, "Execute these traitors right here, right now." Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened in horror. After rolling up her sleeves, Ravielle Avancia held out her arms, which were covered in scars big and small, towards the prince, proposing, "And punish me immediately for raising such disrespectful servants." Ravielle Avancia continued, ignoring the unconcealable fear on the prince's face. "I will not evade the consequences for my wrongdoings." The scene shifts to the past, where a woman is lying on a luxurious, magnificent royal bed, advising her beautiful daughter, "My dearest daughter, never expect anything." The daughter knelt by her mother's bed. She gently reached out and touched her daughter's elegant face. Because every time you think to yourself that perhaps this is the time the world will turn its back and whisper, "No, not this one," her parents continued to gently advise their little girl. "But if you still wish to face this stormy life, then remember this well. Just offer up your own life. Don't expect to receive anything in return." Her hands, still outstretched, were slowly pulling back. Perhaps the thing she worried about most before she left was her precious daughter. She continued her instructions, "And also forgive those who will hold a feast to celebrate when they see your cold corpse. Even if it is your purest sacrifice. It doesn't matter if it's a vain delusion. Just let them enjoy their gluttonous worldly feast. That way, when you leave this world, you will have no regrets." After that, her mother passed away. The daughter clutched her mother's memorial portrait and remembered her. She was all alone, tightly clutching the memorial portrait in her hands. She had been cremated. Back to the present. In a dark prison cell on the scattered floor were dried bloodstains. Lady Ravielle Avancia held out her 2 scarred arms towards the prince and asked, "What are you still hesitating for?" She bowed her head, showing respectful remorse, and said, "As a pillar of this nation, please grant them their due punishment." Seeing the series of actions before him, the prince couldn't help but be horrified, gritting his teeth, not daring to speak. The prince turned to look at the scrutinizing eyes, staring at him as if waiting for his next move. Lady Ravielle Avancia's eyes suddenly flashed red. She leaned in and whispered into the prince's ear, "Or should I bring their crimes before the imperial court?" The prince's eyes were tense with fear as she continued to question him. "Your Highness, do you want to be a disposable pawn, or are you trying to see just how benevolent His Majesty can be towards you?" The prince turned back and stammered in a low voice, "Sylvia." The heretic interrogator laughed cheerfully and said, "She's a real master, isn't she? She didn't just drag you here, but she dragged all of us in as well. How interesting." The prince was so frightened that his face was covered in sweat, unable to utter a word. He slowly stepped down from the stairs towards him as he spoke. "Now everyone present here has become an accomplice, and all must keep their mouths shut." The prince, as if in disbelief, stammered her name. "Ravielle." She acted as if she hadn't heard him continuing. "If so, your Highness's mistake will be completely covered up, and I myself would quite enjoy seeing Lady Silverlily get punished." The heretic interrogator's eyes glowed with a malicious blue light, as she said, "The problem here is that no matter which path is chosen, Lady Silverlily won't benefit." Looking at the people before her, all covered in blood and wounds, she said in a mocking tone, "What do you get in return for meticulously arranging all this? Lady Silverlily, your 3 loyal servants are about to die, and not only that, you're also about to take the fall for the prince. I really don't understand what's going on in that head of yours." Lady Ravielle Avancia seemed unconcerned by the heretic's words. She just replied indifferently, "I don't know what you mean. As you just said, they are my servants. As the lady of a ducal house, I am only receiving the punishment I deserve for failing to properly train my subordinates." The heretic interrogator had now walked over to her side. She smiled brightly and said mockingly, "Such a beautiful face, yet the words you speak are so cold and cruel." Her smile faded. She tilted her head, her sharp gaze fixed on Ravielle Avancia, as she asked, "Let's be honest with each other. Why do you really want to take the fall for the prince?" The heretic interrogator reached out to adjust Ravielle Avancia's sleeve and continued to ask, "Is this your way of expressing love?" Ravielle Avancia maintained her cold expression, but her voice was no longer as calm as before. "I am merely fulfilling my duty as a subject. My lady. Only the disloyal would weigh the benefits against the cost. Though I don't expect you to understand what I'm saying." The heretic interrogator's gaze became more dangerous than ever. She asked suspiciously, "So in other words, you have no desire to receive anything in return?" Ravielle Avancia slapped her hand away, paying no mind to her words. While readjusting her sleeve, Ravielle Avancia said, "Instead of actually wanting to hear an answer, you might as well give up. No matter how suspicious you are, it won't have any effect on my actions." The prince, still not over his shock, tremblingly called Sylvia's name. At that moment, Kim Gong-ja, who had been in the back, reached the last of the steps. Kim Gong-ja finally arrived, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. He shuddered every time he looked at the current situation, thinking to himself that the heretic interrogator had no intention of stopping Lady Silverlily. And as expected, the cowardly crown prince couldn't make a decision either in this dilemma. With that thought, Kim Gong-ja decisively formed a plan. "I'll have to use my butler's instinct." His eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant pink light. "Your character synchronization rate is increasing rapidly." Pink rays of light appeared around him. "Current synchronization rate 7%. Gong-ja called out to the heretic interrogator. "My lady, wait." She turned back with a mischievous smile and replied, What is it?" Beads of sweat started to form on Kim Gong-ja's face. He thought, "It's okay, I can still handle this." Kim Gong-ja quickly told the heretic his thoughts. "If those servants are the real culprits behind the assassination attempt, then we have the right to take revenge, don't we? It's not fair that only the prince has the right to punish them, is it, Lady Silverlily? You were also betrayed by your own subordinates. You have that right too." Lady Ravielle Avancia looked at Gong-ja with icy eyes and asked back, "So what?" He explained the situation as he walked toward Ravielle Avancia and the heretic interrogator. "There are 3 criminals and 3 parties with the right to pass judgment. Isn't that a perfect fit? I propose that each party punishes one of them. How about it? That gives you even more reason to drag us in as accomplices. Besides, it seems this responsibility is a bit too much for the crown prince to handle alone. If we handle it this way, all 3 of you will share the responsibility equally." The heretic interrogator smiled lightly after hearing Gong-ja's words. Ravielle Avancia's gaze remained sharp as she frowned slightly. The prince was still terrified. He was still trembling, unable to speak a word until now. As if the plan had finally sunk, in the prince's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted, "I get it. You're right, Lady Silverlily. She too was betrayed by her subordinates, and Sylvia was assassinated. That's why I am in complete agreement with the laws of the Empire, Raviel Avancia said, finally speaking up. Everyone has a valid reason. It is perfectly fair and just for each person to handle one of them. Your Highness, a prince cannot so easily share his privileges with others. Before Raviel Avancia could finish, the prince suddenly threw his sword at her in a rage and screamed, "Shut your mouth!" Kim Gong-ja stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him. The prince, seemingly unable to restrain himself any longer, screamed in Raviel Avancia's face, "You just keep going on and on. All you've said this entire time is kill them, punish them. Do you have some kind of speech impediment? Can't you say anything else?" The sword now lay abandoned on the blood-soaked ground. Still seething with anger, the prince continued, "Do you have any idea how many people I've had to condemn all this time?" Raviel Avancia remained completely unfazed, replying with the same detached attitude. "But that is the responsibility of the person who will one day rule the empire." The prince seemed to truly explode. "Enough with your stubbornness, I am not a murderer." At that moment, the lady gently swept her flowing white hair aside and knelt to pick up the sword. The prince continued to blame her. "If you love bloodshed so much, why didn't you just kill them yourself from the start?" Raviel Avancia unsheathed the sword, her bone-chilling gaze fixed on the blade in her hand, as she said flatly, "Then at the very least you should have ordered me to do. To." The prince broke into a cold sweat, terrified by her words. "Order me to punish them? Or have you forgotten how to give orders to others? Are you even serious about your position as prince?" He covered his eyes and immediately commanded, "Kill them." Without any hesitation, she took the lives of those subordinates with a single strike. Seeing her decisiveness striking without a moment's hesitation, Kim Gong-ja couldn't help but feel a sense of fear toward this woman. He was still horrified by her actions, afraid she would get in his way unless he could somehow escape her. After all, in the end, Raviel Avancia would surely be the one to stand in Lady Goldfinch's path. Current synchronization rate, 8%. The heretic interrogator grinned brightly and snatched the sword from Raviel Avancia's hand. "You're getting more and more interesting to me." "All right then," he said, raising the sword high before speaking decisively. "Take this." The prince was so terrified by the sight of blood splattering everywhere that he was rendered speechless. The sword was completely drenched in blood, and the heretic's face and clothes were also covered in it. He cracked a smile and said, "All done. Now there's only one left." The terrified prince tried to run, but the heretic, smiling so wide his eyes became slits, called after him, "Your Highness, you'd better hurry up now." Before the prince could get away, Gong-ja grabbed him and dragged him back. If you hadn't done something as ridiculous as staging an assassination, none of this chaos would have happened. The man watched in fear as his hand was seized. Gong-ja, now having the upper hand, continued, "I understand that you love the lady so much that you would painstakingly stage an entire abduction play for her. But have you considered that you might be using that madness as an excuse to evade your responsibilities?" Kim Gong-ja grabbed the prince's hand and dragged him towards the heretic, taking the sword. The prince didn't have time to react, simply letting Gong-ja pull him along. His murderous gaze turned back to him. Current synchronization rate, 9%. Forced to hold the sword, the prince stammered, "Insolence, how dare you?" From behind, Kim Gong-ja grabbed the prince's hand, controlling it. "I wonder how many people you have wrongly accused in all your years of life." Kim Gong-ja silently contemplated his own intentions. It no longer mattered if the synchronization rate increased. Because right now he truly shared the same feeling as the butler raged towards a coward who only knows how to run. Raviel Avancia's face was also stained with blood. She stood perfectly still, making no move to object. Kim Gong-ja continued his questioning, probably too many to count. In the past, the prince must have run away and shirked his responsibilities many times. So is now the time for you people to run. The image of the prince gazing up at the emperor's throne had once made him hesitate. Kim Gong-ja didn't let him dwell on the past. As the prince of the empire, why would you do such a thing? Kim Gong-ja grabbed the prince's sword-wielding hand, raised it high, and commanded, "Swing the sword." The prince could only cry out, begging Sylvia to stop her servant, but there was no reply. The sword came down, sending blood flying everywhere. After it was done, he could only scream his head off. At that moment, Raviel Avancia knelt down respectfully. She spoke with great reverence. "Your Highness, it is an honor that you have personally dealt with these boils on the empire in accordance with its laws." Terrified, the prince's hands went limp, and the sword fell right beside Raviel Avancia. The sound blended with her next words. "Please maintain that decisiveness, so that you may mete out just punishments in the future. The future of this empire rests entirely in your hands, Your Highness." Kim Gong-ja turned his gaze to Lady Raviel Avancia. He found the woman before him so incredibly interesting that he began to think he wanted to understand her better. Raviel Avancia remained kneeling, pleading, "Please become stronger." It had been 3 days since they entered the apocalypse. Today, Lady Silver Lily did not come to the academy. Outside in the courtyard of the vast mansion, the sun was shining beautifully. The heretic interrogator calmly said, "I heard she fell ill and is now bedridden." The heretic interrogator gently raised a teacup to his lips, smiling as he spoke. "She has always been sickly, and she stayed up all night interrogating the servants, so she must be exhausted." Across from them, two girls were whispering about the pair. That's that crazy master and servant duo. Don't go near them. The heretic interrogator leisurely placed his teacup back on its saucer and said, the crown prince didn't come today either. It's all thanks to you, butler. He must be in quite a shock. At this rate, he might just take a permanent leave of absence. Kim Gong-ja still didn't like being addressed that way. Heretic interrogator, he warned. You just called me butler, not murderous star. Be careful. The heretic interrogator opened his large, beautiful blue eyes and replied cheerfully. It was a slip of the tongue. The current synchronization rate has surpassed 20%, so it's a bit hard to control my actions. This salted black tea is surprisingly delicious. Butler, get me another cup. Kim Gong-ja became angry and said with annoyance, you called me butler again. Wait a second. Kim Gong-ja poured tea into a cup for the heretic interrogator, thinking to himself that brewing tea was a process full of subtlety. He felt more at ease, his expression softening. Just the sight of tea being poured from a pot into a cup was a beautiful scene that would adorn a lady. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as a notification appeared. You are synchronizing with the character. Current synchronization rate is 10%. He suddenly flung the cup of tea right into the heretic interrogator's hair, causing him to cry out in shock. The heretic interrogator bewilderedly touched his hair and said worriedly, Butler, why did you pour tea on my hair? It's so hot. My hair is ruined, Kim Gong-ja shouted in anger. That wasn't your scream. Are you sure you haven't become Lady Goldfinch yet? Tell me when will spring arrive? The heretic interrogator turned and grabbed his hair in retaliation. The magnolias wither, and so will your hair. Butler Gong-ja screamed in agony. White petals fell drifting on the wind, creating a picturesque scene. Beneath the flowering tree, a diligent butler was tending to the hair of the young lady sitting on the chair when he seemed to notice something. While gently stroking Heretic's golden hair, he thought to himself, her hair seems to have grown a bit longer. I wonder if it's the effect of a holy art. He mused about the time that had passed, or perhaps it was because she was becoming more and more like the lady of the golden silk. He suddenly spoke up, sharing his feelings about the current heretic. You've become much more experienced than before. Heretic interrogator, you used to smile a lot, but it never really looked like a smile. It was like you were just smiling without any joy behind it. The heretic interrogator chuckled cheerfully. Am I different now? He observed her seriously before saying, now when you smile, I feel like I know why you're smiling, whether it's out of joy or just contempt. The heretic interrogator turned back to him with a bright smile and replied, I see. I've noticed that too. Constellation, do you think this is a good thing? From behind, he gazed at the heretic interrogator's small figure, thinking about who she was. A small head, a small body, small arms. How many people had been killed by this petite body? The heretic interrogator is a first-generation hunter born in Bulgaria, Europe. Age unknown, number of kills unknown. His tone turned somber as he replied to the heretic interrogator. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. To be honest, I was wondering what I should do with you. But the heretic interrogator didn't understand his meaning and asked blankly, what do you mean? After finishing the final step, he tied her hair with a pretty blue ribbon before speaking slowly, because you're a psychopathic murderer, but I can't just suddenly kill you. Even though the Black Dragon Guild master despises you and the Sword Saint told me to spare you, it means there's some reason you can't be killed. Hearing the intrigue in Kim Gong-ja's words, the heretic interrogator turned back, smiled at him and replied, what a profound perspective. He couldn't help but ask, why do you kill people? Kim Gong-ja asked, seriously. I've always wanted to ask you this. Even if you're a psychopath, you still understand what others say. You put in the effort to understand people, so why do you kill them? Heretic looked up at the clear blue sky above before speaking. First of all, I must say that I am a very capable person. Her eyes filled with interest as she looked at the multicolored light emitting from her hand and said, invisibility, holy art. The heretic interrogator raised her arm to catch the slowly falling petals. She spoke deliberately. This is one of the holy arts I can use. I can make anything disappear, and so I can make all murder weapons and corpses disappear. With that, the heretic interrogator looked at her own fingers in the early morning sun and smiled gently. The heretic interrogator said, the powerful choose not to kill people, not because they don't want to, but because hiding the body is a hassle. They're afraid of getting caught. The heretic interrogator pointed at him and continued to explain. Right now, you're just standing there listening quietly. But I don't have to worry about that. The heretic interrogator recalled the chaos of the past and began to recount it slowly. In the first generation, the tower was truly chaotic. The return of slavery, racial discrimination, conflicting opinions, terrorism and violence in the shadows, assassinations of council members' ideological differences. It probably felt like all of humanity was compressed into a single block, and you could taste it. At that moment, the heretic interrogator was recalling the difficult situation back then, and what led her to make her decision. If things continued like this, humanity would be annihilated. The smaller legions and the 5 major guilds of today sensed that crisis. The heretic interrogator chose to create a group to fight back against it. 5 people gathered. The first was a girl with a spirited high ponytail of bluish-purple hair. She was the Black Dragon Guildmaster, and she spoke first. I won't beat around the bush. Let's establish an internal peace treaty. The next was a noble-looking woman with long, wavy hair. She was a countess. The countess set a condition. Promise me that the Merchant Guild will have a monopoly on the market outside this world. This time it was another girl, who stood out with her short, stylish blonde hair. She spoke up, I'll add to that. I think it would be good for each guild to have its own exclusive territory. That's my condition for covering up the accidents. A young-looking man gritted his teeth in anger. VIP said furiously, I can't believe it. The craziest bastard here is the most trustworthy one. Who ordered coffee? It's so bitter, the Sword Saint concluded. The last to speak was an older man clad head to toe in majestic-looking armor. I'm not going to say things like, do what must be done. Instead, I'll say, do what you want to do. They all raised their weapons high with resolute will and said in unison, tonight we will kill by faith and be judged by our methods. On that fateful night, the dead were counted in the thousands. That night, 4,653 people died. Everything slowly returned to the present, where Heretic was sitting. She thought about the number of people who had died night after night. The next night, 10,071 people died. The night after that, 8,275. Then 7,421 people. And after that, 23,781 people. Returning to that time, it was the final day of the campaign, and in the end, the image of the Black Dragon Master, in the rainy night, sitting on a pile of corpses and crying into her hands marked the end of this campaign. The following night, no one died. She slowly lifted her haggard face, tears still wet on her cheeks, and looked forward. The Sword King beside her angrily threw off his helmet and said, I will take responsibility for this and resign. The other 3 stood silently in the dark night. And we will never speak of this incident again. I agreed to participate in this massacre, even though I knew it shouldn't happen. He turned his back and walked away, leaving only his words. I will hate you for the rest of my life, and myself as well. That helmet was left there, and the man never once looked back. From that day on, the position of Guild Master of the Sword, Saints Vigilante Guild, has remained vacant. Everything returned to the present, to that same peaceful scene. At that moment he was still standing silently by her side, listening to Heretic's story, and afterward, she was handed over to the Paladin. She deeply regrets it. The Heretic interrogator smiled beautifully as she turned to him. I, on the other hand, don't regret it. Those sacrifices were necessary. But I don't know if it's the effect of synchronizing with the Lady of the Golden Silk, but now I'm having very strange thoughts. His eyes widened when he heard the Heretic interrogator's words. She spoke her mind, Constellation. I think if you had been there at that time, things would have been different. The Heretic interrogator stood up, her hand still catching the bright sunlight in front of her. How can you all continue to live with those feelings? If only I had done this or that back then. How can you live with thoughts like that? The Heretic interrogator pulled her hand back and gazed at it. She said in a somber tone, Butler, this is not good. I'm starting to want to stay in this world. Just then, the system suddenly announced, you are synchronizing with the character. He frowned, thinking he probably couldn't kill this person. He looked at the Heretic interrogator behind him, his thoughts conflicting. I can't kill someone who might come to regret their actions. Suddenly, he called out to the young lady. As Spring arrived, the Heretic interrogator turned and replied softly, Spring is beautiful, Butler. Shall we go for a walk? Suddenly, his expression turned incredibly grim. Had what he was worried about truly come to pass? The Heretic interrogator turned to look at him and said with an innocent smile, My nemesis, you look awful. Her action was as if to say that he was just messing with Kim Gong-ja, which made him grab his head in frustration. Seriously, don't joke like that. The Heretic interrogator just kept laughing. Sorry, but now that I have these emotions, I love messing with people. The Heretic interrogator slowly walked toward him and said, I think I'm syncing with this character pretty quickly. It went up by another 1%, just from a little conversation. It's at 32% now, and my is probably over 50%. I'm getting addicted to these emotions. The Heretic interrogator put one hand on his chair and the other on his chest, declaring confidently, I am the protagonist of this apocalypse. As the sun began to set, Kim Gong-ja stood in front of an exquisitely carved door, straightening his clothes. He raised his hand to knock. He remembered what he'd heard that morning, but murderous star, you're the protagonist of this ending. Save me before my personality is completely drowned by these emotions. He stepped into a lavish room. Seated in the center was none other than the young lady Raviel Ivancia. She looked beautiful in her red dress with her butler at her side. My lady, I wish you good health. In the darkness, someone's promise still echoed. Yeah, I promise. Before the magnificent scene of opulent and formal Western-style decor, Kim Gong-ja adjusted his jacket. As he knocked, he thought, in the end, the one responsible for this world's future destruction is still the Lady of the Silver Lily. So to solve the problem, it's best to start with the one who caused it. The door opened, and he solemnly placed a hand on his chest and bowed. If I may, I have a message to deliver. The young mistress sends her sincerest wishes for your health. Inside the room, Kim Gong-ja respectfully delivered the message, befitting his status. My lady, there is a letter from Liano. Raviel Ivanzia sat with a stern expression in the center of the room. The light from the window made her cold beauty seem even more brilliant. She looked no different than a goddess. A flat voice spoke up. Place it on the left side of my desk. Kim Gong-ja continued his report. There is also a request from Lady Lam Hoa. Raviel Ivanzia replied, have the finance department review it, then bring it to me. Kim Gong-ja looked at the woman before him, her love, her endurance, her jealousy, even her arrogance and authoritarian nature. I have to use all of those things to stop the apocalypse. Looking into those steel-red eyes, Kim Gong-ja's resolve hardened. Raviel Ivanzia flipped an hourglass over and spoke. We'll take a 15-minute break. Everyone may step outside to relax. Now only Kim Gong-ja and Raviel Ivanzia remained in the room. The atmosphere was strangely silent. He thought for a moment, then slowly stepped forward and spoke. I heard that you fainted due to an illness, but seeing you look so healthy now is quite surprising. She paid little attention to his words, glancing at the documents in her hand as she answered dismissively. It may not seem like it, but I'm still a student. If I want to skip my studies to do something else, I need a plausible reason. That said, it doesn't mean I'm actually well. I've been keeping an eye on you. It didn't take you long to discover the spy who infiltrated my staff this morning, did it? Perhaps the actor chosen this time is a truly shrewd one, a blessing for the Empire. If you weren't so clever, I wouldn't have allowed you to set foot in here. Kim Gong-ja stood listening with a serious expression, but he was utterly stunned. Excuse me, Raviel. Ivanzia lifted her red eyes, looking at him coldly, a hint of surprise in her voice. Oh, I thought you were supposed to be intelligent. It seems everyone has their foolish moments. This is my 14th regression. However, it's been nothing but the last 10 days of my life, repeating over and over, like a page in history I can't change. This is also the 13th time I have met an actor like you. Each timeline drifted aimlessly through space with no rules to govern it. Basically, this Lady of the Silver Lily was a regressor just like him. The endless flow of time had shackled her heart. It had grown cold over all those years. Kim Gong-ja looked at the woman before him, horrified. A heart coated in silver was staring intently at him. Raviel Ivanzia asked, how many times have you regressed? Seeing the frightened expression on Kim Gong-ja's face, she confidently voiced her suspicion. Judging by your expression, this must be your first time, right? Didn't the constellation who sent you explain anything? That's quite rare. Usually the constellations try their best to explain everything as thoroughly as possible before letting their apostle begin a new life. Hearing this, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He stammered, an apostle. Raviel Ivanzia opened a drawer and tossed another question at him. You really don't know anything. She then took out an hourglass, placed it on the desk, and eyed him with suspicion. What is the name of the constellation? Who sent you Mutia Chigon Hisimai, Chris Nasaro, or perhaps Fimer? Who is your sponsor? Kim Gong-ja quickly answered. The one who sent me was the corner librarian. Raviel Ivanzia simply propped her chin on her hand, her expression flat. After a moment, she seemed to recall something. The corner librarian. Oh, you mean Hamusta? Kim Gong-ja was skeptical. Hamuschara, is that his real name? The image of that mysterious director flashed through his mind. He never expected that this woman would know so much about the director. Raviel Ivanzia's voice continued, Hamusta. He didn't explain anything to you. This made Kim Gong-ja suspicious. Does she really know the true names of the constellations, he wondered. This revealed a great deal about her identity. So Kim Gong-ja explained, the librarian is trying his best to stay out of the apocalypse. He also said he wants us to find the information for ourselves, rather than having him provide it. Sounding somewhat intrigued, Raviel Ivanzia suddenly cut in. The apocalypse, you say? Kim Gong-ja elaborated a bit. The librarian calls worlds where the boundaries have collapsed due to the absence of constellations, the apocalypse. Raviel Ivanzia frowned. Who is he to name someone else's world? She leaned back leisurely in her chair, muttering as she connected the dots. The apocalypse is it. While it's true, this world will eventually meet its end, that doesn't mean I'm just going to sell my soul to some outsider. Kim Gong-ja was shocked to hear her hypothesis. Raviel Ivanzia herself was startled by the thought. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you possess the body of the young mistress's butler just to come after my soul. Kim Gong-ja was stunned by the accusation and quickly shook his head to deny it. Raviel Ivanzia glanced at the hourglass, fell silent for a moment, then set another hourglass down beside the first one. She looked up and called out butler of the young mistress. Over here, Kim Gong-ja replied sheepishly. Please call me Kim Gong-ja. That's my real name. Raviel Ivanzia picked up her teacup, gently blowing away the steam. I don't want to. How dare you presume to tell me to call you by your real name? You can't blame me. Blame yourself for choosing to possess the body of a non-noble. In short, as I understand it, you are currently a blank slate, who has yet to receive a strategy guide. Kim Gong-ja was puzzled. A strategy guide, Raviel Ivanzia explained gently. It's something like this. She handed a piece of paper to Kim Gong-ja, on which was written, 1. The Silver Lily Lady is very weak under the sun. 2. The Silver Lily Lady's sense of taste isn't sensitive, so she prefers strongly flavored dishes. 3. The Silver Lily Lady loves white camellias but despises lilies. The reason is that she's received so many that she's sick of them. She told him, this is the strategy guide that the apostle I met during the 6th regression was carrying. With a distorted expression, Kim Gong-ja continued to read the lines on the paper. 4. The Silver Lily Lady is a pragmatic person who enjoys discussing topics like politics, diplomacy, and money. 5. The Silver Lily Lady is a loyal subordinate. Although she herself can speak ill of the prince or the empire, others cannot. She mentioned that the man was sent here by a constellation named Mahos. He looked at the paper, breaking out in a cold sweat. Is this how you're supposed to clear this world, Raviel? Evancia replied. I kept this after I killed that man. Thinking back on it, it's truly ridiculous. She calmly took a sip of tea and continued. As he lay dying in my arms, he screamed about why he couldn't win my heart, even though he had followed the guide perfectly. It sounded as if he was very disappointed. But really, I should have been the one who was disappointed. Who on earth writes a strategy guide to steal someone's heart? The system announced, the cold silver-plated heart is expressing displeasure. Raviel Evancia continued to voice her feelings. They underestimate a person's heart far too much. If they truly wanted to move my heart, they should have approached me more sincerely and directly. Kim Gong-ja understood her words, listening in thoughtful silence. But those apostles don't do that. They just bring that guide with them. It's the same every regression, and they all end up rotting to the bone. Facing her cold red eyes, Kim Gong-ja finally spoke up. I agree with that. Raviel placed her teacup on its saucer. It seems you and I think alike, don't we? In fact, the reason I hold you in high regard isn't just because you're clever, but because you actually treat the people of my world as human beings. Hearing this, his wrath flared up and he clenched his fist. Is that so? But isn't that just obvious? Raviel Evancia replied. And yet, there are plenty of worthless fools who can't even manage that obvious thing. Monsters who don't see people as people. And still, they dare to call themselves human. It's disgusting. Is this true? Kim Gong-ja was stunned after hearing this. After speaking for a while, she sighed. I don't even know why I'm telling you all this. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja looked away sheepishly. Raviel Evancia questioned him. Could it be that you've met many such people? Her red eyes and teasing expression made Kim Gong-ja feel helpless. Her voice rang out again. Or perhaps you yourself have treated others that way. Her question startled him, and he thought to himself, there it is again. That feeling like she's seeing right through my heart. The system announcement sounded. The cold silver-plated heart is staring at you. Raviel Evancia continued. Or maybe someone important to you once said something like that. Unable to take it anymore, Gong-ja interrupted Silver Lily Lady. He clutched his chest, panting as he spoke. Even if you say that, aren't you looking down on me just because I'm possessing the body of a servant, and not a noble? He absolutely couldn't let her continue to control the conversation. Raviel Evancia rested her chin on her hand, tilted her head, and asked, are you perhaps upset because I refused to call you by your real name? Kim Gong-ja replied, sweating. I said that because if you're able to say those kinds of words, then you should also try looking down from your high horse for once. Raviel Evancia looked at him coldly and asked, look down from my high horse, you say, spoken like the butler who caused a commotion throughout the entire academy. However, I admit you have a point. Let's return to the original topic. What is it that you truly want? It seems you didn't come here for my soul. So, what would make you willingly cross the boundary between worlds to come here? To this place where the last 10 days are always repeating, the system warned the cold silver-plated heart is suspicious of your true motives. Raviel Evancia continued. Were you exiled here because you were cast out by your constellation? I've heard that Hamcha is a very gentle sort, but even he wouldn't send you here for a vacation, would he? Actor playing the role of a butler, answer me. I will not accept a single lie. The moment I detect any falsehood, then no matter your reason for coming here, you will never get anything from me. You must show me your heart first before you can see mine. Kim Gong-ja asked himself why he came to this world. Was it because he had to conquer this place as the 25th floor of the tower? He remembered what the Black Dragon Master had once said. The reason I proposed this apocalypse as the 25th floor is first because the world within it is built on a foundation of magic and alchemy, meaning it's rich in resources. He shook his head. No, I could have chosen a different apocalypse without any issue. Could it be because a fragment of my Sword Saint's relic is here? He again recalled the Black Dragon Master, saying, furthermore, since it's a fantasy magic world, it's very likely you could obtain a new skill or find some interesting holy artifact. He thought to himself, although finding the Sparkly Sisters has made me as strong as their former master, I've only gotten a little bit stronger. He then remembered her words again. By the way, this apocalypse also has a subgenre. He recalled the conversation between the old elf and the heavenly demon. Heavenly Demon, did you know that he has never loved anyone before? Kim Gong-ja has yet to experience the sweetness of life. It's funny, isn't it? He's lived this long and has never dated anyone. Finally, he gave his answer. It's because I still don't know what love is. I'm still very indifferent to things like the emotions of being in love. As you might already know, this world has another genre, romance, so I thought that maybe this would be a great opportunity to learn about love. I want to learn about what I'm lacking. I can't bear the thought of living my whole life without ever knowing what it is. It feels as if I haven't lived completely. Raviel Avancia asked him, "Does that mean you want to learn about love from me?" He hesitated. I'm not sure. To be more precise, I want to learn about love from this world. I want to experience for myself what I'm lacking," she asked skeptically. "Then why did you come to me? Wouldn't it be faster to learn from Lady Goldfinch?" He remembered Lady Goldfinch's words. "How can people live while carrying all those emotions?" You replied. "That's impossible. She's even worse at this than I am. If you want to learn something, you should find someone better than you to learn from." Hearing this, Raviel Avancia lifted her teacup and responded. "You're right. It is true that Lady Golden Silk seems to be the one who needs to be taught about love, but I still don't understand why it has to be me." Kim Gong-ja proudly raised his head and replied, "Of course there's a reason. It's because I want to understand you better. While I'm not sure if you side with the Empire or the Prince, what I do see is that you're always willing to sacrifice your life for them. I want to better understand why you act that way. If the reason is love, then I want to experience that feeling for myself." Raviel Avancia was stunned. Kim Gong-ja awkwardly scratched his head. "I know it sounds a little embarrassing, but that's how I truly feel." Raviel Avancia was still in shock. "This is the first time I've ever heard an answer like that. Wanting to understand what love is. You truly are a shameless, fearless man. So you want to understand me better, is that it?" Kim Gong-ja looked up at the ceiling and lamented. "You say understand so lightly, don't you? That word can bring harm to others. Because understanding and responsibility often aren't that different. Librarian, could you pause the broadcast for a moment? I have something to say to the Silver Lily lady in private." The system replied, "The librarian in the shadows has approved your request. You have been granted an additional 10 minutes for an off-the-record scene." Once permission was granted, Kim Gong-ja smiled. "I am also a regressor. However, my regression is a little different from yours. You said you returned to the last 10 days of your life, right? Well, I return to 1 day before I die. And it's not just a simple return either. And if someone kills me, I gain the ability to witness their trauma." Raviel Avancia asked doubtfully, "Trauma?" He thought to himself that perhaps all this time he'd been wishing for someone to listen to his story. To someone in a similar situation, someone who lived a life just like his, he explained. Their memories, their perceptions in a slow-motion replay of their life, even the deepest wounds in their soul. If that wound was inflicted by someone they treasured, I get to witness the whole thing. That's why I'm able to understand others more easily. It's sort of like a skill. But I'm also truly afraid of getting too used to understanding people so easily. A very important person once told me, never become too dependent on your skills. But what if I'm the only one who can understand them? Raviel Avancia cut in. That can't really be called understanding, Kim Gong-ja replied, but it's not like I can just ignore them either. At this, Raviel Avancia smiled. You're right. I know it sounds hypocritical, but I still want people to know that I am right here trying to protect this place. For them to be able to live such a life, isn't that a blessing? Wouldn't you agree? Kim Gong-ja replied, yes. Raviel Avancia continued. However, understanding is fleeting, while responsibility follows you for a lifetime. Do you realize you've just volunteered to walk into hell? Just then, a system notification appeared. The librarian in the shadows announces that the 10-minute off-the-record scene has ended. Raviel Avancia glanced at an hourglass, picked it up and said, Very well, butler of Lady Golden Silk, I shall teach you what love is. Her cold yet teasing voice was enough to make anyone blush. I will teach you about love. However, for 1 week from today until the eve of the apocalypse, you must be my personal servant, not Lady Golden Silk's. Kim Gong-ja muttered, your personal servant. She looked at him coldly and replied, That's right. I only know how to love myself. I've never taught anyone about love before. The only way I can teach you is by having you observe me directly. So you'll have to stay by my side, watch and learn. Understood. He fell silent upon hearing this, unable to utter a single word of protest. Raviel Avancia continued, Come to think of it, this agreement seems far too disadvantageous for me. After all, I'll have to show you my embarrassing private life. You'd better be grateful for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kim Gong-ja looked at her and thought, what an arrogant noble woman. The scene changes. Kim Gong-ja stood before the mansion gates for a moment, then cleared his throat and went inside. Raviel Avancia was sitting at her dressing table, being attended to by her maids. When she saw him enter, she said, You've arrived, show it to him. The butler immediately responded, As you wish, my lady. The butler pulled a red cloth off an easel, revealing a board that read, Lesson number 1, The Basics. Love begins where you meet a terrible woman. Kim Gong-ja froze in place. Raviel Avancia spoke up. I thought about it last night. About what method I should use to teach you about love. Since I don't have much time to bother with you, it would be difficult for me to help you find your first love correct. So I've decided to slowly teach you the things you absolutely must know about love. Repeat after me. Love begins where you meet. A terrible woman, Gong-ja stammered, flustered. Love begins where I meet a terrible woman. Ravielle Evancia opened her fan with a snap and replied, correct. One terrible woman, or possibly many terrible women. Somewhere out there, a beautiful first love that blossoms at the first meeting does exist. Those people care for and harmonize with each other from the very beginning, eventually becoming partners for life. But you are not in that situation. Kim Gong-ja was taken aback. Ravielle Evancia continued to explain, there's a 90% probability that the woman you meet will be a terrible person. Even if she isn't one at present, she'll become terrible soon enough. The reason is that human beings are incapable of maintaining their good nature indefinitely. And for that reason, she pointed at the board. The butler immediately flipped it over. The writing had changed, lesson 1 advanced. You must also be a terrible scoundrel. Ravielle Evancia explained, don't feel too heartbroken. Mankind is a species that grows through experience. You suffer bitterness at the hands of a terrible person, and you gradually become a terrible person yourself. They can't stop repeating the same mistakes over and over. They need to learn what kind of people bad people truly are. When do they themselves become a bad person, and what must they do to avoid becoming one? He asked tiredly. Isn't there any way for things to just go smoothly from the start? Ravielle Evancia said. Butler, you shouldn't expect anything from humanity. People are creatures who forget tomorrow what they say today. They resolve to do things easily, and they give up just as easily. Forgetting and abandoning. Those are the two ironclad rules of dating. Kim Gong-ja was silent upon hearing this. Ravielle Evancia continued, and if you truly wish to love someone, then you must also learn how to remember, and how to resolve things on your own. He was stunned by this information. I have to learn how to do both of those things, Ravielle nodded. You truly are a child. After she said that, Kim Gong-ja's mind was filled with question marks. She stood up and declared proudly, seeing is believing. I will show you. Hearing this, he was taken aback. You'll show me how, she asked in return. Can't you just watch first and ask questions later? She walked over and patted Kim Gong-ja's shoulder. I am the one who loved the worst scoundrel in the world. Let's go. Kim Gong-ja reached out, touching the spot she had just patted, and quickly turned to follow her. Wait for me. The group went outside together. The two guards standing at the door were startled to see Ravielle Evancia and asked, Lady Silver Lily, did you hear that? She replied, I did. Is His Highness awake yet? A person who is to rule should be awake earlier than his people. The guard mumbled something about that. Ravielle Evancia gave an order. He must still be asleep. Open the door. The two guards hurriedly bowed low. Forgive us, but we must obey His Highness's orders. She looked down at the guard coldly and said, I'm sure he ordered you to never let me in no matter what. However, the Emperor worried for the Crown Prince has ordered me to come. So I ask you, are you the Crown Prince's servant or the Emperor's? Think carefully. After a moment of consideration, the two guards stepped aside, making way for Ravielle Evancia. She walked up and knocked on the door. Your Highness, are you awake? A voice from inside screamed, Don't come in. But Ravielle Evancia took out a golden key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside, announcing, If you're awake, then I'm coming in. Kim Gong-ja was stunned by this. Is she even allowed to do that? A scream echoed through the room. Ravielle Evancia spoke up. The sun is already at its peak, yet you are still in bed. Do you think it's acceptable for someone who will inherit this entire kingdom to live so carelessly? The Crown Prince screamed in terror. Close the door. Hey, is anyone out there? Somebody save me. Ravielle Evancia remained completely indifferent to him. She turned to Kim Gong-ja and said, Butler, I will now teach you your second lesson. A look of surprise flickered across his face. The butler then brought out a placard. The cloth covering was pulled back, revealing the second basic lesson. If you cannot avoid meeting a terrible person, then learn to enjoy it. Kim Gong-ja mumbled, Enjoy it, she replied. You're going to fall in love with someone eventually. And it's possible your first love will be a terrible person. If that happens, you must learn to enjoy it. The butler flipped the board, revealing the second lesson advanced. You must become an even worse person than the one you meet. A servant immediately brought a bucket of water and splashed it in the Crown Prince's face. Ravielle Evancia explained, Dating a terrible person is basically a war. Peace is probably the best case scenario. If the person you meet is friendly, then you must behave the same way. But if that person becomes a complete lost cause, then remember this. The prince's screams continued to echo throughout the room. Ravielle Evancia calmly fanned herself with a fan that had today's slogan written on it. Don't be kind to scoundrels, she told him. Repeat after me, don't be kind. He immediately snapped to attention and shouted, Don't be kind, Ravielle lectured. People always want to appear heroic, intelligent, or good-natured in the eyes of others. From what I can tell you, fall into the last category. Stop it. She stepped outside and commanded, Open it. The door was immediately opened. She said to the servants outside, The Crown Prince is soaking wet. Even though it's summer, I'm still concerned for his health. Go in and take care of him. The two servants cried out in fear. "Your Highness," they shouted, immediately grabbing towels and rushing into the room. Raviel remained as cold as ever. "Remember this well. This is the formula for dating. A good-looking person will lose to a smart person, and a smart person will lose to a scoundrel. Therefore, the pinnacle of love you must reach is to be a good-looking, intelligent scoundrel. Remember that." After hearing this, a stunned Kim Gong-ja replied, "All right." He could still hear the prince's screams. "Wipe him gently." He walked out with Raviel Ivancia and remarked, "This is so different from the love I imagined. I always thought." Raviel Ivancia interjected, "Something more romantic." He replied, "Yes, and..." She cut him off. "You must think that love is a matter of the heart, not the mind." That's true to an extent. However, it also depends on your luck. It's not easy to find someone who makes your heart race from the very first meeting. Your everyday life also influences what kind of person can make your heart flutter. In the hallway, servants bowed their heads in greeting. "Greetings, Lady Silver Lily. I will guide you to the reception room." Kim Gong-ja looked at the servant and thought to himself, "This place feels more like her residence than the crown prince's." Raviel Ivancia continued her lesson. Falling for someone at first sight means you've also perceived the way that person has lived their life. Kim Gong-ja groaned. "That sounds so complicated." Raviel Ivancia sat down and replied, "Indeed, because it truly is. Would you like to test it out? Try and see if you can make my heart flutter." He was confused. "How am I supposed to do that?" she replied. "You just have to do something sincere." He was doubtful again. "Something sincere?" she asked, bored. "Do I really have to spell that out for you too? You could confess to me right now for all I care. I want you to think carefully and give me your answer. If you're clever enough, you might actually succeed." The constant ticking of a clock filled the room. She reached out, took his hand, and asked, "Does the fragrance smell nice?" He replied, "Yes." She held his hand and asked again, "Do you like it?" He answered, "Yes." She pulled him closer, smiling her voice like a whisper right next to his ear. "I like it too. This is my most favorite and precious scent. Confiding in you doesn't feel bad at all. Continue on this journey with me. Tonight, I will tell you a secret." The clock struck 12. Kim Gong-ja's face turned beet red as he thought to himself, "I'm in deep trouble. I think I'm falling for her." Kim Gong-ja was lying on the grass, still unable to collect himself. The old spirit appeared before him, calling out, "Hey zombie, hey Kim zombie, eagle to sparrow, come in sparrow." He imagined Raviel Ivancia's face, smiling with that teasing expression, as she reached out to him. "Hey Death King, are you listening?" Lost in thoughts of Raviel Ivancia, he was in no mood to listen to what the old man was saying. He sighed to himself, "She's exactly my type." He mumbled to himself, "Do you think this is love?" The old spirit frowned. "Did this guy hit his head on a rock or something?" The old spirit picked his nose. His voice laced with a bit of scorn, he said, "Sorry zombie, my bad. Who would have thought you'd fall for someone like that?" Kim Gong-ja was still lost in his own world. Suicide. If I kill myself, I'll get to experience it all again. Right. The old elf was startled, thinking, oh no, he's fallen right into the trap. At that moment, his sword Sini flew over to tap the hero on the head. Sini immediately flew over and whacked him on the head, making him cry out in pain. He clutched his face and yelled angrily, I know I'm crazy, but what am I supposed to do? I can't stop thinking about Lady Liu Li. The old spirit shouted, now you're even calling that brat lady. You've really lost it. Kim Gong-ja shot back his voice even louder than the old man's. I'm not washing my face today, and if I have to, I won't wash behind my ears. I think some of Lady Liu Li's scent is still there. Can you check for me? The old spirit, furious that he couldn't beat some sense into him, cursed pervert. Still lost in his lovesick daze, Kim Gong-ja clutched his head and screamed. That ramen-haired prince, how many times did he have to save the world in a past life to deserve her love? I need to get online right now. I have to announce to the world that I want to become a prince. The old spirit was already exhausted with this guy being possessed by the love demon. Now you've really gone mad. Kim Gong-ja didn't care because his world was painted pink. Oh, love. Such a sweet poison. Oh, my poor heart. The old spirit's face was blank. I knew this guy would turn into a super pervert after falling in love. I'm the worst. And yet I'm still giving him advice. At that moment, he got angry, pointed behind him and shouted, that wasn't me. Look, my synchronization with the butler character keeps going up. Do you know what that means? It means the butler has fallen for Lady Liu Li, the old spirit. Crossed his arms and asked, doesn't the butler like Lady Kim Turk? Kim Gong-ja lay down on the grass and complained, you don't know anything. Love isn't like that. Love is, you know, love. The old spirit threw cold water on his fantasy. Half a day ago, you were in love with someone else. He asked, how do I save myself from Lady Liu Li? In this position, what should I say? What do I need to do to make her happy? Hearing this, the old spirit clutched his head in worry. Since I'm the one who unleashed your perversion upon this world, I'll take responsibility and give you some advice. Start by learning about the other person. When you start dating, it's important to always be in their line of sight. You're her personal servant, which means you don't have to do much to stay by her side. You're in an advantageous position, he mumbled. An advantageous position, huh? But this world is about to end. The old spirit thought for a moment, then replied, "That is a big problem." Hearing that, he immediately shot up, his head full of question marks. Just then, a bell rang. He exclaimed, "Oh, class is over. Let's go see Lady Kim. I mean the heretic interrogator." That evening, Raviel Avancia said, "Consider this a reward. I will tell you my secret. Follow me." She picked up a lamp and led Kim Gong-ja down the hallway. He was clenching his fists when she suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" He was startled. "Excuse me, Raviel," Avancia lectured. "Even if it's only temporary, you are my personal servant. Repeating your master's question is extremely rude. I asked you a question and you must answer it." Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists and hesitated. "I was thinking about holding your hand, my lady." Raviel Avancia immediately stopped walking. He blushed bright red and cursed himself internally. "Are you insane?" To his surprise, Raviel Avancia turned around, took Kim Gong-ja's hand, and moved closer to him. He panicked, his heart pounding as he stammered, "My lady." She looked up and asked, "Have you been thinking only of me all day? Do you remember my scent? Did you dream of it?" He answered shyly, "Yes." Raviel Avancia commanded, "If you don't answer, I will leave." He quickly said, I thought about it." She reached out and touched the bow on his collar, her voice clear. "Kim Gong-ja, say it louder. I thought about you all day. My lady." Raviel Avancia was pleased. "Very good." A system notification appeared. Synchronization with the character is increasing rapidly. Current synchronization rate, 29%. Kim Gong-ja's heart pounded. His vision started to blur. "I don't know anything anymore," he cried out. "I don't know anything." "My lady, you shouldn't do this." She asked. "Why not?" He replied. "Just think." She grabbed his hand tightly, pinning him against the window. He hastily explained, "Think I don't belong to this world. I'm just borrowing the butler's body." Hearing this, Raviel Avancia questioned him. "So you don't see me as a human being? System warning, Silverheart is watching you." Raviel Avancia continued to question him. "Are you treating me like your other followers? Or in other words, are you just treating me like a side character?" Kim Gong-ja's face was flushed as he stammered. I, he stammered. "The thing is, my original master is Lady Kim Tuok. I agreed to serve you because of the mission. Lady Liu Li. That's why." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "How strange. A moment ago you said you only thought of me, which means you weren't thinking about Lady Kim Tuok, correct?" Her finger was still pulling at the bow on his collar, and he was panicking. Suddenly Raviel Avancia asked, "Was that a lie?" A stunned Kim Gong-ja explained, "No, I'm not lying. Raviel Avancia whispered in his ear, "You can call me master just once, but say it with sincerity. If you do, I promise to give you a sweet reward." Suddenly, someone called out to him. Hey, Gong-ja Shini was shaking his head frantically, trying to make him regain his senses. Raviel Avancia was cold in front of him. "What's wrong? You don't want your reward. Just once is fine." Kim Gong-ja thought, just once should be okay, right? If something happens, I can just turn back time. This is what I have to do to get more information to clear this stage. It'll be fine if I just say it once, right? Suddenly, he recalled the Fire King's words, "But you know I am the Fire King, so I need you to die." Then he remembered the alchemist who had hugged him before. "I trust you, Death King." He remembered Preta kneeling and calling out "my master," and then Bakyang lying in his arms as she was dying, calling him "my disciple." He pushed her away and asked himself, "Am I someone who submits so easily? Is the burden on my shoulders so light? No, I am the Lord of Preta and the sect leader of the demonic heavenly god cult." He took Raviel Avancia's hand and apologized. "Forgive me, my lady. I cannot see you as my true master." He reminded himself that he was trying not to be like Yosua. That's why he ran like a madman through a snowy field with the apothecary, just so he could save everyone like that. So you can't treat death as something that just normally happens. He continued speaking to Raviel Avancia. "I want to know the joy of love, but I don't want to trade my own self for it. If you truly want to win my heart, then you should use another method. I will see you as my master, so please accept me as your master. I will place your commands above my own. I will break my principles for you. I will put you above all else. But in return, treat me as I treat you. If I alone give you my heart, how can the blood in my veins possibly flow properly? I can only continue to live if you give me your heart in return. If you want to see me love you recklessly and madly, then please be mad with me." After hearing this, Raviel Avancia flung his hand away. The lamp in her hand also fell to the ground, making a loud clang. The lamp rolled to Kim Gong-ja's feet. Raviel Avancia spoke, "I see now. You're different from those foolish, fanatical believers. I thought you were a stupid owl who only knew how to obey. Being naive in love doesn't mean you're naive in life, does it? I was too hasty. Are you trying to seduce me to your side? This was my mistake. I underestimated you." Kim Gong-ja bent down and picked up the lamp. He held it out to her with a smile. "You told me that sympathy and pity aren't that different. One-sided pity isn't much better than one-sided sympathy. I didn't approach you because I wanted to be free to gaze at you like this. So what is the secret you wanted to show me?" She reached out and took the lamp. Then she turned, walked on, and explained, "In my family there is a treasure that has been passed down for generations, a sword with a foolish legend, a sword that can grant wishes. The door to the room opened, and she stepped inside, raising the lamp to illuminate a red cloth up ahead. However, there is one condition. She pulled down the red cloth. Behind it was a sword plunged into a shattered mirror. Kim Gong-ja's sword announced Sini has detected the presence of a sister. Raviel Ivancia said, "This is a wish-granting sword, a treasure of my family that has been passed down through the generations. However, it has one condition. When a wish is made, this sword must pierce through the heart of the wisher." A notification window appeared. Sparkly has detected her sister's energy source. This startled Gong-ja. The system continued. Sparkly says that this is the third sister sword among the swords of the Guardian. Prayer Raviel Ivancia recounted, "Before I became a regressor, the Crown Prince chose Lady Goldfinch, and in my fury I used this sword to make a wish. Please make my love eternal, and that is why my life was turned into an eternal one. Even if I die, I don't truly die. My feelings for the Crown Prince haven't changed at all. After that day, my heart also became eternal." She pulled his hand and placed it over her heart. Kim Gong-ja was shocked. He couldn't feel a single heartbeat. Raviel Ivancia asked, "You said you wanted to capture my heart, didn't you? I'm sorry, but I have no heart to give you." A system notification announced, "The heart veiled by the lily is watching you." She turned, holding the sword, looked into the mirror and said, "Help me. It's time to end what we're doing." The clock struck 12, and a torrent of red blood rushed forth. Kim Gong-ja asked in shock, "Lady Lily this is." Raviel Ivancia replied, "My nightmare. Butler, do not lower your guard." From this moment on, this space has essentially become another world. It is completely cut off from the outside. The system appeared. The heart veiled by the lily is expressing its feelings. The heart emitted a voice. "Your Highness, you are so detestable. Before you became the Crown Prince, you once picked flowers for me with your own hands. You used to wipe my tears with your sleeve. You were always a good person with a delicate heart. What's the point of loving someone who was already perfect from the moment they were born?" Raviel Ivancia immediately swung her sword towards the heart. It continued to speak. "You have to be a detestable person to be able to lead someone like you to true love. I love you, Your Highness. I am a noble who understands love. Did you see the way Lady Golden Silk seduced the Crown Prince? How repulsive." Kim Gong-ja and Raviel Ivancia continuously attacked the red liquid. He thought to himself, "This feeling is just like the autumn rain demon king." The system window appeared. The presence of the heart veiled by the silver lily has become clearer. Kim Gong-ja realized this was the power of a constellation. He looked behind him and saw the heart's memory, in which the prince took Raviel Ivancia's hand and said, "Raviel Ivancia, our families, the royal family and yours, have arranged a marriage for us. But I don't care if this is a political union decided by our elders. I came here today to formally propose to you. Will you agree to marry me when we're a little older?" The heart replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The prince promised, "You will be the only one I ever love." The heart responded, "And I will only ever love you, my prince." Hearing this, he silently cursed, "Damn it. I can't believe he'd shirk responsibility after saying something like that." The heart replied, "You can't blame him. After all, it was a promise we made when we were just children. Humans are forgetful creatures by nature." Kim Gong-ja's sword began to glow, and a bright flame enveloped the blade. He immediately grabbed the sword and said, "Infernal Heaven Demonic Art 8th Form Fire Sword." The old elf, standing outside, looked up in amazement at the red slime being burned away. "It seems he can now handle little runts like this in a single blow, huh? He's grown up so much." He wiped his sweat and asked, "Since when did you become a constellation?" "That thing just now was a constellation's familiar spirit, and the one who created it was you, wasn't it?" She replied, "It happened the moment I stabbed myself in the heart." Kim Gong-ja said, "So does that mean this world didn't have a constellation to begin with? It's hard to say whether it never existed, or if it did exist, but was killed." The old elf crossed his arms and spoke up. "It seems a constellation killer has killed the original constellation that existed in this world." Raviel Ivancia explained. "Those demons grew stronger with each passing day. Not only did they grow in number and size, but their powers also developed. And when this world reached the 10th day somehow, the days began to repeat, and I became the representative of this world. Whether I wanted it or not, the cycle of time began to revolve around me." Hearing this, the old elf speculated, "Becoming a god like that is highly unusual. If you look at it from a martial arts perspective, she could probably be considered the god of some heretical sect. Even though the sword she plunged into the mirror was just a fragment, it still belonged to the goddess of protection, a holy relic. If someone uses it to stab themselves in the heart, they'll become a constellation, whether they want to or not. The terrible thing is that it transformed her body, so that she could withstand the law of causality from constantly rewinding time, something an ordinary human body could never endure. Although she wasn't a complete constellation yet, this was still the result of many singularities overlapping." Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja sheathed his sword and thought to himself, he never expected a person could become a constellation, whether they wanted to or not. Suddenly, Raviel Ivancia asked, "How strange. Aren't you disappointed?" Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja was startled. "Huh." She stepped forward and said, "You were right. No matter the state of my heart, those demons are still my familiars. The words they speak are the voice of my own heart. I wished for an unchanging eternal love. To maintain that love, I had to eliminate all the blemishes, the flaws within my love. Day by day, the disappointment, the frustration, the envy. The demons you saw are the result of that. Isn't it disgusting? Even though I was the one who taught you about love, I have to take my love back now. My intention in bringing you here was to free you from your illusions. Kim Gong-ja walked up and stood right behind her. Disappointed. Are you asking me if this is disgusting, Lady Lily? This isn't nearly enough to make me feel disappointed in you. She was stunned by his words. Not enough. Kim Gong-ja glanced at his sword and continued. You only revealed your secret to me. Someone who is truly vile would never let others see their true nature. If you think this is enough to push me away, you're wrong. It's not like I love you because I think you're pure. Hearing this, Raviel Evancia stepped in front of him and said, You've only loved me for a single day, yet your words are already so sweet. Gong-ja looked down at her, smiled, and asked, What's wrong with it being just one day? So if I loved you for a year or 1,000 years, it would be okay. Would I even be able to turn back after that happens? Hearing his words, Raviel Evancia thought to herself, I became resolute at that moment. The moment the butler confessed his entire heart to me. Kim Gong-ja continued to express himself. In my eyes, I can see the kind of person you loathe and despise. I know what has hurt you. You must be just like me. And I love you because I can see myself in your life. Because I am also living the exact same kind of life. Raviel Evancia mused. The words he's speaking are my own feelings. Gong-ja leaned down and whispered sweet words in her ear. I love you the same way I love myself. And I hope you will love me as much as I love you. I will absolutely make you fall for me. I don't care if your heart has been imprisoned by this world. I will overshadow the memories between you and the Crown Prince from your childhood. We are both regressors, the only two in the entire world. The two of us have a mountain of time that only we can enjoy. I will give you so much time that you might even feel suffocated by it. I will do my best. Raviel Evancia lifted her head and asked, Are you planning to repeat the last 10 days of this world forever? You'll get sick of it. He replied, Threats won't work on me. This isn't the first time I've lived the same day over and over again. Raviel Evancia was curious. Then what if I get sick of you and want you to disappear? He took her hand and answered, I'll leave, but that's not going to happen. You never got tired of the Crown Prince, and I'm a much better person than he is. He reached out and gently stroked her hair. She murmured, This isn't good. I should be telling you not to waste your breath, but I can't bring myself to say it. Just then, a group of servants appeared behind them, bowing worriedly. Pardon us, my lady. It's so late, what is all this noise? Forgive us, but Countess Gold Lily is currently causing a disturbance. Upon hearing this, his face filled with absolute horror, a look of complete disbelief. Outside, Countess Gold Lily's voice echoed, Butler, where are you? The butler, Kim Gong-ja, ran outside barefoot in a panic, while Raviel Evancia calmly walked behind him. At the gate, two butlers were holding back Countess Gold Lily, saying, Countess Gold Lily, you cannot behave like this. He recalled what he had told her before. I'll become Lady Lily's personal butler for a while to get more information from her and clear this stage. The Countess Gold Lily had heard him and replied, all right. If it's for the mission, I guess it can't be helped. I'm fine, just do what you need to do. But now Countess Gold Lily was screaming, Bring my butler out here right now. Butler, I know you're in there, Raviel spoke coldly, the uninvited guest I least wanted to see. When Countess Gold Lily saw Kim Gong-ja, her eyes lit up and a crazed smile spread across her face. There you are. She quickly broke free from the two butlers' grasp and dashed forward. As she ran, she said, You are my childhood friend and my only butler, which means to me, you are not just a simple butler. Is it so wrong of me to want you to realize that, in any case, you are not to stay in a place like this? I think this entire garden is filled with nothing but poisonous flowers. All right, butler, let's go home together. She reached her hand out towards Kim Gong-ja. Raviel Evancia immediately stepped in front of him, swatting her arm away and scolding, You shameless wench. You have committed a capital offense enough to be executed for daring to come here and cause a ruckus in the middle of the night. This is not a place where someone like you can run wild. Countess Gold Lily curtsied to Raviel Evancia. She coldly ordered, Get on your knees immediately and beg for my forgiveness. Countess Gold Lily smiled and asked, Oh, are you going to whip me? If you dare, then go ahead and try. I'm curious how the Crown Prince will react when I show him the whip marks on my legs, and then I'll have yet another memory with him. Another butler heard this and was shocked. How audacious. Raviel, however, replied coldly, Is that so? Then I shall grant you your wish. I like the way you try to create more memories during your school days. So as a noble of this empire, I will help you achieve that. Bring me the whip, she commanded, holding out her hand. The other two butlers stammered. Duchess, she said coldly, I told you not to call me that within the academy. The butler said worriedly, But if the Crown Prince finds out about this? Her eyes grew even colder. My left hand is still empty. The two butlers, terrified, quickly ran back inside. Kim Gong-ja rushed in front of Countess Gold Lily and asked, My lady, what's wrong? What are you doing here so late? Countess Gold Lily smiled. I came to take back what belongs to me. Isn't it obvious I've been waiting for you since this morning, but you still hadn't returned? At first I thought you had something urgent to do, but then I heard a rumor that you were working as a butler for the Silver Lily Countess. She's found your weakness and is using it to threaten you, isn't she? Don't worry. I won't let her take anything else from me ever again, including the Crown Prince's love and your loyalty. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja broke out in a sweat and said, "Heretic interrogator, spring is here." Lady Goldfinch heard him and asked in confusion, what are you talking about?" Hearing her response, he looked completely shattered. Just then, the butler returned and handed a whip to Raviel Ivancia. "Here is what you requested." Raviel Ivancia swung the whip, stepping forward and saying coldly, "Sylvia Ivania, you have caused a disturbance and trespassed on a noble's territory over personal matters. Worst of all, you show no remorse. Your behavior has been far too insolent, so I will punish you under the Emperor's authority." Lady Goldfinch smiled and asked remorse, "I know better than anyone what my crime is. My sin is receiving the profound love of the Crown Prince. Even though I'm just the daughter of a countryside baron, I'm sorry for accepting his love. Sorry for being loved more than you." Raviel Ivancia. "Is that enough of an apology for you?" Just then, the Crown Prince ran outside holding a torch, asking, "Heretic, is that you, heretic?" He ran to embrace Sylvia, asking if she was all right, if she was hurt. Then he glared at Raviel Ivancia and scolded the wicked woman. "Why are you treating the heretic interrogator so harshly?" Raviel Ivancia coughed, covering her mouth as she explained tremblingly, "Your Highness, this is the law of the Empire." He shot back furiously. "How can the law be more important than a person? You're always talking about the Empire, but have you ever actually done anything for it? All you do is constantly bully Sylvia, isn't it? That's why I call you a wicked woman, an evil witch." Raviel Ivancia asked, "Are you turning your back on me?" He didn't answer, instead pulling Heretic away and saying firmly, "Sylvia, let's go. You shouldn't be in a place like this." The Heretic interrogator turned her head and called out, "Butler, let's go home together." Kim Gong-ja bowed his head and mumbled status window. Instantly, the Heretic interrogator's status window appeared, displaying her favorite genres, romance, disliked genres, politics, favorite people, those who love her, the Crown Prince, her butler teachers, seniors, juniors, and peers. Disliked people. Raviel Ivancia. Favorite storylines. The victory of the strong true love. Disliked storylines. The defeat of the weak betrayal. Her motto is, Raviel Ivancia won't let you have a single thing. Kim Gong-ja recalled the Heretic interrogator's innocent smile and gritted his teeth. The Heretic interrogator was still asking, "Aren't you coming home with me?" He tightened his grip on her arm and replied, "I was thinking of staying by Lady Lily's side a while longer." Hearing this, the Heretic interrogator's expression turned cold. "Do you really not know how to read the room? I hate showing any weakness to others. But I suffered all that humiliation just to get you away from her." Kim Gong-ja replied, "Yes, I understand." She asked, "You understand, yet you still refuse to come with me." Just then, a system notification appeared. "You are synchronizing with the character." He could only bow his head and quietly apologize. "I'm sorry, but I still have unfinished business here." Kim Gong-ja's synchronization rate continued to climb. The Heretic interrogator questioned him coldly. "What a pathetic excuse. Don't tell me you've been bewitched by her." She then shot a cold smile at Raviel Ivancia. "Fine, whatever. I don't know what other schemes you have, but you will never shake the bond between me and my butler." Raviel Ivancia frowned. "Think what you will. Now get out of my sight." Then Heretic turned to the Crown Prince with a smile, as if to provoke Raviel Ivancia. "Your Highness, will you come home with me?" The prince blushed and replied, "Of course." The servants scrambled after them, calling "Your Highness Lady Goldfinch." Now only Gong-ja and Raviel Ivancia were left at the manor. She spoke up, "That's enough. Let's go inside." He turned back curiously. "What will you do now, Raviel?" Ivancia turned towards the flower garden and replied, "I'm going to admire the flowers for a while. I will come in later. I wish to be alone." All of you leave. "You too, butler, go inside and rest." The old elf behind Kim Gong-ja immediately piped up, "Hey zombie, this is your chance. She must be feeling terribly discouraged right now. It's time for you to score some points." Kim Gong-ja ignored him and walked on. The old man demanded angrily, "Are you ignoring me?" He quickly followed Raviel Ivancia and asked concerned, "I'm fine, even if I don't sleep for a few days, but aren't you tired, Raviel?" Ivancia replied, "I wish I could say I'm not, but I am feeling a bit weary. This is my 14th regression. For 140 days I have tried to guide the Crown Prince down the right path. Even if my love for him isn't faded, he still must walk the correct path for the good of this nation. How difficult it is." Kim Gong-ja walked to her side and said, "You're not alone anymore. You have me. As humans, as long as we have someone who cares for and truly understands them, they can endure anything." Raviel Ivancia sounded doubtful. "Is that so?" He nodded. "Yes, that applies to us." She glanced at him. "It seems you've misunderstood something. I repeat the last 10 days of my life, while you return to the moment just before your death. They may seem similar, but they aren't." She drew 2 parallel lines in the dirt and explained, "Because one of us is bound to regress sooner than the other. The one who regresses first will forget everything that transpired, and the other will be left trapped in that timeline. We are by nature two parallel lines that can never have a common point. I can understand who you are, I can understand your circumstances, but that is all. It is impossible for us to have a life together. She tossed the whip from her hand, turned and said, "The confession you made to me saying you wanted to spend all of your time with me. It was truly beautiful. However, perhaps its beauty lies in the very fact that it can never come true." Kim Gong-ja hurried after her asking, "So what if it can be made real?" Raviel Ivancia replied dismissively, "In this world, there is no such thing as what if." He continued to follow her, promising, "I will absolutely keep my word. I didn't just say that to win your favor. I'm not the type to deceive someone with empty words. What if I can help you escape this endless 10-day loop?" How arrogant, Raviel Ivancia scoffed. "I am perfectly satisfied with my life as it is." He smiled. "I know. I feel that way too. But I still want to help you." Kim Gong-ja took off his coat and offered it to her, explaining, "Because you are the woman I love." Is saying that arrogant too? He draped his coat over her. She stirred and asked, "What do you want from me?" He replied, "Please stay by my side until this world comes to an end, and I would be truly grateful if you could help me love you more." He thought to himself. I realize the heretic interrogator's synchronization rate has already reached 100%. The secret to clearing this stage was a rather cheap trick, but it had a high chance of success. He continued, "Make me so drunk on love that I can never pull myself away from you." Raviel Ivancia asked doubtfully, "Do you truly want me to do that?" He replied shyly, "It'll be fine, but I'll be swept off my feet. Just holding your hand made my heart pound like crazy." Hearing this, Raviel Ivancia reached out, caressed his ear, and chided him lovingly, "You're so shameless. All right, since I once said I would teach you about love, I'll take responsibility. Is that enough?" His face flushed as he stammered. "Yes, that's enough." The system notifications kept appearing. "You are synchronizing with the character." Raviel Ivancia lamented, "Goodness, I know I have no right to say this. But aren't you a bit too naive? I have no idea how you've managed to survive in such a harsh world." He smiled and answered, "I've died countless times." She fell silent upon hearing that. He moved closer to her and asked, "Did your heart skip a beat too, after seeing my weak side?" "I've heard that showing someone your vulnerability can sometimes sweep them off their feet." Raviel Ivancia burst out laughing. He continued, "I realized it after seeing the argument between you and Lady Kim Turk. You may be a wise person, but you're not someone who can remain calm when provoked, even if it means you'll lose in this regression. That's why I wanted to test you too. You always speak as if you're a master of love, but isn't being loved just as important as giving love? You truly know nothing about being loved, or at least you're more ignorant in this regard than Lady Kim Turk." Raviel Ivancia reached out, lifted his chin and asked, "So what?" As he stammered, Raviel Ivancia urged him, "Keep talking. I'm starting to like the sound of your voice." He blushed, and then suddenly Raviel Ivancia touched his teeth, complimenting, "Your teeth are so white." Kim Gong-ja hurriedly explained, "It's no surprise that Lady Kim Turk could steal the crown prince from you. You need to understand the crown prince's preferences more thoroughly." Raviel Ivancia didn't listen, and continued her praise, "And your tongue is so red. It's beautiful." Kim Gong-ja let out a moan, and she asked with interest, "Why did you stop? If you don't speak, how can I judge your tongue? Continue. Have you surrendered?" He blushed and replied, "Yes." Raviel Ivancia smiled, and repeated his earlier words, "Make me so drunk on love that I can never break away from you. You really are one for saying such dangerous things. I don't know what makes you so confident, but it's truly brave. In any case, I've already been through 14 regressions, so I don't mind shedding that burden for a moment. Not being kind to wicked people, that's my principle. After reconsidering today's incidents, I think the Crown Prince treated me a bit too harshly. I won't let it slide." He asked curiously, "Are you finally giving up on him?" She replied, "No, my heart has become a constellation stuck in the night sky. I don't have it in me to do that, but I also want to become a bad person and do outrageous things. Starting today, I will have an affair with you." Kim Gong-ja was stunned. So, my first love doesn't feel right at all." He asked worriedly, "Do you love me?" She immediately replied, "No. But since you are Lady Kim Turk's precious subordinate, and her only childhood friend, and butler, I wonder what kind of face she'll make when she finds out we're seeing each other. I'm sure the Crown Prince will be shocked too." Kim Gong-ja was startled, and wondered to himself. "An affair," he stammered. So you're planning to pretend to date me just to get revenge on them." He thought to himself, this was supposed to be more romantic. She wrapped her arms around his neck and asked, "Do you hate the idea?" He immediately swept Raviel Ivancia up into his arms. Raviel Ivancia commanded, "Call my name." He immediately called out Raviel Ivancia. She began to test him. "Do you remember what I taught you the first time we spoke of love?" He answered, "Love begins where you meet a wicked wench." She replied, "That's right. I will be your first wicked wench." The old spirit, who had been watching from the side, spoke up. "Those two are both completely insane, so they're quite similar. It would be difficult for him to date a normal person anyway. Birds of a feather flock together. Congratulations on your first love, even if it's just an affair." The next day, Kim Gong-ja stood before the mirror, washing his face and adjusting his clothes. He murmured Reveal Evancia, Reveal Evancia. He thought to himself, all I've been doing is saying her name. Looks like I've really been hit by the love bug. He gestured for the status window. His status window immediately appeared with the content Name Death King Rank D, with the skill I Want to Be Like You. Regressor's Hourglass Sword, Constellation's Favor, 100 Ghosts, Reincarnation, Heavenly Demon, Godly Art. You have received the blessing of the God of Beauty. You have received the blessing of the Serpent God. Kim Gong-ja glanced at it thinking Gong-ja's life is described so simply, including secret jealousy, relationships, humor, willpower, or even happiness. He requested Gong-ja's status window to appear thinking, I'm so curious about my own appearance. Favorite genres are martial arts, romance, mystery, and adventure. No disliked genres. Favorite characters include master noble heroes, those who make sacrifices, hardworking people, children, good people, people who aren't too arrogant, generous people, and people who care for and understand me. Disliked characters are perverts. Favorite plots include justice, prevailing, friendship, and love. Disliked plots are self-loathing, giving up, running away, disillusionment, doubt, and possessiveness. Reading this, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm still Kim Gong-ja. A thought appeared in his mind. I haven't been taken over by the character like the heretic questioner, so my plan will proceed as originally intended. I can do this. He turned his head and called for the Sword King. The old spirit behind him crossed his arms and asked, Yeah, Kim Gong-ja said. To prevent being taken over by the butler character, there's something I need to ask you. There's a high chance that if my synchronization rate reaches 100%, I won't be able to hear your voice anymore. No matter how many skills I have, I'll probably forget how to use them. So we have to do everything we can to stop the synchronization from reaching 100%. Kim Gong-ja took something out of his pocket and instructed 90%. That's the final line. Don't let it increase any further. Do you understand? If you see that I'm about to cross the 90% threshold, you must stop me no matter what it takes. The old spirit scratched his head and replied, I can't believe you're worried about that. Your spirit is already very resilient, so that situation probably won't happen. Kim Gong-ja put on his coat and said with great confidence, Yes, that's right. But now I'm going to intentionally raise the synchronization rate even higher. The old spirit was startled by this. What? But if you do that, you'll fail this stage and be trapped in this world forever. Kim Gong-ja smiled and replied, I can't explain the reason just yet. This will only work if I'm the only one who knows the plan. I intend to exploit a loophole in the tower's system to get through this stage. If you see me in danger, please help me. I'm counting on you, mister. Number 1, Under Heaven, the man who wants to be my master. Now I'm off to help my lover. With that, he immediately left. In Raviel Avancia's room, Kim Gong-ja asked in a concerned voice, You must have been too hard on yourself, haven't you? Every night, you have to fight demons, and you're also trying to erase your negative thoughts about the Crown Prince and Lady Golden Silk. Is that why you were absent from the academy today? Raviel Avancia answered, with a dry cough. Don't worry, my illness has been like this since my first regression. To be precise, I've been this way since I was born. It grew with me, and the illness suddenly worsened after I plunged my sword into the mirror, causing my heart to disappear. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja fell silent. Raviel Avancia leaned against her pillow and continued, This is also the reason the Emperor allowed the Crown Prince to be engaged to both me and Lady Golden Silk. It's because even if I were to become the Empress, I would pass away not long after. And it's difficult for me to conceive, so I'm truly not suited to be the Empress. After speaking, Raviel coughed dryly, and Gong-ja quickly offered her some tea. Have some tea. She took the cup and replied, Thank you. After taking a sip, she was surprised. You added quite a bit of honey, didn't you? This is exactly how I like it. How did you know? He replied. You mentioned before that the worshippers who came before me left an instruction manual. I just followed what was written in it. He recalled what he had read earlier. Second Lady Silver Lily has a very poor sense of taste, so she only likes things with strong flavors. Hearing this, she asked skeptically, So does that mean you plan to use the same methods as them? He smiled. You were the one who told me about the instruction manual, so I have to be different from them. I'm simply using it as a reference. I hope you don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Raviel Avancia said sarcastically, Looking closely, you do have some charm. So what's your plan? The time I spend with you right now is just a form of entertainment. One of us will surely forget all the time we've spent together. I don't think there's any way to solve this problem. Kim Gong-ja was curious. You've never really trusted anyone before, have you? Raviel Avancia looked up at him with skeptical eyes. Kim Gong-ja bowed his head and said, Please, just trust me. Even if this isn't a genuine relationship, I'm still the one you chose. Even though I'm just an incompetent guy, I've had to rely on help from others many times, just like your current situation. You've been carrying too much on your own. Even if I die, the Empire must remain strong. I must guide the Crown Prince onto the right path. I have to defeat those blood demons. You must have had those thoughts throughout all 14 of your regressions, right? After listening, she asked, Do you think I've overexerted myself? Kim Gong-ja brought the bouquet of flowers in and replied, Yes. please get some rest. I guess I'm the type of person who hates seeing the one I love carry everything by themselves. I hope that when I'm tired, the person I love will be there to share the burden. And vice versa. Raviel Avancia lowered her eyes and reminded him, all we have is a fake relationship. Kim Gong-ja looked at the bouquet and replied, that doesn't matter because I'm being very serious. Raviel Avancia was stunned. Don't you feel like you're getting the short end of the stick? He immediately said. You still don't get me. I'm more than enough. I'm a real optimist. Do you think I'm going to get depressed over my own shortcomings just because you're pretending to date me? Not at all. I actually see this as an opportunity. You're going to fall for me eventually. Raviel Avancia heard this and grew curious. My goodness, where do you get that confidence? He placed the bouquet in a vase and answered, because we're going to be spending time together, I won't give up, no matter what happens. Until you tell me you're sick of me, I will do my absolute best to become the pillar that helps you shoulder the burdens of this life. Time passed, and the clock neared 12. Raviel got out of bed, sword in hand, and said, time's up. Let's do what needs to be done. Kim Gong-ja stopped her. No, you need to rest. Are you planning to fight the enemy in this condition? Just leave this to me. I'll take care of it. Then he took the sword and went to kill the blood demons. A blood demon in the shape of Raviel Avancia approached him and asked, do you want to kill us? Are you going to kill me? The next morning at 8 o'clock, Kim Gong-ja hastily grabbed the stack of papers from Raviel Avancia's desk and said, please don't worry about this paperwork anymore. Raviel Avancia was startled. What are you doing now? He threw the pile of papers into the fireplace and told her, in any case, the world is going to reset in just a few days. If the empire collapses just because you didn't finish some paperwork, then let it collapse. Just think of today as a holiday, your very own holiday. Time continued to pass. Raviel Avancia remarked, this is the first time I've ever lived like this. She was leaning against Gong-ja, the two of them sitting on the grassy riverbank. She asked, is it really okay for me to do nothing? I haven't been to class in 3 days. If anyone saw her like this. He comforted her, it's fine. I'll take care of everything. Hearing this, Raviel Avancia fell silent. After a moment, she said, I don't feel like responding to you anymore. He remained enthusiastic, saying, who said I'd always be the one helping you? In the future, if I need it, I hope you'll help me too. We should help each other, right? Raviel was surprised to hear this. He changed the subject. Would you like me to read some poetry to you? She nodded and replied, yes. Time passed again until it was 6 o'clock, and the two were rowing a boat on the river. He asked Lady Silver, Lily is beautiful, isn't she? She nodded, yes. The spring weather made everything white. Kim Gong-ja described, this is the season when the spring flowers bloom. Before the magnolias wither, the kingdom calls this time the white spring. It's such a beautiful season. She gazed at the river, nodding in agreement. Yes. I can't remember how long it's been since I've seen a sight like this. Just then a system notification announced, the presence of the heart hidden by the silver lily has grown stronger. Raviel Avancia's heart skipped a beat. A female figure appeared holding a red sword in her hand. The woman raised her sword and slashed down. The system announced, the heart hidden by the silver lily has been revealed. The sky across the entire empire turned red. The citizens panicked and screamed, the sky, is that blood? Continuous explosions and a rain of red blood fell upon the empire. Raviel Avancia remained calm and said, being next to you feels so peaceful, butler. Can I really trust you? Kim Gong-ja put down the oar, moved closer to her and said, you once said that we are two parallel lines and the first person to die is guaranteed to regress. That's why we can never be together forever. Kim Gong-ja took her hand and said, I'm going to cover you with my aura now. Not just your body, but your brain as well. I'll do the same for myself and I will blow up both of our heads at the exact same time. It's true that the first to die will regress first, and there's no guarantee that the one who regresses later will be able to keep their memories. If that's the case, there's only one way for us to be together. We have to die at the same time. Raviel Avancia, please die with me. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja fell into thought. He silently contemplated, just as people arrange their daily lives, I also arrange for my own death. I'm always thinking of a more peaceful way to go. I just need to use magic to blow up my brain, and I can end my life instantly without any pain. It's a simple, easy method. That's why I don't use it to kill myself. If I got too used to it, I'd let my guard down. That's also the reason I killed the Fire King. So I don't choose that way to die. I want a more painful death so I can remain sharp and make the clearest, most accurate judgments possible. However, today was completely different. Kim Gong-ja grasped Raviel Avancia's hand reassuringly. It's okay, it'll be over quickly. A surge of energy radiated from his body into Raviel Avancia's. She marveled. It's so warm. It was like a current flowing through her veins, spreading throughout her body. Is this your body heat? It's warmer than mine. I feel so restless. I've never felt this way during my regressions before. As long as I don't lose myself, it's fine, but I don't want to lose you if I regress first today and forget everything about you. He comforted her. Don't worry, I'll always be with you. Just then, blood demons appeared, causing everyone to scream in fear. The demons. The horde of demons has appeared. Screams echoed everywhere. Raviel, Avancia threatened, you cannot make a mistake. If one of us dies earlier than the other, no. Even by a single second, I will hate you forever. You only have one chance. Remember my words. Kim Gong-ja smiled and replied, all right. A system message appeared. The heart wrapped in platinum is watching you. Raviel Ivancia said coldly, you're the one who made me trust another person again. Now take responsibility. The number of blood demons grew, and with them the apostles appeared. System warning, the apostle of crop failure has manifested. The apostle of the endless steps warhorse has manifested. The apostle of the undying happiness's messenger has manifested. Raviel Ivancia showed a look of disgust. These creatures really can't read the room. Kim Gong-ja smiled and said, we'll have to teach them a lesson. Show them that meddling in other people's love lives will only get them killed. She smiled in response. I like the sound of that. Gong-ja used his ultimate skill. Heavenly Demon, Divine Art, 9th Form Suicide Sword. A sword appeared ending both of their lives simultaneously. Immediately after, his system displayed a notification, you have died. Returning 24 hours prior, Kim Gong-ja slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Raviel Ivancia, holding an umbrella, stood nearby and asked, are you awake? I can't believe you woke up so late. What a disgraceful butler. Kim Gong-ja shot up into a sitting position. He looked at her and wondered, did we both keep our memories after regressing? Raviel Ivancia continued speaking as if answering the question in his mind. Hey butler, you tricked me, didn't you? You promised we'd regress at the same time, but I came back a full 9 days before you did. Even if this relationship is fake, how could you leave your lover alone for 9 whole days? Hearing these words, a look of happiness appeared in Kim Gong-ja's eyes. Raviel Ivancia continued her complaints. Because I came back 9 days early, I was the only one worrying. You promised you'd be with me, but you didn't keep your word. How dare you wake up so late? You have a lot to do to make up for your mistake. Kim Gong-ja rushed forward and embraced Raviel Ivancia. He murmured, I'm sorry. She dropped the umbrella in her hand and hugged him back, replying, it's okay. Everything's fine now. Standing guard over you while you hadn't woken up yet was really boring, you know. He stroked her hair, smiling as he said, you're lying. She retorted, it's true it was boring, but luckily I'm very good at waiting. He continued to apologize to her. I'm sorry. She replied, I forgive you. At that moment, a system message appeared. Synchronization with your character is at 71%. He asked her, my lady, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Can you wait just a little longer? 8 days, 7 days, 6 days. I'll reduce it 1 day at a time until we can experience our first day together. Raviel Ivancia grabbed him by the collar, scolding, you brat. You're asking me to die 9 more times. He asked excitedly, are you afraid of the pain? She replied, no, but you jerk, you just took my life, and now you want to do it again. He smiled and asked, can I kiss you, Raviel? Ivancia didn't answer, instead, pulling him closer and kissing him on the lips. The moment the kiss ended, the system flashed, you have died. Returning to 24 hours prior, after every revival, they shared a kiss. With each finished kiss, the system would pop up and say, you have died, you have died. During one of those times, as they kissed in the courtyard, Kim Gong-ja teased her. Did you brush your teeth before you came here? She smiled. I think I have the right to remain silent. Gong-ja blushed and whined that it wasn't fair. She stroked his hair and asked, didn't you make me wait for 39 days? My selfishness helps you feel less guilty. You should be thanking me. Hearing that, Kim Gong-ja blushed. So, we've been kissing for 39 days. She shyly stopped him. Don't say it, it's embarrassing. Then they continued to kiss. Kim Gong-ja once again committed suicide, with her returning to 24 hours prior. This time, the heretic interrogator ran up to him calling, Death King Countess Liu Lai is here. Why is she so late? I heard she was somewhere else, not in the main mansion. He immediately asked, where is she? The heretic interrogator replied, she said she'll be waiting in the garden in front of the main entrance. Hearing this, he took off running, startling the heretic interrogator. He watched Kim Gong-ja's retreating back and asked the Death King with suspicion. But at this point, Kim Gong-ja wasn't in the mood for anything. His heart had already taken control of his body. He ran straight to the courtyard, embraced Raviel Ivancia, and once again, they took their own lives. Time returned to 24 hours prior. In this rebirth, Gong-ja appeared at a high society party. He smiled as he looked ahead, where Raviel Ivancia appeared in a blue evening gown. The two hurried towards each other and shared a passionate kiss to the astonishment of the other nobles. Kim Gong-ja asked Raviel Ivancia, this is the first day we met. She answered, it's our first day. As long as we want it to be, it will be our eternal first day. At that moment, the countess appeared and wondered, did I miss something? Kim Gong-ja and Raviel Ivancia kissed right in the middle of the party hall. The nobles saw this and began to whisper worriedly, what in the world is going on? Am I seeing things? The old elf beside him covered his eyes and screamed, damn it, my eyes. Why can't I just rest in peace in the afterlife? Why do I have to witness this even after death? Why do I have to watch you enjoy yourself like this, you shameless bastard? The murmuring and gossip continued to swell. What in the world is going on? I'm sure that butler belongs to Lady Golden Sparrow. If word of this gets to The Emperor, then Lady Silver Lily, and the Crown Prince will be. Kim Gong-ja thought coldly as he watched everyone's reactions unfold. Just then, the Crown Prince appeared. He was utterly shocked and asked Silver Lily, "What are you doing?" She leaned against Kim Gong-ja and said, "My apologies for causing such a disturbance here. I really shouldn't have done this in such a crowded place, Your Highness." The Crown Prince was stunned by her words. "Ah." Raviel Ivancia stepped forward, holding a piece of paper and said, "I have committed a grave sin, so I will gladly accept whatever punishment you see fit." The Crown Prince stammered, "P punish you," Raviel Ivancia handed the paper to the Crown Prince. He took it startled and asked, "What is this?" She replied, "It's a withdrawal form from the Academy. I have already prepared my own punishment, since I imagine it would be difficult for someone of your nature to choose a fitting one. I will withdraw from the Academy and silently reflect on my actions until an official punishment is decided. Please approve this form, Your Highness, and I will not be accepting any private appointments." After reading it, the Crown Prince looked horrified. Raviel Ivancia immediately grabbed Kim Gong-ja's hand and ran, calling out, "Thank you for your approval, Your Highness." The two of them ran out of the palace together. He watched her back as they ran and wondered to himself, is this really okay? Since she stabbed her own heart in the mirror, she should still have feelings for the Crown Prince. But whatever. After everything he's done, that bastard deserves this. The most important thing is that Raviel Ivancia looks so happy. As long as she's happy, nothing else matters. Just then, from behind them, the heretic interrogator waved and asked Death King, "How do you plan on conquering this floor?" He ran up to them and asked curiously, "And why did you two kiss? I don't get it at all. But hey, my heart started pounding when I saw you two together." "What do you call a feeling like this?" Kim Gong-ja replied. "It's called being moved. Besides, I'll take care of this floor myself, so you can just take a break. You can just think of it as a vacation." The heretic interrogator's face lit up. "Really, I get it. In that case, I'll do whatever I want." Kim Gong-ja warned him, "But you're not allowed to kill anyone." The heretic interrogator smiled cheerfully. "Ah, I understand." But Kim Gong-ja wasn't finished. "You're also not allowed to torture, kidnap, or imprison anyone for information." Hearing that, the heretic interrogator's face fell. "Then what can I do?" Kim Gong-ja waved his hand. "There will be other things for you to do. Until then, just go sit in a corner and read some comics." The heretic interrogator stopped in his tracks, looking puzzled. "I just got a notification that my synchronization rate has increased." "What does that mean?" Kim Gong-ja patiently explained again. "It's called being moved." The heretic interrogator exclaimed, "I see." The carriage carrying Raviel Ivancia and Kim Gong-ja departed from the palace. Inside the carriage, she said, "I'm sure the entire empire will be in an uproar by tomorrow. First, about 200 letters will be exchanged among the capital's nobles. Among the local nobles in my homeland, there will be about 2010, of which will be sent to my father. And finally, the emperor will send an envoy to see me. Propose a few solutions for that situation, Kim Gong-ja." Kim Gong-ja was astonished. "What? Wait, did you just call me Kim Gong-ja?" Raviel Ivancia looked outside and murmured, "So small. I've been living in such a small place for so long." The Swear Academy is merely a tool to strengthen the empire. The children of the empire's prestigious families are forced to enroll there. We are taught the same curriculum, language, and schedule to synchronize us with a common sense of civic duty and rights. Envy, conceit, pride, greed, desire. All of it is hidden behind those small doors under the guise of tradition and duty. The Academy is simply hiding its true face. The future of the empire does not exist in that place. I wonder if the Crown Prince even realizes that. After listening, Kim Gong-ja interrupted her. "Let's worry about the empire later. You're talking about it too much. For now, just think about me. Even though just that alone is enough to make my head explode." Raviel Ivancia moved closer to him and called his name. "Kim Gong-ja. If you dare leave a single scar on my heart, I will take your life. Do you understand?" she asked, taking his hand. He replied, "I know. I understand." Raviel Ivancia commanded, "Then tell me exactly what you understand." He answered, "I will never do anything to hurt you, and if I unintentionally do something wrong, I will sincerely apologize to you." She lifted his hand, saying, "It seems you still need to understand a little better." She pulled his hand and placed it on her own neck, instructing, "If you betray me, I want you to strangle me to death with your own hands. Don't use aura. I want you to use your bare hands to kill me again and again, until our meeting itself vanishes from this world. I don't care if it takes you months or years to forget. I will haunt you with my death, and I want you to live the rest of your life knowing that I will never forgive you." She asked, "You can live an eternal life if you wish, can't you?" Kim Gong-ja replied, "Yes." Satisfied, she continued, "The moment you betray me, your life will become an eternal hell." Kim Gong-ja nodded. "I understand, Raviel Ivancia." She spoke again. "If you have any secrets to tell me, now is the time." He reached out, summoned his skill card, and explained, "I have a skill called Undead Rebirth. Those who die by my hand can be resurrected by me. If I wish, I can even grant them their appearance and memories from before they died." The Undead Rebirth skill card appeared in his hand with its description. You can summon those who died by your hand as monsters. The undead you summon will not possess their pre-death abilities. However, you can choose to let the undead retain their appearance and memories. If you do not allow them to keep their memories, they will only be summoned as monsters. After reading it, she asked, "Does that mean you can summon me?" He withdrew the card and replied, "Because you have died by my hand. A total of 9 times, I can summon 9 versions of you. But I have no intention of doing so." Raviel Ivancia immediately requested, "Then I want to add another condition. If you dare to betray me, I want you to discard that skill." He took her hand and replied, "All right, I'm sorry for not telling you this sooner." Raviel Ivancia said, "I will forgive you if you promise me one thing." He agreed, "I'm listening." She stated her demand. "You are not to kill yourself without my permission. You are not to die even in a situation where death is inevitable. You are my lover. You are no longer someone who can so carelessly throw away his own life. Even if death is inevitable, you must fight to your last breath." Kim Gong-ja smiled and said yes. Satisfied, she said, "Now, tell me what you want from me." He looked at her and made his request. "When I tell you to trust me, I need you to place all your faith in me." She kissed him on the lips and replied, "I will always trust you." Kim Gong-ja said cheerfully, "My lady, let's enjoy a full 10-day vacation without a single care in the world. Who else works so tirelessly both in public and in private like you? So, for the next 10 days, let's leave everything behind and use the regression skill to serve our heart's every desire." She asked, "You want to indulge ourselves without any regard for others?" He smiled, "Exactly." She asked again, "Because no matter how much trouble we cause, once time resets, they'll forget everything, right?" Kim Gong-ja replied happily, "As expected of my lady. I only had to say a little, and you understood completely." The two of them walked towards a building. Raviel Ivancia murmured, "So the partner I've chosen is a scoundrel after all." As soon as the staff saw them, they immediately stood up and asked, "Where would you two like to be seated?" Kim Gong-ja placed a suitcase on the table and said, "Today we'd like to book the entire troupe in the theater." The two went to the theater troupe. Kim Gong-ja asked, "So there are 6 troupes in total?" Suddenly Raviel Ivancia spoke up, "My dear Kim Gong-ja, there's something I've always wanted to do." He asked curiously, "What is it, Raviel?" Ivancia fanned herself and said she wanted to have all 6 troupes perform on one grand stage at the same time. 3 troupes will perform tragedies, 2 will perform comedies, and the last will perform a musical. The actors here were utterly astonished when they heard this. Hearing her plan, Kim Gong-ja warned that might be a little chaotic. She replied, "Exactly. I want to watch a chaotic play." After that, the two sat down in the audience to watch the 6 troupes perform. "Romeo, Romeo, so you are Romeo, and I am so wise and beautiful." Down below, he and Raviel Ivancia burst out laughing with delight. They then moved to their next playground, a casino. Raviel Ivancia said, "I'll call." The other players fearfully called as well. Raviel Ivancia signaled to fold. The player next to her also trembled and stammered, "F, fold." And finally, Raviel Ivancia said, "Raise, raise again." Kim Gong-ja stood behind her, his face filled with pride. Finally, the other players couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "This is a clear abuse of power, Lady Silver Lily. Even for you, you can't just brazenly ruin my business." He stood beside her and asked, "Who do you think you're raising your voice to?" "My lady, let me take that old man's head for—" Raviel Ivancia replied, "It's fine." Even though Baron Debo owns an opium manufacturing facility in the basement, which supplies drugs to the entire capital, that's still not enough of a reason to take his head. The Baron heard this and asked in fear, "What? What do you mean?" Just then, Kim Gong-ja pulled up a chair next to Raviel Ivancia, signaling for him to sit. She said coldly, "Play 10 rounds with me, and I'll overlook this." By evening, Raviel Ivancia was lying in Kim Gong-ja's arms. He asked, "Are you happy?" She leaned against his chest and answered, "This is the first time I've ever felt that living a little longer might be a good thing." Kim Gong-ja laughed, "I'm very happy too. Look, my synchronization rate has gone up again. It's at 76% now." Raviel Ivancia was puzzled. Synchronization rate. He explained, "It's a mechanism created by the constellation that brought me to this world. You know that I came here by role-playing as the butler, right? This number represents how synchronized I'm becoming with my role. When you call my name, touch my cheek, or lie in my arms like this, the number goes up." Hearing this, she grew curious. "So according to what you're saying, the synchronization rate must be increasing right now. Then, what happens if it reaches 100? Kim Gong-ja replied, "You shouldn't worry about things like that right now. You promised you would only think about me. Remember." Kim Gong-ja reached over and turned off the bedside lamp. She called him a sly fox. The next day, on another street, he loudly questioned a nobleman. "Duchess Ivancia has booked this entire street for the day. How dare you bring a carriage purchased by exploiting the peasantry here?" Afterwards, the two of them went to the palace and told the emperor, "Your Imperial Majesty, please pay more attention to your son. There's no bigger scumbag than him." Upon hearing this, the emperor was so enraged that he foamed at the mouth and fainted, causing everyone to worriedly call out for his majesty. Kim Gong-ja happily recounted, "Day after day we used time as our own private resort. We played around splashing water in the lake. threw money to the people in the streets, and admired the flower petals together. Then one day as we were sitting by a fountain, I took Raviel Ivancia's hand. We're terrible people. She nodded. You're right, we're awful, he said cheerfully, but we're the only ones who know. We're partners in crime. Raviel Ivancia, do you remember what I said in the carriage? She answered. I remember every word you've said, about how I asked you to trust me. She nodded. Of course. He smiled and said, now it's time to fulfill that promise. Raviel Ivancia was suspicious. You seem to be plotting something shady, don't you? It would be a relief if you'd just confess what it is. He told her his plan. I'm going to raise my synchronization rate to 99%. I think I need to truly become the butler completely, to become someone who was born in this world. She asked curiously, why? Kim Gong-ja replied, I can't tell you the exact reason. Raviel Ivancia said coolly, if you can't tell me the reason, then the plan must only work if you're the only one who knows. And the reason you're bringing this up now is because you want to ask something of me, isn't it? He smiled and replied, that's right. Raviel Ivancia sighed. From the very beginning, you wanted me to promise to trust you just for this moment. I should have been more wary every time you opened your mouth. What do I need to do? Kim Gong-ja laid out the plan. First, we'll return to the first day, back to the starting point of this stage. The two of them returned to that moment in time. After closing the door, Raviel Ivancia turned and asked, now what? Kim Gong-ja handed her a rope and said, first put my hands behind the chair and tie them. Raviel Ivancia was stunned. Holding the rope, she said, Kim Gong-ja, I think it's a bit too soon for us to be taking this step. He sat down in the chair and asked with a laugh, what are you thinking? I'm perfectly happy with my life right now, so don't worry. She was still suspicious. I promised to trust you, but you're really making it difficult to keep my word. She walked over and tied his hands tightly behind the chair. Kim Gong-ja smiled and praised her. Good job, you tied it really tight. The old spirit beside them panicked. Hey zombie Kim, what the hell are you doing? Don't make me so anxious. The sword was also worried. Shin Wai is concerned about Master's actions. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I believe the butler, the original owner of this body, had secret feelings for both young ladies, but getting together with either of them was impossible, so the butler could only bury his feelings deep. Inside, the Crown Prince had feelings for both ladies, while Lady Goldfinch had a thing for both the Crown Prince and the butler. And now Raviel Ivancia was also at a crossroads between me and the Crown Prince. This was the biggest twist in a romance story, but it gave me an idea. I asked Raviel Ivancia, please bring a mirror and place it in front of me. A mirror was brought before him. He looked into it and said, character window. The window immediately opened. Right now, he was still Kim Gong-ja. He called out again, Raviel Ivancia. She looked up. I'm listening, Kim Gong-ja pleaded with her. Please kiss me, continuously. Make me fall even more hopelessly in love with you. She approached him, leaned down and asked, why didn't you say so sooner? You like being kissed while you're tied up, Kim Gong-ja explained. At a certain point, I won't be me anymore, he thought to himself. I noticed something strange when I watched the heretic interrogator gradually become Lady Goldfinch. Her hair just kept getting longer. That's what gave me the idea for a plan to conquer this stage. Kim Gong-ja moved closer to her and made his request. When my synchronization rate exceeds 90% and starts approaching 100, I need you to kill me with your own hands. Raviel Ivancia was startled. What? Kim Gong-ja replied, think about it. I'm sure you can figure out my exact intentions. After all, we're both regressors. Raviel Ivancia pulled her hand back, cautioning him. Kim Gong-ja, this is too dangerous. It's nothing short of a gamble. Kim Gong-ja answered, if this is a gamble, then we've already won. Because this is a loophole, in the tower just pointing it out already gives us the upper hand. Raviel Ivancia lowered her head and mumbled, but there's another problem. I won't be able to remember you. Kim Gong-ja comforted her. It's okay. I'll find a way to solve that. And I need to ask one more thing of you. If I can't leave this world on my own, then you have to kill me so I can be transported. Trust me. Finally, she placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, all right, I am your first wicked woman, and you are my last bastard. Good grief. So in the end, I still have to fall in love with a bastard. With that, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips. A system notification appeared. You are gradually synchronizing with the character. The rate has reached 84%. Raviel Ivancia continued to kiss him, and the synchronization rate steadily climbed. He thought to himself, the last time, when the heretic interrogator was transforming into Lady Goldfinch, something was very strange. Why did the physical transformation continue? The heretic interrogator can freely change his appearance using holy arts. However, that is a skill exclusive to the heretic interrogator. Lady Goldfinch doesn't have it. But instead, her hair kept growing longer, which means synchronization doesn't make skills disappear. His thighs trembled. Raviel Ivancia was still pressing down on him, kissing him passionately. The system continuously displayed notifications. You are gradually synchronizing with the character. Your current synchronization rate is 88%. Just then, fragmented memories of Kim Gong-ja appeared. He saw images of his childhood with his teacher and friends as they cheered him on. Kim Gong-ja, you can do it. His sword spoke out in fear. Master, please stop, Raviel Avancia also asked worriedly. Are you alright? The old elf beside them shouted. Hey Kim Gong-ja, what the hell do you think you're doing? Kim Gong-ja's character status window was starting to blur. His face flushed red as he urged her on. I'm still okay for now. More. Raviel Avancia frowned and asked, You still want me to kiss you? You're a crafty one, my love. Nevertheless, she leaned down and continued kissing him. The character system seemed to be glitching. Kim Gong-ja and the butler character were almost fully synchronized. Kim Gong-ja confessed, Raviel Avancia, I love you. Even if I'm reborn, I will still love you. So please do it so that even in death I won't forget. Raviel Avancia replied, I know. His status window glitched even more severely. It was beginning to merge with the butler's status window. He thought to himself, my own existence is fading away. In those hazy fragments of memory, he heard Raviel Avancia's voice calling, Gong-ja, are you okay? But the person in front of her was not Gong-ja, but the butler. He asked in a panic, What is this, good heavens, Duchess? Did you kidnap me? Even with the power of the house of Ivancia reaching the heavens, this is truly outrageous. Do you detest Lady Goldfinch so much that you'd resort to harming a lowly servant like me? These words came as a great shock to Raviel Avancia. Then she spoke coldly. I see. Is that how it is? I thought I no longer had a heart left to be hurt, but this truly pains me. Well done. Your sword has indeed pierced my heart. The butler, startled, asked, What do you mean? Raviel Avancia picked up the sword, stepped forward and called out Kim Gong-ja. The butler heard this and was confused. Whose name are you calling? She drew the sword and replied, My lover is the one who gave me his heart, and the one I will. If you dare to hurt me, I will take your life. These words seemed to strike Kim Gong-ja's consciousness, causing him to let out a groan. Raviel Avancia called out, Kim Gong-ja, come back to me. Kim Gong-ja, stunned, opened his eyes. Raviel had taken the sword in her own hands and plunged it into his chest. She said, I will always be waiting for you. Then she leaned down and kissed his lips. The butler, seeing a teardrop in a fragment of memory, thought to himself, Lady Silver Lily. Is she really planning to go all out against Lady Goldfinch? I have to report this back to Lady Goldfinch. I want to be the one to wipe away her tears. Everything went black for Kim Gong-ja. A system notification appeared. You have died. Returning to 24 hours prior. Error detected. Skill owner and skill user are not identical. Currently assessing whether to regress to the owner's 24 hours prior or the current user's. Unable to assess. This matter exceeds the tower's jurisdiction. The tower is now verifying the authority of the Death King. Verification complete. The current Death King is temporarily deemed fit to become an apostle. Temporary apostle authority granted by Hamas. The tower deems the issue raised by the Death King to be a matter requiring a formal conference. The tower calls for a vote from the 6 pillars of life. The dark space began to change. A swarm of golden butterflies appeared, flying to surround Kim Gong-ja. A figure materialized, speaking in a strange language. The system displayed a dialogue box. Request approved. Translating the drag language. It turned out the figure in front of him was pointing at Gong-ja and scolding, This little brat is messing with us. Get Hamus over here right now. How dare he bring him here as an apostle? According to procedure, there's no issue. More importantly, he probably can't understand a word we're saying anyway. He's already synchronized with the character. Reversing it will make it easier for us to talk. Mia reversed the process. The system replied, Request approved, resetting the Death King's synchronization rate. Instantly, the synchronization rate returned to 0%, causing Kim Gong-ja to cry out. One of the interrogating pillars asked, Did you intentionally use the regression skill right after synchronizing with the character? Kim Gong-ja was coughing from the sudden transformation and couldn't answer. The pillar continued to ask, So that you could return to the characters 24 hours ago, and not your own. Is that right? Kim Gong-ja looked at the pillar before him and replied, Yes, that's right. Please send me back to the day before these endless 10 days began. Take me back to the time before the endless 10 days started. Upon hearing this, the pillars of light cursed, You shameless bastard, calm down, kid. You're starting to show that fragile dark age personality of yours again. I'll kill you. No one can help you. Die. While the other pillars of light were furiously criticizing him, one with long hair asked, You call yourself the Death King, don't you? It's been a long time since we had to convene twice for the same person. The last time this happened was because of the fiend, wasn't it? And the connection between you two keeps getting stronger. I wonder if it's a coincidence. The Tower Master spoke up. How troublesome. If the synchronization rate was 100%, we could have sent you back one day from the butler's perspective. If it were 90%, the perspective would follow the Death King. However, the rate is 99%, which is too ambiguous. Which one should we choose? Kim Gong-ja thought in astonishment. The Tower Master then asked him, Are you suggesting I should regress you from the butler's perspective? The Tower Master said, Convince me. He immediately explained. First of all, the synchronization rate is 99%, which means there's only 1% left. Because the butler makes up the largest percentage of this body, it's only right that the butler takes responsibility. The Tower Master replied, That's true, but your skill is the regressor's wristwatch. Only you can use that skill, so you should be the one to regress, shouldn't you? Kim Gong-ja broke out in a cold sweat. The Tower Master created a magic circle that surrounded him, saying, "Don't worry, I'm just asking out of curiosity." Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja was momentarily bewildered. He wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Please choose the butler's perspective. The butler and I have always argued over who should control this body during the stages. Sometimes the butler won, and sometimes I won. What I mean is, I lost fair and square. After winning, he obtained my skill. The regressor's wristwatch is his skill now too." The Tower Master laughed upon hearing this. "That makes sense. Very well, we'll do as you say, just like how you copied and obtained the Flame Emperor's skill. I just wonder who would win if two regressors fought. Thinking about it, we should have sent the butler back to the moment before he obtained the skill. Your idea is impressive." As the Tower Master finished speaking, the magic circle surrounding Gong-ja shattered. The Tower Master continued to ask, "You could have chosen to run away and avoid the Flame Emperor's attention, but you didn't. Why?" One of the Pillars of Light answered that it was because he wanted vicious revenge. The system notified him, "The moonlight that illuminates the blind curses you." Another Pillar of Light disagreed, because he has always pursued justice. The system said, "The princess freed from delusion blesses you." After listening, the Tower Master spoke. Both are correct. A few times he killed himself for revenge, and other times for justice. However, there is one thing I will never forget. The legislator of the primordial era quietly spoke. That was the only way to ensure the Flame Emperor's defeat. The Tower Master agreed. "Yes, Death King, your heart is still pure and passionate, but your mind is not simple at all. You have always sought an absolute victory. That's why I've been waiting, guessing you would bring that mindset to the table to completely convince us." After hearing this, Kim Gong-ja clenched his fists. After a moment he replied, "That's right. We did nothing wrong. The one at fault is this tower. The problem is that upon regression, which personality appears was predetermined. If this tower had been perfect from the start, a mistake like this would not have happened." The Tower Master replied, "I admit that. So, what?" He immediately reached out his hand and demanded, "Since we are the victims of that mistake, I expect you to compensate us. And you should also reward us for our efforts in finding this bug, shouldn't you?" The god who dances in the void glared at him and scolded. "How audacious. Watch your words. Do you want to be erased?" the system announced. "And the moonlight that illuminates the blind wants to kill you." The Tower Master shouted, "Stop, this is interesting. I didn't expect you to be confident enough to be sure we would compensate and reward you. Why should we do that? It would be simpler to just clean up this mess and ignore it." Kim Gong-ja was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and replied, "Because you have always wished me good luck." He remembered the system message that always appeared, "Good luck to you." He continued, "You have never mocked or scorned us. Even though you are one of the supreme beings, you have never forced us to do anything. Hunters who want to stay on the first floor can stay there forever. You wish luck to the hunters who want to climb the tower and tell them to be careful. First of all, the people you allow to have their own floor are all lonely, miserable souls. You've gathered people who have experienced tragedy and saved them. You are very kind. You don't interfere when we fight and kill each other because you respect our freedom. You will surely compensate for the losses we suffered because of the tower's mistake. Because the responsibility belongs to this tower, not us. Thank you for creating the tower. I've always wanted to say those words to you, but I never had the chance. If it weren't for the tower, I would have probably wasted my life out there. In fact, even after coming to the tower, I still lived that way." He thought to himself, "A wrongful life. That's how I lived, and I wouldn't have gotten another chance." He continued speaking, "Without you, I couldn't have regressed 4,000 days on my own. I was able to do it because someone was always watching over me. That was the only motivation that helped me continue. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." Kim Gong-ja bowed down, offering his deepest, sincere thanks to the tower. The princess, freed from delusion, looked at him fondly and said, "You are truly to my liking." The ancient staff looked at him fondly and spoke, "This is the first time I have received thanks from a human in this place." The god who dances in the void also looked at him fondly and said, "Nowadays, it's common for kids to just point fingers and blame others." After all that, the Tower Master smiled and praised him. "How lovely. I am merely a mirror. You see me as good because you yourself are good-hearted." He then said, "Yin, tell me what kind of compensation do you want?" He replied, "I want to return to 24 hours ago, from the butler's perspective." The Tower Master asked again, "And the reward?" Kim Gong-ja blushed with embarrassment and replied, "Lady Silver Lily, please allow my lover's memories to be preserved." The Tower Master answered, "I understand. You could have asked for an incredibly powerful skill, you know. After all, you discovered a flaw in the tower. We will enhance the regressor's wristwatch for you. Doing so would allow you to return to any moment you wish instead of just 24 hours, or through the 100 Ghosts reincarnation. A summoned being carries not only memories, but the summoner's abilities as well." Kim Gong-ja knelt and begged Tower, "Master, I don't need the prize, I'm begging you, I just want to be with the one I love." After hearing this, the Tower Master reached out her hand to comfort him and she smiled, saying, "Death King, I wish you luck." A system message appeared, stating, "May all your wishes come true. The encounter has ended." Adjusting synchronization rate. Current synchronization rate is 99%, returning to 24 hours ago. A flash of light appeared, the figure of the heretic interrogator materialized, and her voice rang out. "Butler, you're finally awake. You've been sleeping for quite a while now." The butler called out in shock, "Young miss." The heretic interrogator replied, "That's right. It's your one and only young miss." The butler wondered, "What's going on?" Harry sat across from him, smiled and said, "I just got back from dinner with the prince and found you snoring away in your chair. Falling asleep before your master is quite improper, you know, but I'll forgive you because your sleeping face is just too cute. You look like you're about to cry. Did you have a nightmare?" The butler was startled. "What is this?" He quickly wiped the sweat from his face and asked if the young miss had enjoyed her dinner with the prince. Harry clapped her hands and replied, "Yes, and guess what? The prince gave me this blue coral ring." She held up her hand to show off the ring. She continued enthusiastically, "He did it right, in the Academy's dining hall. The prince really knows how to win a girl's heart. I wonder how Lady Avancia will react when she hears this news." Hearing that name, he froze. He murmured Raviel Avancia. The heretic interrogator turned her head, confused, and called out Butler. The butler spoke in a cold voice. "I don't think you should be saying her name so casually. Even if it's just the two of us here, it's incredibly disrespectful. Please remember that." The screams of the old elf echoed from behind, along with the words of the sword ringing out, but the butler couldn't hear them, because in this regression, the one controlling the body was the butler, not Kim Gong-ja. He clutched his head and asked young miss, "What are you talking about? Didn't you hear what I said?" The heretic interrogator replied, confused. "Yes." The butler told her, "I don't know what's happening, but it feels like someone is screaming in my ear." Harry grew worried. "Are you sick? Should we go to the infirmary?" The butler quickly stood up and said, "I'm going outside to get some air." Harry watched him go, nodded and said, "All right, be sure to come back soon." The butler walked down the hallway, recalling what Raviel Avancia had once told him. "Back when I hadn't yet regressed, the prince was with the gold silk young lady. I was so furious that I made a wish to the sword that had been passed down through my family for generations. When I did that, my life became eternal." The butler stood before Raviel Avancia's castle, wondering to himself, "What am I doing here?" The butler stepped inside the castle. His mind was screaming at him to turn back, but his body moved on its own. The butler opened the door in front of him. The image of Raviel Avancia from the previous regression appeared. She held a sword pointed at him and said, "I will be waiting for you." In the room, Raviel Avancia was sitting with her chin in her hand. Seeing him, she smiled and spoke, "So you've come." She stood up, walked toward a mirror and said, "It seems you've made up your mind. You've come to understand your own feelings. I could see it clearly all night. Seeing that expression, I can tell this is a first for you." The butler heard this and was confused about it being his first time. Raviel Avancia pulled down a red cloth, revealing a mirror that had been shattered by a sword thrust into it. The butler said, "I don't know what to say, so I will remain silent." "Lady Avancia, is this a dream? Why are you in my dream?" Raviel Avancia turned and praised him coolly. "A good question." She came down, pulled him closer to the mirror, and said, "I have become your dream, and you have become my life. This exchange of a dream and a life is our love. But I don't think there's anything romantic about that question of yours. And if you're wondering why there are no servants, I've already sent them out." The butler was confused. "But why?" Raviel Avancia threatened, "Let me warn you, don't you ever call me Lady Avancia with that mouth again, or I will rip out your heart and kill you." A deadly light appeared in her eyes. She reached out and patted the butler's back, startling him. She looked into the mirror and asked, "What do you see there?" The butler answered, "I see the two of us standing together." Raviel Avancia asked again, "And what else do you see?" A sharp pain shot through the butler's head as a flashing character status window appeared in the mirror. Kim Gong-ja clutched his head and screamed. The echoes of the sword and the old elf rang out as well. The butler choked his own neck in agony, but Raviel Avancia kept pressing him. "I asked, what else do you see?" Kim Gong-ja answered, "Words. I see strange text and I hear a strange voice." Hearing this, Raviel Avancia smiled in satisfaction. "You have received love. Tell me what those words say." The butler looked at the words appearing there and answered hesitantly, "I can't see them clearly. They're still unwritten. Dotster and dotver, that's all." After hearing this, Raviel Avancia interpreted it, stir for master and ver for lover. "It seems those are the words left inside you. But master before lover, what could that mean?" "I don't understand it, so I don't like it." The butler called to her, "Young miss, there are many things I still don't understand. You said this isn't a dream, so if that's the case, what do you want from me?" She replied, "I want you." Raviel hesitated for a moment, then asked again, "You said you feel like you're dreaming. What kind of dream is it?" The butler clutched his chest and replied, I can't remember it clearly, but there are some things I saw. One of them was you, looking at me and crying." She was curious. "What else?" The butler clutched his chest tighter as he continued, "And in that moment I thought my heart was breaking. I don't think it was because of the blade you stabbed me with." Hearing that, Raviel Avancia smiled. I'm glad you remember that so clearly. Do you know why you had that dream? The butler answered. Honestly, I don't know. Raviel Avancia then began to explain. It's because of a trauma I experienced. My mother took her own life. I still clearly remember the words she whispered in my ear then. The memory of others gossiping about her death, and silently watching as she was swallowed by the flames. But even those memories didn't traumatize me. Not like the memory of the prince proposing to the gold silk young lady with a blue coral ring, the memory of 10 days repeating endlessly, or the memory of everything that tore my heart apart. She reached out her hands to touch his neck. Her eyes flashed with killing intent and hatred. She stared at him and said, "Because right now you are the only one who can hurt my heart." With that, her hand tightened around Gong-ja's neck. She said coldly, "I warned you. I would kill you if you dared to carve yourself into me. You are now carved into me. Now die, and love me again." A system notification appeared. You have died. Replaying the trauma of your killer penalty level medium. This is the Starving Demon's journal. The scene changes, and the figure of Kim Gong-ja, tied to a chair, slowly comes into view. The past of Raviel Avancia appears. In that memory, Kim Gong-ja is tied to a chair. He smiles and says, "Think about it. I don't know about other people, but if it's you, Silver Lily, you can definitely understand what I'm planning. After all, you're just like me." A regressor. Raviel Avancia assesses the man before her. What a dangerous man. I quickly realized what he was plotting. He wants to use a loophole in the tower's system to flip the entire game. I never expected someone with such a harmless face to come up with such a cunning plan. However, she steps closer to Gong-ja and tells him, "This is too dangerous. I won't be able to remember you." She looks at him and thinks to herself, simply being alive isn't what I truly want. I only want to live with you. Right now, my memories of you are everything to me. Even if you succeed in stopping me plunging the sword into the mirror and ending this endless 10-day loop, if I can't remember you, then none of it means anything. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja speaks up. That's right, leaving her stunned. Kim Gong-ja continues with a smile, "But I'll take care of that. Please just trust me." She remains silent, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looks at him. She says to herself, "You want me to trust you, without any proof. Yes, I truly regret promising to always trust you before." In the end, she still agrees. "After all, I already made a promise, so I have to trust you." Just as he requested, Raviel Avancia leans down and kisses the lips of the man she loves. She thinks to herself, "I trust the man I love. I believe in his abilities. Because he is the man I have chosen. He will be able to convince the tower and successfully return to one day prior." But the problem is, what happens after that? With each kiss, the synchronization rate gradually increases, until finally the soul before her shatters into pieces. Before vanishing, he still says, "Raviel, I love you." She looks at the body before her and wonders, the synchronization rate has exceeded 90%. How does he plan to lower it? If he successfully returns to one day, before he will obviously lose all his memories of me, and even if he remembers something, it will only be a vague feeling at best. She picks up a shard and looks at her reflection in it. She recalls his words, "That's why it's easy for me to sympathize with others." Remembering this, her brows furrow, her eyes losing, their coldness replaced by a strange, surging emotion. She sits before his body, lets out a soft sound and tells herself, "Then, I will have to kill him. You taught me what happiness is, didn't you? A man who seems so innocent yet is so cruel. I don't want to kill you, but because you've wounded my heart, this event has become a trauma for me. If I kill you now, the man I love will be able to see everything that happened today. That way, I can transmit all of my memories to him." She transforms the fragments of his soul into a giant purple butterfly. When the butler wakes up, taking Kim Gong-ja's place, he is startled to see her and asks, "My goodness, Duchess, did you kidnap me?" She speaks to Gong-ja in her heart. "Listen carefully. This is the scar you left on me. Don't you dare forget it, even in death. You are always in my heart, do you hear me?" She thrusts her sword through the butler's chest and murmurs, "Goodbye, Gong-ja. I will always be waiting for you." She embraces the cold body and says to herself, "I will always love you." The memory ends here. A system notification appears. The target's ego remains intact. The penalty is complete. Your current synchronization rate is 98%. The scene changes. The butler opens his eyes, a single tear falling. The heretic interrogator asks, full of doubt, "Butler, what's wrong? You were listening to my story. Why did you suddenly start crying?" The butler jumps to his feet and says, "I have to go somewhere." The heretic interrogator shouts in fear, "No, you can't go. I was just telling you about my promise to attend the party with the crown prince. You have to hear the whole story." The butler, Kim Gong-ja, replies, "Lady Kim, tomorrow the crown prince will give you a blue coral ring." The heretic interrogator blinks innocently. "Huh, what did you just say? At least answer me before you go." The butler rushes to find Raviel Avancia. She speaks. "You've come," the butler asks. "Have you been waiting for me?" Raviel stands before a mirror and replies, "Yes, today is the second time." She pushes the mirror in front of him and asks, "What do you see?" The butler answers, "I see the words master and lover. I can see small parts of other words, but not enough to understand what they are." Raviel Evancia commands, "Look at me." The butler calls out Duchess. Suddenly a sentence flashes through the butler's mind. "Never call me duchesses again." The butler struggles and says, "Milady." Raviel Evancia praises him. "Much better." Hearing this, the butler clutches his head in confusion. He hears Raviel Evancia ask, "What did you dream of?" He holds his head and answers, "I saw the silver lily crying." She continues, "Ah," and in front of her was a man tied up. In great anguish she stabbed him. Upon hearing this, Raviel Evancia reaches out and strokes the butler's head, praising him. How admirable. The butler is stunned by her words. A golden orb of light then appears in Raviel Evancia's hand. She says, "Look at this. This is the proof of your efforts." The regressor's steadfast love card appears with the effect, "Love is like a poison to a regressor," because no matter how hard they try, they can never share the same time with the one they love. However, a certain regressor cried out with a burning desire, "Let the one I love retain her memories." And that wish truly reached the tower. You and your lover will now always exist in the same timeline. If your lover regresses by 1 day, you will follow and regress as well. Conversely, if you regress by 1 day, your lover will also follow. This is a ring of destiny, a marriage of time. May you both be happy. However, this effect can only be activated when 2 people are in love. She teases him. "I can't believe you actually said, 'Let the one I love retain her memories.' But being proposed to like this isn't very nice. I'd rather hear it from your own voice, understand." She reaches out, pulls the butler down by his collar and says, "If you don't propose to me directly, I won't even bother. So you'd better come back quickly." She tightens her grip on the butler's neck, declaring, "I will kill you again and again until you come back to me. If showing you the scar in my heart can bring you back, then I will show it to you 10,000 times. So look at that scar and feel the pain." A system notification appears. "You have died." After each regression, Raviel Evancia would personally strangle him, telling him, "Look at the scar you left on me. You are always in my heart. In this world, the only person who can kill me is you, and the only person who can kill you is me." Every time he was killed by Raviel Evancia, Kim Gong-ja's character synchronization rate decreased. She thought to herself, "Again, again, again, and again, I will still find you." And finally, Kim Gong-ja regained control of his body. Kim Gong-ja ran into Raviel Evancia's castle. As he ran, he remembered Raviel Evancia's story. "I was born into a ducal family. For my mother's sake, I had to live a dull life. My fiancé was chosen for me before I was even born. And every hour, every minute of my life, I had to sacrifice for him. The Lady of the Silver Lily Evancia, the Radiant Duchess Evancia, that's what outsiders often call me, but you're not like them." The door opened, and Raviel Evancia was waiting for him in a pure white dress. She turned her head and asked, "You're here?" Kim Gong-ja looked at her thinking, "I will call you by the name you want to be called." He smiled and said her name, Raviel Evancia. They embraced tightly, and Raviel Evancia said happily, "I've been waiting for you." Kim Gong-ja. Kim Gong-ja called her name Raviel Evancia, thinking to himself that there were 1,000 things he wanted to say to her. He held her tighter. "I want to tell you," he thought to himself. I'm sorry for leaving you with such painful scars." He buried his face in her shoulder, murmuring, wanting to say what he thought, thank you for trusting me, waiting for me, and loving me. But in this very moment, there is only one thing I can say to you, and it's the proposal I'm only allowed to make once in my life." He rested his forehead against hers and proposed, "Marry me." Raviel Evancia smiled and nodded in agreement. As they lay on the bed together, Gong-ja praised her. "You truly are a genius, Raviel Evancia. I can't believe you used my skill to be able to see the traumas and transmit the memories to me. I would have never thought of that." She smiled and replied, "And you're always so considerate of other people's pain. You're also an incredibly capable person. How did you manage to persuade the tower?" "To the constellations, the tower is like a strict, unshakable administrator. I knew you were a smooth talker, but I never expected you could persuade the tower itself," he replied. "Honestly, I don't remember it clearly. I met a high-ranking official from the tower, and the memories have become clouded." Raviel Evancia caressed Gong-ja's face and said, "That doesn't change the fact that my lover is a truly intelligent man." He smiled and praised her back. "And the woman I love is a genius." Kim Gong-ja kissed her forehead and asked, "So what day can we hold our wedding?" She smiled mischievously. "Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Hearing this, he laughed and replied, saying, "That isn't fair to me at all." Raviel Evancia explained, "The first step is to annul my engagement with His Highness the Crown Prince. His Highness and I are bound by the engagement, so marrying you right now would be legally difficult." Gong-ja blushed and said, "It doesn't matter to me whether the marriage is legal or not. As long as we have a small ceremony with just the two of us, that's enough." Raviel Evancia spoke up, "But it matters to me because this is the world I live in. Furthermore, the empire is the country that I have always been loyal to and helped build my world. My country should recognize my marriage." Kim Gong-ja was skeptical. "But isn't it a bit hard to get that kind of recognition from everyone?" She smiled and replied, "It's all right, my prince. I'll kill anyone who doesn't bless the two of us." After hearing this, Kim Gong-ja blushed and thought, "What do I do? She's so freaking cool." He replied, "I understand. Suddenly, he sat up and made a request. I have one more condition. She looked over and asked, what is it? He replied, I want you to be the one to propose annulling the engagement. You can't let him be the one to request breaking the engagement with you. I want everyone to think that the engagement was cancelled because it was the crown prince's fault, because I don't want anyone whispering about my Raviel Avancia. She smiled. You want me to embarrass His Highness? He replied enthusiastically. Exactly. Raviel Avancia sat up, looked at Kim Gong-ja and said, that's simple enough. Hearing that he was stunned. You already have a plan. She nodded. Of course. Who do you think I am? Every time the crown prince met his secret lover, I collected evidence and stored it in a drawer. I have about 100 pieces of evidence now, and I've seen it with my own eyes too. She reached out and caressed his lips, his eyes, watching her mesmerized. He wondered, what now? She's just so incredibly cool. She stroked his hair and continued, of course there's no need to go to court. The royal family will probably want this to happen quietly, so we just need to request an audience with His Majesty. He smiled and asked, when do you plan on going to the palace? She replied, as soon as possible. My Gong-ja, after you marry me, you will become the husband of the Duke of Avancia. The royal family will grant you a title directly, and I will become your wife. In public, I will also call you my lady. Will you be okay with that? Gong-ja blushed and replied, you are Raviel Avancia, the master of the Avancia family, while I'm just an outsider. Don't worry, I don't care about things like that. She lay down laughing teasingly. I knew you'd be fine. Why don't we try it now? Call me, my lord. Hearing these words, he was a little dazed. Seeing that he didn't answer, she asked, are you embarrassed? Kim Gong-ja blushed, unable to speak. Raviel Avancia turned over and said, I knew you'd be shy. Let me go first. My lady. Kim Gong-ja stammered. My lady. Raviel Avancia, satisfied, requested again. Kim Gong-ja called out again. My lady. After hearing him, Raviel Avancia fell silent. Seeing this, Kim Gong-ja was confused and stunned. The atmosphere became incredibly quiet. After a moment, he called out, Raviel Avancia. She burst out laughing and asked, are you embarrassed? My boy, you're so cute. Kim Gong-ja immediately lunged forward to hug her and called out, my lord. Raviel Avancia, replied my lady. Lying in her arms, hearing her heartbeat, he felt incredibly happy. He thought to himself, is this the sound of Raviel Avancia's heart? Before she offered her heart to the Holy Sword, was she once a person with such a warm heart? The sole objective of this stage is to prevent the destruction of this world. The first destruction was caused by the fragments of the sword that scattered according to the will of Raviel Avancia. If the prayer had not pierced Raviel Avancia's heart, this would not have happened. However, because the constellations, the world's greatest protective shield, also vanished on the day of the apocalypse, rifts will appear, and creatures from another world will pour in. They will surely return in a much stronger form. This stage has not yet been cleared. The next morning, Kim Gong-ja said, the wedding is being prepared for 1 month from now, to be exact 10 days after I became the owner of this body. While handling her work, Raviel Avancia replied, yes, I've arranged for it to happen at the appointed time. That is also the day the world will face its destruction. We will not see it as the apocalypse, but as the starting point of our new life together. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja blushed, thinking, she's so strong. Raviel Avancia continued, because of this, I've also faced quite a few difficulties. First, I had to annul my engagement to the crown prince. Second, I had to successfully take over my father's position. If I weren't the head of the family, it would be very difficult to marry you. Not only are the legal procedures a hassle, but society would also gossip because I'm marrying a commoner. But if I become the Duchess and take you as my husband, everything will turn out much better. Kim Gong-ja listened and let out an "oh" of understanding. He remembered something and asked, according to the butler's memories that are still left in me, isn't becoming the head of the family an incredibly difficult thing to do? She nodded. Yes, it would be very difficult if I weren't Raviel Avancia, but I am Raviel Avancia. Seeing that expression on her face, Kim Gong-ja was struck by love all over again. Oh my god, she's so damn cool. Raviel Avancia took a document from her drawer and said, the vassals have already pledged their loyalty to me, and I already have the title. If my father refuses to cede his position to me, the only way is to petition the emperor. But I need more evidence to prove that the crown prince betrayed me. The emperor is also a wise man. He values saving the royal family's face more than my father's loyalty. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja asked, you talk as if you're a close member of his royal family. But are you planning to exploit the emperor's weakness to threaten him? Raviel Avancia looked up and called him, my lady. Kim Gong-ja replied, yes, my lord husband. She explained to him, your talents are only suited for use inside the tower, not in this world. If you didn't want to return to the empire to my world, I could understand that. But I want you to know that I will not give up my position. There will be times you'll have to accompany me to certain places, like year-end events or the New Year's festival. Furthermore, as the husband of a duchess, you will have to attend political events, so you'll need to know a little something about politics. He nodded. I understand. You mean we can be loyal to the emperor while also threatening him? Because if you become the duchess, the empire loses nothing, and they would see themselves as lucky to have a noble like you, right, my husband? Raviel smiled, satisfied. It seems I only had to say one thing for my husband to understand too. Kim Gong-ja leaned in and whispered, "Of course, because I'm your man." Raviel Avancia smiled and confessed, "I love you." Then the two shared a passionate kiss. The old spirit witnessing this screamed, "Damn it, and who was it that said we needed to teach that bastard what love is?" The Sword Emperor replied. In that brilliant moment, the old spirit's heart sank into a deep, bottomless abyss. Rule number 999 of love. Love needs no rules. In the garden, Kim Gong-ja was pouring tea for the heretic interrogator when he made an announcement. "My lady, I have some urgent news to report to you. I'm getting married." Hearing this, the heretic interrogator was so shocked she spat out all the tea in her mouth. She asked in shock, "Married? That's a terrible joke. Are you trying to get beaten up?" Kim Gong-ja calmly wiped the sprayed tea from his face and replied, "I'm not joking at all. The wedding is planned for next month." The heretic interrogator questioned him. "Who are you marrying?" Kim Gong-ja answered, "The Lady of the Silver Lily." Hearing this, the heretic interrogator immediately said, "Oh, come on. Stop joking." Kim Gong-ja handed a piece of paper and a pen to the heretic interrogator. "Please sign here." She asked, "What is this?" He replied, "It's a document for you to approve the marriage between myself and Lady Raviel Avancia. If we get together, I will be granted my freedom and become the husband of Lady Avancia." The heretic interrogator didn't believe him and laughed loudly, asking, "Oh really, husband, are you telling the truth? It'd be more believable if you told me I was about to become the princess of this kingdom. And that's about to happen for real." He smiled and asked, "So, will you sign for me?" The heretic interrogator replied, "I'd be more than willing. This will be proof that you've done yet another shameful thing." Kim Gong-ja bowed. "Thank you, my lady. In that case, I'll take the liberty of bringing my wife to see you tomorrow."